Chapter 1 After being green, the strongest milkman system descends on me. Brain depository. Yi Chen, let's break up. On the military training drill ground, a cold voice rang out, drawing all the students' gazes over. Why? Looking at his girlfriend Wang Xiyu's desperate face, Yi Chen felt so sudden. Could it be that the rumors are all true? You and Instructor Huang. Wang Xiyu graciously admitted. Right. I'm with Instructor Huang. Instructor Huang is considerate and gentle and military veteran. He gave me an unprecedented sense of security. Oh, sense of security. Yi Chen laughed. A person who wanted to break up with you. Even the reason was so ridiculous. Alright, since you've thought about it, let's break up. Yi Chen didn't hold back. Wang Xiyu had already cheated on the instructor, so there was nothing more he could say. Yi Chen wasn't much of a pure love warrior anyway. He wasn't at a disadvantage with Wang Xiyu. He had gotten what he deserved. And besides, it was Wang Xiyu herself who initiated the breakup, so he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. What's wrong with girls these days? I see that Instructor Huang is not handsome. Junior high school likes yellow hair. High school likes sports students. College likes instructors and raps. Many girls are like this now. Awesome. College instructors are so popular? Dude, don't feel bad. The next one will be better. Yi Chen stood still as his close friends came forward to comfort him. Just at this moment, Yi Chen's cell phone rang with an incoming call. It was an unfamiliar caller, and after connecting the call, a nice female voice came from the other side. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Chen? I am. What is it? Yi Chen said back. The other party said, we are the police of Donghua district. It's like this. A pregnant woman fainted on Chenghua Avenue. The note held in her hand has your identity message written on it. You may be required to come over and cooperate with the work. At these words, Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Pregnant woman? One did not know any pregnant women. What work could one cooperate with? The other party added, if you don't come, the consequences will be borne by yourself. Yi Chen hesitated for a few seconds before resisting his inner curiosity. Okay, I'll be right there. Subsequently, Yi Chen left the school gate, took a taxi, and went straight to the location the policewoman had mentioned. In about half an hour, Yi Chen met up with the policewoman. When the policewoman saw Yi Chen, she brought him to a certain room in the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department without saying a word. Trouble 2 police comrades. Next I want to talk to Yi Chen alone. The woman on the hospital bed was extremely beautiful looking. The voice that spoke was even more melodious. The female police officer glanced at her and nodded before immediately bringing the door to the room with her. At this moment, Yi Chen was still somewhat confused. Looking at the woman in front of him, he felt confused. And seeing that Yi Chen did not seem to remember himself, a bitter smile surged slightly from the corner of the woman's mouth. You really don't remember me? The woman squeezed out a smile. To remind you, last winter, Tianyue Grand Hotel. Boom! Yi Chen instantly had a recollection and looked at the other party with an incredulous face. Tianyue Hotel, you are actually her. Yi Chen's heart was in shock, and a scene from a year ago appeared in his mind. During the winter of last year, Yi Chen and his friends were eating a barbecue outside. On the way back, he encountered a drunken beauty being bullied. Yi Chen stood up for himself, and afterwards, in a daze, he went to a hotel room with the beautiful woman. The next day after waking up, the beautiful woman has left. After this Yi Chen never saw each other. Unexpectedly, we'll meet again at this time. Ding! Detected that the host's multiples are about to be born. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest milkman system. Suddenly, a melodious electronic voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. The system is being bound. Binding complete dash. Detected that the host's multiples are about to be born. Releasing the main mission responsible for the unborn children and the host mother. Reward for mission completion, $300,000. Yi Chen snapped. He had gotten a system from a web article, and it was still a milkman system. Yi Chen looked at the other party's bulging belly. It's hard to believe that after that night, she was actually pregnant with her own child? I want to take the liberty of asking you, do you have any family genetic diseases? Zhang Baiwei suddenly opened her mouth, pulling Yi Chen's thoughts back to reality. Yi Chen subconsciously said, why are you asking this? Zhang Baiwei worriedly explained, the child in my belly is yours, and will be born soon. If you have any family genetic diseases, early detection and early cure, I want to give the child born a healthy life. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was almost infuriated and laughed. What are you thinking? My family doesn't have any genetic diseases. They are all healthy. That's good. Zhang Baiwei relaxed her breath. I'm relieved in this way. Then you can go. Yi Chen froze slightly. He did not expect the other party to drive himself away. No, I want to stay. Zhang Baiwei didn't understand. What are you staying for? Of course I'm responsible for you. Yi Chen's tone was firm. The child you're carrying in your stomach is mine. I will be responsible to the end. Don't even think about letting me go. The words fell. Jiang Baiwei's complexion slightly moved. She did not expect Yi Chen to be such a responsible boy. More or less. It touched her for a few moments. Ding, the task is complete. $300,000 transferred to the account. Host, check on your own. The system had just finished giving feedback when Yi Chen's cell phone vibrated and received a text message. Yi Chen clicked on the text message to check, and it was exactly the content of the money arriving in the account. It's too good to be true. 300,000 At this moment, Yi Chen had a very dreamy feeling. For a college student, 300,000 is undoubtedly an astronomical figure, and he had obtained it so easily. He had to say, this system was really awesome. Ward 210, has the family come? Just at this moment, a nurse appeared at the entrance of the ward. Yi Chen sniffed and hurriedly walked over. What's wrong? I'm the family member. The nurse looked at Yi Chen and said, you haven't paid your fees since you were admitted to the hospital. Now go and pay your fees. Otherwise, it might affect the labor and delivery process of the pregnant woman. Looking at the payment slip held in the nurse's hand, Yi Chen took it without hesitation. After quickly coming to the window to pay the bill, he hurriedly turned back. I'll pay you back for the hospitalization. Jiang Baiwei lowered her head and said, she who had originally planned to break the ice and confess to her parents. In the end, she couldn't help but come to the child's father. Yi Chen, who was standing in the doorway, said, what words? This is what I owe you. Let me atone for my sins in the time to come. Yi Chen looked at the woman sitting on the hospital bed with heartache. He who originally no longer had any thoughts of love rekindled his hope. You haven't eaten anything at noon. Right, I'll take you to have a lunch first. Yi Chen, who came to the bedside, said. This made Jiang Baiwei, who had already felt some hunger, coyly stand up. Ignoring Yi Chen, who wanted to assist her, Yi Chen still looked after the other party with a careful face and came to the hospital cafeteria. It's still the young people who have deep feelings, doing things gently, which is like that big old man in my house who can't take care of people. Who says it's not? The two young people are sweet and envious. Chapter 2, Happy to be a father. The schoolgirl gave me quadruplets. After ordering some food that a pregnant woman could eat, Yi Chen carefully took care of the other party. How much longer before the child is born, or so that I can be a little prepared as well? Yi Chen asked carefully. Jiang Baiwei, who was eating with her head down, froze for a moment before returning to normal. There's still a week left. For a moment Yi Chen got nervous. There was still a week to go and he was going to be a father. To be honest, he was, right now, completely unprepared for anything mentally. I'm done eating. Jiang Baiwei put down her dishes and finished wiping the corners of her mouth. I'll check out of the hospital later. I don't really like the hospital environment, Jiang Baiwei said as she stood up. Looking at Jiang Baiwei, who had a serious face, Yi Chen could not persuade anything, thinking to himself, anyway, the due date was still a week away. It was just the right time to use this time to learn how to be a qualified father. Yi Chen looked at the other party sincerely and said, live there now. I'll go over and take care of you. Jiang Baiwei calmly replied, currently living in an apartment on Changhua Avenue. I can take care of myself. You'd better focus on your studies. Yi Chen, who heard this, immediately explained anxiously, study and family, it's definitely family that comes first. I'll move over and live with you. Yi Chen, who had gone through the Wang Siyu thing, was now very clear about what he wanted. Just ask that man, who could resist the temptation of a wife and children in a hot bed? Jiang Baiwei, who heard these words, instantly changed her opinion of Yi Chen a bit. I'm quite good alone. You're still. Suddenly, Jiang Baiwei sat paralyzed on the ground at once, covering her stomach in pain. What's wrong? Yi Chen was at a loss for words when he saw this sudden situation. Young man, your wife is afraid of giving birth. Quickly take her to the maternity department. The big mom on the side reminded and said, ding, detected that the host seriously lacks knowledge of maternity care. Issuing a side mission, learn. Mission requirement, urgently send Jiang Baiwei to the maternity unit. Completion reward, the complete book of parenting. Don't be nervous, take a deep breath. It's probably the baby playing around. We're just less than 100 meters away from the maternity section. We'll be there soon. Yi Chen carried Jiang Baiwei across his arms as he anxiously ran towards the maternity department. Wow! Immediately after, a large water stain flowed onto Yi Chen's arm. Jiang Baiwei also cried out in pain with her face flushed red. Doctor! Doctor! My wife's water broke. Yi Chen, who rushed into the maternity department, anxiously shouted. Even the most ignorant of him knew clearly how serious it was when her water broke. Don't be afraid. Relax. There's me. Yi Chen softly soothed Jiang Baiwei in his arms, as the doctor pushed in a hospital bed. After carefully transferring it to the top, it was only then that Yi Chen saw Jiang Baiwei, with eyes full of gratitude. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. The reward has been issued. Immediately after, a huge amount of knowledge was poured hard into Yi Chen's brain. This caused him to fully grasp the various methods of child rearing. Yi Chen simply eased up. After the discomfort in his brain, he came to the bathroom to clean himself up. Just at this moment, a sharp voice came out of the hall. Who is Jiang Baiwei's family? Hello, I am Jiang Baiwei's family. When Yi Chen heard this, he hurriedly came to this nurse. Your wife is going into labor early. Judging from experience, it's at least a pair of twins, and a cesarean section may be required, the nurse said as she handed over a stack of documents. Due to the suddenness of the incident, Jiang Baiwei didn't return to the hospital where she originally did her labor checkup. Therefore, the hospital did not have the relevant records. This is the bill for the cost, as well as the cesarean section danger notification letter. There are 3 specifications for the surgery, so you can see which one you are choosing, Yi Chen said after briefly scanning through it. I need the highest specification C-section surgery. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Chen told the nurse his choice, and then followed the nurse, coming to the window to pay the bill. Looking at the cell phone, the gradually decreasing balance, Yi Chen, however, had a face of relief, followed the nurse to a ward. Looking at Jiang Baiwei, who had calmed down, he was lying on the hospital bed. The cesarean section will begin soon. The family needs to wait in front of the operating room. Yi Chen, who hadn't had time to speak, was mercilessly driven out of the ward by the nurse. Just as he was in the corridor, fidgeting, Jiang Baiwei, who was lying on the hospital bed, was pushed out by a group of nurses. Looking at the bewildered Jiang Baiwei, Yi Chen's heart was like a knife. Looking at Jiang Baiwei, who had completely entered the operating room and disappeared from his field of vision, Yi Chen hurriedly comforted. Baiwei, don't worry, trust the doctor. The lights of the operating room came on. Yi Chen, like most of the fathers-to-be, wandered back and forth in the operating room. The sky gradually darkened. 2 nurses, human hands holding 2 children wrapped in quilts, walked out. Is Jiang Baiwei's family in? In. Yi Chen hurriedly came in front of the 2 nurses. With curious eyes, he looked at the 4 wrapped children in their hands. Congratulations, quadruplets, 3 sisters and 1 brother. All of them are of normal weight and not malnourished due to premature birth. After hearing what the nurse said, Yi Chen's brain, at once, was like it had exploded. He had just become a father, or the father of 4 children? Suddenly feeling all this, it wasn't quite real. Returning to his senses, he couldn't help but reach out to hug one of the children. But the nurse interrupted him, and informed the children that they were required to go through a full body test before they could be given to an adult. Yi Chen looked at those 4 exposed faces that hadn't grown yet, but held him. The whole body began to, unnaturally, tremble. Wow, quadruplets, a rare occurrence in 100 years. This brother is blessed. I'm not asking for quadruplets like this big brother. I'd be satisfied if I could have 2 children. Envy, let me separate the mass walls. The expectant fathers on the same floor, one by one, looked at Yi Chen with envy. Yi Chen, who hadn't yet recovered from the surprise he had just experienced, looked woodenly at the operating room. Woodenly looked towards the operating room. The lights in the operating room went out. Jiang Baiwei was slowly pushed out by the doctors. Jiang Baiwei weakly opened her eyes on the hospital bed and looked around for a figure. Just when she was disappointed and wanted to withdraw her gaze, Yi Chen, who had slowed down, appeared in the hospital bed at once, carefully pulling Jiang Baiwei's hand. It's been hard work. Leave the next thing to me. Seeing Yi Chen's figure, and the warmth coming from his hand, Jiang Baiwei could no longer control it, and cried out, Jiang Baiwei's family is right. The surgery was very successful. The next maternal nearly a week. Cannot eat spicy things. The main surgeon took off his mask and handed over the follow-up. Jiang Baiwei was then pushed to the VIP ward, which was the most upscale surgical treatment, by the nurse on the pretext of cleaning the mother's body. Yi Chen, who was once again invited out, looked at his cell phone, which had a balance of less than 50,000. Sneering, he took out a brand new Apple 18 from his pocket. Originally, he took the prize money he won from the basketball tournament and purchased the cell phone that Wang Xiyu had been longing for. In the end, it was a green grass above his own head. It doused all the enthusiasm he originally wanted to share with her that he had succeeded in joining the varsity basketball team. Just then, several nurses came to the front of the private room holding 4 children lying in swaddling clothes, as well as a large bag of baby supplies. Only then did Yi Chen slow down. Chapter 3 Guide. I would like to take a paternity leave. This, sir, the children have all finished their health tests. The results will be brought over to you when they come out. The nurse walked over to Yi Chen and said, these baby items, are the matching ones in the package? If you have any problems in the follow-up, you can directly look for the nurses in our hospital. Yi Chen only heard a generalization. His attention was completely drawn to the babies in the nurse's hands. He only saw the 3 daughters with their eyes closed, their small hands wriggling constantly. On the contrary, the youngest son was bawling in the nurse's arms. Yi Chen hurriedly stepped forward and picked up the bawling son. applying the knowledge from the parenting book. As a result, the child instantly quieted down in Yi Chen's arms. This caused the nurses on the side to widen their eyes. They had been facing crying babies for years, and they didn't have any effective methods of comforting them. They didn't expect Yi Chen to quiet down as soon as he got his hands on it. I didn't expect this gentleman to be so professional. Then we are relieved that the children are in your hands. At this time the closed ward door opened from the inside. The nurse signaled Yi Chen that it had been wiped down, and then the nurse placed the children, as well as their belongings in the VIP ward, and left. Let me see. Children. Jiang Baiwei's weak voice came from the hospital bed. Yi Chen hurriedly carried the babies, who were placed in the incubator. Over. Looking at the 4 swaddled children lying on the bed, Jiang Baiwei's face floated with the glow of motherly love, and her expression became even more tender. Children. So cute. Yes, the children look like you. How could they be worse? Yi Chen looked at this cozy scene, as if his life had arrived at its peak. You're the one who can talk. You've coaxed girls too much. Heaven and earth is kind. I'm just telling the truth. Yi Chen hurriedly explained, afraid of any misunderstanding. Looking at the child on the hospital bed in Jiang Baiwei, Yi Chen had an indescribable feeling. Perhaps this was love in its simplest form. Hungry? I'll go pack something back for you. Yi Chen got up for the mother and daughter, and prepared dinner. Yi Chen, who walked out of the VIP private room, still felt that all this was unreal. Obviously in the morning, he was still furious about being green, and in the evening he was preparing dinner for mother and daughter Jiang Baiwei. Yi Chen took the packed food and quickly put it back into the VIP room, and on the way the university guide called. Yi Chen, why didn't you come to any of your afternoon classes? Is it in some kind of situation? Once the phone was connected, the guide's melodious voice came through. It was only then that Yi Chen remembered that the college classes that he had forgotten, so he said in a panic, Instructor, I'm in the hospital right now, and I've encountered some circumstances. Need to take a week's vacation. The guide replied in a serious voice. That depends on what the exact situation is. There's a process for granting a vacation. Yi Chen asked plausibly. That guide let me ask, do college students have maternity leave? College students? What kind of maternity leave is that? Wait, you're not going to say you're happy to be a father? The guide, who was far away in the school office, asked incredulously. So can you please be merciful and grant me a vacation first? In front of the VIP private room door, Yi Chen requested. In which hospital? I need to make sure things are real. The guide then took the car keys and asked for the exact location. I'm at the 5th People's Hospital, Ward 003. Just send me a message when the guide arrives. Yi Chen put away his cell phone, and a smile immediately returned to his face. I'm back. Look what delicious food I brought you, Yi Chen said as he carefully pushed open the door of the VIP private room. Walking into the room, Yi Chen found 4 babies, quietly relying on Jiang Baiwei's arms. Immediately, he put the food aside. If you can't hold them, you can press the call button at the head of the bed. The nurses can love our little cuties. Taking over Jiang Baiwei's hands, the 2 children said, I don't feel comfortable giving such small children to the nurses. The moment they leave my sight makes me uneasy. Jiang Baiwei shook her head and said, then I'm not afraid of affecting your rest. This hugging a child is not like hugging an adult. There are a lot of doors in it. Then Yi Chen held the child with both hands and said while demonstrating, looking at the 2 babies lying quietly in Yi Chen's arms, not crying or fussing. Jiang Baiwei asked curiously, where did you learn all of this? It looks very professional. It should be known that Yi Chen only learned of his pregnancy at noon, and was by his side the entire time. It was impossible to have the time to learn this knowledge. Could it be that he and other women? This is not to use the time to buy dinner, ruthlessly remedied a wave. Milk daddy knowledge. Yi Chen will coax the little baby, after carefully exchanging with Jiang Baiwei's arms, said awkwardly. Jiang Baiwei looked at the children who were lying quietly in her arms, and the father who was constantly learning for her and her children. Jiang Baiwei instantly felt that it was a wise choice to come to Yi Chen. Baiwei, you eat something first, I'll take care of the children first. Yi Chen, who was sitting on the family bed, carefully placed the child. Taking the packed millet porridge and nutritious meals, he opened them one by one for Jiang Baiwei. We're in the hospital now, so for the diet in the back, let me cook it single-handedly. Absolutely delicious and nutritious. Yi Chen gently lifted Jiang Baiwei's slightly messy sideburns and said confidently. This made Jiang Baiwei, who was holding the chopsticks and spoon, feel Yi Chen's warmth once again. Unable to help herself, she shed tears. Baiwei, what's wrong? Is it because you blame me for buying dinner and going for so long? Next time, I will definitely go and return quickly, and won't leave you mother and daughter for so long again. Yi Chen, who noticed Jiang Baiwei's emotions, said after hastily thinking about his own problems. At the time when the mother and daughter needed him the most, companionship and peace of mind, he himself left. Now he couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps. It's not. It's that I feel that it's so good to have you. Jiang Baiwei, who was crying with joy, pulled Yi Chen's hand. Little fool, it's only natural for me to do all this. For you mother and daughter, I am happy to do anything. Taking a tissue carefully, he wiped Jiang Baiwei's face. At such a close distance the two could feel each other's breath. The distance between the two, once again closer. Looking at just simply wiping the tear stains for herself, Jiang Baiwei's originally tense expression became despondent again. Again, she was afraid that he would mess up. And again, she was afraid that he wouldn't come. Let's eat. Later on, my guide will come to me to ascertain some circumstances. That way, I'll have plenty of time to accompany you guys. Yi Chen teased the cute little ones and said happily, you come over and eat some too. I'll call the nurses over to help. Jiang Baiwei hurriedly pressed the call button, not giving Yi Chen a chance to refuse. Not a moment later, the nurses came to the VIP private room and asked about the situation. Only then did Yi Chen reluctantly hand the child into the hands of the nurses. Is this sweet sweet love? When will I be able to have it? How can we, the ultimate single dogs, live? This is the groom and daughter pair. Ah, you're all envious of other people's love. I'm really envious of these 4 well-behaved and cute little ones. The nurses at the nurses' station were manually holding a child in their arms. Looking at the cozy Yi Chen duo, they said with envy. This made Jiang Baiwei, who was being fed by Yi Chen at the bedside, instantly blush. Taking the chopsticks, she said, it's better for me to eat by myself. You eat some too. Knock knock knock. The door of the private room was knocked at this moment. Immediately afterward, a young woman with a shocked face looked at the room full of people. Quickly, she came in front of Yi Chen. Your situation, it's really a special haha. Guide, let me introduce you. This is my object Jiang Baiwei. The situation as you can see, I really need to take a vacation here. Yi Chen said with a frank face. Chapter 4, Falling in Love with the Schoolgirl, Activating the System's Hidden Tasks. I probably understand your situation clearly. Such a big thing. Do both parents know the situation? The guide said seriously. The situation I will and parents. Explain clearly. What leave-related procedures the school has. I will also cooperate to walk through it. Yi Chen looked at the guide and said sincerely. The process and stuff won't be troublesome. What's troublesome is that you just joined the varsity basketball team. Is it really okay to miss a week of training? The guide spoke in a serious tone. Guide, this you can rest assured. The varsity team I will go and explain myself. The school side also asked the guide to help. Yi Chen was naturally clear about the pros and cons of this. But right now, he who had his heart set on the mother and daughter would not be swayed by anything else. I came here in a hurry as well. I didn't buy a fruit basket or anything. This red packet must be accepted. The guide slowly took a brand new red packet from his pocket and handed it over to Jiang Baiwei. Yi Chen is the best student I've ever brought up. Excellent character, gentle and elegant. I believe he won't let you down, girl. Before the guide left, he changed his serious expression from before, complimenting Yi Chen's various merits. Looking at the guide who was still praising himself as he was leaving. In Yi Chen's heart, he was instantly somewhat moved. For the next few days, we might have to stay in the hospital. Yi Chen, who sent off the guide and nurses, said as he leaned in front of the door. But this time I came over in a hurry. I didn't even bring any change of clothes. Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen helplessly. I'll take care of this. All my righteous sons are still happy to serve us. Yi Chen finished speaking and then from his pocket, he took out his cell phone and skillfully opened the chat box. Shu He, in the dormitory no. Old Yi, you're really winging it. Bull Demon King's specialty class. You even dare not come. Next class, you'll be in for a treat. A sound of gloating came from the cell phone. Daring, you are teaching me to do something. There's something going on right now, and I need the help of a few of your righteous sons. Yi Chen, who wanted to perform in front of Jiang Baiwei, suddenly chided. Daring, how to talk to your 3 righteous fathers. In the future, do you still want to? Let us bring you food. On the other end of the cell phone, a few people's voices of righteous indignation were heard. It seems that my $30,000, the fat job of helping to buy living items, I'm afraid that I have to ask someone else to do it. Yi Chen said in a regretful tone. What are you talking about? Righteous father, if there's anything you want to do, feel free to order. The 3 people who were far away from the dormitory immediately stopped what they were doing. Sitting in front of their cell phones, they waited for Yi Chen's command. Buy some clothes for me and your righteous mother. Shuhi, call your object together. Buy another latest Apple cell phone. The address is at the 5th People's Hospital. The other cell phones are sent to you. I'll talk to you guys in detail when I wait. This made his roommate, who was far away from the dormitory, instantly reveal a melon-eating expression. Dig the groove. Wasn't it just green by Wang Siyu in the morning? How come he ate his way to the hospital at night? You are afraid not to. Without waiting for his roommate to finish cricketing, Yi Chen glanced at Jiang Baiwei after hurriedly hung up the phone. Afraid of the roommates, talking nonsense in the cell phone, the roommates had to quickly put on their clothes, not forgetting to put on a jacket. Near the capital of autumn, the temperature was still quite low. By way, what's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable? Yi Chen, who noticed Jiang Baiwei's difference, quickly came to the bedside and asked, I want to pee. Jiang Baiwei, who had finished speaking, said shyly as her cheeks turned red, ha ha ha, it's me who didn't pay attention to this. I'll take you there now. Yi Chen got up and helped Jiang Baiwei up. Jiang Baiwei, who had just tried to take a step, pulled on the wound. There was a cry of pain. Looking at Jiang Baiwei who was struggling to walk, Yi Chen simply carefully held her across his arms. This drew Jiang Baiwei a cry of surprise. It's okay, put me down now. Jiang Baiwei, who was directly held horizontally to the bathroom, shyly buried her face into Yi Chen's arms and said. Yi Chen carefully put Jiang Baiwei down, slowly bringing the bathroom door with him. He stood straight in front of it. Through the bathroom door mapped out Yi Chen's figure, Jiang Baiwei's violently beating heart. It could not be calmed down for a long time. In Yi Chen's arms, she felt full of boyfriend power, as well as that boundless love. It was as if it made her forget about the hardships and difficulties that came along the way. As the sound of flushing water rang out, Yi Chen waited for a long time, but did not see Jiang Baiwei come out, so he curiously inquired, Baiwei, did something happen? Can I come in? At this time, the bathroom door slowly opened, and Jiang Baiwei walked out with tear stains on her face. Yi Chen was heartbroken as he helped wipe them away. Whispering softly, he inquired, Baiwei, don't cry Al, can you tell me what happened? After giving birth, the figure will go out of shape, will become, in other people's mouths yellow face. Then will you still like me? Jiang Baiwei's weak voice rang out from in front of her. How could I? Little fool, I like you now. In the future, will also always love you. Looking at the rambling Jiang Baiwei, Yi Chen's heart ached as he held her in his arms, gently kissing on her forehead. There's one thing that I almost forgot to ask you. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei in his arms and asked in a serious manner. You ask, Baiwei, willing to marry me? Jiang Baiwei, who was suddenly proposed to by Yi Chen, panicked for a moment. Looking at Yi Chen who had a sincere face, Jiang Baiwei's heart suddenly beat faster, and her heart fiercely exchanged words. I don't want it. You little brat, you haven't reached the legal age for marriage yet. For the time being, let's consider being your girlfriend first. Jiang Baiwei was also shallow and arrogant at this time. She didn't want to, so easily, let Yi Chen have his way. Ha ha ha. Then let's start as a couple. Yi Chen happily placed another kiss on Jiang Baiwei's forehead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, loving each other. Completion reward, a set of 500 square foot villa in the border suburb of the capital. The relevant procedures and keys have been couriered to the school. Please pay attention to checking. Ding! Detecting that the host is completely in love with Jiang Baiwei. Releasing the branch mission, recovery. Mission requirement, Jiang Baiwei can walk independently within 5 days. Completion reward, Jade Face Cream. Can fully recover from one's own traumatic injuries? The system voice that suddenly sounded in his head, which made Yi Chen nearly fail to hold Jiang Baiwei in his arms. It was important to know that in the capital city where every inch of land was gold, how terrifying it was to own a villa of 500 square feet. Not to mention, there was also a pair of jade face cream that had an effect that could be called a divine medicine. Baiwei, I love you so much. Yi Chen excitedly kissed Jiang Baiwei once again, but this time, the kiss was on the cheek. This sudden kiss caused Jiang Baiwei to be somewhat disoriented. A pair of hands tightly grasped Yi Chen's clothes, and her head was eager to drill into Yi Chen's arms, just when the two were about to get out of hand. Wow! For treasures, who was the youngest? Cried out at this moment. The two Yi Chen, who were interrupted, hurriedly carried the little baby out of the incubator. It seems like I, the baby daddy, will start on duty. Yi Chen looked at the wet swaddling clothes and knew that he had peed on his pants. Yi Chen, who had the complete parenting book in his head, naturally changed the swaddling clothes with ease. The hospital was also considerate enough to give Yi Chen and the others prepared for baby supplies, and did not charge an extra fee. In the words of the hospital, it wanted to dip into their good fortune. After Yi Chen finished replacing the swaddling clothes of the 4 babies, solely, he replaced the remaining 3 babies one by one as well. Just when Yi Chen, finally, was able to slow down for a while, knock knock, the door of the VIP private room was knocked on. Old Yi, are you inside? Chu He's immodest voice came from outside the room. Come in. Yi Chen looked at the past hour or so and thought to himself that his roommates were finally here. As the door was slowly pushed open, Chu He carried a handful of things and walked in first. Old Yi, what are you up to? Something like that just happened in the morning. How come you're at the medical center at night? Hiss. Chu He, who was still talking to himself, was viciously twisted by his own girlfriend against his arm, timely interrupted his speech. Looking at his girlfriend's threatening eyes, Chui then saw that the sister-in-law sitting on the hospital bed didn't seem to be Wang Xiyu. That's sister-in-law. This guy Chui is drunk and talking nonsense. Chen Bin, who was following behind, immediately explained, only to see Yi Chen's original smile hanging on his face gradually become stiff. With a look of hatred, he fiercely glared at Chu He, before sheepishly turning his head to Jiang Baiwei. It's a big night, and I'm really sorry to ask you all to come over to deliver something. You guys feel free to sit down. Jiang Baiwei was still entertaining all of you with a warm face. It was as if she hadn't heard the previous words. This also made Yi Chen temporarily relieved and began to greet the crowd as they sat down. However, the gazes of the crowd were attracted by the neatly arranged warming boxes in the VIP private room. Chapter 5, The Big Mouth from the College Roommate. Old Yi, don't tell me that you're really happy to be a father. Or a quadruplet. Chu He dumbfoundedly took the apple handed by Yi Chen, and then looked at Yi Chen in shock and said, only to see that the crowd also focused their gazes, all on Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, kept to himself and washed an apple, calmly nodded and said, originally, I wanted to get along with all of you as ordinary people. In exchange for that, there are a few more righteous sons, no more pretending to show down. I'm really a father this time. Oh woo. The roommates, at once, let out a wolf cry. The soul of gossip in the body was burning. Chu He pulled Yi Chen's hand, with a stance of not letting go until he made things clear. You don't need to understand the process. The result is right in front of you. Don't pay homage to your righteous mother yet. Yi Chen slowly pulled his hand back and said with a proud face, we worship your righteous mother. Only to see the crowd stand up in unison and say to Jiang Baiwei on the hospital bed, ha ha ha, don't call me righteous mother. Righteous mother? My name is Jiang Baiwei. I'm very happy to meet you all. Jiang Baiwei covered her mouth with her hand and almost laughed out loud. Eunuch, can we see the children? Chui nervously rubbed his hands together and asked, look, but don't make the little ones cry ow. Jiang Baiwei slowly came to the edge of the bed and tried to stand up. Yi Chen saw this and immediately went forward to assist. As a result, Jiang Baiwei only glanced at him lightly, not wanting him to help in the slightest. Yi Chen would only scratch his head helplessly, carefully protecting behind her. Wow, Tiny is so cute. Chu He's girlfriend, Chen Fangyin, looked into the incubator with little stars in her eyes. Yeah, seeing this image makes me feel like I'm going to give birth to milk. Chen Bin was also looking at the little babies and couldn't walk. Old Yi is really damned even if there are quadruplets, there's such a flowery sister-in-law. As the only single dog forestry in the whole dormitory, the words of envy have been said for I don't know how many times. Things, have they all been bought? It was only then that Yi Chen remembered that the purpose for which the crowd had come. All bought, according to your request, bought 4 sets of clothes, a cell phone, sister-in-law's clothes, but they were all carefully selected by my daughter-in-law. Chui hurriedly carried the things over. Sister-in-law, have the children thought of names? Chen Fangyin said after carefully observing them through the insulation box. Not yet. Taking names is a big deal. Jiang Baiwei, who was holding her waist with one hand, responded with a smile. The crowd that watched for a while, before reluctantly bid farewell to Yi Chen and the others. As the door to the room closed, Yi Chen carefully came to the bedside and said to Jiang Baiwei, Baiwei, listen to my explanation. Previously, I did have a girlfriend, but today she green-mailed me. Yi Chen said, revealing a bitter smile. It was all his own fault. Originally being chased by Wang Xiyu with joy, now she was pursuing others in the same way. Now one could only say that Wang Xiyu she was not worthy. I won't pursue your previous behavior. I'm only looking at the present. If you let me know, there is something else. Humph. Jiang Baiwei hugged her chest and said with a cold face, Baiwei, don't worry. I definitely won't have any second thoughts about you. Yi Chen hurriedly stated his attitude. Let's just trust you for now. If you let me know that you have any other cattiness, I'll be direct. Go father stay son. Jiang Baiwei turned to Yi Chen and said viciously, Baiwei, this you don't worry. I'm a greatly good citizen. Yi Chen then took out the bag with the cell phone and put his hand inside. Just at this moment, in the bag but touched inside, lay a thick stack of $100 bills. It was clearly the 30,000 that Yi Chen had given them. This made Yi Chen's hand, at once, stiffen. Then, forcing himself to be calm, he slowly took out one of the new cell phones and unpacked it into Jiang Baiwei's hands. Baiwei, use this cell phone in the future. The previous cell phone, it's time to be eliminated. After saying that, Yi Chen picked up the cell phone that Jiang Baiwei had placed on the bedside table. Carefully, he took out the phone card from it and put it into the new cell phone. The previous cell phone still works. Why change it? Besides, Apple phones can be expensive. Leaving money for the babies to buy milk powder is the most important thing. Return this. Jiang Baiwei said as she took the Xiaomi phone that was covered with a phone case but still badly worn. Yi Chen instantly reddened his eyes when he saw this scene. Although he bought this cell phone because of the money rewarded by the system, making him want to spend a handful of money. But what he didn't expect was that Jiang Baiwei had lived her life in such a tight spot for the sake of their child. Yi Chen hugged Jiang Baiwei, who was sitting and standing on the edge of the bed, and said, "No need to return. In the future, the child's milk powder money, as well as the life of the money are solved by me." In the face of Yi Chen's unexpected embrace, Jiang Baiwei was also a moment of red eyes, deadly grasping Yi Chen's back. Tears fell like rain. It was as if she wanted to vent out all the grievances she had received before. "Everything has me. Let's get well first. There's a bigger surprise waiting for you." Yi Chen gently patted Jiang Baiwei's back and carefully wiped away the tear tracks on her face. Jiang Baiwei who gathered her mood. Only then did she carefully pick up the Apple cell phone that Yi Chen handed over. "In the future, if you want to buy something so expensive, you have to find me to discuss it, okay?" Jiang Baiwei, who was playing with her new cell phone, was both happy and heartbroken. "In the future, the financial power of the family will be handed over to you." Yi Chen sat on the edge of the bed and hugged Jiang Baiwei and promised, "When you're discharged from the hospital later, move over and live with me." Jiang Baiwei, who heard this, took it for granted that he wanted to rent a separate rental room, and then shook her head and said, "You yourself are still living in the university dormitory. Besides, the place I'm renting is very cost-effective. There's no need to change places." Yi Chen, however, rubbed Jiang Baiwei's head and said, "You said yourself that the rented place is only enough for one person. Even if it's not for my sake, it's still for the sake of the children. As for the place to live, I've already arranged it." Yi Chen slowly embraced Jiang Baiwei into his arms, and Jiang Baiwei shyly hugged Yi Chen's neck with her hands. "Don't go out and look for any jobs even after you get out of the month. I'll raise you mother and daughter," Jiang Baiwei said as she touched Yi Chen's forehead with her hand and then touched her own. This hasn't burned out his brain either. Why did he start talking nonsense? Jiang Baiwei, at this time, also tilted her head confidently and said, "I am at least a fresh graduate of Capital University. Finding a job in the capital is still not a problem. I'm not doubting your ability, but I'm saying that with me around, there's no need to worry about living expenses." Yi Chen also had a sighing look on his face as he said to Jiang Baiwei, "If there weren't the trivialities of life, I would definitely want to single-mindedly accompany my children's growth. But, we all can't help it." Jiang Baiwei also got sentimental at this point. "There's no need to be anxious about this. I will prove step by step how happy it is to be my wife." Yi Chen's eyes shone with confidence. Just at this moment, the door of the room was knocked by the nurse. Upon learning that the children would be able to leave the incubator tomorrow, Yi Chen and the two of them danced happily, and the nurse informed that tomorrow, the hospital would arrange for personnel to open the milk for Jiang Baiwei. Subsequently, the children will have to be breastfed. It was also instructed that the children need to have multiple feedings tonight. The food is all prepared by the hospital, and only requires the adults to cooperate with the feeding. Chapter 6, Getting a Professional Care and for the Baby. After sending the nurse, who had come to observe the state of the children, away, thinking about what the nurse said about feeding at night, Yi Chen took the clothes purchased from Chu He, taking out the set of female clothing. "Baiwei, let me wipe your body for you. The wound on your stomach can't touch water yet," Yi Chen said after putting the clothes on the family bed. "Ah, I'd better do it myself." Jiang Baiwei hurriedly interrupted Yi Chen, red-faced and trying to brace her body to stand up. "We have a child. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Yi Chen said with a disinterested face as he supported Jiang Baiwei. "No way, no way. Go ask the nurse if she can help wipe me down." Jiang Baiwei, who felt that she really couldn't do it on her own, looked at Yi Chen with eyes seeking help. "All right, then you sit down first. I'll go find the nurse." Looking at Jiang Baiwei who was so determined with her eyes, Yi Chen had no choice but to go ahead and look for the nurse. Yi Chen, who arrived at the nurse's station, found the nurse's station empty, just as he wanted to give the doctor on duty a call. Instead, he saw two ants sitting in the stairwell, eating their own dinner and chatting there. This nursing job is also getting worse and worse. Before it was possible to get permanent ones, now it's good to get work. Who says it's not? Young people nowadays are choosing to go to monthly child care centers, and no one is looking for us uneducated caregivers from the countryside. I was lucky enough to pick up a job with a baby today. It's just that the owners aren't very talkative, all kinds of deductions from wages, and they only give 100 a day. Hey, we have more than 30 years of nursing craft. I'm afraid to take it back to the countryside." Listening to the two ants, recounting their own difficulties, this made Yi Chen, who was also from the countryside, feel deeply. "Two ants. I have a nursing job here. Take it or not." Yi Chen bought 2 bottles of mineral water from the self-service beverage machine on the side. He then handed it to the two ants and said, "Young man, are you looking for an escort?" We have more than 30 years of craftsmanship, and the price is cheap, just 200 a day. The ants, who were still eating, hurriedly covered the worn lunchbox. Speaking rapidly, they amortized themselves. I'll hire you guys for a day first, and the wages will be settled on the same day. If the work is done well, I will hire you for a long time. Looking at the ants' delay and taking the 2 bottles of mineral water in their hands, Yi Chen's appraisal of the 2 ants was a few points higher. That's a good feeling. The 2 of us have known each other for several years, and we work well together. May I ask for that room number? We can work now. The more extroverted Auntie Lu quickly tidied up the debris on the floor, patting the wrinkled corners of her coat in the process, and then slowly took the mineral water handed over by Yi Chen and carefully put it into the backpack he was carrying after saying, I'm giving birth to quadruplets here, so there will probably be a lot more work. Price I can mention 300 a day for you guys. Do you think it's okay? Yi Chen said with an inquiry. Young man, you are truly blessed. We've been working as caregivers for so many years, and this is the first time we've heard of quadruplets. We can take this job. Yi Chen was afraid that Zhang Baiwei would be anxious to wait, so he brought the ants to the VIP private room. After entering the door, he saw Zhang Baiwei giggling at her cell phone for a while, as if a child had found a small toy. It is true that women are all mouths that are not hearts. On the surface each smacked the cell phone too expensive. In fact, they were happy in their hearts. Baiwei, I'm back. The nurse probably went to busy herself with something else. I found 2 caregiver ants. After gently knocking on the doorway and catching Zhang Baiwei's attention, Yi Chen said with a smile, this is good. The babies can be taken care of better. Zhang Baiwei, who was immersed in her cell phone, was startled by Yi Chen's voice. She then said with slightly reddened cheeks, this beauty is to wipe her body, right? I will take you to the bathroom. Aunt Lu, with a smiling face, came to Zhang Baiwei's side. The other slightly introverted Auntie Chen, on the other hand, came to the holding tank to check on the children. Looking at the little ones lying quietly in the holding tank, she couldn't help but take out her cell phone and take a picture. These 4 children are really well behaved. They don't cry or make trouble. The aunt who slowly put down her cell phone couldn't help but marvel. After watching the little ones being taken over by the nursing aunt, Yi Chen finally had the time to replace his cell phone with the Apple phone that hadn't been given away. With all the data of the cell phone transferred well, opening the cell phone chat software, the money I gave you guys is for you to buy things. How to return it to me is. Yi Chen, Harm, you are happy to be a father. Buy these things as a gift for the little ones. Forestry, yes, although usually the brothers are not very reliable, but really encountered a problem. We will still help. Chu He, don't have any heart burden. We are also doing our little bit. Brother, a few of these months to go to wash the feet of the money are hitched to be good to sister-in-law and children. Chen Bin, first thank you brothers, when I deal with this side of things, thank you properly. Yi Chen, who was resting on the screen, shook his head with a bitter smile. These brothers are really able to deal with something is really on Yi Chen, your leave of absence program is already going. The school side or need your parents to confirm this thing. You find a time to let your parents give me a call, Wang instructor. Okay, Yi Chen, who saw this message, didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. Let's wait for Zhang Baiwei to finish wiping and then discuss it with her. Just when Yi Chen was thinking about what to do next, Zhang Baiwei, who was dressed to fit, finished cleaning with the help of her caretaker aunt. Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel at Chen Fangyin's poisonous vision. To be able to buy clothes that fit so well under his description in a few words was really not simple, and the style of the clothes were very suitable for Zhang Baiwei. When Zhang Baiwei realized that Yi Chen had been staring at her, she blushed again. Due to her bosom being different from the norm, it caused Chen Fangyin to misjudge her size. This also led to the embarrassing situation where she had no underwear to wear, so she carefully protected her chest, not daring to meet Yi Chen's eyes. You go take a shower too. The babies have aunties to take care of them. Zhang Baiwei hurriedly supported Yi Chen, wanting to hide under the quilt as soon as possible. Then into thought, as she was in a hurry, the step under her feet was too big, and she pulled the wound on her stomach. Zhang Baiwei immediately squatted on the ground in pain, and the auntie on the side hurriedly brought a stool. Yi Chen also rushed over. Due to the newly bought clothes, the neckline was larger. Coupled with Yi Chen's big and tall 1.9 m, he was able to see a piece of spring light from his height. You go take a shower first. I'm just taking too big of a step. It'll be fine if I slow down a bit. Noticing Yi Chen's gaze staring somewhere, Zhang Baiwei's face became even more flushed. Yi Chen, also unnaturally, picked up the clothes that were placed on the family bed and went to the bathroom. Looking at the reddened cheeks in the mirror, Yi Chen hurriedly turned on the cold water in this night that was about to start autumn. As the cold water flowed throughout his body, he couldn't help but shiver. Quickly, he suppressed the evil thoughts in his mind. Quickly putting on his clothes and adjusting himself, Yi Chen slowly walked out of the bathroom. Chapter 7, Mom and Dad, you guys are grandparents. Rest early today, tossing and turning all day. Yi Chen, who came to the bedside, touching Jiang Baiwei, who had revealed half of her head, he said softly, well, then you need to sleep quickly. Jiang Baiwei's tiny voice came from under the covers. 2 aunts, how are you going to settle for the night? I'll ask the nurses if they can add 2 more beds. Looking at the nursing aunts who were carefully looking after the children, Yi Chen inquired, young man, no need. This VIP private room has so much space. We brought along our marching beds. The aunts quickly waved their hands and said. Yi Chen saw that the aunts were able to handle it themselves, so he stopped asking. Turning off the extra lights, leaning on the family bed, he fell asleep in a short while Jiang Baiwei, who was holding a new cell phone on the side, was hesitant to inform her parents. After thinking about it, it's better to forget it. It will be an infinite trouble after contacting them. Then a wave of sleepiness hit. Not long afterward came the sound of even breathing. A ray of sunlight in the early morning was reflected through the window. Yi Chen stretched lazily. Turning his head, he saw the aunts who were already busy changing the children's diapers. Young man, good morning. Looking at Yi Chen, who had already stood up, the aunts naturally greeted him. Children, I bothered you too during the night. He himself was too overworked yesterday, and in the night he only heard the sound of crying, if anything. The body but deep sleep. Auntie, move gently. The child's mother is still sleeping. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei, who was in a regular, lying down sleeping position, and revealed a heartfelt smile. Yi Chen lightly came to the bathroom to wash up, and then left the private room. He came to the downstairs of the hospital and moved his arms and legs. Then he came to the hospital cafeteria, chose a few of the hospital's recommended nutritious meals, and brought them back to the room. Looking at Jiang Baiwei, who was already sitting up, Yi Chen slowly put down the breakfast in his hands, and at this time, the nurse also brought in the children's food that had been blended today. This beautiful woman. Later on, we will arrange for someone to come and start your milk. Starting on the 3rd day, the child will be breastfed. It's best to feed until 3 months old. From the folder, the nurse took out a notice and handed it to Yi Chen. During this period, a reasonable diet is needed. After instructing these nurses, they turned around and left. Yi Chen carefully picked up Jiang Baiwei and went to the bathroom to start washing up. Today, is it any better? With a concerned face, Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei. Much better. The wound doesn't have a burning sensation anymore. Jiang Baiwei, who was washing herself, said back. Jiang Baiwei then signaled Yi Chen with her eyes to go out afterward. Alone, she put back on the underwear that she had washed and dried last night. The two of them then began to check the state of each of the little babies one by one, with the aunt on the side feeding them unhurriedly. Watching the children grow day by day is my greatest wish. Jiang Baiwei, who was relying on Yi Chen's arms, said in the gentlest tone. Will do. We will witness the children grow up step by step. Let's eat something first. Carefully scooping up a spoonful of hot millet porridge, gently blowing on it and testing the temperature with her lips before feeding it to her mouth. Careful with the heat. Looking at the man in front of her who was carefully looking after her, Jiang Baiwei instantly had the feeling of living in a dream. Yesterday's self was clearly a person with no one to turn to. Now, she was sitting peacefully on the hospital bed, enjoying her man's careful care. It's good to have you. Thank you for appearing in my world. Slowly drinking the millet porridge in her spoon, Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen with a grateful face, starting to talk nonsense again. I've always been there, and I'll be there in the future. Yi Chen stroked her head and said, still nowadays, the youngsters are gracious. I gave birth to a child that would do everything on my own. I hope my daughter, too, can meet someone as great as the youngster. I'll be satisfied. Both aunts were full of envy, looking towards Yi Chen and the two of them. Baiwei, there's something I want to discuss with you. You say. It's like this, we have a child of our own. I want to talk to my parents about this. What do you think? How about it? With an expectant face, Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei. Well, I don't know. Should I tell both parents? Jiang Baiwei said and jumped into Yi Chen's arms at once, crying in a small voice. Then you talk to your uncle and aunt. My parents have some special circumstances. I'll tell you later. Not a moment later, Jiang Baiwei, who had dried her tears, looked at Yi Chen with firm eyes and said, with Jiang Baiwei's acquiescence, Yi Chen immediately took out his cell phone and made a call right next to the bed. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Hey, why is little Chinzi calling back so early in the morning today? There was a burst from the cell phone, a masculine voice in the middle of the air. Dad, can't you make a phone call to greet you guys if there's nothing going on? Where's my mom? This time it's something important to talk to you guys. Your mom is feeding the chickens. Cohen, kid's mom, come here. Isn't it true that you were selected for the school basketball team? Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen with a surprised face, as if Yi Chen was only a prospective sophomore. How did he join the varsity basketball team? Looking at Jiang Baiwei's surprised expression, Yi Chen arrogantly raised his chin. I did join the varsity basketball team, but that's not what we're talking about today. Little Chen, calling so early in the morning. Is it cooling down over there in the capital? Wear more clothes, don't catch a cold. Another delighted voice came from the cell phone. As the saying goes, when a child travels thousands of miles, the mother is worried. Coming up to ask about Yi Chen's physical condition. Mom, it's fine. I'm all fed and clothed here. You guys should pay attention to your body in the old country. Some unnecessary work, don't do it. When I graduate, I'll bring you guys to the capital to enjoy yourselves. Yi Chen's nose was slightly sour. Jiang Baiwei, who was on the side, noticed this and pulled his hand to comfort him wordlessly. This time, I'm calling you guys because I have good news for you. Is it that your kid is in love? Otherwise he wouldn't have called back so early. Living expenses are still enough. Wait a moment, I will send you 5,000. Can't let other people's children follow you to eat badly and dress warmly. After Yi father heard Yi Chen's words, then he started to talk to himself. Dad, I still have living expenses. I have a lot of scholarships and competition prizes here. I'm calling this time to tell you that you've become grandparents. Yi Chen held Jiang Baiwei's hand and said with a happy face. What? We became grandparents. We're coming to the capital right now. If I know that you're bullying someone else's daughter, let's see if I don't break your legs. Yi father, who had put down these words, hung up his cell phone, leaving behind the two of them. Yi Chen, who were crying and laughing, looked at each other in disbelief. Chapter 8, The Children's Milk Crisis. My mom and dad are just this windy. Caring is messy. Yi Chen helplessly continued to feed Jiang Baiwei millet porridge, and also did not forget to hand them the breakfast that Auntie had packed back. When everyone finished their breakfast, the two nurses pushed open the door of the private room. Beauty, we've come over to perform milk opening for you. Everyone else, please step back. The nurses held some instruments in their hands and placed them in the private room, and started working after taking the rest of the people out of the room. Yi Chen, who was outside the room, also received a call at this time. Hey, Yi Chen, why didn't you come to the training set today? Is there something wrong? A Chinese voice with a British accent came from the cell phone. It was clearly the voice of the school's hired foreign basketball coach, the head coach. Sorry, coach, I'm currently in the hospital, so I might not be able to return for training for a while. Yi Chen walked to a window and patiently explained. What? Isn't it an injury? You're the most talented player I've ever seen. You can't ruin your future because of some accidents, the foreign basketball coach said emotionally. He, who was directing the other players to warm up, directly chose to leave the court. Yi Chen is afraid that he is going to be scolded severely. Yesterday afternoon we were able to cover for him, but today he is going to be guilty. There's a prize for guessing. I think Yi Chen is mostly late because of the girl thing. Who agrees and who disagrees? Bows. Yi Chen had a hard time joining the school basketball team. The only thing that can make him make an exception is that damn love. The teammates who were warming up in the venue started gossiping. Not long after, Coach Pete was seen changing his previous serious expression, and surprisingly walked towards the crowd with a joyful smile. Continue warming up. Today's training match will be started by Wang Yu instead of Yi Chen. The rest of the positions will remain unchanged. For the next week, Mr. Yi Chen may need to take care of some of his own business, and will not participate in training for the time being, Coach Pete said as he came to the front of the team, instantly reverting back to his previous stern demeanor. This made the team members begin to suspect that the smile they had seen before was an illusion. After learning about Yi Chen's specific situation, in the Western concept in Coach Pete's heart, family was above all else. The heart naturally approved of Yi Chen's approach. He gladly approved Yi Chen's week-long request for a vacation. Yi Chen turned off his cell phone, and the nurses walked out at this time. Pregnant women will have to eat more food that replenishes milk from now on, which will require your careful care. After carefully instructing Yi Chen some precautions, she left. Seeing Jiang Baiwei, who had already started to try and breastfeed her child, Yi Chen hurriedly turned around, pretending not to see it. Yi Chen, wait for me outside for a while first, will you? From behind her came Jiang Baiwei, that soft voice. Yi Chen hurriedly agreed and walked towards the outside. Returning to the location where he had just called, he found that it was occupied by two uncles. They were swallowing clouds and fog. Looking at Yi Chen walking towards them, one of them was very self-conscious and took out a cigarette and passed it over. Little brother, have one. Thank you, this old brother. I don't know this. This made Yi Chen, who originally wanted to change the place, give up the idea and came to chat beside the two old brothers. After the people briefly exchanged their respective situations, becoming a father at a young age, the future is promising. An old brother looked at Yi Chen said sincerely, becoming a father so early is both a blessing and a curse, seeing as you're still studying at your age. Where will the child's milk powder money and the child's mom's living expenses come from in the future? Another old brother, who smoked a cigarette in disbelief, said, I dare to make such a decision. Naturally I have the backbone, so I won't bother old brother. Yi Chen frowned and responded indifferently. You're still too young to realize how terrifying the expenses of a family with children can be. In this case, old brother, I've got a bit of courier business here. You can come over to do a part-time job when you have time after class to earn some extra money to subsidize your family. That old brother with a cigarette in his mouth said in an arrogant tone, and from his shirt pocket, he took out a business card and flung it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen just lightly swept a glance and did not take that business card. The other old brother on the side rushed over to round off the situation. It's fate that we met in the hospital. I run some online stores myself. If you don't mind, you can earn a little money while working part-time at home. Older brother, thank you, but I really don't need it. Just as Yi Chen wanted to bid them farewell and find a quiet corner to stay in. Chicken, you're too beautiful. Oh, a phone call came through. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Chen? This is Yujing Express. I have a document bag with information documents written on it. I need you to sign for it in person. May I ask if you yourself are at Tsinghua University? A man's voice came from the cell phone. I am currently in the hospital. Is it convenient for you to send it to this side of the 5th People's Hospital's inpatient department? Yi Chen slowly inquired. It's possible. My next stop happens to be your place, so I'll give you a call then. As people came and went in the hospital corridor, Yi Chen turned on the external playback function when he answered the phone. These conversations were heard clearly by the old brothers who were swallowing clouds on the side. Immediately changed his face. Old brother came over, his heart full of surprise, thinking that just now, he, a high school not even graduated, went to mock the top academy students. At once there was some blushing. Young man turns out to be a senior student of Tsinghua University. Just now it was old brother, I was wrong. Since you're a talented student of Tsinghua University, it's because we were overthinking. Your brains are definitely better than ours. That kind old brother also looked at Yi Chen with a surprised face at this time. Two old brothers, I have to go back to the private room. Let's talk back. Yi Chen was still not quite comfortable with this sudden change in attitude, and hurriedly bid farewell to the two. In his heart, he was thinking that it must be the villa information and key mentioned by the system. Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth could not be restrained from rising. Just at this moment, a nursing aunt came out of the private room and searched for Yi Chen's figure in the crowd. Auntie, is something wrong? Yi Chen, who was originally skulking not far from the private room, immediately walked over. Young man, it's like this. Although that girl has more than enough milk, it's impossible to feed 4 children at the same time. Directly feeding the children with milk powder and afraid of indigestion, so we can only use our rural countryside's local methods. Go borrow someone else's milk. The nursing auntie originally informed Yi Chen of the situation inside. Just at this moment, ding, detected that the host's heir is not being fully fed by breast milk. Issuing a limited mission, finding fresh milk. Task requirement, uninterruptedly. Over the course of 3 months, satisfy all the fresh milk needed for the child's feeding, no more than 1 hour from output to consumption. Completion reward, 100,000 Chinese currency for every day the mission is completed. Limited to 3 months. Yi Chen was bursting with excitement. This actually triggered the mission. He immediately told the nursing aunt that he would find a way. Afterwards, he headed towards the hospital's various maternity wards, knocking on the doors one by one to inquire. Chapter 9, The Baby's Mysterious Nurse. Yi Chen started knocking on the doors one by one from the leftmost private room. Looking inside the private room, a middle-aged couple sat leaning against each other, swiping their cell phones, facing Yi Chen's visit. They were quite surprised. Uncle, sorry to bother you. My daughter-in-law is a little short on milk, and I wanted to come over here to ask if there is any extra fresh breast milk. I can pay for it. Yi Chen asked with a sincere face. Young man, we also want to help with this, but you also see your aunt at this age. The milk is only enough for her own child, so ask somewhere else. The two men, who slowly put down their cell phones, replied in a salty manner. Seeing this, Yi Chen also had the sense to bring the door to the room with him. Without too much frustration, Yi Chen quickly walked to the hospital kiosk and bought a few packs of good cigarettes and drinks. Almost forgot about this human condition. With cigarettes in his pocket, his steps towards the private room were all the more solid. Sorry to bother you, please. Yi Chen knocked on the next VIP room with a smile on his face. His words not yet finished, an obese woman with dyed red exploding head and angry eyes pulled open half of the door angrily. There's no end to it. If you dare to come over and harass me again, I'll directly call the police. When she saw that it was Yi Chen's face, she quickly changed her words. Sorry, I thought you were the paparazzo who was still squatting, and then left the private room and carefully closed the door. Starting to ask about the reason why Yi Chen came. Sister, it's like this. My daughter-in-law doesn't have quite enough milk. May I ask if you have any extra fresh breast milk on your side? I can. Paid for it. Yi Chen took out the drink he bought from the kiosk and slowly handed it over. Then wait a moment, I'll go ask for you. MS. Explosive Head accepted the drink and told Yi Chen to wait at the door. Yi Chen was puzzled thinking, what kind of person would be followed by a paparazzo to the hospital? Not a moment's effort. MS. Exploding Head then carried 2 bottles with warm milk bottles and walked out. Take it, we don't want the money or anything, just consider it a good deed. Thank you so much sis. Do you have extra fresh breast milk on your side every day? If it's possible, I'd like to wrap it all up. The price will definitely make you happy. Yi Chen received the proffered bottle of milk with an excited face, looking expectantly at the explosive head woman. He said, since the explosive head woman was talking to Yi Chen with the door half open, so much so that the people inside also heard their conversation. What do you need breast milk for every day? Nourish your daughter-in-law properly, won't you be able to produce milk? At this time, a nice imperial voice came from the house. Yi Chen heard it and quickly explained, sister, I won't hide it from you. It's because my daughter-in-law gave birth to quadruplets. No matter how much conditioning is done, we can't milk 4 people. So we came up with this plan. Quadruplets. That's not rare. A slightly surprised voice rang out from the room. Which private room are you in? I'll send over any extra breast milk I have in the following. Money is really not necessary, just a show of hands. And then calmly answered the matter. Then thank you so much sisters. That I'll take these milk bottles back first. Yi Chen hurriedly thanked and walked towards the private room in a hurry. Pushing open the door, he saw Zhang Baiwei was carefully breastfeeding the little ones with a milk bottle. After looking up and seeing Yi Chen, she hurriedly greeted him and came over, carefully looking at Yi Chen who put the milk bottle. Looking at the mouth of the 3 treasures, eating breast milk on the medicine spoon, is instantly adorable him. Zhang Baiwei carefully wiped the milk stains on the corner of Sanbao's mouth. Borrowed breast milk Zhang Baiwei, who continued to breastfeed, asked softly, borrowed it, and I even asked them for the extra breast milk for the rest of the day. In the world, there are still many good people. Yi Chen lamented. These little ones are too able to drink. I managed to squeeze out 3 bottles of breast milk that are almost at the bottom. It's fine, let the kids drink it openly. If it's not enough, I'll go borrow it from the other labor rooms. Yi Chen patted his chest and said, young man, this breast milk should be enough for 1 meal. But the children aren't like us who can just eat 3 meals a day. They might need to eat 5 times before they can. The nursing aunt, who was helping with the feeding at the side, voiced a reminder. I'll figure out how to solve this problem, so you guys just feel free to help me take care of the kids. Yi Chen put the milk bottle he brought back into the warming box in the private room, carefully picking up Dabeo. He smelled the faint milk scent emanating from the child and said, Yi Chen couldn't help it, and kissed her glowing face, as if the little one felt the presence of her father. A pair of small hands slowly placed on Yi Chen's cheeks, and Milky wowed twice, hearing Yi Chen's heart almost melt. Baiwei, look, the child is calling me father. Yi Chen held the child and came to Zhang Baiwei's side, excited to the point of saying, it said that a girl was her father's little lover in her last life, and I, as a mom, even fed her and didn't even see her call out. Zhang Baiwei muttered and said, this is a different form of expression of children's love. In your hands it's well-behaved and cute, in mine it's a loud expression. Yi Chen carefully put Dabeo back into the crib. Coming to the side of the bed, he intently watched Zhang Baiwei breastfeed the children. The breast milk is finished. The last little cutie can only taste the others first. After putting the well-fed 3 treasures back into the incubator, Zhang Baiwei picked up the heavier 4 treasures and teased. Looking at 4 treasures, her eyes were closed, but her mouth and limbs were moving hard. This isn't a proper sports gene. Along with the breast milk in the bottle, it was fed into the little one's mouth. The little feet that were pounding around immediately quieted down. Mouth amu open. A look of starvation. Amusing Yi Chen, 2 people laughed. With a bottle of breast milk down, the little guy's little hands also stopped scratching. Only his mouth was still closed and waiting to be fed. Just you kid can eat. Your several sisters drink a bottle and eat enough. You're good but still want to eat. Yi Chen, who was holding his son, spat out powerlessly. Immediately after, a small column of water broke through the boundaries of the diaper and sprayed straight towards Yi Chen's neck. You brat, you can't even speak yet. You know to get back at me. Yi Chen, who was pissed all over, was also filled with helplessness. Looking at the diaper that slid down to his knees, Yi Chen had no good reason to bring 4 treasures to the bathroom to change it. As for Zhang Baiwei on the side, she watched her son become a living fountain. The whole person was doubled over with laughter. Yi Chen, who quickly replaced his son's diaper, carefully handed 4 treasures back to Zhang Baiwei. He himself returned to the bathroom and cleaned himself up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the limited mission. The reward has been issued to the bank card. Yi Chen, who wiped the urine stains on his t-shirt, laughing helplessly. This brat can be considered to have had enough. Just at this moment, the cell phone received 2 consecutive text messages, one of which was a record of the successful transfer. The other was from Yi Dad. We're already on the plane. We'll clean you up when we get to the place. Looking at the message in his cell phone, Yi Chen could only let out a bitter smile. I hope that when I see your 4 precious granddaughters, sons, you can still talk about me like this. Chapter 10 Mysterious Nurse. Since it is a popular actress, the 2 Yi Chen who had fed the little babies, sitting by the window, enjoying the scenery outside the house, due to the fact that the body of a woman who had just given birth was too weak. Otherwise Yi Chen would have agreed to Jiang Baiwei's request to go out for a walk. Do you think that we will always be like this? Living together without any worries. Jiang Baiwei looked at the falling maple leaves outside the house, as well as the crowds coming and going. Inside the room 4 adorable babies were lying quietly on the bed, and the favored man was right in front of her. It was all like being in a secret world. Every time she opened her eyes, she was afraid that it was all just a dream. That's for sure. Always carefree, always cheerful and optimistic. Yi Chen also lamented about the changes in these 1 or 2 days. All the wonderful moments of his previous 18 years combined were not as much as these 2 days. Ah, chicken, you're too beautiful. Oh, handsome. The document you forwarded to the 5th People's Hospital has arrived. Is it convenient to come down and take it? Over the cell phone came the noisy voice of the courier boy. I'll be right down. Yi Chen took the jacket that had somewhat slipped off and recovered it for Jiang Baiwei afterward. He quickly walked to the entrance of the hospital. Handsome guy, this. The courier boy saw Yi Chen running downstairs at a glance. Mainly Yi Chen's 1 meter 9 big tall man was too recognizable. Little brother, hard work. A courier you gave to send 2 trips. Small thing. See if the things inside are right. Then show your ID card. This side needs to be checked. The courier boy waved his hand and said. Yi Chen took the folder handed to him and carefully opened it. What met his eyes were the 2 mechanical keys, with some paperwork underneath. The most conspicuous one was the red real estate certificate. Carefully turning over the first page, he wrote Tiansang Villa No. 1 villa in the suburbs of the capital. The news of his own identity was also recorded on the certificate. No problem, little brother. This is my ID card. Yi Chen slowly closed the real estate certificate and pulled out his ID card from his pocket and gave it to the courier boy for verification. TSK tisk tisk. To have a house of your own at such a young age? When will I be able to have a red book too? The courier boy shook his head with a bitter smile, before verifying Yi Chen's identity information. No problem with the identity. Have a nice life. After the courier boy finished speaking, he carried a large bag of courier towards the janitor's office. Yi Chen, who stayed where he was waving his hands in the direction of Jiang Baiwei's private room. Without lingering too much, Yi Chen returned to the private room with an excited mood. What is it that makes you so excited? Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen, who was breathing heavily, and asked curiously. Yi Chen, however, pretended to be profound and put the file bag aside. This is the big surprise I told you about. Open it yourself if you want to see it. Jiang Baiwei glanced at Yi Chen, who had his hands clasped over his chest. Driven by curiosity in her heart, she opened the resealed document bag. Splat! 2 keys fell to the ground. Jiang Baiwei, who was about to bend down to pick them up, was stopped by Yi Chen, and then bent down to pick them up herself. Jiang Baiwei redirected her gaze to the information inside the file bag, and the most attractive red booklet was the first to be opened. Jiang Baiwei, who had carefully read the information on it, immediately widened her eyes. Hurriedly taking the remaining documents, she picked them up and quickly previewed them. Yi Chen, how did you do it? By having an anonymous person, in the form of a gratuitous donation, present a capital city villa to you. Do you know how much more tax this is going to make him pay? Unbelievably. He put down the documents in his hands and looked daggers at Yi Chen, who was on the side. The process is not important. What matters is the result. So are you ready to live in this big villa? Yi Chen said with a proud face. I don't want it. I still like my own little home. The villa is too empty, I'm afraid. Jiang Baiwei lowered her head and said with a downcast look. Yi Chen, who had broken in a second, hurriedly came to Jiang Baiwei's side and said, it won't be. Our family of 6 is definitely hot and lively. How can we be afraid? When Jiang Baiwei heard the word villa, she would recall those bad memories from her childhood. Although she knew very well that similar things wouldn't happen anymore, she still brought herself into it. Let me slow down a bit. I'll give you an answer in a little while. Okay, let's not talk about the house first. My parents have already taken a plane to the capital today. Yi Chen immediately changed the topic, pulled up Jiang Baiwei's hand and said softly, then I'm like this. How can I see my uncles and aunts? This made Jiang Baiwei instantly flustered, looking at herself in a maternity outfit. Subconsciously, she wanted to get up and clean up, but thinking about the current situation, she could only give up helplessly. My parents will definitely like you very much when they see you. My Baiwei is the best looking. Looking at Yi Chen, who was trying to amuse himself, Jiang Baiwei also released a smile. Let bygones be bygones. There was always something to face. Then let's go to that villa after we are discharged from the hospital. We can't let our uncles and aunts stay with us in the hospital. Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen and said with relief. That's great. I've asked the nurse. One day later we can go through the discharge procedures. Now the stomach. Will it still be vaguely painful? Yi Chen excitedly hugged Jiang Baiwei, and then immediately let go of his hand and asked about Jiang Baiwei. It's already much better. Now I feel like I can walk by myself. As if she wanted to prove it, Jiang Baiwei let go of Yi Chen's hand and staggered forward a few steps. She then hit the edge of the bed head on and sat down again in pain. Don't try to be brave. Let's rest for a couple of days. I'll call the doctor over to take a look. Yi Chen hurried over and checked Jiang Baiwei's condition. Turning around, he walked towards the house, but was stopped by Jiang Baiwei. There's nothing wrong with me. Bumping into the side of the bed won't get in the way. Only then did Yi Chen carefully return to Jiang Baiwei's side and carefully fed her some fruit. Knock knock knock. Yi Chen and the others looked towards the door in confusion. Come in. With obtaining Yi Chen's permission, two women walked in outside the door. One of them, Horan, was the exploding head sister who had given Yi Chen the bottle. Sorry to come over and disturb at this time now. My girlfriends can't sit still in the private room. They want to come and sit on your side. I don't know if it's okay. Assisting a wearing a mask maternal explosive head sister, embarrassed said. Of course you can. We haven't properly thanked you guys yet. Come and sit over here. Yi Chen enthusiastically entertained the two to sit down, wearing a mask maternity, but the eyes cannot stop looking at the 4 warming boxes in the room. With her standard imperial voice, she said, can you show me these 4 little babies? No problem. These little ones have all drunk your milk. You are considered half a mother to these little ones. Jiang Baiwei, who was on the side, smiled and spoke after learning the other party's identity. As the nursing aunt took all 4 children, after holding them in her arms, the woman in labor, who was wearing a mask, slowly removed the mask. A pair of eyes full of motherly love looked towards the children, while Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei were surprised to find this woman in labor actually looked extremely similar to the popular star Su Muyu. Can I hug them? The woman in labor turned her head and inquired with a sincere face. After Yi Chen nodded his head in a gesture, the nursing aunt carried one of the eldest babies over. Looking at the two Yi Chen who wanted to say something, the explosive head sister at the side slowly said, you guys guessed correctly, she is Su Muyu. I also hope that you all don't spread the word about today's events. She is also a bitter child. Yi Chen and the two of them had a puzzled look on their faces, looking towards the explosive head sister. One had to know that Su Muyu's popularity could reach the point of being a household name, and it was also called the national daughter-in-law by people. As you can see, she was pregnant and gave birth successfully, and the father of the child couldn't come to the hospital to accompany her due to various reasons, and the love child of the two was also born prematurely and was found to have a congenital heart disease after birth. AI. Sister Explosive Head, who said all this, sighed deeply. Chapter 11 Actresses Production Misadventures. Munchkin welcomes godmother. Jiang Baiwei tightly grasped Yi Chen's hand and looked, with tears in her eyes, at Su Muyu, who had carefully received her eldest daughter. Muriu, just met the child twice. The child is still in the intensive care unit. We've already invited the most specialized cardiologist in the country over. All we can do now is to trust the doctors. The explosive head sister looked towards Su Muyu and said helplessly, TSK tisk tisk, the child is so cute and creamy. Su Muyu's voice trembled as she scrutinized the child. Tears indisputably slipped down onto Debao's face, and then carefully, she used her hand to help wipe away the teardrops. Just then, the eldest daughter's small hand, which had not yet unfolded, slowly lifted up to stick to the corner of the eyes of the bent-over Su Muyu. It was as if she was wiping away her tear stains. The rest of the children seemed to have telepathic communication, generally wowed twice in unison. Looking at the children's actions like this, Su Muyu's tears could no longer be suppressed and began to cry loudly. And on the side watching all this Jiang Baiwei was also looking at the other party with tears in her eyes. Only those who have been a mother can understand how devastated the heart is at this time. Who does not want to have a healthy baby? Good boy. Don't cry. I won't cry. Su Muyu, whose crying gradually slowed down, held the baby in her hands tightly in her arms. Feeling the warmth of this chest, it was as if her own child had been accompanying her. And then she looked up to Yi Chen and the two asked with a sincere face, may I please be allowed to be the godmother of these children? I really love them. Of course. Your motherly love has deeply touched me. I'm very happy that my little ones have a godmother like you. Gently wiping the tear tracks at the corner of her eyes, Jiang Baiwei fell into a generous agreement. Great. My children have 4 more siblings at once. Su Muyu slowly put down the child in her hands, helped by her exploding head sister. She arrived in front of Yi Chen's 2 persons and bowed deeply. Don't be like this. Being able to have a godmother like you is a blessing for these little ones, as well as for us. Jiang Baiwei hurriedly got up and helped Su Muyu up. Jiang Baiwei pulled Sumuyu's hand and just sat down on the edge of the bed and said, Sister Muryu, don't mind if I call you that. Of course not. If you call me something else, I'll be unhappy instead. Su Muryu said jokingly. I'm relieved to see you in this state. Originally she was depressed in the private room. I just thought of bringing her out for a break, but it turned out that the temperature outside was too low. This also made us come here by mistake to visit the children, and as a result, we really met our savior. The explosive head sister on the side also said with tears of joy as she wiped her tears. Sumoyu got up and took a tissue and started to comfort the explosive head sister, and then said to the two Yi-chen, Chen Hong is my agent and my good girlfriend. She was busy during my pregnancy. The original long hair fell out in a big way, and then I simply got an exploded head in the back. It was hard to wait until I had a smooth labor, and then encountered this matter of my child, which made her pine a few more points. Su Muyu, who had originally eased her emotions a bit, had her eyes slightly reddened again. Everything will be fine. I still have to be my child's godmother. I haven't taken my child to various playgrounds yet. Chen Hong, who had dried her tears, looked at Su Muyu with a defiant expression. Yi Chen looked at the weeping duo and felt a wave of powerlessness within him as well. If his children also had problems, could he do better than them? Have faith in the expert's treatment. This child still has 4 younger siblings to bring to play. Yi Chen also spoke out to comfort. Let's not chat about this. I haven't asked about you guys yet. Looking at how young you all are you still in college? Su Muyu, who gently patted Chen Hong's back, asked curiously. I just graduated from Capital University this year, and Yi Chen is still enrolled in Tsinghua University as a sophomore. It seems like he's also currently serving as the starting teammate of the varsity basketball team. Jiang Baiwei took out a few apples and handed them to the crowd. Wow, all of them are the prideful sons of the country's top academic institutions. Then it looks like my godchildren will all have high IQs, and their sports genes are also pulled high. Su Muyu looked at Yi Chen and the two of them with wide eyes. It was as if there was a circle of schoolboy aura around their bodies. We are also okay. In fact, we can be curious about Sister Muryu. Jiang Baiwei looked at Su Muyu with eyes full of curiosity. Su Muryu and Chen Hong looked at each other before saying, then when we're all discharged from the hospital, let's find a place and we'll talk while we eat. The two of them took into consideration the hospital private rooms, both of which had cameras. After choosing to be discharged from the hospital, they then explained the original reason with Yi Chen and the two of them, and after Yi Chen and the two of them understood the reason for this, they also no longer asked, let's add a contact method, otherwise we rely on 2 legs to deliver news. It's not a long-term solution. Sumoyu took out her cell phone from her pocket and shook it at Yi Chen's 2 men. Good duck, good duck. I've long wanted to ask Sister Muryu for her contact information, just too embarrassed to ask for it. And can Muryu give us a few autographed photos? Jiang Baiwei said shyly. Small thing. This hospitalization came in a hurry, so I didn't bring these signature photos or anything. Some other day when we eat together to you guys, one by one. Sumuyu, who added the contact information of Yi Chen's 2 people, indicating that she would respond to any request. The 2 people, whose age difference was only 10 years, managed to hit it off in not much time. Sister Muyu, there are only 2 of you in the box, so why don't you move over and join me? This will also be able to accompany your goddaughter godson more. Jiang Baiwei then turned to Su Muyu, sending out a sincere invitation. It's fine, we don't have much stuff. Su Muyu, who thought for a moment, instantly agreed. Good, yeah, I'm going to understand all the melons in the entertainment industry that I've wanted to eat all these years. Jiang Baiwei was so excited that she almost jumped up. Although she had already given birth to a child, she herself was still a child who hadn't fully grown up yet. Accompanied by the manly Yi Chen, she joined the relocation team. In just half an hour, the entire contents were moved. As for the hospital, they were definitely extremely in favor of it. They only needed to add 1 more bed to empty out a VIP private room, why not? At noon Yi Chen dialed up the phone number of the cafeteria that he had asked for last time, directly ordered lunch for 6 people, and the boss also atmospherically promised to deliver it to the door. Also, with the advent of lunchtime, the children also began to mutter their mouths, urging the adults to breastfeed. Yi Chen was also at this time, once again ruthlessly driven out. It was back to the familiar window from before. Looking at the people coming and going, he couldn't help but sigh to himself. It turns out that if people don't push themselves, they really don't know that they have such potential. Lying on the window and watching the maple tree leaves outside the house slowly fall, an indescribable beauty presented itself to Yi Chen. At this time an ambulance in the distance was speeding towards the hospital. Originally intended to leave the window of Yi Chen, looked at the doctor carried out bloody people. He immediately lost his voice and shouted, Guide! Chapter 12. The guide who came to visit the children had an accident. Yi Chen quickly got up and ran towards the downstairs, looking at the guide who was lying on a stretcher and was pushed into the emergency room. hastily stopping the doctor on the side. He said, "Doctor, this is my college guide. May I ask what happened?" "Your guide was in a car accident on the road and is still in a coma." The chief physician, who wore a pair of thick glasses, looked at Yi Chen with a slight surprise, and then briefly said what happened. "The vehicle that caused the accident also fled, and the police are deploying controls all over the city. It just so happens that you are her student, so please calm her down on the sidelines. I'll definitely cooperate to the best of my ability." Yi Chen, who was informed of the situation, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Baiwei. At this time, the police vehicle, too, arrived at the entrance of the emergency room. The two police officers also hurriedly came to the front desk to inquire about the whereabouts of the guide who had just been carried in. Immediately afterward, they walked towards the direction where Yi Chen and the others were. "Hello, police station police. According to our police's internal information, we have verified that the victim is a teacher at Tsinghua University, so please make sure to go all out to save her." A police officer, who was a little older, said seriously after saluting that attending physician. "This student happens to be that teacher's student. I've already asked him to help calm the injured." The head physician pushed his eyes and said, without waiting for the officer to further negotiate. A nurse hurriedly came to the chief physician and said, "Director, that patient has awakened and his vital signs are currently stable." The crowd rushed to the emergency room. Yi Chen looked at the guide who was wearing an oxygen mask and stood by the bedside calling her name softly. The guide slowly turned her head over, squinting slightly, waiting to see that it was Yi Chen. Only then did she say in a weak voice, "Yi Chen didn't bring any gifts with him last time he came in a hurry, and this time he came over and encountered this mess. AI, guide, it's not your fault. Just now, the police uncle already told me that it was someone who grabbed the red light that caused such an accident. It can't be blamed on you." Yi Chen clenched tightly, the fist in his hand and said, Yi Chen, who came to the metropolis for the first time from the beginning of the university, was unknown to everything around him. After the guide found this out, he took him around the surroundings, little by little letting him get in touch with this era. I didn't realize that the guide who was so good to me had met such an accident because of himself. This made him blame himself very much inside. "Guide, you cooperate well with the doctor's treatment. I'll always be there." Yi Chen held his guide's hand and said guiltily, and then asked the police if the hit-and-run driver had been found. The officer, however, shook his head, stating that it was still under full investigation. He was then reminded by the nurse that the crowd needed to wait outside the emergency room to avoid affecting their work. Yi Chen, who briefly bid farewell to the officer, had to return upstairs first. Yi Chen who knocked on the door and went in. Looking at the two of them, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, they were huddled on a bed looking at a flatbed. "You're back. Are you injured?" Jiang Baiwei looked up at Yi Chen who entered. Fixing her eyes on him and realizing that his palms were marked with blood, she immediately asked anxiously, "No, it was my guide who was sent to this hospital after a car accident. I went over to visit her. There's talk to you on the cell phone," Yi Chen slowly explained, then came to the bathroom to clean up. "Ah, I've been watching a drama on Sister Muyu's tablet and didn't notice my cell phone." Jiang Baiwei hurriedly picked up the cell phone under her pillow and said, "It's fine, there's nothing serious about the person. I left my cell phone number with the nurse. If there is any situation, I will be notified." Yi Chen who dried the water stains in his hands, coming to the crib looking at the children who were still drinking milk, he immediately recovered his smile. "By the way, the two ants I plan to hire you for a long time. The price will remain the same, 300 a day, and subsequent to being discharged from the hospital, you may need to move over to live with us. You guys see if it's okay." Looking at the two ants who were unfailingly attentive, Yi Chen was considered to have thoroughly recognized the other party, and immediately decided to employ them on a long-term basis. "No problem. Thank you so much, young man." Auntie's hand that was originally feeding the child froze for a moment, and then said to Yi Chen with eyes full of gratitude, "These two ants take care of the child very carefully indeed, and I feel relieved to leave the child in your hands." Jiang Baiwei also nodded her head and agreed. Seeing such a cozy picture, Su Muyu was touched by the scene again. With inquiring eyes, she looked at Jiang Baiwei and said, "Baiwei, can I try feeding the children?" "Of course, they're still drinking your milk right now." Jiang Baiwei was generous and let Yi Chen carry her youngest son over. "Sister Muyu, I'm talking to you. Just this brat shallowly tasted a mouthful of my milk. The rest are drinking yours. Also belongs to this kid's large meal." Looking at her son lying in Su Muria's arms, Jiang Baiwei said in a furious manner, "That feeling's good. Let godmother hand to feed you." Looking at the child in her arms who kept bobbing his mouth, Su Muyu's whole heart was about to melt. Immediately picked up the bottle and carefully put it into his mouth, only to see that this kid has spirituality in general. Slowly raised his hand to hold the bottle steadily without letting go. This kid has already learned to protect his food at an age when he can't even speak. Jiang Baiwei, who was sitting on the side, covered her forehead and said, Being able to eat is a blessing. If it's not enough, godmother still has it here. Right at this moment, the cell phone that was originally still playing a TV series was interrupted by a call. Looking at the number with no notes displayed, it made Su Muyu, who was holding the milk bottle, freeze for a moment. Looking at Su Muyu, who had the phone ringing for a while but was slow to connect, Yi Chen asked in a low voice, "Do you need us to evade for a while?" "No need." Su Muyu smiled in response and then connected the call. "Hello, Muryu. I'm getting off the plane now. Where are you?" Placing the cell phone with the external sound turned on the quilt, everyone heard the male voice coming from the phone. She herself was concentrating on feeding her godson. "Hey, Twilight. I also encountered a special situation on my side that compelled me to come back now. You tell me the address." "Okay." The man's anxious voice was mixed with the sound of the messy wind. A proper look of having just gotten off an airplane. 5th People's Hospital, Private Room 003. Su Muyu, who was as careful with her words as gold, coldly finished saying this. She hung up the phone decisively, as if nothing could interrupt this matter of her feeding her godson milk. "I'll go pick him up." Chen Hong, who was sitting on the other bed, slowly got up and said, after seeing that Su Muyu did not refuse, she left the private room straight away. Although Yi Chen and the two of them wanted to eat the melon, they could only pretend that they didn't hear it. The child's father is a young entrepreneur in the country. When I was born prematurely, he happened to have traveled abroad to talk about a big business. Only returned to this day. Su Muyu carefully wiped well, drying the milk stains at the corner of her son's mouth. In a flat tone, she recounted the general process. "Since things have already happened, let's deal with the follow-up. Don't worry, we are a united front." Jiang Baiwei pulled Su Muyu's hand and said as if making a stand. "Later on, my tone might not be too good. You guys forgive me." Su Muyu smiled and gave a precautionary shot to the crowd in advance. Chapter 13, The Arrival of the Star Godmother's Mysterious Husband. The crowd was soon immersed in the joy of teasing the children. Yi Chen also utilized this time to check on the guide's specific situation. After learning that there was only a slight concussion, as well as partially bruised skin, there were no major problems. However, due to the fact that he was still being treated, he could not go in to visit the patient. Yi Chen, who returned to the private room, bumped into Chen Hong, who was walking towards him. Behind her was also a man in a suit. "Yi Chen, is this the guide who came down to visit you? Let me introduce you, this is Mr. Ma, and this is the Yi Chen student we've met in the past few days." Chen Hong stood in the middle of the two and introduced each other. "Hello." The two men shook hands briefly before walking towards the private room in a polite manner, during which Chen Hong had been walking in front without speaking. As Yi Chen and the others knocked on the door and entered into the private room, Yi Chen was alerted to the fact that the atmosphere began to chill. "Muryu, is it still hard now?" "Sorry, I really shouldn't have gotten on that flight." The man in the suit jogged all the way to Su Muyu's side. Yi Chen hurriedly followed suit when he saw this, helping up Jiang Baiwei, who was in the same bed. Su Muyu just tilted her head to the other side, not paying the slightest attention to the other party. "I came over this time to take the blame. It was me who left you at the time when you needed company the most. It was my fault. Let me properly make it up to you, mother and son, in the days to come." The man kneeled down on one knee and spoke in a sincere manner. "You still have the face to talk about your son. He's still lying in the ICU. If the child is gone, I have nothing else to think about." Su Muyu wiped a handful of tears and said coldly, "In addition to contacting the best cardiologist in the country, I also contacted the most authoritative cardiologist abroad to treat the child." The man hurriedly took the docking record in his cell phone and flipped it open to give it to Su Muyu's eyes. "That's all I have to say. The child is fine. We will be fine. If the child is gone, we're done for." Su Muyu looked at the maple leaves outside the window and said sadly, "Muryu, even if I use all my connections, I will heal the child." The man slowly got up and wrapped his arms around Su Muryu's shoulders. At first, Su Muyu symbolically struggled a few times, and then she hid in the man's arms and cried. She who had finally met her child's father. She finally cried out all the grievances of these days. After slowing down for a while before remembering that Yi Chen and the others were still here, she hurriedly collected her tears and introduced herself for the man. "This is my friend Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei, who I met by chance in the past 2 days, and I've also become their child's godmother. If it wasn't for them accompanying me, I don't even know how I would have spent these next few days. And this is my husband, Ma Changye." Su Muyu, who had gathered her mood, smiled and introduced herself. "Hello guys. Thank you so much for taking care of my family's Murya these past few days. Since the child has recognized Muryu as his godmother, we are family." With a grateful face, Ma Chengye looked towards the two Yi Chen. "There's no need to be so polite. We are also thankful to Sister Murya for her companionship to the children. How else could we have met such a good godmother? The one you really have to thank is actually Sister Chen." Jiang Baiwei waved her hand, then looked at Ma Chengye and said, The man then stood up and bowed deeply to Chen Hong and said, "Sister Chen, I sincerely thank you for doing all this for Muryu. We won't be pretentious about anything. In the future, as long as I'm around, you guys will enjoy your lives in peace." Chen Hong, who had been silent all the way, also reddened her eyes at this moment. She knew all too well what she and her little sister had suffered along the way. Both of them had gritted their teeth and walked down through all kinds of pressure. Just treat Muryu well in the future. I can take care of myself. Chen Hong tilted her head to the side, not wanting the crowd to see the soft side of this strong woman of hers. The crowd looked at this, the woman who silently paid behind the scenes. The admiration in their hearts was born. Immediately after the follow-up conversation, Ma Qingye learned that it was because Yi Chen lent his breast milk that the two teams got to know each other. Subsequently, upon learning that they were students from the top academies in the country, he was generous enough to say that they could come directly to his company to work, and that they were the kind of formal employees that did not have a probationary period. "No need, Mr. Ma. Our focus now falls on our children. If there is a subsequent request in this regard, I will definitely not push back again." Yi Chen hastily shook his head and refused. "Let's not talk about the others first. Just the limited tasks issued by the system alone. If all of them were completed, he would be able to obtain a huge sum of at least $9 million, and they would not be struggling for funds for the time being. I idiotically grew a few years older than you guys, so it's okay to call you Little Yi. Calling Mr. Ma would be too outgoing. We've said we're family, just call me Brother Ma. It's my fault for not thinking things through at work." Saying that, he took out from his pocket a bank card. "Here's a bearer bank card. There's $1 million inside. Consider it a small token of appreciation from me and Muryu." Ma Qingye handed over the bank card with both hands to Yi Chen. "Brother Ma, this is really not necessary. The money is currently enough for me. Besides, looking for Sister Muryu to ask for breast milk, we didn't even give money. You this instead give us money. This makes our conscience. How can we live with it?" Yi Chen immediately waved his hand and refused. "Little Yi, you guys just accept it. It's not worth not wanting his money. Consider it as me, as a godmother, giving the children milk powder money." Su Moyu on the side echoed, saying. Yi Chen saw that Su Moyu had said so he could only slowly accept this bank card and said, "Then I'll thank Brother Ma and Sister Muyu first, when the child is full moon. You guys are the ones who have to be the main table. Ah, good point, we will definitely be there then. When our child is full moon, you guys can't postpone not coming out." Looking at Yi Chen, who had a bank card under his hand, Ma Qingye said smilingly, "Chicken, you are too beautiful." Oh, when the crowd was chatting happily on the side, Yi Chen's phone, at this moment, rang. "Hello, okay, I will come down here." Yi Chen quickly hung up the phone after explaining to the crowd. The hit-and-run driver who had hit the guide was found. He was now needed to go down and assist the guide in identifying it. Yi Chen jogged all the way to the emergency room. Just as he walked to the door, he looked at the two officers who were in the hospital earlier, escorting a yellow-haired man who smelled of alcohol. "This student, we may need your cooperation next to identify the hit-and-run driver. Just enter the emergency room later and do as we say," the officer, who was a bit older, said in a hard voice. Just as Yi Chen nodded in agreement, the yellow-haired man who was being pressed, however, suddenly played up his drunkenness and said, "You little piece of police, do you know who my father and my eldest uncle are? Trying hard to break free from the police, viciously looking at the crowd, still don't let go of me, and you stinky reading, what business is it of yours?" Looking at the mouthy yellow-haired man, the anger in Yi Chen's heart lifted. At first he thought that the driver was unintentional, but now it seemed to be the other party who was bold. "Ah, be quiet for me. This provoking of the police will be recorded." The younger policeman on the side was not used to him. With a kick on his ass, he said coldly and sternly, "The police hit someone, cops hit people. I hope you guys can talk to my dad and my uncle like that when you see him." The yellow-haired man, at once, played a rascal in front of the emergency room. The people coming and going looked at him with eyes full of disgust as he put on a show. Chapter 14, The Lawless Hit-and-Run Driver. From the side came a nurse, carefully avoiding the yellow-haired man. Coming to the police, she said, "Officers, you can go in now. Hold him down and bring him in." The old policeman led Yi Chen, taking the road ahead of him. The young policeman carried the yellow-haired man, who looked like a puddle of mud, and followed. "Guide, is it better?" Looking at the guide who was already able to sit up relying on the edge of the bed, Yi Chen cordially inquired. "It's just that there's some pain in my head. Other than that it's not a big deal." Holding the guide whose head was bandaged with gauze, he shook his head and responded, "Hello, we are the law enforcement police. Now we need you to identify the driver who caused the accident, as well as retelling the whole story. Press him over." The older officer, who had saluted the guide, said seriously. As the yellow-haired man was pressed to the bedside, the guide was only gradually able to see the man's full appearance. slowly nodding his head. He said, "Officer, yes, that's him. After he hit me, he even got out of the car to check on me, and then ran off in a huff. The situation is clear to us. Don't worry, we will give you an explanation." The old officer was about to take away the yellow-haired man when the man's emotions, however, became unusually agitated. "You stinking, it's just that I bumped into you. Not just want to compensate a little more money. 100,000 is enough. Outside my money can buy you 10 times. The yellow-haired man viciously, to the bed of the guide angrily scolded. "Honestly, today no matter what person you call in, you will be arrested." The old officer at this time was also looking at the yellow-haired man with an iron color. "Ha ha ha, I like it when you guys are this unruly, so you'll just wait." Yi Chen, who was on the side, also tightened the fist in his hand. If it wasn't for the fact that there were 2 police officers present, he was high and low to let this yellow hair know why the flower was so red. After explaining to the guy to take a good rest here, Yi Chen then followed the nurse to and went to the window to settle the treatment costs. Turning back, he saw that the 2 officers who had originally escorted yellow hair were surrounded by 3 or 4 people in suits. It's good. As Yi Chen approached, he saw the old police officer receiving a cell phone from a middle-aged man with a big belly. The expression on his face darkened step by step. "Hear that? I'm going to find that lady now and settle this privately," the middle-aged man with a big belly said as he took the cigar that the bodyguard handed him after lighting it and gulped down the clouds. "Ha ha ha, why don't you continue to be wild? Just now that Vice must catch me in jail, bottom it. Come to catch me, Early was unlocked, handcuffed yellow hair, in a crazy provocation of the police officer. The 2 police officers' face black is about to drip water. Not a word stood in place. "Lead the way, what are you standing around for?" The middle-aged man took another puff of his cigar and said impatiently. The old police officer clenched his fists, then loosened them feebly, lowered his head and walked toward the emergency room. The young police officer on the side did not follow again, looking at the figure of his master, walking towards the emergency room with his head lowered, something inside him, as if torn. Looking at the yellow hair that was returning from the week, Yi Chen snatched a step back to the emergency room. Before Yi Chen could speak to the guide, he heard a fierce argument coming from outside the door. "Hospital boundaries, no smoking, don't you know? No one can enter the emergency room without our doctor's approval." A female nurse domineeringly put yellow hair and the others, stopping them at the emergency room door. "Somewhat interesting, little girl. Then you and your dean, reason it out." The middle-aged man stopped the bodyguard who intended to force his way in, and slowly dialed a number from his cell phone. It was handed over to the nurse. "It's well, but Dean, I know." The nurse's aura, obviously lowered a lot. In the end, he could only watch as the middle-aged man lit his cigar and swaggered into the emergency room, looking at the middle-aged man who came in front of him, as well as the old police officer who didn't say a word. Yi Chen directly blocked in front of the guide. "Hello, please don't smoke in front of my guide, and this is not a reminder, but a warning." Looking at Yi Chen's big tall man who was up to 1 meter 9, as well as the muscles that looked hideous from years of training, this made the middle-aged man feel a sense of oppression. "Milky brat, we're not here to find you. We're looking for that woman behind you." Self-consciously, he took another puff of the cigar in his hand. Also provocatively, he exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke towards Yi Chen. "Pa!" Yi Chen was also not at all accustomed to the other party, and with a slap, he slapped the cigar that he had spiked around his mouth, and sent it flying. The cigar was unbiased and fell within the trash can on the side. "You seek death." Stunned, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Chen, who had slapped his cigar away, and became completely furious. "Yi Chen, be careful." The guide behind him watched as the 2 bodyguards in suits lunged towards Yi Chen. He hurriedly raised his voice to warn, only to see the old policeman, as if he had made up his mind about something. As soon as he pulled out his baton from his own waist, he blocked in front of Yi Chen. "Don't even move. If you want to go in and squat for a few days, try it." And then angrily looked toward the middle-aged man as well as yellow hair loudly scolded. The nurses in the emergency room which had seen this scene, one by one ran towards the outside of the house. At this time, the young police outside the house came in to check the situation. Looking at the old policeman in front of Yi Chen, the fire in his eyes gradually extinguished, and once again burned up. Immediately, he also took out the baton on his waist and shouted, "Hands on your head, crouch down." Well, it looks like you don't want this skin, I'm afraid. My brother is from your Superior Public Security Bureau. You'll see." The crowd slowly held their heads and crouched on the ground, calling the police station. "There's a fight over here. Please dispatch officers to assist." The old officer utilized the walkie-talkie and said to the headquarters, "I'm the department manager of Tianchuan Group. It's always okay for us to have a good chat with this little girl." The middle-aged man asked with a reduced aura. Without waiting for the old officer, he began to ask the guide's opinion. The guide sat up straight and said forcefully, I don't accept the settlement. I can't contribute to such a social trend. If I, an educator, compromise, then how can I teach in the future? The eyes looked angrily at the other party, not backing down in the slightest. The person in question has already clearly replied to you that a settlement is not possible. The middle-aged man who still wanted to continue to fight for a settlement was handcuffed by the old officer as soon as he was taken outside the emergency room. Yi Chen nodded at the officers, telling the guide that he would take care of the matter. Coming outside the emergency room, after looking at the police officers who quickly backed up and brought the middle-aged man and the others to the car, Yi Chen gave them a nod for their speed and efficiency in responding to the police, and then the two policemen walked towards Yi Chen. Thank you, classmate. I am also displeased by what I did before. It was you who woke me up, the old policeman said with a guilty face. I always believe in the country and the police. The darkness is only temporary. The light that belongs to us I have shown in advance. Yi Chen responded with a smile, while also nodding at the young policeman. Gazing at the police officer who was closing the line, Yi Chen returned to the private room with a shake of his head. Chapter 15 The Hidden Task of Naming the Babies. Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen, who had entered the private room with some wrong emotions. She began to ask what had happened. After Yi Chen picked up a banana and took care of himself, he finished roughly what had just happened. The emotions of the crowd also exploded. What kind of person is this? Bumping into someone thinking of compensating for some money is perfunctory. But also say this about your guide. Jiang Baiwei said angrily. People nowadays all dare to do such things blatantly. This is the foot of the heavens. And it's fortunate that Xiao Ye only slapped away his cigar and didn't hit anyone else. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he bit back. Ma Chunye was also relieved and looked at Yi Chen and said, if a lawsuit is needed to follow up this matter, I will call my judicial team to provide legal assistance. Ma Chunye was also atmospheric and said, Brother Ma, don't worry, when it really comes to that, I believe that the entire faculty and students of the law department will not let the other party off easily. Yi Chen said to the crowd with a smile. When he left just now, the school authorities had already contacted the guide, and after learning what happened the school side was furious. It was bound to make those who flouted the law pay the price. Wow, this is the nation's top school. Bear well. Really love it. A school that is willing to do justice to its faculty and staff is fantastic. The crowd heard it. They also sighed. As the crowd continued to chat about family matters, the door to the room outside the house was once again knocked open. A doctor with gray hair entered the private room with a vigorous stride, and Su Muyu, who saw the old doctor, stood up excitedly. Hurriedly, with Ma Qingye's assistance, she came before him. Academician Zhong, how is my child? Su Muyu, who had an anxious face, eagerly asked. Ma Chunye, who was on the side, also held his breath waiting for the results, only to see Academician Zhong slowly remove the mask on his face, revealing a smile and said, no dishonor to the mission. The child can already be transferred to the general ward, and will be discharged after further observation in the aftermath. Boom! After learning that the child was out of danger, Su Muyu, who was paralyzed on the ground at once, sobbed uncontrollably as she thanked Academician Zhong. Ma Chunye, who was on the side, also had an agitated face as he supported Su Muyu, before looking gratefully at Academician Zhong. Come with me, take a look at the child. Saying that, he led the crowd through the corridors of the hospital. Jiang Baiwei, slightly red-eyed, holding Yi Chen, also followed. The time when Yi Chen was not there, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu had already agreed that Jiang Baiwei would also be her child's godmother. Through the narrow corridor, he saw two nurses pushing a hospital bed. In addition to a variety of therapeutic instruments, there was also a small incubator attached to it. The child in the incubator was filled with various needles. Su Muyu, who approached, saw the child's appearance. Tears immediately could not stop flowing down. Even Ma Chunye, who was serious on the side, also reddened his eyes. Yi Chen saw this and hurriedly buried Jiang Baiwei in his own arms. My child, Mom let you be aggrieved, go. All blame Mom bad. Plopped down in front of the hospital bed, carefully scrutinizing the child. Su Muyu, tears like rain. She cried until her body was convulsing before she stopped. After the crowd took the child back to the private room, everyone's face could not see a smile. Yi Chen, whose nose was slightly sore, had no choice but to comfort Su Muyu. Sister Muyu, the child is out of life-threatening condition. This is a good thing. Let's be happy. Little Yi is right. This is a good thing. We should laugh. Laugh lovely. Red-eyed Ma Chunye patted Su Muyu's back and said, Muriu, cheer up. We've survived this journey. We can't be almost at the finish line and we're still crying and crying. Chen Hong, who wiped away her tears, came straight to the front of the insulation box. Child, looks so much like you. Long eyelashes, small nose, and that cherry mouth is just exactly like you. After listening to Chen Hong's words, only then did Su Muyu slowly get up and came to the front of the incubator, revealing a smile full of motherly love as she looked at the child. Just at this moment, "Wah!" Yi Chen's 4 children screamed a few times in unison from the crib. It was as if they were comforting Su Muyu, and as if they were welcoming that child. "Look, the younger siblings are welcoming you, happy or not." Su Muyu couldn't stop her tears from flowing down again at this movement, but this time it was tears of joy. The child in the incubator responded with a weak voice as if he heard his mother's words. "Sung Yi, look!" the child just screamed. "Did you hear it? Did you hear it?" Su Muyu was emotional, grabbing Ma Qingye's suit jacket. "I heard it. I heard the child screaming. He's happy to see us too." Ma Qingye was also agitated, looking towards the figure in the insulated box. The crowd that had calmed down slowly returned to their previous appearance. The difference was the smile on Su Muyu's face, which never disappeared. From time to time, her eyes also glanced to the location of the holding tank. "Yi Chen, has our child's name been thought of? It just so happens that the child's godparents are here. Let's discuss it together." Jiang Baiwei was excited, looking towards Yi Chen. "I really thought of a few names for this one. The oldest, Yi Si Ro. The second, Yi Zi. The third, Yi Kahan. And the fourth, Yi Ji Cho. The names carry our good wishes for the children to be able to grow up healthily," Yi Chen said in a slightly thoughtful manner. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, naming the babies. Completion reward, marrow cleansing pill. Enhances body strength. To be dispatched to the hospital." Yi Chen instantly dropped his jaw. Isn't the marrow cleansing Dan a precious Dan in metaphysical fiction? It was just so watery and appeared in his own place? Then in the future, in a physical confrontation with someone else, that one would still win against me. Worthy of being a high achiever from the top domestic academy. The names are all so poetic. Su Muyu, who was on the side, said with a light in her eyes. "Not bad. Looks like you've put some effort into the name here." Jiang Baiwei also looked at Yi Chen with a surprised face and said, she was really deceived by Yi Chen's tall physique. She didn't realize that the ink in her stomach was still quite a lot. "It makes me want to let you give my son a name." Su Muyu, with an envious face, looked at Yi Chen and said, "Ha ha ha, the godson's name should be left to brother Ma. This is also me. I'm not very talented. How would Yi Chen dare to really give someone else's child a name?" And Ma Chengye looked like the kind, with a family heritage. "Our precious daughter and son will have their own names. Brother Ma has one thing he wants to trouble you with," Jiang Baiwei said with an embarrassed face. "Go ahead. I still have some weight in the capital's realm." Ma Chengye waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. Since Yi Chen is only 19 years old, less than the legal age for marriage, the child's birth certificate is also out. "It's this account. I want to ask Ma to help put it under Yi Chen's name." Jiang Baiwei slowly told the original reason of the matter. In fact, she could totally find her parents and fix this matter in minutes, but not being too clear about what attitude they had towards Yi Chen. It was not good to mention this. "This is good. I have a flat in the capital that I don't really live in. I'll transfer it to Xiaoye's name, and I'll operate the rest, so that the child and Xiaoye will both have accounts in the capital." Ma Chengye immediately took out his cell phone, ready to call someone to put this into effect. No need. Yi Chen has real estate in the capital. It's the issue of the subsequent operation that may require Ma's help. The expenses during the period due to us paying. Jiang Baiwei brought over the document bag placed on the bedside, and handed the real estate certificate inside to Ma Chengye. Actually, Jiang Baiwei also wanted to land the child directly on her own account. This way, she could obtain a capital household without all sorts of complicated maneuvers. However, thinking of the complexities at home, she still chose to save the country through curves. "This is all a small matter. It won't cost much. You guys are seeing things this way." Hiss. Receiving the real estate certificate handed over, Ma Chengye looked through it carefully and then raised his head in surprise and said, "Tian Xiang Villa. This is not a villa that can be bought with money. It's still Villa number 1. With a shocked face, he looked at the two Yi Chen. Chapter 16 Unusual Suburban Villa. Ma Chengye looked at Yi Chen, who was smiling without saying anything. At once, he felt that the other party's identity, there was something unusual about it. To know, even if he wanted to buy that house, he could only find his father's connections to get it. The house there was not just as simple as an ordinary residence, but a reflection of power and status. Little Yi, it's really a deep hide. With this certificate of property you don't have to go through a lot of trouble to find someone. Compared to this property, the capital's account is even a complimentary benefit," Ma Chengye said after carefully closing the certificate of property. Yi Chen was also doubly surprised. Wasn't the house gifted by the system of villa in the suburbs? So how was it that in Ma Chengye's eyes, a look of envy flowed out? "Then thank you, brother Ma, for doing us this favor. You guys must be there when we move into the new house." Yi Chen arched his hand and thanked him. "We're all family. Besides, It's only because of your light that I was able to go to this Tianxiang villa. Ma Chunye waved his hand. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. The other party promised that after taking the property license and a series of other documents, it would be done the next day. Thank you, brother Ma. A big stone in our hearts has fallen to the ground. Watching the thunderous Ma Chunye numbly finish delivering things, Yi Chen's two hearts recognized him one more time. There's really no need to be so polite. It just so happens that the group side notified me to go over to deal with some things. I'll send the information and stuff over first. It's also hard for you guys to take care of Muryu for a little while longer. I'll definitely be back before dinner. Ma Chunye closed his phone and looked at the crowd with an apologetic face. After Sumuyu heard that Ma Chunye was going to temporarily leave for a while, the expression gradually chilled. Ma Chunye, who noticed the change in Sumuyu's expression, immediately explained and said, Muryu, I came to the hospital as soon as I got off the airplane this time, but the various shareholders of the group are still waiting for me to go back to report the progress of that project abroad. It's really impossible to put it off. Ma Chunye sincerely used both hands, tightly pulling Sumuyu's hand and said, after this project is finished, I will give myself a good vacation and accompany you guys. Sumuyu looked at the sincere Ma Chunye. In the end, her heart was still soft and she agreed. In her reluctant eyes, she took Yi Chen and his children's information and left the private room. Sister Muryu, Ma will only have one afternoon. Let's watch the drama time pass. Jiang Baiwei pulled Sumuyu's hand and said in a peaceful manner, I don't care about that stinky man. Let's watch ours. Sumuyu quickly recovered and the two of them watched a TV series on a bed again. Yi Chen looked at the living treasure like two. With a smile on his face, he left the private room and went to prepare lunch for the crowd. And by the way, went to pick up the system rewarded marrow cleansing Dan. Yi Chen, who once again came to the cafeteria, lightly ordered food with the waiter, who also chatted about the gossip happening in the hospital in a self-conscious manner. Handsome boy, I'll talk to you. This morning a yellow hair bumped into a lady. As a result, he not only did not confess but also made a fuss in the hospital. And guess what? There's such a thing. So what happened back there? Yi Chen, who was standing at the front desk waiting for his lunch, smiled and took the words of the waiter boy. Hey, someone in the back saw those scumbags in the group, and they even came out of the police station unharmed, not even in prison for 24 hours. This world. The waiter, who was high on melon seeds, spat feebly. What? They were only arrested in the morning, and now they're letting them go? This made Yi Chen, who had originally listened to it as a joy, sink his face. Who says it's not? The relationship behind them is also really hard. I heard that there are still a few small civilian protests coming. Yi Chen, who heard this situation, hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed the guide. The cell phone that rang for a long time was always unanswered. This made Yi Chen, who was starting to feel a little uneasy inside, decide to return to the hospital to check the situation. Little brother, lunch is still sent to that private room before. The extra money will be taken as hard work. Yi Chen, who took out 400 from his pocket and placed it behind the front desk. In a flash, he ran towards the emergency room. Guide, you can't have an accident, Yi Chen said with a worried face. Looking at the tightly closed emergency room door, Yi Chen hurriedly pulled a nurse and asked, you mean in the morning, the lady who had a car accident? She's not in any serious condition. She's already been transferred to the general ward. You come with me. The nurse looked at the anxious Yi Chen and patiently explained to him. Following the nurse, Yi Chen entered into a 6-bedded ward, in which the innermost position Horan lay the guide. Guide, I came to see you. Have you eaten lunch? Yi Chen slowly sighed in relief. He was worried that those lawless people would do something unconscionable. Yi Chen is here. Find a place to sit. How are your wife and children? The guide, who was originally looking out the window with a sad face, after hearing Yi Chen's voice, he immediately recovered a smile. All good. I'll ask the cafeteria to send another lunch here. After saying that, Yi Chen took out his cell phone and prepared to send a message. No need. There's nothing going on here. Rest for a while and I'll be ready to apply for discharge. It's just as well to recuperate at home by yourself. The guide waved his hand and said, a mild concussion also requires rest. How can the conditions at home be as good as the hospital? We'll go back after we've recuperated in the hospital. Yi Chen, with a concerned face, looked at the guide and said, it's not a problem. It's better to lie comfortably at home. The hospital is really not used to it, the guide said with a twinkle in her eyes. Then it's up to you guy to arrange. Right. Just now I called you. How come it didn't connect? Yi Chen asked as he sat casually. The cell phone was broken in the car accident. I haven't had time to buy a new phone yet. The guide also responded with a blink. I heard something about those people in the morning. They seem to have some energy. Guide, be careful of their retaliation. Yi Chen looked at the guide safe and sound in the hospital. After saying this, he turned around and bid farewell to the guide. The guide looked at Yi Chen's departing figure and lowered his head and sighed deeply. Then from under his pillow, He took out the scarred cell phone. Through the damaged screen, a text message recording the identity information of the guide's family could be vaguely seen. How could she not be aware of the energy behind these people? If they all came at her, she was naturally fearless. But if the family was involved, Yi Chen, who had already left, naturally didn't know the hidden agenda. Just when he was about to put back to the private room, but he saw a man with a camera behaving strangely in the corridor, looking for something. Out of consideration for the children, Yi Chen walked forward and patted the man's shoulder and said, "Dude, what are you doing sneaking around here? I have the right to call security to expel you. Where did the brat come from? What is the old man doing here and what does it have to do with you?" The man turned around and saw Yi Chen's tall figure, and was immediately startled. When he saw Yi Chen's slightly boyish face, he immediately spoke out in mockery. "With behavior like yours, I have reason to suspect that you might be a threat to my wife and child. Those who are sensible, better leave this." The man looked at the ill-eyed Yi Chen, and then looked at his own thin physique. Poof! With a cold snort, he took the camera and disappeared from Yi Chen's sight. After Yi Chen saw that the man had left, he entered the private room on his own, completely unaware of the man hiding in the corner. He photographed his front face and private room number. Chapter 17, Comprehending Military Physical Fist. A big fight. "Brat, you wait for me. Dare to go against my doggy king. When I send this photo to the online water army, I'll make you a street rat in the capital." Concentrating on the man in the camera, he didn't pay attention to the group of men in suits walking towards him. Touch. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That one isn't long. The man fell backwards in pain, fighting to hold onto the camera in his hand. "It's me walking without looking at the road. Big brother, you go first." Then looked at the front of a few, about to burst out of the suit. Muscle fierce man immediately changed his mouth and said, "Do not waste time here. Hurry to find that brat for me. Dare to fan fly my cigar. I want to teach him to behave properly." The big-bellied middle-aged man reappeared in the hospital and reclipped a cigar in his hand. "Big brothers, you guys get busy first. I'm leaving." The man at the side immediately said in a low voice, "Slow down. Doggy, is it? Have you seen a young man with an okay physique and a height of 1.9 meters in this inpatient area?" The middle-aged man who smoked a cigar saw the man's occupation at a glance. Impatiently, he asked, "Big brother, you're asking the right person. I've been coming to this hospital for 2 or 3 days, and there are 2 that fit the image you described." The lewd man slapped his brain, hastily, as if he thought of something. General hastily changed his words. "No, is 3 just saw another one? Just as I also took a picture, you look." The man immediately came over to open the camera, revealing that mouth full of yellow teeth. Attentive said, "Oh, really come to all the effort. We are looking for him. This is the hard work fee. Today's matter can't say a word to the outside, or you know the consequences." The middle-aged man was overjoyed, not expecting an unexpected gain. After casually taking out a few bills from his pocket and flinging them to the man, he then led the many bodyguards and walked towards Yi Chen's private room. Just at this moment, Yi Chen, who had finished swallowing the system rewarded marrow cleansing Dan, and had finished cleaning himself of the repulsive dirt. The system, which was silent in his mind, once again rang out. Ding! Detecting that the host and his heir may be maliciously harmed by others, the system releases an urgent task: resistance. Mission requirement: face the danger head-on. Reward for completion: military boxing. Out of the blue, this made Yi Chen, who had finished wiping his body, a little puzzled. He had always been a good boy. There was no way he could have offended anyone. In addition to, before Yi Chen could think clearly, the door of the private room was knocked vigorously. "Yi Chen, right. Our account should also be counted," revealing the voice of a lewd middle-aged man. It came from outside the room. Since Su Muyu was in this private room, the crowd had the habit of unlocking the door by hand. Otherwise now, it wouldn't just be a knock on the door. Startled by the sudden movement, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu both frowned and looked outside the room. The babies in the baby carriage, on the other hand, were frightened by the movement and cried. Yi Chen clenched the fist in his hand and hurriedly comforted the bewildered crowd. At this time, the hospital security guards, too, came to the door, shouting and scolding. He told them to leave, the explosion-proof shield in his hand, gripped tightly in his hand. The other patients in the aisle also left this place of wrongdoing. "Yi Chen, I'll give you another chance. If you can come out by yourself, we'll solve the problem alone. If you let us go inside the private room, it's hard to say." A voice filled with a threatening tone once again came from outside the room. "Yi Chen, what is he? Let's call the police." How had Jiang Baiwei ever seen such a scene? She immediately picked up her cell phone and dialed the police. On the other hand, Su Muyu on the side was much calmer, quickly guessing what kind of person was outside the house. She then picked up her cell phone and sent a text message to Ma Chingya. "Don't worry guys, I can fix it. Trouble Sister Muyu and Sister Chen. Look after the children." Yi Chen pretended to be relaxed and replied with a smile to the crowd. Immediately afterward, He opened a doorway of the private room and went out before carefully closing the door again. The door to the room was surrounded by 4 tall men in suits. The middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth stood behind him proudly, not paying the slightest attention to the security guards with their explosion-proof shields. He instead looked at Yi Chen with interest. "Aren't you very imposing? Why aren't you imposing now? I can give you another chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. The eyes turned and thought of something else, while then laughed wildly. Then learned 3 barks out loud, and I'll pretend the morning never happened. Taking a puff on his cigar, he provocatively blew at Yi Chen. If eyes could kill, Yi Chen would have already dismantled the middle-aged man. Yi Chen was just quiet, standing in front of the door without replying. Not saying anything means you don't agree. I want him to return to the private room today, lying on his back, accompanied by the middle-aged man's order. The 4 bodyguards rushed towards Yi Chen at the same time. This made the crowd outside on the sidelines give Yi Chen a sweat. Some people even closed their eyes in fear. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards have been ordered. Please check. Only Yi Chen's hands were seen protecting his chest, resisting the bodyguard's first round of attacks. A strange feeling then appeared in his mind. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh at the middle-aged man. In his heart, he roared, "I'm waiting for the system. What are you waiting for?" Immediately afterward, he swung his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, and attacked the bodyguards in a wide-open manner. Military physical fist was utilized in real combat, without any fancy movements, and the moves revealed a murderous aura. The bodyguards, who had practiced sparring and fitness for years and had an empty set of dead muscles, were no match for Yi Chen. In less than a moment, they were all knocked to the ground by Yi Chen. Looking at the scene is not right. Middle-aged man put down the cigar and wanted to run to the elevator entrance. A fat meat of him, how could he run over the daily exercise Yi Chen? Not to mention the fact that he had taken the marrow cleansing pill. Snap! Only to see Yi Chen with one hand, holding down the middle-aged man with a deadly grip, a big BB pocket, fiercely slapped on his face. The middle-aged man, who was beaten dizzily and whose face was rapidly red and swollen, hurriedly said, "How dare you hit my brother is the director of the District Public Security Bureau. He won't spare you easily." Yi Chen, who was red-eyed, didn't care what the director was not, and slapped him in the face with 2 solid slaps. These 2 slaps went down on the middle-aged man, immediately turned into a pig's head appearance. "No longer dare to talk nonsense. Police, don't move." Yi Chen looked up and saw 2 police officers approaching him with their batons raised. They then held him down on the ground and handcuffed him. "Comrade police." It was this middle-aged man who commanded his bodyguard to beat up this handsome man. "You guys cuffed the wrong person." Yeah. This handsome man was acting in self-defense. "These people lying on the ground are the bad guys. I have video footage of the whole thing here. I can prove the handsome man's innocence." The onlookers on the side have come forward to speak for Yi Chen. However, they saw a police officer carefully picking up the middle-aged man lying on the ground. "Police on the case." Others leave the scene. The one who said there was a video. "Please cooperate with us to delete the content. You've captured the face of our plainclothes police." Only the police officer, who did not have the slightest blush on his face, said loudly to the onlookers. Yi Chen, who was buckled to the ground, looked at all this in front of him with disbelief. Just when he wanted to break free and question all this, another team of policemen came to the scene. The 2 policemen he saw in the morning were among them. Chapter 18, The Light of Justice Will Finally Come. "Stop!" A middle-aged male voice resounded through the building. A middle-aged man wearing an administrative jacket walked up to Yi Chen. "Bureau Wu, why have you come to our place?" The grassroots frontline. The police officer who had originally asked the onlookers to delete the video came to the middle-aged man with an anxious face. "Still not quick enough to loosen someone else's handcuffs? As a member of the authorities you still dare to aid and abet the enemy? Really ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. Put them all under control." Only to see Bureau Wu give an order. The police behind him swarmed up. The young policeman in the morning took out the key and uncuffed Yi Chen's handcuffs after gently patting away the dust on Yi Chen's body. "Thanks." Yi Chen's eyes were complicated, looking towards the young man who was also wearing a police uniform. The young policeman did not show any joy, but just returned to the team on his own. "This young comrade, I have already understood what happened clearly. On behalf of these police officers, I apologize to you." "I'm sorry." Only that Bureau Wu, in front of the onlookers, expressed his apologies to Yi Chen. "Within our police department, it's our fault that there are assholes. We will give you an explanation, and we will also give an explanation for the people of the country." Looking at Bureau Wu, who spoke word for word, Yi Chen never spoke again. The hospital doctors and nurses who reacted rushed to Yi Chen's surroundings and wiped the slight wounds he had scratched, and the crowd that was handcuffed up, as if they already knew their next fate. They were all silent and stopped talking. As for the middle-aged man who had already been slapped by Yi Chen until he fainted, he was being held firmly in the middle by 2 policemen. "This is my private phone number. Call me directly if there is anything you need to add in the follow-up. Wu Bureaus, who pulled out a business card from his pocket, handed it over to Yi Chen, and then commanded this police to take the others away. Wow, this handsome man is also too handsome. Took down 4 or 5 people with his bare hands and only scratched some skin himself. Isn't this what my heart thinks? Prince Charming looks like. Does he have a date? Do you mind if there's one more? You guys get it right. Most of the pregnant women here have no shame in calling others their husbands. I'm different. I'm really single. Handsome CPDD. The onlookers, getting more and more out of tune. Yi Chen entered the private room after bandaging his wounds. Yi Chen, how did you get hurt? Why did I hear just now? 2 sets of police came. Zhang Baiwei stood up from the edge of the bed, looking at the injured Yi Chen with a concerned face, looking at the crowd who were concerned about themselves. Yi Chen returned to his previous expression, said with a calm face, "It's okay, it's all taken care of by me. It didn't scare you guys, isn't it? The wave that threatened your guide in the morning." At this time, Zhang Baiwei also reacted. Although it was said that a pregnancy was foolish for 3 years, as a proud daughter of heaven, she still quickly guessed what had happened. Currently things are calming down. It's just that I don't know if the middle-aged man's mouth, the director's brother, can fall. Yi Chen also said what he was worried about. This you can rest assured. Originally thought that this matter was over. Did not think that the other party would still dare to make this mess. It also scared my precious son and goddaughters. This matter, Ma Chengye and I will step in. Su Muyu, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, said with cold eyes. Right now the children were everything to her. Whoever touched her scales, she would dare to make him understand what it meant to be worse than death. Can in the even darker entertainment industry mix the wind and water to rise? What Su Muyu relied on was not only her acting skills of a movie queen, but more of her iron fist. No one can harm Yi Chen as well as my child. It looks like we need to move out of the hospital as soon as possible. Zhang Baiwei was also thinking about something with her eyes flickering. Feeling threatened, she wanted to leave the hospital as soon as possible. Then I'll contact someone now to clean up the villa, and we'll apply for discharge first thing in the morning. Yi Chen also made considerations based on the worst case scenario, quickly picking up his cell phone and searching for a housekeeping service. Little Yi, even if no one lives in the upscale villa you're staying in, the property there will still clean it up. You find someone to get some living items and you can move in. Su Muyu, who was on the side, spoke out and reminded, "It's me who didn't consider this. It seems that I can only call on those righteous sons of the dormitory." Yi Chen said with a sudden realization, and then made a call to Chu He, who was far away in the dormitory. "Hey, Chu Zi, there's something I need here. You guys go and do it. Is it that our child doesn't have enough diapers? We'll buy and send them over." Chu He and the others, who were originally still lying in the dormitory thinking about what to eat later, seeing that it was Yi Chen's phone call, they directly entered a level 1 state of readiness. "No, it's to ask you guys to get us some household items, the kind that look cozy and comfortable. Don't be afraid to spend money. Later you guys call up everyone you can. We might have to be busy for an afternoon today, shopping for household items. It's sister-in-law who's getting out of the hospital, isn't it? Where is the location of the rented house? We'll definitely set it up cozy and comfortable for you." Shui rotated his 1 megabyte brain capacity brain and hastily nodded his head to respond. "Things are a bit complicated. Later you guys will come to the hospital first. We'll draw up a list for you guys first, and by the way, we'll come over for a meal and then give you the keys." Yi Chen thought about his somewhat less reliable roommates, but decided that they should think about what to buy themselves. Okay, we'll be there in a moment." With that, Yi Chen hung up the phone and made another call to the cafeteria, explaining to make a few more dishes before hanging up. "Let's think about what we need to buy for our new home first," Yi Chen said with a doting face as he looked at Zhang Baiwei. "Then I'll take a look at the little green book now. Sister Muyu, why don't you pick with us? It can also be used later if my godson comes over to play for a few days." Zhang Baiwei's eyes instantly lit up when she heard that she wanted to buy something. Hurriedly pulling Su Muyu, she began the shopping session. After this incident, the crowd's favorability towards Yi Chen was directly pulled full. Even Chen Hong, who usually looked like a strong woman, looked at Yi Chen with light in her eyes. The paparazzi king who watched the whole process from the corner of the corridor was even sweating cold sweat all over his body. This fighting strength of Yi Chen, he had only seen it in TV dramas. It was fortunate that he didn't fight Yi Chen hard before, or else he would have appeared in the resuscitation room, just when he wanted to delete the entire process of the previous fight. However, he was tapped on the shoulder from behind, which made the doggy almost shoot his soul out. "Hey, handsome, just now I saw that you recorded the whole process of the fight. I'm an internet celebrity. I want to buy this material, can I?" Only to see a small fairy weighing 200 pounds, looking at Doggy with a passionate face. Hearing someone call him handsome Doggy, he smiled happily and revealed his trademark yellow teeth and said, "It's no problem to give you the material, but you can't tell others that I shot it. If you can, $200 to take it directly. Thinking of hurrying to get rid of the relationship with this matter, the paparazzi directly and generously opened a low price, easily sold out. Chapter 19 Afraid of Brother's Bitterness. And afraid of brothers driving a Land Rover begs for bookshelf. This crib is nice, with 2 layers above and below. This clothes also looks good. And this, the two of them, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, seemed to have entered a sea of shopping. Chen Hong was also at this time, utilizing her strength as an agent, recording the respective items. Yi Chen, on the other hand, concentrated, combining the baby compendium in his mind to purchase various nutritional supplements. And when looking at the assortment of baby supplements and milk powder in the country, at once, it made him difficult. This milk powder, it's also odd, using foreign standards, but writing that it is more suitable for domestic infant physique. Where is this all going on? Yi Chen, who was picking at his headache, spat helplessly. Little Yi, you don't need to worry about the milk powder. I told Ma Qingye to order the foreign milk powder when I buy the share for my godson's goddaughter as well. Su Muyu's voice that exuded the smell of money rang out. Ding! Detecting that the host's heir is facing a situation where no milk powder is available after the breastfeeding period. First release the limited task 2, milk making. Task requirement, obtain a special milk powder formula after completing the predecessor task, finding fresh milk, and make it successfully within a limited period of 1 month. Completion reward, advanced version of the milk powder formula. First release the limited mission 2 side mission, raw materials. Task requirement, have a pasture that is entirely your own yet have no less than 10 cows and grow special pasture grass. Completion reward, cow breed improvement. Specialized pasture grass seeds. Complete production line. 5 million Chinese currency. This made Yi Chen, who originally wanted to nod his head in agreement, change his mind at once and said, Sister Muyu, then please help me order milk powder for a month after the breastfeeding period. I have my own channels to get good milk powder afterward. Su Muriu promised in a loud voice. That's fine, talk to me if there isn't enough milk powder. We can't starve my goddaughter godson. She thought that it might be that Yi Chen was too embarrassed to ask them to buy milk powder on their behalf for a long time and said so. Old Yi, we're here. The crowd was still picking out other items. The door of the private room was knocked by Chu He and the others. Old Yi, we are professionals in this matter of buying supplies for sister-in-law. You guys are afraid that you don't know how many times we've been to the furniture supermarket, and we've already had our favorite items. You guys just, Chu He, who originally wanted to make a big deal out of it, began to confidently start the show from the moment he opened the door of the room, until he walked into the private room and looked at Su Muyu, who was sitting with Jiang Baiwei. His eyes widened. Are you Su Muyu? Shen Bin and the others who followed along, swallowed their saliva unbelievably and asked, Hello you guys, you are Xiaoye's roommates right? Quickly find a place to sit. Looking at the enthusiastic Chu He and the others, Su Muyu also didn't deny his identity before telling everyone to sit casually without being formal. Holy, old Ji, you still hide with us when you have this relationship. You know I like Goddess Su the most. You are really damned. Lin Fan, who was originally silent, immediately pounded Yi Chen's chest and said in a group voice. It was only then that the crowd saw Yi Chen's arm, the several pieces of gauze stuck on it. Old Yi, what's the situation? You didn't call your brothers even after you fought with that one. We'll give you this, to get back. Chu He, who was full of brotherhood and righteousness, immediately said with emotional excitement. This messy gauze, obviously not caused by a fall or something like that. It's fine. I didn't suffer any losses either. Those people were all caught in the bureau. It's good that you didn't suffer. Daring to touch our 216 people. True old man hanged himself, tired of living. After hearing Yi Chen say that he hadn't suffered any losses, only then did he pull his object and the others, sitting on the family bed together. You have to know that in Yi Chen's dormitory, all of them were sports majors with bachelor's and master's degrees. It can be imagined that the athletic talent of the other roommates is not below Yi Chen. One by one, they were muscular, and their sense of oppression pulled full. Goddess Su, forgive me, I can't help but see my brother being bullied. I can't help it. After looking at Su Muyu, Chu He, who had reverted to a shy look, it caused everyone to laugh. Now that I called you guys over, I'm asking you to help with the shopping, not to come over and hold a meet and greet. Yi Chen hurriedly interrupted the crowd that wanted to go over and take turns shaking hands. Got it. It's not that bad, Goddess Su. I'm cute watching the TV series you made. Lin Fan sat on the edge of the bed with an excited face. His palms were constantly sweating. This was even more nervous than his college entrance exams. Thank you all for liking me. Since we are Xiaoye's roommates, there will be many more opportunities for us to meet in the future. Everyone, don't be so nervous, just look at me as an ordinary person. Su Muyu covered her mouth, looking at the crowd in front of her, as if she was a student preparing to be lectured. Just at this moment, outside the door rang, the voice of the cafeteria attendant little brother. Yi Chen hurriedly went out to receive the lunch, and made up the money for the meal. Everyone eat first, let's chat while we eat. Looking at the atmosphere that hadn't yet shifted back from the star meeting, Yi Chen hurriedly drove up the atmosphere. He. Goddess Su and I are eating together Lu, a dream come true. Lin Fan, who was carrying a bowl of white rice, laughed foolishly. Shuhi on the side hurriedly pulled away from him, fear of being infected by him, and the hand of Yi Chen, who was feeding white porridge to Zhang Baiwei on the side, was frozen in mid-air. If I had known, I wouldn't have called these embarrassing things. Su Muyu, who was eating white porridge by herself, she also hurriedly covered her mouth, afraid that she would laugh out loud. Old Yi, haven't asked specifically what types of things to buy, and how big is the rented house we need to consider it comprehensively. Chen Bin, who was still quite sober, looked at Yi Chen and asked, we probably looked at some, later directly cell phone sent you. If the house is about 500 square feet indoors, you guys don't need to think about the price when you buy things. Get me to buy in a good direction. Yi Chen, who was concentrating on feeding white porridge to Zhang Baiwei, said without looking back. How much? How much did you say? Shu He, who was bored with his dry rice, his eyes glared round. 500 square feet or indoor. This house empties our scholarships and can only be rented for a month, right? Old Yi, you're not going to pass. Shu He raised his head and looked at Yi Chen in disbelief and said. The rest of them also looked at Yi Chen dumbfounded, as if to say don't joke around at this time. Not joking with you guys, the certificate of production was taken for settlement, otherwise high and low for you guys to see clearly. There is also $1 million in this card, enough for you guys to buy things, Yi Chen said, but also took out the bank card given by Ma Qingye from his pocket and put it on the desktop. No, you wait for a while, you're saying that you have a 500 square foot house in the capital and have a $1 million bank card? Then you still, in the dormitory, ask me for toilet paper every day. Shu He, who was bored with dry rice, directly put down his chopsticks, both hands carefully picked up the bank card on the desktop, emotionally agitated as if suffering from some kind of aggravation in general. That is the previous brother is not right. In the future, the toilet paper tube enough, you can use it as you like. Yi Chen also covered his forehead and looked at these living treasure roommates. A simple lunch, let the crowd eat hard for an hour and a half. It was still the children on the side, wailing with hunger that made the crowd pack up. After sending the list of items to Chu He, by the way, one of the villa keys was given to the hands of the crowd. Yi Chen was then invited out by Zhang Baiwei and Su Muyu, who wanted to be milked. Chapter 20, the children's milk powder ranch has been finished. Witnessing, the roommates with excited faces left, Yi Chen turned his head towards the general ward to visit the guide. When he went in, he did not find the figure of the guide. Hello, may I ask where the lady in this bed has gone? Looking at the nurse on the side who was changing the medication for the other patients, Yi Chen asked in confusion. She's already checked out of the hospital. You can call and ask her what's going on. The nurse glanced at the location of the bed Yi Chen was talking about and answered while changing the medicine. After learning that she had already been discharged, Yi Chen had some surprise. Although he knew in advance that the guide wanted to be discharged to go home and recuperate, he didn't expect to be in such a hurry. During the meal Chu He, they were still worried about the injured guide and said they wanted to visit. They were persuaded back by Yi Chen. He was afraid that Chu He and the others would do something out of the ordinary when they saw the guide. After looking at the hand had finished most of the things, Yi Chen took out his cell phone and started searching up nearby ranches. It was also fortunate that he was currently in the north. Otherwise there really wouldn't be any grounds for him to pick from. This one called the Daily Ranch is only 20 kilometers in a straight line from Tianshan Villa. Currently, it's still listed for sale. While browsing through the trading website, Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised to find this precious ranch. Yi Chen was currently lacking a ranch that was entirely his own. The only thing he needed to consider was the distance to the villa. All other issues were not something he needed to consider. Owning a unicorn meant that he could do whatever he wanted. The ranch covers an area of 10 acres. The size is just right. Too big to disc down. The listing price of 10 million all packaged for sale. Yi Chen looked at the ranch's detailed information. Satisfaction with it grew higher and higher, and immediately dialed the seller's phone number to make contact. Hello, you guys please is the Daily Ranch. Yi Chen looked at the phone that rang for half a day before connecting and asked in confusion. Yes, the ranch milk has stopped being ordered. We're closing down for business. An older woman's voice with a tired face came from the phone. I just saw this ranch and needed to sell it before I contacted here. May I ask what is included in the sales information that is packaged for sale? After hearing Yi Chen's intention, the person on the other end of the cell phone was instantly energized. I can't say it on the cell phone for a while. When do you have time? We can talk about it at the site, right? Then I'll arrange a time and call you in advance. Yi Chen thought about it as well. After agreeing on an approximate time, he hung up the phone. Looking at the little babies who were already eating, Yi Chen was filled with relief. It was just that Su Mayu's child was still in the incubator and still needed to be fed supplements by the nurse. This made Su Muyu, again, look full of sorrow. Time passed quietly in the sound of the children eating. With the color of the sky, it gradually darkened. Ma Changye, who had finally finished the shareholders' meeting, hurriedly rushed back to the private room. Looking at the people who were talking and laughing in the private room, his hanging heart was completely put down. Looking at Yi Chen, who was glued to the gauze, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Muryu, I'm back. As soon as Ma Changye took off his suit jacket and loosened his tie, he went to the incubator to observe up the child. Although he was physically and mentally exhausted after an afternoon of meetings, but at the time of seeing the child in Su Muyu, he was still pumped up. After looking at the child in the incubator, already sleeping peacefully, only then did he hastily pick up his suit and take out a milky paper bag from his pocket, handing it to Yi Chen. Little Yi, this is what you wanted. Thank you, brother Ma. We just happened to say that we're going to order dinner. Why don't we go together? Yi Chen took the file bag and gave it directly to Jiang Baiwei's hands without opening it. He could see Ma Chingye's tired expression. Wanted to take him out to refresh himself first before coming in. Jiang Baiwei carefully unwrapped the file bag, containing all the information given to Ma Chingye before, in addition to a brand new account book. Yi Chen and a few children's names were in it, so she looked at Ma Chingye with grateful eyes and nodded. Ma Chingye responded to Jiang Baiwei with a slightly stiff smile, and then used his eyes to inquire about Su Muyu. After seeing the other party nod, she readily agreed. As the two left the private room, the two obviously relaxed a bit. Ma Chingye took out a pack of cigarettes from his pants pocket and handed one to Yi Chen, who waved his hand and refused. Brother Ma, I'm not very good at this. Still young is good to my age without this cigarettes, that can suppress the things in the heart Ma Changye, who lit a cigarette by himself, said flirtatiously. Such a successful entrepreneur like Ma will also have his own troubles. During the chat with Su Muyu, Yi Chen had some understanding of Ma Chingye's deeds, so he asked curiously, how can there be no worries? I wasn't around when the child was born, when I encountered something like that at noon, and I wasn't around. It's also fortunate that you were there, little Yi, or else I don't know how much I owe them both mothers. Ma Changye raised his hand and patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said, it's all what I should have done. If it was you who were present at that time, brother Ma, I believe that I could have done a better job than me. Ha ha ha, we are all family not to talk about this. At night when twilight reign and the girls are asleep, let's come out alone and have a drink. The two then looked at each other before cracking a smile. Everything was reached without words. Along the way, the two who were talking and laughing quickly packed their dinner back to the private room. Due to the increasing number of people, the private room was still enough during the weekdays, but in the evening, they couldn't spread out their places. Tell you what, I'll make do with Xiaoye at the hotel for the night. Anyway, we'll be discharged tomorrow, so if there's any situation one call and we'll rush back. Ma Changye instantly proposed a solution. In Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu's reluctant eyes, the two big men hooked shoulders and walked out of the hospital room. Hiss, this capital in the fall. It's still really cold. Let's go. Let's find a barbecue stand to have a good drink. One hand held his thin suit jacket. Ma Changye, who patted Yi Chen's shoulder with one hand, shivered and said, as the two of them appeared in front of the hospital, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz commercial car with 3 license plates affixed to it steadily stopped in front of the two, with Ma Chengye's eyes signaling. Yi Chen instantly understood. Taking large strides, he sat in the car. Looking at the car thoughtfully placed, 2 pieces of green military coats have not been unpacked. Yi Chen heartily gave Ma Changye a hard thumbs up. Little Li, find us a barbecue restaurant, then you can go back first. Ma Changye, who had put on the green military coat by himself, said casually to the driver wearing a suit in front of him. The vehicle drove steadily towards the outside of the hospital. Yi Chen also did not petulantly put the green military coat on his body, and looked at Ma Chingye, who was leaning on the seat rubbing the bridge of his nose, and fell asleep at once. Yi Chen's heart was full of sighs. Sure enough, showing the saint in front of people must be suffering behind them. As the vehicle steadily stopped in front of an exceptionally hot barbecue restaurant, the driver sat in the car without saying a word. This made Yi Chen, for a moment, wonder if he should wake up brother Ma. Chapter 21 Open Heart at the Late Night Stall. Bow your head and admit your mistake in the private room. Arrived at the place. Xiaoya, let's go. Sensing the car that was smoothly parked on the side of the road, Ma Chengye slowly opened his eyes, patted Yi Chen's shoulder, then opened the car door and walked out. Afterwards, he tightened the green military coat on his body and signaled the driver to go first. Following Yi Chen, he came to the front desk of the barbecue restaurant. The receptionist said that they now needed to wait in line, which made Yi Chen, for a moment, have awkwardly touched his head. Ma Chengye walked up at this time, taking out $100 bill from his pocket. He implicitly handed it over and said, Little brother, help. It's quite cold waiting outside dry. Look at my memory. There's still a dining table in the store, but there's really no room in this box. We can only please the two bosses. Sit outside. Without moving, the waiter boy who took the money hurriedly found a table from the warehouse and placed it in front of the store. Still brother Ma has an idea. Yi Chen looked at Ma Chunye with a learned expression. Let's go. The two of us will drink some wine first to warm up. Ma Chunye smilingly pulled Yi Chen to sit down and ordered all the specialties on the menu. It's been a long time since I've looked for a barbecue restaurant to rub one out on a big night. Thinking back to the last time, it was when I returned to China. After opening a bottle of white wine and casually pouring it for himself and Yi Chen. Recalling, he said, Little Yi, you know, although I've seen all the big waves in the business world, but the moment I learned that I became a father, my hands couldn't help but shake. You should be able to understand my feelings. Ma Chunye's eyes were filled with tenderness as he looked at the wine glass in his hand. Painful. Drinking a cup of white wine with a fierce gulp. Brother Ma, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Actually, I didn't realize I was going to be a father until the moment the child was about to be born. Yi Chen also opened his words in such a scene. My whole person is like being thrown into the primitive forest, scared to move, followed by a burst of ecstasy all over my body. Can't help but tremble, and then picked up the wine cup. Also a drink. Ha ha ha. Then our reactions are still surprisingly similar. But my plagued child, from birth, walked the ghost gate for a while. In my heart, it's harder than anyone else. Ma Chunye poured another glass of white wine and poured it down hard. He had been keeping himself strong in the private room, unable to let Nuriya see his suffering. Now with the strength of the liquor, the emotions were released all at once. Child, isn't this auspicious? Happy days are still ahead. Looking at the tearful Ma Chunye, all Yi Chen could do was raise the wine cups in the hands of the two. Just like this on a plate of peanuts and patted cucumber. The two hard first finished a bottle of white wine. The two chatted a lot tonight. Family, career, love, straight talk. In this moment the two were one step closer. Vom. Yi Chen, who was walking with some staggering, helped the vomiting Ma Chunye to wobble, and came to a hotel. The two of them, who didn't even take a bath, fell asleep. Ding bell. The sound of an incoming cell phone call woke up the sleeping Yi Chen. Yi Chen closed his eyes and fumbled with the cell phone under his pillow. Looking at the screen that showed an unanswered number, and the time that showed 10 o'clock, Miso sat up, hurriedly waking up Ma Chunye, who was still huffing and puffing. Brother Ma, it's 10 o'clock. We have to go back to the hospital. Any later and we're done for. While patting Ma Chunye, he rushed to the bathroom and quickly washed up. Hearing the keyword hospital, Ma Chunye also rubbed some, sat up, hurriedly took out his cell phone and looked at the above dozen of missed calls from his wife, and immediately felt that the sky was going to collapse. Yi also gargle what mouth ah. We go directly ah. A pull. Yi Chen ran toward the hotel outside. Cell phone notification, driver 2, waiting at the hotel entrance. So the front desk of the hotel watched. The two did not wear a jacket, hair messy too. Flying fast rushed to the hotel door. Parked Mercedes-Benz commercial car. Mouth also muttered, also did not receive the news that the police are coming ah. As for so nervous. Hotel to the hospital. A short 5 minutes away. But let's sitting in the car. Dialing back the phone to go back to the unanswered two people. Feel like years. Vehicle to the downstairs of the hospitalization department. The two rubbed upward to run. The patients on the side were scared and hurriedly got out of the way. Muriu. We're here, open the door. Ma Chunye, who was holding the door handle and panting heavily, said anxiously, look at how many o'clock it is. We were promised to be discharged in the morning. Where did you all run off to? The phone can't be reached. Inside the room came Su Muriu, cold and stern voice. Okay, Sister Muriu, let's do the discharge thing first, and then find them to settle accounts. Jiang Baiwei promptly came out to round off the situation. As the door to the room opened from the inside, the two of them, Yi Chen, slowly walked in like students who had done something wrong, only to see Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu both slatting their faces, holding their respective children to themselves. Muriu, our child doesn't need to stay in the incubator ah, quickly let me hug it. Ma Chunye was instantly overjoyed, looking at the child in Su Muyu's hands. You still know about the child ah? Su Muyu did not pay the slightest attention to Ma Chunye's request. By way, we went for a snack and drank some wine last night. I accidentally overslept. We're going to do the discharge here. Yi Chen came to Jiang Baiwei, scratching his head beside him, looking at Yi Chen, who hadn't committed any major offense. Jiang Baiwei forgave him with a soft heart. Su Muyu also at this time gave Ma Chunye a step down. The two families quickly find a nurse for discharge. During the period, Su Muyu asked to go to Jiang Baiwei's together to recuperate. Ma Chunye naturally quickly nodded yes, just as Yi Chen, carefully holding the two children, waiting for the nursing aunts to pack up their things and head to the villa together. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, body recovery. Completion reward, Jade Face Cream. It has been couriered to the villa. Yi Chen looked to the side with a face of surprise at Jiang Baiwei, who could already walk independently. In his heart, he secretly thought about how to make her accept the Jade Face Cream thing. With the nursing ants things all packed up, the crowd squeezed into the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. It was also fortunate that the commercial vehicle was big enough, or else it really couldn't seat so many people. Yi Chen, shouldn't we also consider buying a car that can sit our large family? Jiang Baiwei also noticed this problem. Sister Baiwei, I still have a few 7-seater MPVs here. I'll ask the driver to drive over and you guys pick one at that time. Consider it an apology for what happened early this morning. Ma Changye, who didn't dare to speak all the way, hurriedly picked up the words. Ding! Detected that the host does not own an automobile. Releasing a side mission, purchase a car. Task requirement, purchase of a vehicle entirely designated by the host's heir, for opinions agreed upon. Completion reward, 16 million Chinese currency, half of which is released in advance. Brother Ma, we'll do this vehicle purchase ourselves. We can't even take it. You can't even take it. I won't dare to trouble you for anything in the future if you're like this. Yi Chen skillfully refused Brother Ma's donation. That's fine. We're all family, that's what Ma doesn't trouble. Ma Chengye looked at Su Muyu, who was concentrating on looking after the child on the side, and no longer insisted. Chapter 22, moving into a new home. Accidentally realizing the top cooking skills, the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle drove all the way to the suburbs. At this time, Shu He, too, called Yi Chen. Old Yi, this place of yours is a real cow. From the moment we came in, the property froze and stared at us the entire time. Shui's slightly tired voice came from the cell phone. This property service really deserves to be a mountain resort that we can't afford to live in. Now it's finally time to set up all the rooms on the upper and lower 3 floors of your place. The exhausted crowd at the villa sat paralyzed on the courtyard seats in unison. I don't care. In the future, when we have no place to settle down in the capital, we can come directly to join you. Shu He said half jokingly. What are you talking about? If you guys want to come and stay, I'll welcome you anytime. Yi Chen replied with a generous face. Anyway, the villa had many rooms, so it was still empty. Where have you guys gotten to? You, the owner of this house, hasn't entered the house yet, but we've entered the house in advance. Lin Fan on the side inquired. We'll arrive in a while, treat you all well at night. Yi Chen, who hung up the phone, his heart was full of admiration for Chu He. Something is really on. Nostalgic college days. What a pure friendship. Ma Changye, who was on the side, cast an envious gaze. Jiang Baiwei, too, looked at Yi Chen with a pleased face. What a happy thing it was to have such a good roommate by your side. Yi Chen, I have a best friend who wants to come and sit at home in a few days. Jiang Baiwei, who slowly put down her cell phone, looked up and said, come on, I haven't seen your best friend yet. Jiang Baiwei then talked about this best friend. Her best friend and her in a university, studied the major, or popular law major, and half a year in advance, went to a famous law firm, as a trainee lawyer, in recent times, in the field to deal with a case, only not in the side of Jiang Baiwei. She was busy during my pregnancy. If it wasn't for her, I don't even know if I could have carried through this time. Jiang Baiwei said sadly, leaning her head on Yi Chen's shoulder. That's all the more reason to come. I have to thank her properly. So every girl has a sister Chen Hong by her side. Yi Chen touched Jiang Baiwei's head and said softly, little Yi, you're flattering me. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. Chen Hong, who was originally holding her cell phone and dealing with things, replied coyly. Soon the vehicle arrived at a place, and stopped in front of an imposing gate. Not long after, the security booth stepped out of a powerful security officer. Hello, who are you looking for? Looking at the Mercedes-Benz commercial car hanging a 3-place license plate, the young security guard did not dare to be slow and asked, I'm the owner of this, just moved in, need to see the property license. Yi Chen knocked down the window and looked at the security guard and said, please show it, the relevant certificate. Otherwise you will have to wait for us to verify clearly before you can enter. Looking at the serious and responsible security personnel, Yi Chen slowly nodded. Taking out his birth certificate and ID card, he handed it over to the other party. Welcome homeowner. Looking at the age of less than 20 on the ID card, the security guard, who silently swallowed his saliva, immediately saluted. Although it was said that all the people living in this mountain village were big shots, Yi Chen was definitely the youngest owner he had ever seen, and then opened the gate, allowing the vehicle to drive in. Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei, who came here for the first time, were like Lu entering the back garden. They were curious about everything inside the mountain villa. Looking at the picturesque green scenery, their mood was instantly cured. Sure enough, it's a mountain villa that I can't even live in. This greenery, this environment is no one else. Even Ma Changye, who had seen the world, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. the driver came to this unfamiliar environment. It was also helpless to inquire about the staff along the way. Eventually, following the guidelines, he arrived in front of a villa located in the easternmost part of the mountain village and stopped, only to see Chu-hee and the others, who were lazily lying on the table and chairs in the courtyard, with all kinds of fried chicken burgers on the tabletop. After noticing a vehicle approaching, the crowd put their gazes in unison and looked over. After seeing that it was such a luxurious commercial vehicle, they turned back with disappointment. In their hearts, they thought, Yi-chan couldn't possibly get his hands on such a luxurious car, and it was still a 3 license plate, only to see Chu-hee slowly put a burger into his mouth. Immediately after, the vehicle steadily stopped in front of them. When he saw Yi-chan helping Jiang Baiwei down, he directly sprayed the burger in his mouth. Old Yi, you came for real. That got the car. The rest of the people were also at the same time discovering Yi-chan and the others. In unison, they came to the front of the car to help take things. As the people stepped out of the car one after another, Chu-hee and the others were all looking at Ma Cheng-ye with a melon expression. Ma Cheng-ye, on the other hand, smiled faintly as a response. At this time, he was full of joy, hugging the child that Su Muyu handed over to him. How could he have the time to care about this? Who ordered this fried chicken and burger? Eating lobster and beef is just as filling. I can't order these junk foods in the future. I have to get rid of this bad habit. Looking at the bones on the table, Yi-chan was furious, obviously giving them $1 million bank card. How could they still order the cheapest fried chicken and burgers? They must be shown what it means to be full of lobster and beef even as a staple food. Chu-hee silently threw the half of the burger in his hand to the trash can. Taking out the keys and bank card from his pocket, he handed them over to Yi-chan. Chu-zi, you guys have worked hard. From now on, you will thrive under the light of your righteous father. Yi-chan took the things back into his pocket and patted Chu-hee's shoulder and said, Ha! Chu-hee and the others immediately returned a blank stare. Yi-chan then pulled Jiang Baiwei and walked towards the villa. Wow! This house is so big. In the future, the babies will have a place to play. Jiang Baiwei looked at the Chinese-style lobby on the first floor and said with a face full of excitement. The crowd was also surprised when they entered the villa. Xiao Yi, isn't Nuria going to stay here for a few days? I'm thinking of just arranging the Moonchild Center that we made an appointment with before, to come here as well. We have so many children, and the 2 nursing aunts. I'm afraid they're a bit too busy. Ma Cheng-ye, who couldn't let go of his child, came to Yi-chan's side and inquired. No problem, it's still brother Ma who is thoughtful. Yi-chan naturally did not have too much to say. Chu-hee and the others also accompanied the crowd, like for like, talking about what the original intention of purchasing these household items was, and also personally demonstrated and showed the crowd. The crowd that watched nodded frequently. Let's just say, how come we didn't see that Chu-hee has the potential to be a selling anchor? This ability to express himself, this strength to personally demonstrate. It's a pity to be an athlete, Chen Bin said half-jokingly. This is a good suggestion. Anyway, Chu-zi is a weightlifter. It makes sense to sell some stuff along the way. Even Chu-hee's girlfriend hastily favored the proposal. You guys just give me a break. I'm only a 3-minute hothead. This day after day is exhausting for me. Chu-hee also hastily waved his hand to reject it. Ding! Detected that the host has a complete family. Completing the hidden mission family. Completion reward, top-level cooking skills. Just as the crowd visited the kitchen, the system's voice sounded in Yi-chan's head. Yi-chan immediately felt a wave of dizziness. A huge wave of knowledge that instantly filled his mind. But very quickly, Yi-chan adjusted his state. With an eager face, he looked towards the various types of tableware in the kitchen and said, We'll order a takeaway for lunch today, and I'll personally cook for all of you in the evening. Hearing Yi-chan's confident tone, the crowd was also filled with anticipation. Then I'll be the one to order this meal at noon, and I'll have to labor on little Yi for the next few days. Ma Cheng-ye immediately took out his cell phone and dialed up the restaurant, not giving Yi-chen a chance to refuse at all. Take you guys to see the various toys bought for the little babies. You'll surely like them. Chu-hee's girlfriend, Chen Fangyin, led the crowd up to the second floor and slowly opened the door of a room. What met their eyes was a huge panda doll, as well as small toys of various colors on the floor. Chen Fangyue immediately proudly crossed her waist and introduced herself to the crowd. How she fell for these dolls, as well as the small toys. Wow! Fangyue, you're too good at buying, aren't you? These are all the toys I dreamed of when I was a kid. Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu both said in awe. Lin Fan then slowly rolled out several double-decker as well as single stroller paths. This is a stroller that I did my homework to buy, to meet the environment of their respective use. Jiang Baiwei saw it, can't wait, placed the baby in it. Feeling the quality of the product in detail, she was immediately impressed by Lin Fan's meticulousness. Chapter 23, Yi Dad Yi Mom's arrival and the nervous Jiang Baiwei, accompanied by the crowd. One by one, They were introduced like offering treasures. Time quickly came to noon. All the people who had finished visiting came all the way to the courtyard to sit down. At this time, Ma Chunye ordered lunch, finally called, immediately after, by the property staff, personally sent in. Wow! It's Immortal Pavilion's meal. As a foodie, Chu-hee instantly recognized the icon of Xianju Pavilion. The saliva that followed almost flowed out. It seems like it's really Immortal Residence Pavilion's meals. Didn't it say that it's hard to find a table and it doesn't deliver? Chen Fangyin, who was on the side, was also surprised, looking at the bag in the hands of the property staff. Then don't look at whose husband that is. If an ordinary person can become Goddess Su's husband, I'll be the first to disagree. Lin Fan, who was a brainwashed fan, said with a haughty face, "Ha ha ha, it's just a simple meal. If you guys like it, you can directly report my name when you get there in the future, and I'll pay for the food and drinks." Ma Qingye took out the dishes in the bag one by one while doing so. He said to Chu-hee and the others, how could they dare to accept such good intentions? At once, they refused. "No need for Brother Ma, we're just flirting. Our school's meals are quite good. No need to be polite with him. He also has shares in this Immortal Residence Pavilion. Going to eat every day won't break him." Su Muyu, who was at the side, poked Ma Chingye's small mind at once behind him, and then Ma Chingye awkwardly touched his head. "Today, we'll celebrate the housewarming with tea instead of wine." Yichen pulled the two nursing aunts, as well as the driver to sit down. Picking up the teacup, he said, after honoring the crowd with a cup of tea. The crowd, who had been starving for half a day, completely immersed themselves in the food. Looking at the crowd eating delicious food, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu were still in the recovery period and could only watch, drinking the old hen ginseng soup in their hands, not to mention how miserable they were. Just as the crowd was almost done eating, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. "Hey, Xiao Chun, we've arrived in the capital. Where are you now?" The moment the phone was picked up, "Yi Dad," a slightly nervous voice could be heard, as 7 or 8 years of not having left the county alone. The various taxi rides and transfers along the way had been asked one by one by passers-by, and the plain clothes they were wearing looked out of place with this airfield full of high technology. "Dad, you've arrived at that airport. I'm coming over to pick you up." Yi Chen, who had finally received a call from Yi Dad and Yi Mom, was also completely relieved. After that one call a few days ago, the phone number that was dialed over was always turned off. One could only learn that his parents had been on an airplane by sending a text message. The two old men couldn't say the exact flight schedule again, which filled Yi Chen with worry. "Okay, I'll come over here. You guys find a place to sit for a while. I'll be there in a while." After guiding Yi Dad to the notice board and learning the exact airfield location, Yi Chen got up and explained the situation to Jiang Baiwei. "Little Li, you follow over there." Ma Chunye, who was eating at the side, naturally heard the call. Immediately, he called his driver and accompanied Yi Chen to the airport. "Brother Ma, without saying more, you all stay for dinner tonight. Ask someone to buy whatever dishes you want to eat first. I'll cook it myself." Yi Chen patted Ma Chingye's shoulder and said gratefully. Driver Shaoli could see Yi Chen's urgency. Directly, he drove against the speed limit on the roads with monitoring, and let loose on the roads without monitoring. A whole hour's drive. Hard driving for half an hour to arrive. "Mr. Yi, we've arrived at the place." Yi Chen hurriedly thanked, nodding his head towards the driver. He then took out his cell phone and dialed up Yi Dad's number. Yi Chen walked step by step towards the location that Yi Dad had mentioned. However, there was never any sign of them. Just when Yi Chen was looking towards the launch radio, on a bench in a corner of the airport, Yi Mother was asleep on Yi Dad's leg, and the voice of Yi Dad in Yi Chen's conversation said very small, for fear of waking up Yi Mom. Yi Chen, who saw this scene, also reddened his eyes, just because he said he had become a father. His own old father had traveled thousands of miles, almost crossing the entire country of China to come to the capital. It was hard to imagine how they had relied on two old people's cell phones to reach here. "Dad, I've come to pick you up," Yi Chen's gently, holding Yi Dad's shoulders, said. This made the original somewhat anxious, looking at the pedestrians coming and going, Yi Dad as if he had seen a savior. "Good, I'll wake up your mom and we'll go." Yi Dad gently shook the sleeping Yi Mom awake, and then followed behind Yi Chen. "Yi Mom, who woke up?" asked Yi Chen with a concerned face. How come she didn't wear more clothes? She asked if she had treated the child poorly, and Jiang Baiwei. Yi Chen answered one by one. After hearing Yi Chen's reply, Yi Ma began to introduce the things she encountered along the way. There were passers-by who kindly pointed out the way. There were also bad-tempered drivers. The good and the bad were all shared with Yi Chen word for word. On the other hand, Yi Dad on the side didn't say a word, just tightly pulling Yi Ma's hand, which made Yi Chen, who was leading the way in front, sour his nose at once. "Dad, Mom, in the future, where you guys are going, you have to talk to me in advance. I've been worried all the way since you guys couldn't get in touch with each other all this way. Alright, it's our fault this time. Yi Dad also realized that they were wrong at this time and spoke in a low voice. Yi Chen, who had finally returned to the vehicle, patiently led Yi Dad and Yi Mom into the car. The driver then directly started the vehicle, driving towards the way they came. Xiao Chen, this car doesn't look like a car that can be called. Are we going to the hospital? Yi Ma curiously, looking at the luxurious interior of the car said, Mom, this car is my friend's. Specially borrowed it to pick up the two of you. We've already been discharged from the hospital, and are now heading to where we live now. Yi Chen responded with a smile. Yi Ma, who had spoken all the way, also felt tired at this time, leaning back in her seat and squinting her eyes. Upon asking Yi Dad and learning that they hadn't eaten yet, Yi Chen bothered Ma Chingye to order takeout one more time. As the vehicle drove towards the outskirts, the surrounding skyscrapers gradually disappeared, leaving behind only whole patches of green woods. Why do you live so far away? Isn't it not enough for living expenses? Tomorrow we'll go to the city to find a house. It's better to recuperate in the city. Yi Dad, who was looking at the scenery outside the window, frowned and said, Dad, I've made all the arrangements, so you can stay at my place and spend time with your grandchildren. That daughter, giving birth to twins. It's still good to have children and daughters. My old Yi family also has a successor. Yi Dad, who heard that he had grandchildren, was instantly beaming with joy. Even Yi Ma, who was squinting, was also clapping her hands with a happy face. On the way back, due to colliding with work hours, resulting in this journey, it took an hour of stop-and-go driving. Right after the vehicle pulled into the mountain village, Yi Dad curiously asked, Is this that moon center? Fixed in such a remote place. It's not what? A moon center. Yi Chen, at this time, also sold the story. The vehicle steadily parked in front of the villa. Yi Chen pulled Yi Dad and Yi Mom, who were looking around, out of the car, and Jiang Baiwei and the others who received the news in advance, early stood in the courtyard, waiting for their arrival. Dad, Mom, introduce you. This is your future daughter-in-law Jiang Baiwei. Next to us is our friend Su Muyu, and his husband Ma Chengye, and the rest of those are the college roommates I mentioned before. Yi Chen, who was holding Yi Ma's hand, introduced the crowd one by one. Good boy, it's windy outside. It's easy to catch a cold. Let's go inside and talk. Yi Ma, who was pulling Jiang Baiwei's hand, said with a slightly trembling voice. Yi Dad also had a kind face, looking at Jiang Baiwei constantly nodding his head. Chapter 24, The Babies Who Opened Their Eyes and the Brave Yi Chen. After Yi Dad greeted the crowd one by one, only then did he see the several baby strollers behind the crowd. He hurriedly greeted Yi Ma over. Xiao Chen, those two are our precious grandson and granddaughter. Yi Dad, who was looking at the neatly organized 5 children, was instantly in trouble, except for that single stroller, which is Sister Muyu's child. The remaining 4 are your precious grandchildren and granddaughters, Yi Chen said with a proud face. What? Baiwei gave you a quadruplets? Yi Dad and Yi Mom were incredulous. Looking back at Yi Chen, the smile on his face became even more intense. Good. Baiwei, this daughter is really good. If you dare to fail Baiwei in the future, I will definitely break your legs. Yi Dad was seriously educating Yi Chen. At the same time, he and Yi Ma carefully looked at the babies in the stroller, who couldn't open their eyes yet. Dad, Mom, you guys eat something first. This child has plenty of time to look. Yi Chen took over the takeout sent by the property staff, helplessly calling out to Yi Dad and Yi Mom who were circling around the stroller. Not hungry, grandson and granddaughter have eaten. The little child was just born. Can't be hungry. Yi Mom carefully picked up the eldest baby, Yi Si Ro, and carefully scrutinized it, while Yi Dad picked up his youngest grandchild, Yi Jiqiu, and happily teased, Uncle and Auntie, we'd better eat first. After hearing Jiang Baiwei's words, the 2 old men only then reluctantly put the child back into the stroller. Taking 3 steps forward and back, they came to the table. Xiao Chen, we've decided to stay here for a while, to spend some time with Baiwei and our grandchildren. This is a good thing. I've prepared the rooms for you all. After hearing Yi Chen's affirmative reply, only then did Yi Dad and Yi Mom pick up their bowls and chopsticks and ate. The crowd was also happy and played in the courtyard. Right, little Chen, renting such a place should be expensive. I'll transfer some money to you later. We can't suffer Baiwei and the kids. Yi Dad ate his meal and didn't forget to care about the rest. Dad, Mom, money matters, you don't need to be careful. I've recently gotten an appreciation from a boss here. I don't lack money. Yi Chen immediately waved his hand and said, then this is a good thing. Work well for others, and talk to us if you have difficulties. Yi Dad and Yi Mom quickly finished solving the meal in their hands, and then impatiently returned to the children's side. Immediately afterward, a ferry slowly stopped in front of the villa. coming down with 4 or 5 staff dressed as chefs, with their respective ingredients in their hands. Little Yi, let me introduce to you. This is the executive chef of Immortal Residence Pavilion as well as the helper chefs. I was thinking that with a large group of us, you wouldn't be able to do so much on your own. With an apologetic face, Ma Chunye looked at Yi Chen and said, so, I took the liberty of calling them to help you out, and the ingredients for the evening were also asked to be brought over together. And then leading the group, he came to Yi Chen's side and patiently explained, it's alright Ma, it's too late to thank, I'll really be a bit busy on my own. After Yi Chen thanked Ma Chunye, he then explained that the group of chefs could put the ingredients in the kitchen first. Ma Chunye led the group of chefs to the spacious kitchen and instructed them that they could start preparing dinner. After Ma Chunye left the kitchen, only then did the helper chef at the side curiously approach the older executive chef and ask, Mr. Wang, this is the one, the shareholder who usually doesn't show his face, right? This time the place has also never been here before. Just look at the property staff and gardening staff along the way. This villa is afraid that in the capital, it's all the top of the pyramid bunch. Do our thing. None of the characters that can live here are simple. Didn't you see the way Mr. Ma treated that young man just now? Work sharply. The executive chef looked at the charming scenery outside the kitchen, shook off his head and immediately started working. Xiao Chen, have the children been given names? If not, I'll ask the old gentleman from the old side of the family to give them names. Yi Dad hugged the loving grandchildren and asked curiously, it's already been taken. The oldest Yi Si Ro, the second Yi Zi, the third Yi Kahan, and the fourth Yi Zhiqiu. You don't need to hold yourselves, there are nursing aunts. Looking at the two old people who had been standing except for eating and sitting for a while, Yi Chen was also helpless and shook his head. Xiao Chen, by way you guys come over and look. The children have opened their eyes. These big eyes are so nice and watery. Yi Ma shouted in surprise. This caused the rest of the people to turn their gazes in the direction of the children. Yi Chen pulled Jiang Bai Wei and came to the front of the stroller with an excited face. The four of them, one in each hand, held a child, only to see the children, fluttering their big eyes, were curiously surveying the world. Muriu, our children have opened their eyes as well. Ma Qingya noticed that the child in his arms was also squirming for a while, so after looking down, he realized that the child's originally half-closed Danfang eyes had completely opened. Su Muyu also hurriedly carried the child over from Ma Qingya's arms. With tears in her eyes, she looked at the child who was smiling at her. The crowd looked in unison at the children who had just opened their eyes. The children also opened their eyes for the first time, looking at these faces that were both familiar and unfamiliar. This little baby is too cute. I wish I had one myself. Shuhi looked at the incomparably adorable child and clutched his hands as he lamented. We don't have much of a chance now, but it's still possible for you and Fang Yu to work hard. What? I don't want to have a baby now. With you, you're unreliable. If only you were half as reliable as Yi Chen. Chen Fangyin rolled her eyes and spat. Then you guys will first bring up Yi Chen's child and gain some experience. By the time the two of you have children later, you can just get started. Listening to Yi Chen's roommates' talkative discussion, the crowd was also amused by them. Chicken, you're too beautiful. Oh, hey, hello Bureau Wu. Well, good, I'll be there in a moment. Yi Chen slowly hung up the phone. Speaking to the crowd, he said that there was a result of yesterday's matter, and now he needed to go over there. Little Li, accompany a trip. Just as the crowd watched, Yi Chen leave. Lin Fan, who was on the side, but at once raised his cell phone in front of him and said, everyone come over and take a look. Is this the same thing that happened yesterday? It was all filmed and put online. My brother Yi is really fierce. Immediately after, the crowd cast curious gazes, only to see the filmmaker hiding in the corner of the stairwell, clearly recording the whole process. It was accompanied by the headline Tsinghua University student bravely fights thugs, which sucked up all the traffic. It turns out that in these few minutes outside the house, so many things happened. Isn't this a small manager in the group? He's really eaten his bear's heart and leopard's gall. Brother Yi is really fierce. Not only is he good at basketball, his fighting skills are also pure. This is too dangerous. Fortunately, the kid Xiao Chen didn't suffer any injuries. The crowd's emotions were mobilized by this video. The unknown netizens were even more excited, as if they were Yi Chen at that time. Sky 1, it's too combustible. Taking care of these bodyguards with his bare hands. A model for my generation. Canyon pile driver, my blood boiled watching this, and I hurriedly got up and did 2 push-ups. Sweetheart baby, what kind of society is this now? There are still people who dare to block the door at the hospital. The law is there, the truth is there, and little brother's contact information is in Riri. Wu Zhenjin, no one realized that this little brother's hands are very good. This kung fu martial arts is tigerish. Ma saturated pot, I beg to differ. This young man mix kung fu was not as powerful as my master's lightning 5 consecutive whips. The most basic catching and transforming method can't be used. Famous detective, I thought Lu Bu was already invincible. But there's someone even braver than him. Whose general is this? Chinese kid, the latest news from the intelligence team. This little brother is also the starting forward of the Tsinghua school basketball team. Greatness needs no more words, probe and report again. If this is a clash on the basketball court, the little guy also knows a little bit about fisticuffs. Chapter 25. The guide case is finished, and the wicked are finally punished. Yi Chen, who was riding in the car, heading to the police station, totally unaware of all this. He was thinking about how to deal with the police questioning next. Mr. Yi, we're at the place, with the driver speaking out to remind him. Only then did Yi Chen come out of his thoughts. After slowly opening the car door, he went straight since to the City Public Security Bureau. Handsome man, is it to report a case? A female civilian police officer standing in the guide position, patiently asked. Bureau Wu is in that office. He's the one who approached me to inquire about some cases. Please follow me. Following the guiding civilian police, he passed through multiple iron fences and eventually came to an interrogation room in front of the observation room. Looking at the 3 people sitting in each of the 3 interrogation rooms, the yellow hair with an uneasy face, and the middle-aged man with a big belly and a swollen face. The last one, on the other hand, was the short-haired man who looked like he could do anything to him. You wait here for a while, Bureau Wu will come out after the interrogation. The guiding police officer returned to his work after leaving Yi Chen here, and Yi Chen was slightly nervous, looking at the police officers in the observation room. After a friendly greeting, he found a stool and sat down. Originally intended to take out his cell phone and pass the time, Yi Chen found in the observation room, there was actually no signal, and then looked at the interrogation room with boredom, only to see that the 3 people were silent and did not speak. Not a moment's effort. The guide police, once again, brought a person to the observation room. Guiding civilian, why are you here? Yi Chen hurriedly stood up and found a stool for the guide. The school side notified me to come over to handle this case, and I didn't expect to involve you in it. The guide, who was still wrapped in bandages, replied with a smile. Then after glancing at the interrogation room, then he sat down in his seat and inquired about Zhang Baiwei and the children. The children in Baiwei are all quite well, and my parents have also arrived in the capital. After this matter is dealt with, I would like to invite the guide to come and sit at home. Yi Chen and the 2 whispered, chatting in the observation room. It didn't take long. Bureau Wu then flanked from one side, and walked in. Young comrade, we have investigated this matter in many ways. It has been possible to determine the course of this Lin Yong, who has repeatedly and maliciously harbored his younger brother Lin Jin, as well as his nephew Lin Feng. Now due to the lack of witnesses, that's why we called you over. With a kind face, Bureau Wu looked at the 2 Yi Chen and said, we are willing to testify. After hearing Yi Chen's 2 affirmative reply, Bureau Wu handed them 2 copies, the record of the conversation, and said, let's see what else needs to be added. If there is no problem, then you can sign in the witness column. After carefully viewing the entire record of the conversation, Yi Chen's 2 brows furrowed. It turned out that in these less than 3 years, they had actually done so many hurtful things, and that yellow hair, surprisingly, only recorded the hit and run thing. Bureau Wu, we don't have too many questions about the rest of the 2, but this Lin Feng, why did he only record the hit and run? This one thing? Yi Chen looked up at Bureau Wu in front of him and asked in confusion. We don't have definitive proof that he has committed other things, and we can't do much with him. Wu Bureau was also helpless, shook his head and said, then, according to hit and run alone, the most you can get is a few months. Isn't that raising a tiger? Yi Chen said with a frown. He was naturally not afraid of Lin Feng's retaliation, but the guide, as well as Zhang Baiwei, and the children could not withstand retaliation. Bureau Wu, I reported that Lin Feng sent me a threatening text message when he left the police station. It also came with my and my family's identity messages. Right at this moment, the guide, after hearing Yi Chen's words, immediately stood up and took out a new cell phone to flip through a text message. Great! With this text message you'll be able to convict Lin Feng of other crimes. Record it. Wu Bureau looked at the cell phone handed over by the guide and said with eyes full of excitement. He then told the police officers on the side to start taking evidence. Yi Chen, who was on the side, also looked at the guide with a surprised face, originally thinking that the other party had come completely at himself. He did not expect the guide's family to be involved. Thank you very much for your support of our work, and I am also deeply sorry for the matter of assholes appearing in our police force. I will personally inform you all of this matter after the outcome of the trial. After a series of signatures and certifications, Bureau Wu accompanied Yi Chen and the 2 of them, slowly arriving at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Thank you, Bureau Wu, for your contribution to the people. Then we will leave first. Yi Chen followed the guide to leave the Public Security Bureau and arrived at the parking lot. Guide, Do you want to come and sit at home now? Sometime later. I still have to go back to school to report on the progress of things, not to mention that I'm still not healed and it's not convenient for me to go to the house. After politely refusing, Yi Chen opened his cue car, just as the guide asked Yi Chen where his home was and if he wanted to take him back. A Mercedes-Benz luxury nanny car with a 3-place license plate stopped right in front of her. Looking at Yi Chen, who waved goodbye to her, the guide responded dumbfounded. Returning to her senses, the guide thought suspiciously. Yi Chen's enrollment until now was something he had watched grow step by step. A child of the southern countryside. How in this 1 or 2 days to sit on this 3 local license plate Mercedes-Benz luxury nanny car? You have to know that these 3 license plates, but to have a large-scale industry in the special administrative region, in order to be eligible to apply for. Not to mention that one of the license plates hanging on it was one that could go straight to the core area of the capital. The guide shook his head and shook off the respective speculations in his head. It was probably Yi Chen who had some kind of opportunity. Slowly starting the vehicle and driving towards the school. Time has passed in a flash. It seems like it's time to hurry up. Looking at the 4 o'clock shown on the time, Yi Chen remembered a large group of people, waiting for him to wail. Not a moment's effort. Yi Chen returned to the villa without any problems. Looking at Jiang Baiwei accompanying Ye's father and Ye's mother. They were talking and laughing as they pushed the baby stroller for a walk around the villa. The roommates leisurely sat on the courtyard, while Su Muyu and the others, who favored the business style, were sitting in the gazebo using their computers. Looking at Yi Chen, who had returned, all of them also cast their gazes in unison. Old Yi, you honestly said, did you go and secretly learn a hand of kung fu? Really let you pretend to? If we were there at that time, the ones who were scared should be them, Shui said with an excited face, holding up the cell phone in his hand. What are you talking about? What are they? Oh, you say this these few dead muscles practiced in the gym, which can be compared to our this daily actual combat Looking at the picture playing in Shui's cell phone, Yi Chen, who understood, waved his hand and said, and then jogged all the way to the side of Jiang Baiwei and Yi Dad Yi Mom. Looking inside the baby carriage, the little babies who would already be laughing, Yi Chen swept away the exhaustion from the car ride. Yi Chen, who was holding the child, then remembered that he hurried back in order to cook for everyone, so he carefully placed the child back into the stroller and trotted into the kitchen himself. Chief Chef, this new thing is just great, cutting things gaga fast. Those crabs and abalones and stuff, hurry up and kill them, don't chat there. Yi Chen, who had only entered the kitchen, heard the chef sternly reprimanding the helpers. He himself cheerfully walked to the stove. Looking at the chief chef who was blanching the chickens and ducks, Yi Chen secretly nodded. This was already very much in line with the way the chickens and ducks were handled. In his mind, worthy of being the executive chef of a 5-star hotel, he had 2 brushes. Mr. Yi, didn't notice you coming. The executive chef, who noticed someone coming behind him, felt a little surprised when he turned around and saw the tall physique Yi Chen. And then his tone changed, and he said seriously to the helper chefs, work, all give me a sharp point. Hard work everyone. We are a family feast. It's fine to be able to eat on time. I'll do a few dishes in the follow-up. Please ask the chief chef to guide us then. The executive chef thought that this was Yi Chen's polite words, so he naturally nodded his head repeatedly, and took the initiative to give up his position on the stove. Chapter 26, Top-notch culinary arts conquers the taste buds of the crowd. Looking at Yi Chen, who was getting better, the executive chef was surprised to find that the other party's techniques became more and more professional. The two combined their efforts before 6 o'clock. After all the preliminary preparations were completed, it was then that they heard 3 more personnel ushered in front of the villa. He ran was what Ma Qingye had said before, the Moon Center service personnel. This also allowed the adults who couldn't let go of the children to finally have some rest time. As night fell, the crowd gathered in the second-floor dining room. As Yi Chen pushed the food cart and slowly entered, everyone's gazes focused over. I'm glad that everyone is attending this simple housewarming dinner. I've made a few dishes with the cooperation of the executive chef, so everyone must try them later. Yi Chen and the executive chef behind him slowly unveiled the cover on the food cart. Instantly the restaurant was covered with the aroma of food. With the cooperation of the helper chefs, one by one, they were placed on top of the dining table. Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei, who were seated at the main seat, each of them picked up the wine that came with the villa, and the flower tea to raise their glasses towards the crowd. Happy housewarming. Yi Dad and Yi Mom, who were full of doubts, also stood up in ignorance, thinking that city people renting a house is also considered to be a housewarming was released. Shu He, who slowly put down his wine glass, had long been unable to hold back. Directly picking up his chopsticks, he picked up a piece of pork elbow. Too fragrant. This is much more delicious than the meal made at noon. It's true that freshly made is better than takeout. Shu He, who felt the delicious flavor in his mouth, couldn't help but sigh. The salted abalone I ate here, It's not as exaggerated as what you said. It's just the taste, it's just better than the noon meal. Lin Fan, who was on the side, finished eating the abalone in his mouth, looked at Chuhee with a contemptuous face and said, "How can that be? This pork elbow can be so much better than the one at noon. So much better. Don't believe me. You guys taste it." Chuhee immediately said unconvincingly that it was impossible for him to misjudge. "This gentleman, this braised pork elbow is from Mr. Ye's hand." The executive chef who was originally giving the crowd, refilling their drinks, spoke out and reminded, hearing this gentleman say that, "I, one, would also like to taste Mr. Ye's handiwork," and then also with a curious face, he looked towards the braised pork elbow, and inquired about Yi Chun. "If the chef wants to taste it, of course there is no problem." After obtaining Yi Chen's permission, the executive chef took out his pair of golden chopsticks from his chest and slowly picked up a piece of pork elbow and put it into his mouth. Afterward, incredulously, his eyes widened. In such a short period of time, how is it possible to take a pork elbow and make it so rotten, and it still retains its own gelatinous texture? Mr. Yi, this is incredible. Since there were some dishes that Yi Chen had done independently, when it came to serving the meal, he didn't even bother to try the dishes. So much so that it was only now that he was completely amazed by Yi Chen's dishes. The crowd who heard the executive chef's words, picked up a piece of pork elbow and put it in their mouths. Even Yi Ma, who didn't eat much pork elbow, couldn't help but clip a piece. Little Chen's cooking skills have improved a lot. It's already tastier than the chef's. Yi Dad, who had tasted the flavor, was also looking at Yi Chen with a face full of relief. Jiang Baiwei, who could not eat greasy food yet, she could only stare, dryly watching the crowd savor the deliciousness. On her own, she scooped up a spoonful of the flour gum nourishing congee and ate it. Woo! So hot, so delicious. Jiang Baiwei, who simply tasted a mouthful, was completely conquered by the flavor, and the crowd took bowls and chopsticks to try to taste it. Yi Chen, however, stood up and cheerfully said, "This flour nourishing congee, I only prepared Baiwei and Sister Muyu's portions. This table of dishes is not enough for you guys to eat." Ma Chengye, after hearing Yi Chen's words, immediately got up and served Su Muyu a bowl of porridge, and on the pretext of trying the temperature, he secretly took a sip. The look of surprise in his eyes was not the least bit worse than when he tasted the pork elbow just now. "Mr. Yi, the other dishes you made, can I taste them again?" The executive chef, who had been completely conquered by Yi Chen's cooking skills, humbly asking for advice, he said, "Of course." After receiving Yi Chen's affirmative reply, the executive chef picked up, one by one, the top-notch delicacies that were cloaked in the appearance of home-cooked food. The eyes went from shock at the beginning to bewilderment later on, until he finished tasting the last dish. The executive chef seemed to have aged a few years all of a sudden. "Mr. Yi, before, I had always claimed myself as the #1 chef in China. Now it seems that I was the one who clowned around." Slowly removing his chef's hat, he left the table with a despondent expression. The crowd was also surprised that Yi Chen had given such a high rating. The executive chef, although they were clear that Yi Chen's cooking was delicious, but they also did not expect that it could reach a level above the so-called #1 chef in China. If everyone likes to eat, they can come to the house from time to time to dine. If the chef has something he wants to exchange, I'll also tell you straight. Looking at the crowd that hadn't stopped eating their chopsticks from the beginning of the dinner until now, Yi Chen said with relief, "The dishes made by the executive chef, if placed elsewhere, would definitely be first-class delicious, but if it was compared with Yi Chen's, when put together, it would be like what was on the table right now." The dishes made by Yi Chen were almost finished, whereas the dishes made by the chef, at least half of them were left untouched. "By way, this makes me even more envious. Even if my husband's boyfriend power is overwhelming, he's also so careful and attentive, and his cooking skills even beat a 5-star executive chef. When can my man become like this?" Su Muyu, who had been watching the crowd eating and drinking, bit the spoon in her hand and said with envy, "Sister Muyu, then you can stay here for a few more days. We also pretty much don't have any taboos left. I'm going to make up for all of tonight's food." Jiang Baiwei also looked at the crowd enviously. She herself was miserable, drinking the flour gelatin nourishing porridge as well as the old hen ginseng soup. "Egu, after eating Xiaoye's meals, how can I still eat outside? Compared to what Xiaoye made, it really tastes like chewing wax." Ma Chengye, who was named, was also remorseful. Originally he was a person with a fussy mouth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called over the best chef in the restaurant just for a family dinner. But having tasted Yi Chen's meal, he felt that nothing he ate felt good anymore. "Alas we've lost a lot." He was chagrined, holding his forehead and said, "After living together in the dormitory for a year, I actually didn't know that old Yi had this craft. With this craft, who still runs to the cafeteria every day. Old Yi, give us back a year's worth of food." He, who couldn't stop chewing his mouth, accused Yi Chen's unfairness with righteous indignation. If it weren't for Bai Wei and my parents, would you guys still be able to eat this? Just order a takeout and deal with it. My cooking skills are only displayed to my beloved ones. Yi Chen was also arrogant, replying to Chu He. Wow. At the dinner table how there is still spreading dog food besides is the bond between our brothers. Not enough. Chu He, who made an expression that was about to cry out, looked at Yi Chen pitifully and said, okay, you guys come here when you are free. Tell me what you want to eat. Just consider it as making up for your losses this year. Yi Chen also had no choice but to despise. Looking at Chu He said, getting this reply Chu He congregation, the people immediately smiled with joy. One by one, they cheerfully refilled Yi Chen's wine and called out with a mouthful of righteous father. A family banquet ended in this relaxed atmosphere, as all the people were retained by Yi Chen to stay for the night. The crowd then returned to their respective rooms. It was also fortunate that the villa was large enough and had enough rooms. Otherwise, it would have been really hard to arrange it. After returning to the space that belonged to Yi Chen and Zhang Baiwei, the two of them were alone. He slowly unwrapped an express that he had picked up at noon, revealing the mysterious liquid that was contained inside in a jade bottle. Yi Chen, what is this? What a chic packaging, this feels so warm to the touch. Zhang Baiwei looked at the snow-white jade bottle and took it in her hands and carefully played with it. This is the body recovery cream that I got someone to buy from an old gentleman in my hometown. Just apply it to the wound, and it will keep it from leaving a mark. Yi Chen instantly told the speech he had thought of before. Zhang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen with skepticism, then slowly rotated open the cap of the self-contained bottle, smelling the faint characteristic flavor inside. Slowly sticking on a small amount, she applied it to her belly. Girls are beauty-loving creatures. Hearing the effect so good, Zhang Baiwei already do not consider superstitious or not, just as a psychological comfort. Chapter 27. Let's sleep together tonight. As the children were being watched over by the nursing and moon center people, Yi Chen, somewhat restrained, sat on the edge of the bed. You wipe me down, body. Zhang Baiwei shyly lowered her head, clasping her fingernails, she said unnaturally. This made Yi Chen, who was already restrained, become even more nervous all of a sudden. Swallowing his saliva, he carefully helped Zhang Baiwei to the bathroom. The two of them immediately blushed slightly. Don't mess around when you wipe later. Messy touch ow. Zhang Baiwei, whose voice was getting smaller and smaller, began to mutter in a low voice. Yi Chen's palms trembled slightly as he helped Zhang Baiwei take off her clothes. Looking in front of him, that unique scenery, Yi Chen's breath was short of breath, careful to take a wet towel, wiping Zhang Baiwei's body. He didn't dare to look into Zhang Baiwei's eyes in the slightest. Yi Chen, who was extremely careful, still accidentally touched Zhang Baiwei's erection. This made the two people's originally stiff movements suddenly look like they had been pressed into pause. Yi Chen felt the momentary touch of his fingers. The entire person was sweating non-stop as if he had entered a sweat lodge. Right under this marvelous scenario, he finally finished wiping his body, and quickly dressed Zhang Baiwei after putting on her clothes, carefully brought back to the bedside. He himself quickly walked towards the bathroom and unscrewed the cold water valve. Only in this way could his unusually excited expression calm down. Yi Chen, who had adjusted well, slowly came to the bedside and looked at Zhang Baiwei, who was playing with her cell phone with her head down on the bed. Tiptoeing around, he climbed up. Baiwei, let me sleep with you tonight. Yi Chen's coy voice came from the side. Zhang Baiwei's red face responded with a mosquito-like voice. The two people who were greatly generous in front of the crowd became squirming in the room. Yi Chen then held his breath and put his hand on Zhang Baiwei's shoulder. Zhang Baiwei also followed the trend and lay into Yi Chen's arms. It's so good to have you. Yi Chen, who heard these words, felt that it was worth doing everything, and then the two of them embraced each other and slept. With the first ray of sunlight in the early morning, it shone onto the courtyard of the villa. Yi Dad and Yi Mom, who were not used to sleeping, got up early and wandered in the courtyard. One villa is finally inhabited. I heard the commotion yesterday. I wonder which one of you can buy this. A rich woman who led her pet dog and skipped here. With a surprised face, she looked at Ye's father and Ye's mother. Both of you, I want to ask you to inquire. The one who lives here is that big shot. Yi Dad and Yi Mom looked at the rich woman, striding towards them. At once, she walked up and struck up a conversation. This young lady is walking with her pet dog. This is rented by my son, not some big shot. After listening to Yi Dad's words, the rich woman frowned slightly before quickly recovering and said, it's your son's house, old brother, but as far as I know the houses here are only for sale and not for rent. You're still asking nicely. What's your son's situation? Otherwise it's not good to hold the charge of breaking and entering, the rich woman said in a slightly mocking tone to Ye's father and Ye's mother. Looking at the rich woman who was holding her pet dog, she left. Yi Dad and Yi Mom also began to doubt. the matter of this house. Living in a villa in the capital was a great thing. At that moment, the two of them looked decided to ask for clarification. With the sun, after completely appearing in the sky, everyone also got up, while Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu came to the baby room early, preparing fresh breast milk for the children, welcoming the morning. Listening to the system's reminder of the completion of today's limited quest, Yi Chen came to the courtyard with a smile on his face, but was met by Yi Dad and Yi Mom, who walked straight to him with a sullen face. He was startled. "Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you guys? I'm asking you, what's going on with this house? In the morning the tenants here told us that this place is only for sale and not for rent." Looking at Yi Dad and Yi Mom, who were going to break the sandpot and ask to the end, Yi Chen had no choice but to go back to his room and show the real estate license as well as the donation agreement to the two parents. Only then did they dispel their concerns and not ask any more questions. They also reminded Yi Chen to follow the boss. Looking at his parents who had nothing to do in the courtyard, Yi Chen had a flash of inspiration and immediately took out the cell phone in his hand and dialed the phone number of that daily pastoral leader from before. "Hello, please can you come to the ranch today for a chat?" After getting the other party's appointment at noon, Yi Chen revealed a smile, and later came to the side of Ma Changye, who was using the computer to handle his work. "Brother Ma, I'm planning to take over a small ranch. You are definitely good at this aspect of negotiation. By noon I wonder if you can accompany me to the site." After hearing Yi Chen's words, Ma Changye put his computer aside. With a curious face, he looked at Yi Chen and said, "Now that it's almost winter, it might be a bit uneconomical to go to the disc ranch again, but I support you in this idea, and I will listen to your arrangements at noon." Yi Chen, who easily convinced Ma Changye, returned to his roommate's side. After learning that there was a class later, once again, he borrowed Ma Changye's car and driver and sent the crowd back. Yi Chen also had a sense of urgency in his heart about buying a car. As more and more residents of the mountain village, after coming out of their homes to take a walk, they were curious, looking at Yi Chen and the others who had newly moved into Villa 1. "Changye, I didn't expect to see you here." A middle-aged man wearing a shirt with some gray hair walked towards Ma Changye. "You are, well, unkind. Moving to this Tiansang Villa, no, one villa without a word. It seems that I still underestimated you. Mr. Yang, don't flatter me. I am now a few kilograms or very clear. I am also the same as Mr. Yang, temporarily living in the side of a friend." Looking at General Manager Yang, who was not too dealing with himself in the business world, Ma Changye slowly shook a hand before explaining. "The person who can let you, General Manager Ma, live temporarily. I'm afraid it's not very common. It just so happens that at night, my daughter is organizing a bar mitzvah at Villa 33. When the time comes, Mr. Ma, be sure to show your face." After seeing that Ma Changye didn't introduce anyone else to him, after the move to recognize him, Mr. Yang bid farewell here with a sense of humor, and some of the other residents also recognized Ma Changye, speculating which big shot it was that gave him the guarantee to move in. This Ma Changye has only been out for less than 10 years. It's impossible that he knows that big shot. It's really strange. It's true that Ma Changye doesn't know those big shots, but don't forget who his father is. It's definitely his father who's operating from it. It seems that this is the only possibility. In the future, when we face cooperation from Tianchuan Group, we will have to be careful. Did you guys not notice that the one sitting in the corner is Su Moyu's agent? Could it be that Su Moyu is also here? Then things have become interesting. It can't be that this Ma Changye and Su Moyu have some unseemly collusion. I smell it, a strong smell of gossip. The people who were tired of being watched by the other residents returned to the first-floor living room. It was at this moment, Chen Hong's cell phone received a picture of her sitting in the corner of the courtyard with Ma Changye standing beside her. The following also sparsely asked if Su Muyu was in a situation with Ma Changye. "Changye, the photos of us here were captured by others and have already begun to suspect the relationship between you and Muryu. Sister Chen, what's the hurry? When Muryu finishes her month, we'll make it public in a big way." Looking at the anxious Chen Hong, Ma Changye calmly comforted. "Su Muryu, I remember. Isn't it the one that often appears on TV dramas? I told you that girl looks familiar." It was only then that Yi Ma reacted, slapping her thighs and said, Chapter 28: The Coming Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom. When Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, who had finished expressing breast milk, after coming downstairs, looking at the crowd of people who were all sitting on the first floor with their doors closed, they curiously asked about the reason. "The surrounding residents are too curious about us, like looking at monkeys in a zoo. We'll just come in first and get out of the wind," Yi Chen said helplessly. Chen Hong then pulled Su Moyu, and after repeating what happened on the cell phone again, Su Muyu said, "The reason I didn't want to make it public before was to see if Ma Changye was reliable. At least from these times he is qualified. I don't mind publicizing our relationship." Ma Changye, who was originally nervous at the side, He immediately smiled with joy and excitement and went forward to pull Sumuyu's hand. I'll confess to my parents about what's going on between us. If they know they've become grandparents, they'll definitely jump for joy. Ma Chengye hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed the number with slightly trembling palms. And Yi Chen, who was on the side, after seeing this scene, he also recalled the nervousness he felt when he dialed his parents at that time. Pulling Jiang Baiwei's hand, he slowly sat down on the seat, but saw Jiang Baiwei looking at himself with a desire to speak. Yi Chen, before, I never mentioned my parents' situation. It's because they're already divorced, and there's something special about my parents and their identity. Jiang Baiwei, who took the initiative to pull up Yi Chen's hand, said in a low voice, Baiwei, it's okay. I'll convince all the uncles and aunts on their side, and the little ones will always need grandparents. Yi Chen slowly detached Jiang Baiwei. Actually, my parents are both public officials, and my father is in the army, and my mom is in an administrative unit. They divorced when I was in high school, and although they would give me a double living expense every month, I lost the most important family care. Jiang Baiwei said as she never dared to raise her head. Ever since her parents divorced, Jiang Baiwei hadn't felt the warmth of her family. Her parents were difficult to see once a year due to their work. This was also the reason why she was working part-time, not because of the meager salary. Rather, she wanted to be part of society, to feel the warmth of a different world. That's why she wanted to give birth to these children in the first place. She wanted to give the children a good family, and ultimately chose to look for Yi Chen. It's fine, the love that uncle and auntie are lacking, I'll make up for it in the future. There's me in the future. Yi Chen, who gently took Jiang Baiwei into his arms, said with heartbreaking comfort, now that the children have been born, I think I should also come clean with mom and dad. Jiang Baiwei, who had a firm face, immediately took out her cell phone and sent 2 messages. Ma Chengye, who was in stark contrast to the 2 Yi Chen, was excited, telling his parents about the situation on their side. Upon learning that Su Muyu had given them a big fat boy, the other party immediately dropped everything and was about to rush to the villa, and Jiang Baiwei, who hadn't been long after sending the text message, finally welcomed a phone call. Hey Baiwei, is what you said on the text message true? You're there now. I'm coming over right now. A serious female voice came from the noisy environment on the other end of the phone. Mom, it's true. I'm fine now. You finish your side of things first, then come over to see the kids. Jiang Baiwei pursed her lips and said hesitantly, tell me the address. I'll be right there. With a voice that was slightly elated, after Jiang Baiwei informed the address, impatiently, he hung up his cell phone. Dismissed, and then with a wave of his big hand, he called off the meeting. Auntie is still quite concerned about you, probably too busy working out of her own will. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei, who slowly put down her cell phone and carefully comforted. At this time, the little ones were dressed in the cute clothes purchased by the Chuhi crowd, by the nursing aunts. One by one, they were carried downstairs. This caused Yi Dad and Yi Mom, who were originally hanging around in the living room, to immediately come over. Good granddaughter, good grandson is so cute. Have you eaten enough? Grandparents, take you guys out for a stroll. Yi Dad and Yi Mom held their loving grandchildren and hurriedly pulled the stroller towards the courtyard. The children were joyful and interacted with them. This also made the 2 Yi Chen, who were sitting at home, wondering what to do. Together, they walked out. Looking at the lively and fidgety 4 treasures Yi Zhiqiu, he knew that this kid would not be a peaceful master in the future. On the contrary, the rest of the 3 daughters just quietly lying in the baby carriage, 3 pairs of big eyes flashing. Just as Jiang Baiwei was teasing the child with a small toy, another call came in. Hey, Baiwei, how are you and the child now? Tell me where you are. I'll come over after I've taken care of things here. A stern voice came from the cell phone. Dad, right now in Tianxiang Villa no. 1 Villa. Finish the matter at hand first. I'll be here for this period of time. Listening to the other end of the cell phone, a resounding voice. Jiang Baiwei instantly lowered her head and spoke in a small voice. Without too many words, the other party directly hung up the phone. Before the cell phone hung up, the sound of explosions was still coming from there from time to time. The other party was most likely conducting live fire training. Then let's wait quietly for the uncles and aunts to arrive. Right, at noon, Ma and I are going to ask about this neighborhood. A ranch for sale. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei and said, if the plan goes well, in the future, the children's milk powder, we'll make it ourselves. And then touched Jiang Baiwei's head. Making milk powder is a series of processes. It's not as simple as you think. Let's not expect too much. Just think of it as buying a ranch and drinking fresh milk and beef every day. Jiang Baiwei, who had done market research on similar projects before, frowned at once, and then after seeing Yi Chen's confident expression, then he stopped talking down. Baiwei, just rest assured that the people behind me have thought it through. Yi Chen naturally knew that it was impossible for him to accomplish all of this alone. But if the presence of brother system was added, wouldn't it be done with a sprinkle of water? In the process of accompanying the children, time flew by. Yi Chen and Ma Qingye, who were pinching the time, they were already on the vehicle heading to the Tian Tian ranch, traveling on the road. Little Yi, this is something I asked someone to learn about the everyday ranch in the morning. There's nothing wrong with the site. It's the facilities and publicity that aren't too good. That's why it's not doing well. Ma Qingye took out some information from the file bag in his hand and handed it to Yi Chen, who was at the side. Yi Chen carefully looked through it afterward. It was also just as Ma Qingye said. Those situations. And there was also a clear record on it that it was not easy to be found far away from the urban area. In the face of a series of high-tech products that might appear next, this was undoubtedly turning a disadvantage into an advantage. Then Brother Ma, with your experience feeling, how much can this ranch be taken down? Yi Chen, who had refolded the information, inquired curiously. According to the description on this report, it's reasonable for this ranch to be under $7 million, but you still need to go to the site and see it to get a clear picture of the specifics. The commercial vehicle passed through a rugged mountain road. It finally arrived. At the entrance of the everyday ranch, a smell of pasture mixed with cow dung entered Yi Chen and the others' nostrils. Boss Yi, right? We've been waiting here for a long time. Only two middle-aged couples wearing overalls and tube shoes stood at the gate. Yi Chen and the others were enthusiastically brought to a simple office and sat down, and brought 2 cups of steaming hot milk and put them in front of the 2 people's table. This office also did not prepare any tea and coffee, so we can only let the guests taste the fresh milk squeezed in the morning. The middle-aged woman at the side enthusiastically introduced. Yi Chen and the 2 of them were not in a position to refuse, and picked up the cup and savored a sip. A rich milk flavor, mixed with a hint of fishy flavor. After entering the mouth, that hint of fishy flavor was infinitely amplified by the mouth. Yi Chen and the 2 nearly spat out, but fortunately the 2 had a strong determination and ruthlessly pressed it down. Chapter 29, Taking the Ranch. Ma Pa is both manhwa tang. The milk is fresh, but such untreated fresh cows, we are not too used to drinking. Yi Chen said after a simple sip, slowly put down the cup in his hand. Let's, then, get straight to the point. I just took a brief look at the environment and facilities of the ranch. It is true that there are some dilapidated, and the only categories that are operated are fresh milk and beef, right? Ma Qingye, who put down his cup, immediately entered into the negotiation. This ranch is our old couple's heart and soul. It's not a child getting married and needing to buy a house in the capital. Otherwise it wouldn't have been sold like this. Looking at the middle-aged couple on the side, spitting bitter water at them, Yi Chen and the 2 of them continued to press the price regarding geography and facilities. In the end, after making it clear that the ranch still had 10 years of operating rights, as well as the remaining equipment and cows, a packaged price of $6.5 million. After completely finalizing the price, Yi Chen took out his cell phone to transfer money. Just at this moment, the bank called to determine if it was operated by me and needed to determine what the purpose of the operation was. After uploading the transfer contract, the bank also flew through the transaction, and reminded Yi Chen, come to the bank if you have time and upgrade the bank card in your hand to a VIP card. Happy cooperation. The middle-aged man who looked at the account that had arrived on his cell phone stood up with a joyful smile. Happy cooperation. The big stone in Yi Chen's heart also fell, and also admired Ma Qingye, the mouth that was like a dragon slayer's sword. The middle-aged couple who had originally bitten down on the $7.5 million and would not let go were cut down hard by him. The middle-aged couple handed over all the keys to the ranch, as well as the certificate of birth, to Yi Chen's hands. Yi Chen and the 2 of them then watched, as they left the ranch in an old pickup truck. Brother Ma, you know a lot of people. You find me a batch of ranch employees, wages of $8,000 a month inclusive of food and lodging. Afterward I'm looking for a construction team to refurbish this a bit. Yi Chen looked at the 20 cows that were forwarded over together. His heart was happy. Ding! Congratulations on completing the limited mission 2 branch mission, raw materials. Received rewards, cow breed improvement, to be claimed. A complete set of production lines, to be claimed. Special pasture seeds, to be delivered to the ranch. And 5 million Chinese coins, issued. Once again, the sound of the system completing sounded in his mind. On Yi Chen's face, a burst of full accomplishment appeared, and after checking the conditions for receiving it, only then did he realize that these black technology products needed to be installed and improved when no one was around for 4 weeks. All for 3 days. Small matter. Later let my assistant organize a few teams for you to pick. Decoration companies and whatnot I've also found for you together. After you start producing milk later you can send me some. Ma Qingye, who patted Yi Chen's shoulder, confidently said, my parents are almost at your place. It's just as well that we've finished this side of things. Close the gate. Just call a few people over to feed the cows for a few days first. When he learned that Ma Qingye's parents were almost there, Yi-chen also immediately closed the gate of the ranch, got into the commercial vehicle and started to rush back. Right at this moment, old Ma, you said that friend of Chingyes will be living in this Tianxiang villa. No. One villa. You have to know that the one who lives inside doesn't just depend on financial strength but on official background. Capital suburb. A Mercedes-Benz commercial car of the same model as Ma Qingye was traveling on the road. A woman dressed decently on the side looked doubtfully at the man with glasses beside her. This is Qingye's creation. I didn't expect this time to go to Tianxiang Villa, not to visit, not however to see his grandson. It's really marvelous. Looking at the fallen leaves gradually falling outside the car window, the man with glasses said with a sighing face, as the vehicle steadily parked in front of the gate. Hello, may I ask what's the matter here? The property officer of Tianxiang Villa walked to the front of the vehicle and asked seriously. The man wearing glasses slowly poked his head out and said, "Little brother, it's me. This time I'm here to visit Villa number 1. Please open the door." Just when the property was ready, through their internal channel, to determine the authenticity of this matter, the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle that Yi-chen was traveling in also arrived in front of the gate. Dad, Mom, you guys came quite fast. Ma Qingye's voice came out from inside the car and stepped down from the car. Yi-chen followed closely behind and got out of the car. Welcome, homeowner. After seeing Yi-chen's figure, the property owners who were originally blocking them immediately gave a military salute, while Ma's father, who had just wanted to ask Ma Qingye where this was going, looked straight at the extraordinary-looking Yi-chen. Accompanied by Mama, they got out of the car together. Ma Qingye, who noticed Ma Dad and Ma Mom's gaze, immediately introduced them. Mom and Dad, this is my friend Yi-chen, also my child's godfather. Yi-chen, this is my dad, manhwa too, and my mom Lu Ruiqi. Hello Uncle Ma. With a surprised face, Yi-chen looked at this entrepreneur who was often teased by his roommates, immediately walking forward to shake hands one by one. Young and promising, Qingye is lucky to have a friend like you. Looking at Ma Qingye, who was being flirted with by his own father, he had no choice but to obediently stand aside. Uncle Ma, Aunt Lu, let's go in and chat. It's been a long journey. Yi-chen immediately signaled the property to open the gate. Yi-chen was invited by manhwa too, and all of them entered into the mountain villa in the same Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. Every time I come to this Tianxiang mountain villa, I'm always shocked by the environment here. Little Yi, really powerful. Manhwa too looked at the lush gardens outside the car window, after forming a sharp contrast with the fallen leaves that were gradually falling outside the mountain villa. Sentimentally, he said, it's just a residence. Uncle Ma can come often if he likes. The vehicle slowly stopped in front of Villa 1. Zhang Baiwei and the others, who were leisurely basking in the sun with their children, immediately looked their sights over. Uncle Ma, Aunt Lu, introduce you. This is my future wife Zhang Baiwei. This is my parents, and the children. Yi-chen enthusiastically introduced Zhang Baiwei and the others. Hello old brother, your son and daughter-in-law are truly an enviable pair. If I had 4 grandchildren, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Manhwa too looked at the 4 figures inside the baby carriage, and his eyes showed strong envy. After bringing the crowd back to the first-floor living room, only then did Su Moyu hold the child and slowly came down from upstairs. Ma Qingye saw this and hurriedly went over to assist. Hello uncle and aunt, I am Su Moyu. After Su Moyu introduced herself, Ma Dad and Ma Mom were all looking at her with a face of relief, and then with slightly trembling palms, they gently reached out to the face of the child in her arms. Good children, all good children, Twilight Rain, is it alright for me to call you that? Ma Hua too carefully looked at the child in Su Muyu's arms. It was as if at this moment, the child was the only thing left in his world. Of course there's no problem, the child just fell asleep. Let's try to move as little as possible. Slowly took over Su Muyu, the child in his arms. Ma Huadeng, 2 people, together, they carefully scrutinized the child's appearance. Soon they realized that the child's hands and brain, how there were still many pinholes remaining. How is it that the grandson has so many needle holes in his body? What's going on with Sun Yi? Facing Ma Huado's pressing questions, Ma Qingye had no choice but to tell the situation one by one. After learning that his grandson was suffering from congenital heart disease due to his premature birth, the 2 old men's eyes instantly turned red. This also made Yi Dad and Yi Mom, who heard the situation for the first time, also sighed deeply for the child's misfortune. Ma Qingye, how can you, a father, let your child suffer like this? Is that project abroad that important? So important that the child can't come over to deal with it in the first place when something this big happens? Ma, whose emotions were completely taken in, said with red eyes and angry curses. Uncle and auntie, things have all been taken care of. The child can now grow up healthy, so you guys shouldn't blame Qingye. After hearing Su Muyu placating words from the side, only then did the 2 gradually calm down, and then the 2 old men, full of heartache, looked at the child, fearing that he would be pestered by the disease again. Chapter 30, Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom with a strong background. You brat. Learn more from other people's Yi-chen. Career is not as important as wife and children. Ma dad helplessly shook his head. Uncle and auntie, let's have a casual lunch here at noon. I'll cook it myself, Yi-chen said, and walked towards the kitchen. As for the executive chef who had originally planned to work here for 3 days, after being hit hard last night, he left here that night, leaving only the helper chef door still standing. Yi-chen, my mom and the others might also be in time for this noon meal. Remember to make a few more dishes. Zhang Baiwei looked at the time and specially instructed. I'll take care of it. I'll make sure to satisfy our mom and dad. Yi-chen drilled into the kitchen and began to work feverishly, making the midday delicacies. And on the road in front of the mountain villa, a black executive vehicle came. Next to the door of the car he ran a fixed official car logo. Hey, Weiwei entrance property won't let me come in. You and the property, they say a word. Sitting in the back seat of the car is short-haired woman, full of fatigue but slightly excited, picked up the cell phone and said, and sitting in front of the driver, has long been in the heart of the property, cursed all over, to no others but, can't wait for the leader to go to their place. Here the property is good, directly not let them in. Indeed is the #1 villa guests. Release. Listening to the voice coming from the intercom, the property staff slowly opened the gate. Yi-chen, who was busy in the kitchen, he also urgently took off his apron and came to the courtyard to wait with Zhang Baiwei, only to see the vehicle, after steadily parked at the side of the villa. From the back seat walked down a short-haired woman wearing an executive jacket. Mom, you came over so quickly. Zhang Baiwei and Yi-chen hurriedly went forward, looking at Zhang Baiwei, who was still dressed in a maternity outfit. The short-haired woman had a heartbroken face and pulled Zhang Baiwei's hand. Her eyes were not as sharp as before, only infinite tenderness remained. Let's go in and talk. Don't catch a cold outside. Zhang Ma slightly turned to Yi-chen, after nodding. Then she brought Zhang Baiwei towards the villa. Just at this moment, a roar of a vehicle resounded throughout the villa. Only a green military jeep was seen, making a sharp stop. It stopped beside the #1 villa. The vehicle came down with an inch-haired man wearing a combat uniform, command uniform. Dad, you came so fast too. Zhang Baiwei and the others, who were stationed in the courtyard, hurriedly turned back. There's nothing much wrong with your body, right? It's this kid that got you pregnant, isn't it? Listening to the inch-haired man's loud voice, as well as that unruffled look, Yi-chen instantly felt that his palms began to sweat. Let's go inside and talk about what we have to say. Can't you see that Baiwei isn't wearing much clothing? Bai Ma said with a frown, staring straight at him. And then Zhang Baiwei's family slowly came inside the villa. This made the crowd on the sidelines not dare to utter a single breath for fear of touching their mold. Hiss. The relationship of this #1 villa can be extraordinary. This administrative car is the most central piece, and this military car can drive without a license in the capital is not much. This morning, come and go so many vehicles of the first villa is also once again become the focus of the lodge. This leader relationship is also too strong, right? Political military have someone, but also all so hard. I finally know the reason why no one has lived in this villa for so long. Those who have this strength are living in the courtyard, and those who don't have this strength can't get in. It seems that we need to move around more with the people of Villa 1, so we can't be sure that they will be able to give us a hand in the future. As the number of onlookers increased, it also put a thick veil over Yi-chen's identity. Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is Yi-chen. These two are his parents. Zhang Baiwei took Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom and introduced them one by one. Next to this is Su Muyu, the child's godmother. Next to her is her agent and object, and these last two are the parents of Muria's object. Due to the special nature of Zhang Baiwei's parents' identity, she didn't introduce their identities to the crowd. Instead, it was Zhang Ma who took the initiative to introduce herself. Hello everyone, I'm Weiwei's mom, Li Rong, and this his dad, Zhang Yu. Without waiting for Zhang Ma to finish, Zhang Dad impatiently inquired, Weiwei, that child is my grandson. Mom and Dad, except for Uncle Ma holding my godson. The other four are my own flesh and blood. Zhang Baiwei smiled and said to Zhang Dad, what? Quadruplets. Good. Great. The original child observing the crowd in his arms, that child was Zhang Baiwei's Zhang Dad. He was immediately excited and jumped up. And Zhang Ma, who was on the side, also looked at Zhang Baiwei in surprise. Excuse me, can I hold the child? Zhang Dad was impatient, and came to the nursing aunt. The nursing aunt looked at Zhang Baiwei and Yi Chen after they both nodded. Only then did she hand the child over to Zhang Dad. The child, who was originally lying quietly in the nursing aunt's arms, once in Zhang Dad's hands, it immediately burst into tears. Hairy hands, making the child cry. Give it to me. Zhang Ma blankly glanced at Zhang Dad after, carefully took the child and held it in her hands. At once the crying eldest daughter stopped, just when Zhang Dad would be skeptical and wanted to hold up another child. The youngest, fourth treasure Yi Zhiqiu, waved her small hands and broke free from Yi Dad's embrace. When Father Jiang saw this, his face was overjoyed. Finally there was a child who liked him. He hurriedly took the child in Yi Dad's hands and held it in his arms. Following Jiang Ma's example, this child is the one who was well behaved. Exempt. Still a big fat kid. In the future my mantle will be passed on by you. Looking at Yi Zhiqiu who was lying in his arms, not crying or fussing, Father Jiang was instantly dancing happily. Just at this moment, the diaper accidentally slipped down to the knee of the four treasures, and a column of water rushed up to the sky. It sprayed straight towards Jiang Dad's head. Ha ha ha, this little guy is being dishonest again. I'll get a towel and give you a wipe. Looking at the bold Yi Zhiqiu, he even peed directly on his grandpa's head. Yi Chen hurriedly took out an unopened towel from the bathroom and handed it over. Still as unappealing to the child as before, this time being pissed on his grandson's head. Jiang Ma, who was holding her eldest daughter at the side, also couldn't help but laugh out. Ha ha ha, it's fine. I'm also happy to pee on grandpa's head. It proves that he digests well and has energy. Looking at Yi Zhiqiu who was in his arms, happily, Jiang Dad did not show the slightest sign of anger. After drying the urine stains on his head, he happily carried the child to his seat. At this time, the four old men from Yi Chen's two families had a child in their hands. This was what made both Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei breathe a sigh of relief. After seeing the atmosphere gradually get better, only then did the crowd start greeting Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom. Ma Dad, who was on the side, walked towards Jiang Ma with a restrained face. Dear Oli, it's marvelous fate to meet you here. Mr. Ma I'm also considered to have unfinished business with you here. That project you mentioned earlier, it's not bad when I think about it later. When you're done with today's business, come back to my office for a chat. Hearing this, manhwa too, with a slight tremor in his body, he went over and shook his hand. He needed too much this opportunity to report on the project. The last time he was at the conference, due to his speech being too short, he wasn't able to implement it, and this had always been a piece of his heart. Uncle and Auntie, I'm preparing the next lunch. I'll excuse myself for a little while. Yi Chen, who was looking at the late hour, hurried back to the kitchen, leaving behind a room full of old people who were teasing the little babies. Chapter 31, the in-laws who were quite satisfied with Yi Chen. Dinner is served, with Yi Chen coming to the first floor living room, seeing the two elderly families who were still happily holding their children, immediately greeted them to dine on the second floor. Little Yi, I heard that you are now the starting forward of the school basketball team? Then the physical quality must still be okay. Jiang Dad, who was holding his young son, changed his harsh tone from before, gently asking Yi Chen. Yes uncle, currently struggling towards the national team. Yi Chen rubbed the back of his head and said coyly, in-laws, this child Xiao Chen's physical quality in this regard, but there's nothing to say. Last time, there were 3 or 4 strong men who wanted to threaten Yi Chen and Baiwei, but they were beaten down by him in 3 blows. Yi Dad, who was holding his second daughter, added at this moment, oh, then it seems that your hands are pretty good. Wait for dinner and me to practice in the courtyard? Father Jian looked at Yi Chen with a surprised expression. Although Yi Chen's physique looked stout, could a kid who practiced basketball every day really reach 3 or 4 strong men? He wanted to test it for himself. Dad, what kind of person comes to the house to fight with someone? Jiang Baiwei, who was on the side, was instantly displeased. Ha ha ha, look at that. This hasn't even married yet, and your elbow is turning outwards. Jiang Dad immediately said with a snicker. Don't be a bad boy here. This isn't your barracks where you can practice whenever you want. Jiang Mom didn't spoil Jiang Dad's temper at this time, and directly curbed his thoughts, as the crowd took their seats one after another. One by one, they were all attracted by the food on the table, and at this time, Yi Chen, who was sitting in the main seat, lifted the teacup in his hand. There's some haste in preparing for noon today, so I'll feast everyone when I'm fully prepared. I'll be right here, honoring you all with tea instead of wine. Little Yi, this handiwork smells really good. We also don't have to worry about Weiwei, about eating in the future. Jiang Ma reluctantly, after handing the child over to the nursing aunt, complimenting Yi Chen, she said, it's all home-cooked food. I hope uncle and auntie will like it. In-law's mother, Xiao Chen's craftsmanship has indeed improved a lot since he came to this capital. Even the restaurant chefs are not as good as themselves. You all have a taste. With a warm face, Yi Dad gave Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom a piece of fish. This fish is really well done. The troops in this is completely incomparable. Delicious. Jiang Dad, who only had a shallow taste of the fish, praised Yi Chen's craftsmanship. It's really delicious. This is almost on the level of a national banquet. Jiang Ma also praised it. The crowd who had already tasted Yi Chen's handiwork would not be polite. The chopsticks kept on chucking the dishes. Even Ma Dad and Ma Mom joined the dry rice team. Only Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom, after savoring each dish, slowly put down their chopsticks. Little Yi, I'm probably clear about your matters. We're very relieved that Wei Wei was able to meet such a good homecoming. Due to her father and I working, we haven't been able to take good care of Bai Wei. We don't object to what's going on between you two, and we're also grateful for allowing us to have such lovely, for grandsons and granddaughters. After hearing Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom's non-oppositional attitude, Yi Chen immediately responded, Uncle and Auntie, this is all what I should do. You guys don't worry about Bai Wei following me. I won't let her suffer a little bit. After hearing such an affirmative answer from Yi Chen, only then did Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom pick up their chopsticks again. Since Jiang Bai Wei had already been discharged from the hospital for a day or two, she could taste some light food. So Yi Chen chucked a few cheese shrimp balls and put them into Jiang Bai Wei's bowl. After savoring a bite, Jiang Bai Wei rolled the rest of the shrimp balls into her stomach in one gulp and said, Yi Chen, this is too delicious. What have I missed in these 2 days? Su Muyu, who was on the side, also took her chopsticks and put a large piece of fish into her mouth. Looking at Jiang Bai Wei, her mouth watered. Bai Wei, I finished producing a day or two earlier than you here, and I've already secretly tasted the deliciousness of these dishes last night. Don't look at me like that. It's me who should be envious. It's hard to imagine how sad I would be if I couldn't eat such delicious food. Su Moyu, who was eating heavily, playfully said to Jiang Bai Wei. The crowd was in this pleasant atmosphere. The current lunch ended. The two of them, Jiang Bai Wei and Su Muyu, headed to the mother and baby room to feed the wailing little babies. Little Yi, the meal is also finished. Let's practice. Father Jiang, who had come to the courtyard to consume his food, once again issued a sparring invitation to Yi Chen. Okay. At this time, Jiang Ma was holding her cell phone and dealing with things on the side. Seeing this, Yi Chen had no choice but to answer with a stiff upper hand. The two then came to the center of the courtyard, set up a stance. After Jiang Dad signaled Yi Chen that he could attack, Yi Chen stayed strong and attacked towards Jiang Dad. The crowd was also attracted by the commotion. Looking at the two people fighting back and forth in the center of the courtyard, the crowd also understood why Yi Chen could defeat his opponent with 1-4. If it was anyone else on the field, they probably wouldn't have been able to walk away with more than 2 moves from Jiang Pa. Not bad, very solid military style boxing. Did you learn this from the internet? Jiang Dad, who waved his hand to indicate that he would not fight, a face of curiosity asked. It's just to see some teaching level on the internet, and usually practiced casually by myself. Looking at Yi Chen, who didn't even breathe roughly in front of him, the color of satisfaction in Jiang Dad's eyes grew thicker and thicker. This would be the applause of the crowd, which also rang out. Little Yi, I still have some things on my hands here. You say a word to Wei Wei for me. I'll come over again when I'm done with these things. Jiang Ma, who hung up her cell phone with a frown, turned her head and said to Yi Chen with a smile, Little Yi, there also happens to be some things that need to be dealt with in my barracks, so we'll come back when we're done. Jiang Dad, who was on the side, also said to Yi Chen, with Jiang Dad, Jiang Mom and the crowd, waving goodbye. The Ma Dad and Ma Mom, who were on the side, also left the villa on the grounds that they were busy with their work. The lively villa was suddenly quiet again. Xiao Yi, these are what I asked my assistant to organize. Some ranch teams and decoration companies. Take a look. That one meets your heart. Ma Chunye, who took out a stack of information from the business car, slowly said. Yi Chen, who had roughly gone through it. In the end, he chose a company called Ranch Story, and a 3 grams of oil decoration company, and notified them that work would begin tomorrow. After breastfeeding Jiang Bai Wei and Su Muyu, after learning that Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom had left, Jiang Bai Wei was lost for a while. I have accompanied you. The ranch is already settled. When the decoration is almost done, take you to see it. Yi Chen, who was pulling Jiang Bai Wei's hand, said intimately, Sister Muyu's child, today to return to the hospital to do a checkup. Do we want to, also, go back to the city to purchase some clothes or something? Jiang Bai Wei leaned against Yi Chen's shoulder and said slowly, That's just right. Let's buy the car as well, so that it will be convenient for us to travel in the future, and the driver's license I took will finally have a use. Yi Chen instantly agreed with this idea, and quickly notified Yi Dad and Yi Mom. Afterwards, the whole family rode in Ma Qingye's commercial vehicle. The family drove towards the city in a grandiose manner. After re-entering the city of traffic, Yi Chen had a feeling of waking up from a dream, and then looking at Jiang Bai Wei beside him and the children behind him told him that it was all real. Little Yi, this is the largest shopping mall in the capital. There's everything nearby. This is a membership card in my name, password 6 zeros. Consider it as food expenses in the future. When bidding farewell to Ma Qingye, the other party had to stuff Yi Chen with a black card. Yi Chen's family pushed 2 baby strollers and walked on the road sucking up the eyes of passers-by. The passers-by couldn't even walk when they looked at the flush quadruplets. Chapter 32, Reading a large family in the capital center mall. Dad, Mom, you didn't bring any clothes with you when you came to the capital. I'll buy you a few while I'm at it. Yi Chen said as he pushed the stroller and strolled through the mall. There are plenty of clothes back home. I'll ask your aunt to send some over later. There's no need to spend this wasted money. Yi Dad shook his head and refused. Uncle and auntie, I didn't prepare anything when you guys came to the capital. These clothes, consider them as my gift to you. For this kind of thing, it had to be Jiang Baiwei who stepped in. It wasn't long before the two old men gladly accepted the offer. Welcome, may I ask what type of clothes you need to buy? Yi Chen and the others slowly approached a large clothing store, and the guide standing at the doorway immediately greeted them. Match my parents with a few outfits. We'll look at the rest ourselves. Yi Chen and the two old men soldiered on. He pushed the stroller and accompanied Jiang Baiwei as she began to pick up various colors of clothes. Yi Chen, what do you think of this? I wonder how well I'll recover later. Can I wear it? Such a nice looking dress. Jiang Baiwei said sadly as she held a long floral dress in her hands. Surely I can recover as beautiful as before. Waiter, wrap these up. Yi Chen waved his big hand. He directly took all the clothes that Jiang Baiwei had tried before. I can't wear this much. It's a waste to buy more. Jiang Baiwei hurriedly called off the waiter's action, said in a serious manner, why would you do that? I want to see a different you every day. I'm still too little. Jiang Baiwei, who was blushing at Yi Chen's words, didn't insist. Instead, with sweetness in her heart, she continued to look at the clothes. Soon the waiters behind Yi Chen increased to 3, and then looking at Yi Chen's two people's shopping vigor, there was no intention of stopping at all. This little brother is also too good. As long as that pretty girl looks at the eyes, pick up and look at all packed up. If I have such a good husband, Dreen will wake up laughing. The young lady also did not forget to match the clothes to the little brother. Really love and miss sister this face value. I suspect that it is that first line star. Yes. So then, my husband is a stupid big spring. Buy some food or catty. This can be too envious of that young lady. You only see the little brother to his wife's good. Is a little did not see us. Complete this single commission is how high. Listening to the chattering waitresses behind them, Yi Chen's two men's smiles became even more intense. Let's buy these first, otherwise we don't know how to take them back. Jiang Baiwei, who couldn't get enough, looked at the clothes in the distance and said, this beautiful woman. Our store has an express service. As long as the clothes purchased in our store, if it's not convenient to carry, we are all unified to arrange for same city courier, to ensure that the same day delivery on the same day. The attendant behind him immediately walked up and explained, let's forget about it for today. Let's go and see how uncle and auntie bought it first. Jiang Baiwei took Yi Chen's arm and shook her head, saying, immediately afterward. Yi Chen walked through a large portion of the clothing store before he saw Yi Dad and Yi Mom's figures in the corner. After slowly coming to their side, only to see that they were not looking at the good or bad of the clothes, but checking the price of the clothes first. A dress costs more than 1,000. Too expensive. This can buy a lot of milk powder for the little grandchildren. Listening to what Yi Ma said with her head shaking, Yi Chen smiled helplessly. Hello, you match 5 sets of clothes in my parents' image. Go to your front desk and check out. Seeing this, Yi Chen had no choice but to tell the waiter to go and pick it out. Little Chen, these clothes are too expensive. Let's not buy them. I'll call your aunt now and ask her to send us some clothes. Yi Dad, who looked back at Yi Chen and the others, shook his head and came to Yi Chen and said, Mom and Dad, you guys just buy it at ease. Now your son is a little bit rich. I've already told the waiter to match the clothes for you guys. Let's go straight to the checkout. Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei both smiled at each other and pushed the babies towards the cashier. Hello sir, the total consumption over here is $56,420. Excuse me, how to pay? The waitress lady inside the counter said with a professional smile on her face. Cell phone payment. Yi Chen then took out his cell phone and opened the payment code to make the payment. Just at this moment, the transaction was greater than 50,000. The transaction failed. Looking at the text prompted on the cell phone, Yi Chen frowned and said, hello, I have a limit on this cell phone. I'll pay with my membership card. Saying that, Yi Chen then handed over the black membership card given by Ma Qingye. Hiss, honored VIP user, I'll settle your bill here. The waiter tremblingly took the black membership card and said, since you are an honored Supreme VIP, the entire merchandise is a 20% discount. Please enter your password. The professional smile on the waiter's face seemed to be infused with a soul, and he said with even more enthusiasm. Yi Chen then entered the 6 zeros that Ma Qingye had told him. The computer then showed that the consumption was successful. VIPs, do we need to take a break first? The small store has a special VIP restroom. The attendant excitedly greeted the crowd after seeing that this transaction was successful. The waiters behind Yi Chen and the others were also cheering. The commission from this order was enough to pay them for several days. Mom and Dad, let's just rest for a while before we go shopping. Yi Chen softly inquired. Then we'll sit for a while, and also let the kids come out for some air. Yi Dad nodded, and carried the 4 treasures out of the stroller. Honored guests, would you like hand-ground coffee or tea? This little baby is too cute too. Accompanying all the VIPs to buy clothes without crying or fussing, the waitress said with an enthusiastic face. Just have some tea. The baby products over here in the mall are in that section. Jiang Baiwei responded with a smile. This honored guest, our mall's baby products are all on the 3rd floor. They're famous for their quality assurance. You guys can't go wrong buying designated here. The attendant proceeded to enthusiastically recommend the goods in the mall. Here's the home address. We'll leave first. After drinking a cup of hot tea, Yi Chen and the others waved goodbye to the clothing store. Chapter 33, Buying supplies for the babies for the last bar month. We've finished buying all our clothes. It's time to go buy the children's supplies. Jiang Baiwei said happily as she looked at the well-behaved child lying in the stroller. You can't be sloppy with your grandchildren. You have to buy the best. Yi Dad and Yi Mom on the side said seriously. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly after hearing this. Just now, the 2 old men were still obsessing about the clothes they bought being too expensive. Now that they were buying things for their children, they knew to look at the quality and not the price. Mom and Dad, you can rest assured. Baiwei and I can't afford to let the kids use bad things, Yi Chen said as he held Jiang Baiwei's hand. Let's go shopping first and see what the kids have to buy. Yi Dad and Yi Mom, who were very active once it came to the children's things, pushed the stroller and walked to the front. Yi Chen and the 2 of them had to smile and follow. Soon the crowd arrived at the 3rd floor where the attendant said they sold baby products. Various brands of baby products were seen dazzling the crowd. Yi Chen, we need to buy more of this diaper. The kids use it too quickly, Jiang Baiwei said as she picked up a pack of diapers and placed it on her hand to check it out carefully. The store clerk on the side quickly came in front of her and said, this beauty has a good eye. This one diaper is our store's breakout model. Cost effective is the highest. Now buy 4 get 1 free. Which is the most expensive diaper in your store? Yi Chen, who was on the side, asked softly. The clerk who heard these words, immediately took down a bag of golden packaged diapers from the top of the display case and said, this handsome man, if the baby is just born soon, let me introduce you to this treasure of our store. Imported from abroad, a piece of light diaper that can absorb 10 liters of water. I'll take this one. Give me 50 packs, Yi Chen said without changing color. Okay, I'll give you this. The clerk who was originally overjoyed, suddenly froze. How much? This handsome man, although you have a pair of twin babies, but this 50 packs of diapers, it won't be used up for a while. This is also for your consideration. After all, this thing called diapers, every age has a size for every age. The clerk hurriedly and Yi Chen explained. Looking at the 2 strollers covered with curtains, the clerk mistakenly thought that there were only 2 small babies. At this time, Yi Chen slowly uncovered the curtains on the strollers. The clerk looked at the 4 little babies lying neatly and quietly inside. Handsome man and beautiful woman. What a good fortune. It's the first time I've seen quadruplets in all the years I've been working. Seeing the sleeping quadruplets inside the stroller, the sales clerk's originally enthusiastic voices were automatically lowered quite a bit, afraid of waking up the babies, and then brought Yi Chen behind the cash register. Hiss. Supreme VIP membership card. Handsome man is really a deep hide. Looking at the black card that Yi Chen slowly handed over, the clerk exclaimed once again, after quickly completing the payment. It was the same old rule of having the sales clerk express it back to the villa. The diapers are settled. Let's go look at the children's clothes. Jiang Baiwei was satisfied and walked out of this store that specialized in diapers. I'm going to dress the kids up in cute and cuddly clothes from a young age, Jiang Baiwei said to the children with a face full of longing. Then let's go take a look at this happy baby house. Yi Chen looked at the energized Jiang Baiwei and smiled gratefully. As the crowd entered the store, the waiter was as warm and welcoming as ever, and Jiang Baiwei was completely caught up in the sea of various cute clothes. Yi Dad Yi Mom did not idle after entering the store. That various materials of baby clothes carefully put on the cheek and rubbed, then put it on the nose to smell. Only after finally determining that it was soft and odorless did they dare to buy it. And Jiang Baiwei, who only valued the face value, also followed suit and started checking the quality of the clothes. Ladies and gentlemen, all of our clothes here are certified overseas. There's no need to check out one by one. The attendant saw the crowd's actions, smiled and said, you also know that it is certified overseas, but this is in China. We need to verify it ourselves, Yi Chen said with a frown. He had actually discovered long ago that there were some problems with these baby products. The products that were clearly in the country had some kind of overseas certification, and in the end, there was also a sentence about it being more suitable for Chinese babies' physique. Good fellow, what kind of certification is this? Alright, just pick these. All wrapped up. Jiang Baiwei nodded with satisfaction after putting the last set of clothes in the shopping cart. It's still Baiwei who knows how to buy. Buying so many different styles of clothes, Yi Chen said as he rubbed Jiang Baiwei's head favorably. I've got it all matched. It's not easy to play with 4 real-life Barbie dolls at once. I'm going to give the kids a good dressing up. Jiang Baiwei tilted her head with a smug face and said, or mom and dad bought these grounded, flower-bellied bibs and pants. On the contrary, the clothes purchased by the two old men were pure rusticity. Didn't you wear these over when you were a kid? And it wasn't for you to raise white and fat. Yi Mom glanced at Yi Chen, said without good humor, I also don't have these bad. You guys like it. Yi Chen scratched his head playfully and said, the three daughters I prepared a set of small skirts in an ancient style for one of them, and for my son I prepared a set of small tang clothes. The rest of these are the daily wear models, and the ones that uncle and aunt bought are the home models. Jiang Baiwei placed the clothes one by one on the cash register and introduced them with a proud face. My Baiwei is the best at matching. Awesome. Yi Chen, who was the king of the superb supporters, naturally praised vigorously. Your family is so happy. When will my family's deadbeat be this good? The waitress at the front desk, with an envious face, she looked at Yi Chen and the others and said, a total of 24,800. How do I pay please? Swipe the membership card. Yi Chen once again took out the black membership card and placed it on the front desk. The attendant, as it were, revealed a surprised look at Yi Chen. Soon the clothes were also arranged to be sent to the villa. Next, came the most important part of this mall. Buy a car, otherwise Yi Chen and the others, only to wait for Ma Qingye to drive them back to the villa. The crowd then headed towards the car showroom on the first floor of the mall. And these four little ones also have slept and woke up. Ack in the stroller screaming. Chapter 34, facing up to the hookups in the workplace. Yi Dad looked at his little grandson who was inside the stroller, wriggling around, smoothly picked him up. Yi Zhiqiu, the four treasures lying in Yi Dad's arms, instantly quieted down. This confirmed an old saying, the child that cries, someone loves. Yi Chen and the others rode the elevator to the first floor, looking at the vehicles of all shapes and colors, competing for attention. Yi Chen and the others were caught in a moment of choice. If you buy a car, you don't just need a nanny car, you also need a vehicle to get around. Looking at Yi Chen and others who stopped in front of the booth, a male salesman with flat bangs immediately greeted with a smile and said, everyone is trying to understand what kind of vehicle. I can give everyone a detailed introduction. Looking at the male sales with an enthusiastic face, the crowd happens to be on the vehicle will not know too much. Simply in the male sales accompanied by strolling up the car show. May I ask if there is a vehicle suitable for a family of 7 to ride in? After watching the male salesman introduce one after another, all of them were some sedans for 5 people. Yi Chen asked suspiciously, there are just the vehicles displayed in the mall. Are some newly released sedans? The MPV you want is only available at our 4S store. If you all have time, I can take you there. The male salesman, who had already spoken with a somewhat dry mouth, picked up the mineral water in his hand. After pouring a few mouthfuls, he said, it's right in front, 1 kilometer away, not forgetting to take out a few bottles of mineral water from the booth, and distribute them to the crowd. We have time now. If there is a vehicle that you want to buy, can you drive it today? Yi Chen, who received the mineral water, looked at the enthusiastic sales and asked, no problem as long as you identify the vehicle and we have it in stock, I will definitely give you the opportunity to drive away today. The male sales thought for a moment before promising with a clench of his teeth. Yi Chen and the others slowly nodded. After putting the children back into their cribs, following the male sales, they walked towards the 4S store. This little Li, is he crazy for wanting to sell cars? Just the way they dragged their family, can afford to buy any good car, but also to the store, not afraid of the manager to kick them out. People Li just graduated from college. This is not eager to get results. Can't understand. Can't find a person in a hurry and start introducing them. A little eyesight or not, I see that man's pocket. Even $100,000 cannot come out. That is, I think those people, or go to the suburbs of the used car trading mall to see. But then again, that beauty is really good looking. It's a pity that she's blind to find such a husband. Growing up handsome can't be a meal. The other sales sitting on the booth, all had a sneer on their faces. Looking at the back of Yi Chen and the others, they mocked. The male sales that were walking on the road began to talk to Yi Chen and the others. Looking at the happy and contented Yi Chen and the others, the male salesman said with feeling, sir, I see that you're already married and have children at such a young age. This is really enviable. Li, I see you are also very young. Just graduated from university? After noticing the nameplate on the male salesman's chest, Yi Chen asked in surprise. Yeah, I didn't find much work after graduating from undergraduate school. I heard that this line of sales is very good at exercising myself, so I wanted to come and give it a try. The male salesman, slightly coy, replied, you're only a sophomore yourself, and you're still calling someone little Li. Jiang Baiwei, who was holding Yi Chen's arm, immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Ah, big brother, you're only all sophomores. Xiaoli said with a surprised face, looking at Yi-chen who was 1 meter 9 in height with a beautiful family. Yi-chen also had an embarrassed face, looking at Jiang Baiwei. The crowd talked and laughed all the way. In a short while, they arrived at a large 4S store. This store looks good. I hope we can find a car we like. Looking at the building that was as big as a soccer field, with 5 floors above and below, Yi-chen and the others nodded their heads in satisfaction. Our MPV vehicles are placed on the 3rd floor. The elevator is over here. Xiaoli, who had returned to the store, immediately guided the crowd. This caused the colleagues who did not have customers on the side to turn their gazes over. As the crowd slowly entered, the elevator arrived at the 3rd floor. Looking at the 4S store whose center hollowed-out part was cast from glass, Yi-chen and the others were like discovering a new continent. All kinds of vehicles appeared here, and even all kinds of top-of-the-line sports cars appeared in the store. Mr. Yi, this way please. Let me introduce you to these MPV vehicles. Xiaoli's voice pulled the crowd back to the 3rd floor booth. The crowd looked at the booth, the dozens of brands and colors of vehicles placed there, and for a moment, they had a feeling of picking their eyes. Even the little babies in the strollers became excited, so the crowd had no choice but to, one by one, carry one in their arms and continue to listen to Little Li's explanation. This one, about how much? Yi-chen asked Little Li as he held the child with one hand and caressed a white MPV with one hand. This is a Toyota MPV. The price is about $700,000. Subsequently I'll talk to the manager to see if it can be cheaper. Little Li, who had been explaining until now, slightly undid his own tie to slow down his breath. With a sincere face, he said, after looking at the babies in his arms, who were not interested in this car in the slightest. Yi-chen and the others continued to walk forward. Little Li, come over and take a break. I'll greet the customers for you. A heavily made-up female saleswoman walked out from the side, enthusiastically handing over a bottle of mineral water for the crowd. Sister Lan, I'm not very tired yet. I can, myself, finish the introduction. Only Xiaoli said with his head lowered and his voice a little dry. Look at you kid. Your voice is hoarse. You go to the restroom to rest for a while. I will help you entertain the guests first, and then come over to replace me when you are rested. Sister Lan, who was wearing a professional smile, visibly stiffened her face for a moment when she heard Little Li reject herself, and then, as if she hadn't heard it, she continued to urge Little Li to go and rest. Sister Lan, no need. Little Li's introduction is quite good. Let him continue to introduce the rest. Yi-chen, who understood what was going on, also spoke out to relieve Little Li. Little Li looked at Yi-chen with grateful eyes. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that this Sister Lan was trying to pry her own order. People in this 4S store are clear due to the Blue Sister and the store manager has an unclear relationship, resulting in the Blue Sister unscrupulous long-term bullying store sales. Sales are also dare to speak out of anger. Eat this dumb loss. That's fine. What other needs can call me at any time. Sister Lan, who heard Yi-chen's words, didn't dwell on it too much, but glanced at Xiaoli with a slightly deeper meaning. Thank you Mr. Yi, for relieving me. This Sister Lan, does she often do things like this? She recklessly suppresses us new employees on the basis that she has some relationship with the store manager. We, too, can't say what we're suffering from, Xiaoli whispered, explaining to Yi-chen. After Yi-chen heard this, he also shook his head helplessly. It was true that in every industry, there were so many connections that were doing whatever they wanted. Then Xiaoli, who introduced the vehicle, was obviously more energetic than before. In detail, every detail was explained to Yi-chen and the others in a concise and clear manner. This also made Yi-chen and the others, who knew nothing about cars, feel good. Just when Xiaoli introduced to a white vehicle, the baby in Yi-chen's arms actually stretched out his fist and pointed at the vehicle. The system voice in his mind also sounded again. Post air completion, 1/4. This caused Yi-chen, who had been looking at the vehicle for half a day, to suddenly come to his senses. Originally, he thought that at this age, children did not yet have their own judgment. One could only regretfully give up on this mission when a miracle happened. Immediately after, Yi-chen let Xiaoli, focusing on the introduction of this car, and let Jiang Baiwei and Ye's father and Ye's mother also come over to feel it carefully. Chapter 35, Buying a Car Fiasco Meets Opposite Classmates. Xiao Chen, this car is bigger than the ones before, almost catching up with the minivan. Yi Dad, who carefully examined the vehicle, marveled. The details inside this car aren't any worse than those of Ma's Mercedes business car. Little Li, how much does this car cost? Even Jiang Baiwei couldn't help but praise this car. Ms. Jiang, the license plate price of this car is $1,200,000, adding a bit of 8 purchase taxes and whatnot. The landing may come to $1.5 million. Xiaoli wiped his sweat and said to Jiang Baiwei, this car was already considered to be the ceiling model of the MPV. On the one hand, he was considering whether the price of the car was too high for Yi Chen and the others. On the one hand, he was thinking about how to apply for the biggest discount at the manager's place. As the vehicle was introduced in more and more detail, the eyes of the crowd gradually brightened up. This also caused the children in the arms of the crowd to wow at the vehicle a few times before and after. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, purchasing a vehicle. Issuing a follow-up reward of 8 million Chinese currency. Please pay attention to checking. Little Lee, this is it. Do you have any existing cars here? Hearing the sound of the reward within the system, Yi Chen immediately waved his hand and decided to buy this one. Okay, Mr. Yi. I'll check if this car has any existing cars now. Xiao Li, with an unexpected face, looked at Yi Chen, who had clapped his hands, then immediately took out his cell phone and checked the inventory. Mr. Yi, there is indeed another one in the car warehouse, but that one is the topmost version, with a whole $200,000 more than this medium energy configuration. Xiao Li, who finished checking the results, said with a helpless face, with this extra $200,000 for the configuration, it was likely that this order would be lost. It doesn't matter, just this one, but my bank card limit is up, so I need to go to the bank counter to transfer money to you. Yi Chen waved his hand and said, no problem, our 4S store, we have VIP services for all major mainstream banks. No need to make an appointment to queue up, directly handle the business. A face of excitement, Xiao Li, hands and feet put the phone. He then led the crowd to the first floor to sign the car purchase contract. Mr. Yi, you guys wait for me for a while. I'll apply for the preferential price and take the car purchase contract. After placing Yi Chen and the others in the restroom, Xiao Li jogged all the way towards the manager's office. This made Sister Lan, who was originally sitting in the lounge on the second floor, high on melon seeds, notice Yi Chen and the others on the first floor. Noticing Yi Chen and the others on the first floor, she arrogantly said, this little Li, at first glance, he can't introduce. Such an intentional customer has been yellowed for him. That's it. Sister Lan kindly let him rest for a while. Receive customers for him, are so reluctant. Now it's good. This single is yellow. The female salesperson, who was sitting together to take a break, hurriedly followed Sister Lan's words down. She also did not forget to glance at the looks of Yi Chen and the others, waiting for the next time they came back, so that they could seize the first opportunity. Mr. Yi, the price our manager discounted up to 50,000. This is already the result of doing my best. Xiao Li, who was scolded back with a split face, with a face of shame, he said to Yi Chen, small problem, this price can't be told. It's not. The important thing is that we are looking at this car. The nearest bank window is there. We transfer money directly. Yi Chen carefully watched through, after the purchase contract, to confirm that there was no mistake. Immediately, he wanted to check out and leave. Yi Chen asked the crowd to wait for him here for a while. He followed Xiao Li and came to the nearby bank branch to handle the business. The transfer process is exceptionally smooth, and it was inquired that Yi Chen had recently made large expenditures. The bank had also upgraded the bank card to a VIP card, and the daily limit had come to 1 million. Xiao Li saw, the moment the transfer was successful. After being stressed by life and co-workers for half a year, Xiao Li finally succeeded in completing the first order. Excitedly shed tears. This was the first bucket of money in his life, and it was also the horn for him to blow the horn against life. Mr. Yi, thank you for supporting my work. I already don't know what words to use to express my excitement at this moment. Looking at the tearful Xiao Li, Yi Chen's heart was also filled with 100 feelings. Without too many words, Yi Chen just gently patted his shoulder. On the way back between the two, Xiao Li told Yi Chen 4S store has prepared for him to hand over the car ceremony, and vehicle insurance and temporary license plate are also in place. Once again back to the 4S store, Li obviously can feel the colleagues look to their eyes have changed, as if they were soldiers who had won a battle, looking at their generals in general. And back to the first floor of the Blue Sister is with a vicious look at Xiao Li. In her heart she thought, this one big order originally belonged to herself, and the board sales in the mall looked at the unusually lively 4S store general group, so they curiously clicked in. Congratulations! Xiao Li successfully drove a MPV worth 1,700,000 ERFA MPV, rewarded with a commission of $100,000. I hope that all colleagues keep up the good work. Manager Wang, holy, this little Li really let him successfully sell a single It's still a guest pulled under our noses. I'm going to vomit blood. I came to the 4S store more than a year of commission. Add up to not so much Why the reception of their people? Not me I'm really going to be my own stupid laugh. Just now a whole $100,000 placed in front of me, but I turned a blind eye. I'm such a pig. We are really dog-eyed. I really want to slap myself twice, so it's us who have no eyes. Inside the mall, The salesmen who regretted to no end were powerless and paralyzed on the tabletop. And then one by one, full of passion, they began to introduce the cars to the people who originally didn't want to take care of them. Mr. Yi, wait for a moment. Our manager and store manager said they want to shoot a car delivery ceremony with you. You go to the restroom first and wait for a while. Looking at the message on his cell phone that the manager sent to Xiaoli, he relayed it to Yi Chen with a happy face. Yi Chen, who returned to the restroom alone. However, he saw that in front of Zhang Baiwei, there stood a heavily made-up young woman with her arms around a middle-aged man with a big belly. Baiwei, what a coincidence. You came to buy a car too. I said, how come you haven't heard from you for a year? It turns out that you've gone to have a baby. These two are the uncles and aunts, right? Zhang Chuiwei covered her mouth and looked at Zhang Baiwei in surprise and said, Baiwei, let me introduce you. This is my husband Qian Yuwei, manager of the listed company. My husband introduces you. This is the most gifted and intelligent school beauty of our class, Zhang Baiwei. Zhang Chuiwei, how are you? When did you guys get married? Why didn't you inform us in the university group? The two people who were originally in the university and didn't deal with each other were suddenly full of gunpowder. Our Zhang De schoolgirl, isn't it, also didn't notify everyone in the group that she gave birth to a child? Want it? Let me send it for you. Zhang Chuiwei said with a sneer. That won't be necessary. I'll say my own things myself. Zhang Baiwei refused with a frown. How come you didn't see the child's father? It can't be that the child's father is an employee of this 4S store. Put it. You guys are waiting for him to get off work? This way, it just so happens that my husband is ready to buy me a BMW. We are classmates for a time, so let's buy it from your husband. Zhang Chuiwei used an enchanting voice and said smugly in front of Zhang Baiwei. Baiwei, this is your classmate. Those who don't know still think it's the one who came out of that KTV. Yi Chen, who heard all the conversation, slowly came to Zhang Baiwei's side, said with unkind words, who did you say came out of that KTV? Hurry up and apologize to me. Zhang Chuiwei, who was on the side, immediately became anxious, as if she was a mouse that had its tail stepped on, shouted, young and without some strength, you can only move your lips. Wife, let's ignore these hillbilly villagers and come over to see which BMW we like. The unconvinced middle-aged man led Zhang Chuiwei towards the BMW booth. He also didn't forget to reveal the Mercedes-Benz key on his waist. Just at this moment, Xiaoli turned to Yi Chen and the others, waving his hand to signal the crowd to come over. The 4S store's venue for the handover ceremony prepared for Yi Chen and the others was arranged by the BMW booth in a good way. Chapter 36 hit the green tea students in the face. Kill the heart. Hubby, that sales is not waving to us. It seems that this sales is very eye-catching. Zhang Chuiwei wrapped her arms around the middle-aged man's short arm and pampered him. I like young people with such awareness, so I'll buy from him. The middle-aged man, who was flattered by Zhang Chuiwei, immediately felt fluttering up. Groping Zhang Chuiwei's butt, he walked all the way over. Yi Chen and the others, who were following closely behind, frowned when they saw this scene, thinking about walking past them. Walking past, the store manager of the 4S store, as well as the manager, however, walked over from Xiaoli's side, in the direction of Yi Chen and the others. Hubby, that seems to be the store manager and manager of the 4S store. They must have known that hubby had come and came over to greet us on purpose. Zhang Chuiwei looked on with a surprised face. Walking straight towards them, two men in suits. This Mercedes-Benz of mine was, at that time, still a car that this store manager personally handed over to me. It seems that he is also clear about my strength. Seeing as they are so sincere, I won't haggle with them this time. The middle-aged man, whose self-confidence was bursting, then put on an expression that didn't notice what was in front of him, preparing to put on a good show in front of Zhang Chuiwei. Yeah, this is not the store. The original plan was thinking about the drama of looking up and accidentally recognizing the store manager. Instead, he found the store manager and manager, walking straight past him, making the middle-aged man and Zhang Chuiwei's expression instantly froze. He then slowly turned his head to find the store manager and manager, shaking hands with Yi Chen and the others with a warm face. What is this? A group of mountainous villagers? How could they make the store manager and manager so enthusiastic in their hospitality? Zhang Chuiwei saw this scene. Angry teeth. Even the mood to buy a BMW car was gone. He just watched Yi Chen and the others from the sidelines. Mr. Yi, thanks for the support. Thanks for the support. I've prepared a little car delivery ceremony for you guys on my side. Due to the rush of time, I hope Mr. Yi won't mind. The store manager and the inch-haired manager, who wore a big back hair, with leathery expressions, they complimented Yi Chen and the others. Store manager, there is no need to be so polite. Since your store is ready, it's not good for us to push back. In fact, personally, I still want to buy a mobility scooter. I don't know if there are any recommendations. Seeing that the store manager and manager were taking such good care of Yi Chen and the others, They simply bought it here along with the mobility scooter. There. This can be to have. This 4S store of ours, not to mention the most complete models in the country, that is also at least ranked in the top 3. Let's first finish this delivery ceremony, then sit down and slowly chat. The store manager and manager were overjoyed. Unexpectedly, a car delivery ceremony can also have unexpected gains, so the two men responded even more diligently. I want to buy a car. There's no one to come and receive your 4S store. Is this how you treat your god? After the middle-aged man realized that Zhang Chuiwei, who was on the side, ignored himself, hurriedly, he took his anger and spread it on the salesman. Little Blue, go and receive this customer, while the others prepare for our car delivery ceremony. The store manager on the side, after glancing at the other party, turning back to the business, he handed it over to Sister Blue. He then led Yi Chen and the others, crossing over to the two Zhang Chuiwei, only to see that Yi Chen and the others did not even look at Zhang Chuiwei, who was on the side, and walked straight ahead. This made Zhang Chuiwei, whose eyes were wide open with anger, angry. The heart said angrily, Jiang Baiwei, when you went to school, you were always on top of me, always with that attitude of not putting me in your eyes. As a result of graduating, you are living a better life than me, the one who tried to get a better life by all means. Thinking of these, Zhang Chuiwei angrily put the small purse in her hand. It all scratched out a mark. This is why you can find a husband with both money and face. Why you can have a happy family. This is why. Zhang Chuiwei's heart roared with powerless rage. Her eyes reddened and she was trembling with anger. The middle-aged man on the side, finally came a sales, and also long so positive after. For a moment forget, pulling Zhang Chuiwei, who stayed in place, after the middle-aged man reacted, only to see Zhang Chuiwei looked at him angrily, and took the bag in his hand, and walked towards the outside. The middle-aged man also hurriedly added a contact information of Sister Lan and hurriedly chased out. Mr. Yi, this is your key, and vehicle information. Is it convenient for you and your lover to take a picture in front of the new car? The store manager and the manager, one holding the information, and the other holding a bouquet of hand bouquets, were given to Yi Chen's two hands. With the two Yi Chen, they slowly lifted the black cloth covering the car. Boom! At this time, the sales on the side opened the flowers in their hands in unison, and the arranged photography guy immediately began to capture the picture. Immediately after, the crowd came to the front of the vehicle to take a group photo. Recording, Yi Chen's family's first automobile. Store manager, next I want to buy another mobility scooter. I still hope that little Li can serve as our sales. Yi Chen, who had finished the simple car delivery ceremony, said to the store manager, of course, no problem. Little Li, come here. Mr. Yi has something for you. The store manager turned back to Xiaoli, who was surrounded by a group of colleagues, asking for sales experience. Mr. Yi, may I ask what else I can help you with? After breaking free from the surroundings of his co-workers, jogging all the way, he came to Yi Chen and the others. We intend to buy another mobility scooter in your store. I don't know if you have any recommendations. Yi Chen smiled and said to Xiaoli, Gudu, yes, does Mr. Yi want to be more on the business side, or more on the young and sporty side? Xiaoli, who swallowed his saliva, he immediately felt himself no longer tired and full of power. On the side of young and sporty summit, if you want to talk business, you won't drive a mobility scooter to go. Mr. Yi, this way please. Our second floor are all sports-style sedans. Xiaoli hastened to Yi Chen and the others, leading the way, and the colleagues standing behind them, one by one, looked enviously at little Li's distant figure. Mr. Yi, I suggest you buy this sedan Romeo, a very romantic and luxurious luxury car. With its unique side license plate, it will definitely become a beautiful sight on the road. Xiaoli came to the second floor. Straight away, he led the crowd to a blue and purple vehicle. I've seen this vehicle on the road. It's really eye-catching. I'm also relieved that little Li introduced me. I'll take this car. Let's see if there's a top-of-the-line black current car. And finally, for my lover, see if there is a top-match white BMW 5 Series. Yi Chen looked at the vehicles in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Then, after locking eyes with Jiang Baiwei, it was directly finalized, and also incidentally bought a replacement car for Jiang Baiwei as well. Mr. Yi, you've given me a big surprise. I'll check the inventory. I remember that there are vehicles with all these configurations. Xiaoli had his mouth open, frozen in place. Originally, he was just introducing Yi Chen to his own heart, the vehicle that he wanted to buy the most. The result was so cold, it was indeed going to be bought. Mr. Yi, these configurations are indeed still available, but it's in another warehouse. Time won't allow it if you want to drive away today. Why don't we arrange for a crate tomorrow? Send the vehicle to your place? An apprehensive little Li inquired in a low voice. No problem. Calculate how much in total. I mainly came to buy this MPV today. Yi Chen waved his hand. After indicating that it didn't matter, Xiao Li immediately led the crowd back to the delivery location. Mr. Yi, I'll go ahead and determine the price and get the purchase contract for you. I called my colleague over to teach you to familiarize yourself with the operation of this vehicle. Wait for me for a while. With a grateful face, Xiao Li transformed into the king of efficiency. While handling the transaction of the new car, he led Yi Chen to familiarize himself with the operation of the vehicle. Chapter 37. A crowd full of people. Mr. Yi, the contract is typed out, landing at a total of 970,000. This is the vehicle purchase contract. Yi Chen, who had finished familiarizing himself with a round of vehicle operation under the guidance of Little Li's colleague, he then saw Little Li with the contract, jogging all the way over. Then, just transfer the money directly. Yi Chen, who had roughly gone over the contents of the contract, directly transferred money to the 4S store on the spot. Due to Yi Chen's bank card, the daily limit had already been mentioned to 1 million, so there was no need to bother and go to the bank counter. Mr. Yi received it on his side. Our 4S store has given you the vehicle, all on the temporary license plate. The follow-up can only be put on the license plate on the periphery of the capital first, and can only be driven on the periphery. After Xiao Li finished these contracts, turning to Yi Chen, he added, then if you want to drive in the inner perimeter of the capital, how do you need to operate? After thinking that he needed to go through the inner perimeter to go to school, curious, he inquired. The only way to do this is to go and shake the license plate number of the inner perimeter, or go and buy a license plate from someone else's hand. Yi Chen, who was informed of this situation, was relieved. It wasn't just about spending money. What he was most afraid of now was spending money. Immediately, he took out his cell phone and called Brother Ma. Hey, Brother Ma, how is the child checking out? Xiao Yi, the child is recovering well. Our side is almost done. Is it still going well on your side? Ma's happy voice came over. My side is all done. It's just that after I bought the car I realized that the inner circle of this capital city is required to shake the license plate number. I want to ask Brother Ma, is there any way to get 3 license plate numbers? Yi Chen said with slight embarrassment. This is a small problem. I have some friends over at the DMV. Just spend some money to buy their internal license plate numbers. I'll give that side a pass later, and I'll be able to get it done in a day or two. After chatting a few more sentences, and informed that Yi Chen, who didn't have to come to pick them up, hung up his cell phone, looking at the listless babies through the rearview mirror. At a glance, they were hungry. Immediately bid farewell to Xiao Li and the others, all the way carefully, and drove towards the villa. Yi Chen, do you want me to drive? Looking at Yi Chen who was fully focused on driving, Jiang Baiwei said with a worried face. Don't worry Baiwei, although I haven't touched a car since I finished my driver's license, but I'll just familiarize myself with it. I won't joke about our safety. On the elevated road, Yi Chen, who was traveling at a speed of up to 40 yards, without taking his eyes off the road, he replied looking ahead. Due to the huge body of Yi Chen's vehicle, it dominated nearly half of the road. The vehicles following behind them honked their horns one after another, which also made Jiang Baiwei worry even more about Yi Chen's driving skills. Ding! Check that the host's driving skills are too low. Triggering the side mission car skills. Task requirement, drive to a speed of 100 yards per hour on a highway for 2 kilometers continuously. Completion reward, top-notch car skills. After hearing the system voice in his head, Yi Chen slowly turned back to the crowd and said, all fasten your seatbelts. Mom and Dad keep an eye on the babies. I'm going to accelerate. Immediately after, Yi Chen swallowed his saliva and adjusted his breathing. With a foot of floor oil, he scurried out. Woohoo! Yi Chen, who was feeling the speed and passion, wolf called at once. This made Jiang Baiwei, who was gripping the safety handrail on the side, turn pale with fear. One by one, she told Yi Chen to drive slower. Yi Dad and Yi Mom, who were sitting in the back seat, were also startled by this sudden acceleration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, car skills. Reward for top-notch car skills, issued. A fusion of knowledge of various colors of car skills was instantly incorporated into Yi Chen's mind. This caused Yi Chen, who had originally had a tense body, to instantly relax. There was no more sharp braking and sharp acceleration. Now he felt that he had become one with the car. Feeling the vehicle gradually smooth down, Jiang Baiwei reached out and twisted a hand. Yi Chen waste meat said, tell you to drive recklessly. All scared uncle and aunt. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei who was holding her chest and talking gamely. He hurriedly explained that he was too excited and promised that he wouldn't be so skinny next time. Immediately after, with Yi Chen's now out-of-this-world car skills, he arrived at the gate of the lodge in half an hour's time. Mr. Yi, this side has received some of your courier. We have already dispatched them to the courtyard of your villa. The saluting property staff reminded after seeing that it was Yi Chen. Returning to the villa, one saw that 2 huge packages were placed in the courtyard. Chen Hong, who was in the courtyard, made a phone call while curiously checking up on whose express it was. Sister Chen, why don't you rest for a few days and start busy working again? Yi Chen and the others said teasingly as they slowly stepped out of the car. Little Yi, this is your newly bought car. Ah, very tasteful. It just so happens that you're back. There's a director who wants me to introduce him to an actor who knows martial arts. After seeing Yi Chen, Queen Shen said with a joyful smile, and took out that video of you online. Said that according to this standard, I'm this searching directly ask you personally is not good. Chen Hong hung up the phone, looked at Yi Chen with interest and said, Sister Chen, you don't flirt with me. Playing basketball is okay. What do I know about performing? Yi Chen immediately waved his hand and refused. With your face value and physical condition, isn't it a pity to just play basketball? Sister Chen will broaden your path to the entertainment industry. Chen Hong desperately requested, looking at Yi Chen and said, Sister Chen, this or don't. I this basketball or not yet how to make a name for myself. Showbiz is really cannot enter a little awe. Looking at Chen Hong's tone that didn't seem to be joking, Yi Chen also immediately explained, well then, the entertainment circle is missing a Yi Chen. Basketball circle, there's going to be one more big god. Looking at the difficult Yi Chen, Chen Hong also gave up continuing to persuade. Yi Chen and the others then unpacked the express. He also notified the nursing aunts to help organize these things. Jiang Baiwei, on the other hand, went to the mother and baby room to give the wailing babies a refill of milk. Just as Yi Chen was leisurely lying on the table and chairs in the courtyard, enjoying the tranquility of this evening, an unknown number called in. Hello, please ask for that person. Comrade Yi, it's me, Bureau Wu. I'm calling this time to tell you that the results of the treatment of the two Lin family brothers and his nephew have come out. They have been fooling around in the 5th People's Hospital area for a long time, and the Procuratorate has taken evidence from all parties and punished them on several counts. They are going to spend their later years in prison, but his nephew's crime was not serious and was only sentenced to 5 years. Hearing the loud and powerful voice on the other end of the cell phone, it blew away Yi Chen's heart. Those many darkness. Yi Chen was also hurriedly thanked. Wu Bureau did everything. With the cell phone hung up, another thing in the heart is considered to have landed. With the sound of cars roaring, getting closer and closer, Yi Chen looked at Ma Qingye and the others, holding the child happily got out of the car. Brother Ma, so happy today. Do you want the two of us to drink some more? Sure. Anyway, they are all sleeping here, and they are not afraid of delays. There happens to be wine in the back of the car, all for you to take up. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Ma Qingye immediately opened the compartment of the commercial vehicle, carrying several tightly wrapped bottles of wine. Brother Ma, you're afraid that you're going to drink until the wee hours of the morning with this stance. Ha ha ha, don't get drunk. Yi Chen scratched his head and said, then I'll stay later and make us a couple of decent drinking dishes. Just waiting for you to say that. Good wine with good food. Seeing the purpose reached, Ma Qingye cheerfully patted Yi Chen's shoulder and walked towards the villa. Chapter 38 Yi Chen's back-to-school fiasco. At night Yi Chen made a large table of delicious food, letting Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu who could thoroughly consume normal, gourmet food, to make up for their previous regrets. Yi Chen and Ma Qingye, after drinking to the wine over 3 rounds, taking advantage of the strength of the wine, he came to Yi Dad and Yi Mom's side and said, Mom and Dad, my boss got me a ranch. I think you guys will stay in the capital from now on and help me manage it. In the face of a ranch with many black technologies, handing it over to someone else to manage, Yi Chen was really a bit uneasy. After thinking about it, it was still the optimal solution for Yi Dad and Yi Mom to stay. But we only raised chickens and ducks and whatnot in our old home. Didn't do any ranch work, not to mention letting us manage it. The 2 old men who had eaten their fill were playing on the side with their little babies. By Yi Chen's task that caught him off guard, his brows furrowed in fear. It's alright Mom and Dad, management-wise I will find someone to do it first. You guys just follow behind and learn. Mainly this ranch is for your precious grandchildren to produce milk powder. That is, for you to keep an eye on the quality of this piece. Other than that, I'll take care of it. Yi Chen bitterly explained to the 2 old men. After hearing that this ranch was related to the grandchildren, the 2 old men were obliged and took on the burden. Little Yi, the 2 ranch teams and the construction team that you identified at noon will go over for construction tomorrow. I've already negotiated the price for you. I'll show you the contract later, and if there's no problem, you can sign and draw. Ma Qingye, who was drunk and staggering, also reported on the work that Yi Chen had entrusted him with. I don't worry about Ma's work. Let's keep drinking, but we can't raise fish. Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu looked at these 2 happy enemies, after rolling up their sleeves and drinking, also shook their heads helplessly. In the end, they still called on Yi Dad and Yi Mom, before the 2 people who were drinking and staggering, slowly carried them back to their respective rooms. Phew Baiwei, this Ma's drinking capacity is really How to say that I am also in the basketball team drinking field crunching mess kill people. Surprisingly, and I do not distinguish between high and low. Barely propped up the bedside table. Stood up, Yi Chen muttered. You also don't try to be brave. You are still a student yourself. Just drink so much alcohol day after day. Not in the future. Can drink like this. Jiang Baiwei smelled Yi Chen, who was covered in alcohol, pinched her nose and said with a disgusted face. Yi Chen, who heard this, staggered towards the bathroom, started to wash up. After a cold water rinse, Yi Chen gradually sobered up, dried off and put on his pajamas. After shaking off his head, he walked out. Baiwei, the body recovery cream that I gave you last night, you have to stick to it. The effect won't let you down. Looking at Jiang Baiwei, who was already lying on the bed and covered with the quilt, Yi Chen slowly took out the bottle of Jade Young cream from the nightstand. Taking the initiative, he applied it to Jiang Baiwei. Yi Chen, is this my illusion? Why does it feel like, after using this body recovery cream, the marks from the cesarean section are much better? Jiang Baiwei, who was carefully wiped by Yi Chen with the body recovery cream. At once, she realized the difference. Hurriedly taking the body recovery cream that was placed aside, she picked it up and scrutinized it carefully. This thing is very spiritual. Other people can't buy it even if they want to. Yi Chen spoiled, touching Jiang Baiwei's hair and said, the days also passed quickly in this sweetness. In the next 1 or 2 days, Yi Chen checked the ranch renovation as well as the running contract, and the workers entered the ranch the day after they bought it. The license plate number that Ma Qingye had contacted was also in place as it should be. After looking at his plan, which was being carried out in an organized manner, Yi Chen could finally feel at ease and return to campus. Baiwei, really don't you want to go to my school to play for a while? Yi Chen, who had eaten his noon meal, pulling Jiang Baiwei's hand, he asked sincerely. My best friend will be able to come over to see me in the next 2 days. Wait until I'm done seeing her, then I'll accompany you to school. With an apologetic face, Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen and said, then, your best friend will also talk to me when she arrives at home, and I'll thank her for everything she's done for you. Yi Chen slowly sat in the Romeo that had already hung up, the license plate number of the capital's inner circle. After saying goodbye to the crowd in the courtyard, he also didn't forget to take out his cell phone and notify the righteous sons in the dormitory to come out and greet their righteous father. Woohoo! Yi Chen, who was traveling alone in the countryside, unable to resist, he lowered the car window and let out a loud scream, feeling an unprecedented sense of happiness. After a short drive, Yi Chen's vehicle steadily appeared at the entrance of Tsinghua University. Grandpa, I'm not used to this cigarette, so I'll leave it all for you to smoke. Look, can this school gate be opened for me? Yi Chen carefully, after handing the cigarette to the grandpa, heartily asked. Little waif, this car that has not entered the school system are not allowed to enter. This cigarette, you take it back. The grandpa was still adamant, not letting in vehicles that were not recorded in the system. It made Yi Chen cry and laugh. He had forgotten about the school, and there was still this. So compelled, picked up his cell phone and made a call to the guide and said, hey guide, how's the recent recovery? I'm here in the janitorial room, encountered a little situation. The guide, who was working in the office with an injury, asked suspiciously, what's the problem with the janitor there? Taking a leave of absence doesn't affect the student ID recognition to enter. It's like this guide. I live a distance from the school here, so I bought a car. The doorman said that this car of mine, not entered into the system, does not allow me to enter. You see, this matter can be resolved for me, not? Yi Chen pursed his lips and said good-naturedly, you kid again, give me the whole thing, is it? Only faculty and staff vehicles can enter the school. I forget it. I'll think of a way for you to fix it. The guide's voice came from the other side of the cell phone in no good mood. The call was then hung up. The vehicle was commanded by the gate guard to park on the side of the road first, not to affect the normal travel of the school gate. Yi Chen, helplessly, he sent a message to the dormitory and the others. Sending a message. One good news, one bad news. You guys want to hear that one first? Yi Chen, bad news. Lin Fan, the bad news is that I can't get into the school. Yi Chen, what kind of person dares to stop me, ye big schoolmaster? Did you not give the gatekeeper grandpa some human feelings? Chen Bin, if human feelings were useful, I wouldn't have asked the guy to handle this for me. Yi Chen, what about the good news? Chu He, I came to school in a car, that's why I couldn't get in. Yi Chen, dig, wait for us at the entrance, have a car and still return to what school first? Of course, first take us for a wave. Chu He, looking at the roommates in the dormitory group who directly chose to skip class. Again Yi Chen made Yi Chen cry and laugh. At this time, Chu He also said his maxim, compulsory courses choose to escape, elective courses must escape. Sitting in the car on the board, Yi Chen, surprised in the rearview mirror, he saw Wang Xiyu was playing with her cell phone with her head down, not the slightest attention to the front of their own vehicles, straight into the rear safe. Chapter 39, The Exasperated Wang Xiyu. Ah, why? Is there a car parked here? Wang Xiyu scrambled to pick up the cell phone that fell on the ground and looked down at her bruised knee. She was furious. At this time Yi Chen frowned and walked down from the driver's seat. Yi Chen, how come it's you? This is your car? Wang Xiyu, who originally had an angry face, suddenly changed to a surprised expression. For a moment, she forgot about her bruised knee. I hate walking without looking at the road. Didn't touch my car. Yi Chen ignored Wang Xiyu's question and straight away checked out the rear car. But I'm asking you. Wang Xiyu saw Yi Chen, after this attitude, with the same tone as before when she was in love. She questioned, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Don't go to your instructor Huang. What's the point of hanging around at the gate, soliciting customers? Ha! After Yi Chen saw that the trunk was fine, with a face full of disgust, he looked at the other party and said, you, not to show off with you, my object drove a Wrangler to pick me up. Who cares about you? This broken car. After thinking about the new boyfriend, driving a Wrangler, a face of disdain looked at Yi Chen. Indeed, who cares about you? This broken car. Yi Chen also responded with a sneer. Just at this moment, a roar of an engine entered the ears of the two. Wang Xiyu heard this movement. She was instantly delighted. Trouble you to get out of the way. Blocking my object to pick me up. A black Wrangler then came to a sharp stop beside Yi Chen. From the car walked down a man with a powerful face wearing sunglasses. Honey, how come you just came? I was bullied. Wang Xiyu immediately put on a look of pity. Relying on the man's arms, she said, kid, bumped into my girlfriend. Shouldn't you compensate and apologize? Instructor Huan looked at Wang Xiyu, whose knees were blue with pain, immediately took off his glasses and looked at Yi Chen with an angry look, only to see Yi Chen disdainfully, sneered after saying, it's her own, blindly bumped into my car. I'm not looking for compensation from her, but I'm already thinking of the fact that she's been serving me diligently for the past half year. So you are Yi Chen. In the past, it was Xiyu who was blind to look at you. If you speak out loud again, I don't mind reteaching you to be a human being. Instructor Huang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in an unkind tone, ha, I'm just stating a fact. Get lost before I change my mind. Yi Chen said in a tone filled with disgust. This made Wang Xiyu, who had fallen into her arms, instantly become furious, and then looked at the angry, scratching his sunglasses to pieces. Instructor Huang said, my dear, he bullied people too much. Must help me out of this bad anger. Looking at the beauty in his arms, the pitiful look, Instructor Huang suddenly burst of self-confidence. Want to find the scene said, it's a man who will fight with me one-on-one. Take a woman to say what's the matter. Che, you are not qualified enough. Yi Chen calmly inserted his pants pocket. He didn't even use his eyes to look at the other party and said, seek death. The thoroughly enraged Instructor Huang, ignoring the despicable gazes of the surrounding students, walked towards Yi Chen in large strides. Just at this moment, yo-ho, daring to move someone from our dormitory under my nose. I'm afraid he hasn't been beaten before. The roommates, who hurriedly arrived, appeared in front of the school's main gate. They saw the imposing Instructor Huang. Without thinking too much, the roommates came directly to Yi Chen's side. Honey, let him off the hook for today. The days in school are still long in the future. Wang Xiyu, who saw things gradually getting bigger, immediately spoke out to stop it. Humph, kid, don't let me hear you again. Say a word about Xiyu not, otherwise you won't have today. Such good luck. Instructor Huang looked at Chu He and the others whose physiques were not inferior to his own. He also immediately stopped the movements in his hands. Pretend mud horse it, or today to make things clear, or today no one can go. After the crowd saw Wang Xiyu, they were roughly clear about what happened. Chu He and the others directly surrounded the two Instructor Huang. You guys don't mess around. This is the entrance of the school. There are security personnel. Seeing the scene gradually getting out of control, Wang Xiyu immediately exclaimed, ha, when you wanted to move Olji just now, why didn't you think that it was in front of the school? Chui's burly physique was like a big mountain. The two of them were pressed. Wang Xiyu couldn't catch their breath. Chu Zi, forget it. There's no need to damage the school's image for such a broken car. At this time, Yi Chen, who was sticking his pockets in, said indifferently, since Olji opened his mouth, then get lost. The two of them, Wang Xiyu, who dared to be angry, had no choice but to return to the Wrangler in a grayish manner. Yi Chen, you wait for me. Instructor Huang, who had started the vehicle, did not forget to leave behind a harsh word on his way out. Che, what the hell? Even if you drive a broken car, you're still a wimp. Chu He and the others spat disdainfully, sitting in Yi Chen's car. Boom! Yi Chen sat straight back in the driver's seat, ignited Romeo, the restless engine. Old Yi, what's the situation? This Wang Xiyu what demon again? Sitting in the passenger side of Chu He, casually asked Yi Chen. What can happen? Walking without looking at the road hit my car. The results found that it is mine. Just call someone over. Looking for a scene. Yi-chan returned with a lack of interest. That's fine. Don't let the brothers see them in school. See once beat them once. Shuhei also supported Yi-chan after hearing this. But then again, this car is really awesome. Full of money. Old Yi, don't put it at ease. Take advantage of the fact that sister-in-law is not here now. This must not bring the brothers. Have a good time. Shuhei and the others. After comforting Yi-chan for a few sentences, they immediately put the matter just now behind them. Let's just go straight to that Wancheng city and have a good afternoon of fun. I don't think old Yi will let us pay the bill. Lin Fan, who was in the back seat, immediately thought of a ghost idea. This bit of spending is still a sprinkle. Let's go. Only to see a black sedan speeding down the capital's roads. It was as if 4 gorillas were sitting inside the car. All the way to the strange screaming, the crowd steadily docked to the basement of Wancheng City. Today's consumption is paid for by Mr. Yi. Brothers consume. Shuhei, who was sitting in the co-pilot, was the first to jump out of the car, said excitedly, causing the others in the underground garage. They all looked over. Present eye bag. Hurry up. Yi-chan and the others, who were surrounded by onlookers and looked uncomfortable, immediately ran into the elevator on the side. Started there. Happy afternoon. The crowd walked around to most of the stores in the mall. Were not interested. The only one who couldn't walk was in front of the big door of the arcade. Paddle. Only to see Yi-chan and the others manhandling a small basket of gold coins. It was filled with golden game coins. Shuhei took the lead and came to the violent motorcycle amusement area. The tourists on the side, looking at Shuhei's physique who practiced weightlifting, had to avoid getting out of the way. I'll meet you. Yi-chan and the others couldn't look at Shuhei's pretense. One after another, they put in their coins and started the challenge. The top-level car skills that Yi-chan had obtained also included motorcycle skills. Unsurprisingly, he completed 3 kills in 1 pick. Shuhei and the others instantly came into a temper as well, and continued to coin the challenge. Just when the crowd was having fun. Chapter 40. An entertainment anchor who asks for it, begging for a bookshelf. A middle-aged man holding a cell phone came behind Yi-chan and the others. Silently, he looked on and said, "Families, look at what I found. This youngster's motorcycle skills look alright. I'll go and meet them for a while when they're done competing. Love but not, anchor don't engage. You a mixing arcade 10 years old oil still bully what newcomers? Thunder Gabra, that's right. Winning against a newcomer isn't much fun, but losing to a newcomer would be fun, funny face. A big donut, anchor on. Poke these young people's sharpness." Watching the pop-up screen explode in the live room, this outdoor anchor who was originally not very hot, all of a sudden, he came to the dry road. Families right away. Let's show you the god of motorcycles. What is a position? Watching again by Yi-chan, easily take Shuhei them. The center point anchor rushed forward and said, "Brother, I also come to challenge a hand. Do not mind." Yi-chan and the others turned around and spotted the middle-aged man holding up his cell phone. Shuhei was surprised and asked, "Dude, are you live streaming?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Shuhei and the others ignited, at once, their pretentious genes, as the center-pointed anchor sat down, handing over the cell phone in his hand. He handed it over to Shuhei, who was leaping to the side to help with the live broadcast. Shuhei, who was very good at what he did, immediately took over the cell phone. Utilizing the gap in the selection interface, he pointed the cell phone camera at Yi-chan and the middle-scored man respectively. "A big donut, anchor, stop it. You're not allowed to bully such a handsome little brother." "Vientian, is it? I'll come over now. Wait for me. Sweet and spicy, family, this I really like. This time I will not let you. Handsome, not meat. Dagger, no. This live room can still have a girl's should not be all of us have a video game city feelings of the old men. Sauce, other than that, this guy is really handsome. Our body is also a top of the stick. And just a little bit of money to ask for a contact. Long Aotion, auntie, look at me, can live a good thing, less not sticky. Homepage has my personal video, crying face. Juju stick." Another young man chose to take the shortcut of the number of people. "Really do not walk a little detour, Shuhei looked at the pop-ups flying all over the live room and burst into laughter. At this time the race also started. Yi-chan drove a black motorcycle and took the lead. The middle scoring anchor, who was right behind him, drove a yellow motorcycle that was dead on behind Yi-chan. After the two of them passed a corner, both sensed that the other party was not simple. If Shuhei and the others were facing a curve, they would have chosen to slow down and pass by the outer circle. Unlike Yi-chan and the midpoint anchor, using extreme pressure curves, not only do not slow down, directly take the inner circle to cross the corner. This also inspired Yi-chan's desire to win. Immediately, he decided to take this race seriously. "Woohoo! Young man, the technology is not bad, but how are you going to face such a 10 years old grease like me?" The middle-aged man quickly surpassed Yi-chan after through his full understanding of the map. With a showy face, he said. Yi-chen, on the other hand, utilized his out-of-this-world car skills to frequently use the curves to close the distance. At the last turn from the end, he even utilized the magnitude of the pressure bend that was almost attached to the ground to smoothly take the first place. Careless. I didn't accelerate. But you kid, you do have some skill. The center point anchor, who was sitting awkwardly on the motorcycle, said with a stiff upper lip. I'm sorry to admit it, but your skills are strong as well. But sorry, met me. Yi-chen was also unshakable and shot back. The middle score anchor turned back to take back. After Chu-hee's hands on the cell phone, with a defiant face, he said, family, this is the anchor deliberately letting him go. Young people nowadays are really high-minded, so I decided to challenge him one more time. My specialty, shooting. Love is not iced tea, shame on you. The motorcycle can't play with the young man is ready to take his own skill to find the name. You cast can't get the approval of my ma someone. Superman strong, anchor can't we just bow our heads. This young man you are afraid that you can't resist. Sweet honey spicy, anchor I warn you, if you bully my little brother again I will immediately unfollow. The middle score anchor looked at. So many sneering pop-ups. In his heart, he was instantly unhappy, turning his head towards Yi-chen who had already gotten off the motorcycle, issuing a challenge to it. Young man, dare to compete with me again. This time we'll compare shooting. Yi-chen and the others who heard this couldn't help but burst out laughing. Big brother, why don't we still compare motorcycles? That way at least, you still have a little chance of winning. Chu-hee, who was on the side, still couldn't help but speak out and remind. Motorcycle is just my little carving skill. Shooting is my specialty. Just ask you kid. Dare to catch it. Full of indifference, the center point anchor insisted on the game shooting. As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade a damn ghost with good intentions. Yi-chen and the others, after looking at each other playfully, Lin Fan, who was behind him, thought of another ghostly idea and said, since you want to compare so badly, how about we have a little bit of color? The center point anchor immediately smiled and said, no problem I'm just afraid that you guys won't dare to accept the challenge. Then how about the person who loses our match shooting? The consumption of the arcade today will be paid for by the other party. Lin Fan then revealed a happy smile after his purpose was accomplished. What's the big deal? I don't want you guys to pay for me if you lose. Just give me some attention. The center point anchor confidently said in the live broadcast room, as the crowd moved to the shooting area. The center point anchor also didn't forget to assure himself in front of the cell phone camera that he would be lighter on his hands. Kid, you can't be afraid, so I'll let you shoot for 30 seconds first. Looking at Yi-chen who was standing behind himself, the center point anchor raised his eyebrows and said, big brother, I really don't care about bullying you. Yi-chen, who was stroking his chin, said with a flash of inspiration, how about this? Don't make me throw for 30 seconds either. I'll directly go backward 3 meters and race you to shoot the ball, with the ball being handed to me by my roommate. Yi-chen wanted to add some fun to this unsuspecting shooting match. Smiling, he said to the center point anchor, ha ha ha, this is the first time I've heard such an arrogant statement. Just do as you say. Today I'll show you how the title of Capital Scoring King came about. Being completely enraged by Yi-chen's words, the center scoring anchor, he also put down his face and took on this seemingly unfair match. Chapter 41, Wannabe Furniture City's Jackie Chan. With the center point anchor's live broadcast, the heat began to rise. Some unknown eaters walked in continuously. After hearing such shameless match rules, they also cursed that the anchor was shameless. When the center point anchor saw these pop-ups, the top of his head didn't pay much attention to them, randomly found a live melon-eating crowd and asked him to help broadcast the next match. Accompanied, Yi-chen walked 3 meters away from the coin shooter. Chu-hee came to the coin shooter for Yi-chen, and at the same time as the center point anchor, he dropped the game coin in his hand, only to see the basketball slowly fall. The center point anchor picked it up and shot it, taking the lead to get a point. Just when he was complacent, boom, a dull sound of a blow came from the side. Immediately after, Chu-hee and the others, with a basketball in their hands, passed backwards in an orderly manner. As soon as the basketball was in his hand, Yi-chen threw it towards the basket without aiming. Without exception, the center of the basket was empty. Yi-chen was like Owen's body, shooting baskets with 0 mistakes. The neutral anchor on the side had already been stunned. This was no longer an intensity that he, a normal person, could resist. Blossom half summer, this little brother is so handsome and powerful, please call that center scent monkey in front of you, open to affect me to see a handsome man. Jerk, hiss, this dude's technique is horrible like this, so shooting a basket is too easy. The beauty of the puppet, finished, cannot look again. And then look at the child in my stomach are going to take the initiative to recognize the father. Blossom of fortune, this young man is really strong in shooting. It just so happens that there is a basketball court in my villa, so you can come to my place to exchange in person. Drooling, a leaf knows autumn, auntie, I heard you play this game in the Magic City. Sweet and spicy, I've said that the anchor should not challenge my brother anymore. Isn't this a self-inflicted insult? But my brother's shooting is really handsome. I'm going to give you a monkey. Cold Scholar, hot, isn't this Yi-chun from our Tsinghua school basketball team? How come he came to this arcade to bully honest people? Sweet and spicy, thank you little brother for informing me of my brother's identity. Online for my brother's contact information. Out of the real people, I said so powerful technology how can be a passerby. The original is the school basketball team. It seems that this year's national college basketball tournament will be interesting. With the last basketball, after a steady shot in the basket, the score also came to an amazing 164-1. The center anchor, who had recovered from the shock, also came to Yi-chen's side at the first time. Kid brother, you have this skill, said it earlier. I still humiliated myself to challenge you. Looking at the center point anchor who wanted to cry, Yi-chen also had a face of excitement. It had been several days since he had touched a basketball. It was just the right time for him to warm up today. I told you a long time ago, continue to compare violent motorcycles, you may still have a little chance of winning. Yi-chen, with an innocent face, shrugged his shoulders. Big brother, you've been playing in this arcade for so long. Those that are fun and those that aren't surely know. Take us to play with the others. Yi-chen patted the center point anchor's shoulder and said excitedly, okay, I'll arrange it for you guys. Clearly, after retrieving his live broadcasting phone and checking the heat that was far higher than the previous live broadcast, even more full of vigor, he led Yi-chen and the others on a tour. And so the crowd began, a joyful journey to the arcade. Until it was close to dinner time, the crowd slowly arrived at the entrance of the arcade, looking at the only 10 game coins left, as well as the fist power machine on the side. Old Yi, how about the 5 of us playing this one at a time? Shu He, who saw the fist power machine, said with an excited face. I think it's you. Who wants to prove yourself? Lin Fan, who saw through Chui's thoughts, mercilessly exposed him. You guys just say, play or not. Shu He immediately said with a stiff upper lip. The crowd then lined up. The center point anchor took the lead and came to the front of the line. A few kid brothers. I can't play much with this physique. How about, just let me take the lead. It won't be so ugly at the back. The center point anchor scratched his head and said awkwardly. The crowd also recognized that this midpoint anchor didn't have a bad heart after the afternoon's contact. It just simply wanted to come and pretend. So they quickly mingled with Yi-chan and the others, and gave him a spot of attention. And then the crowd gave up the position of the fist power machine, only to see the center point anchor, after wearing the boxing gloves, heavy against the hanging in mid-air, red sandbag smashed, as the number above the display screen soared all the way up and finally stopped at 463. He slowly took off his gloves, with an expression of I knew it was so. Lin Fan and Chen Bin, who were on the court next, respectively, scored 576 and 581 points, due to the fact that Lin Fan was a badminton player and Chen Bin was a 1,000 meter runner. So there is no too much strength training. At this time, Shu He, who was full of confidence, wore gloves. He also did not forget to pose for a few poses to the center point anchor live camera, then vigorously smashed towards the machine. Boom! Only a bang was seen. The machine's numbers flew past the 700 mark, and eventually stopped at the terrifying number of 796. Hot and spicy clothing, terrifying as hell. This little guy is a power player at first glance. This is into his territory. Hot rolling hot. Hiss, I mustn't get a bruise or a purple patch from this punch. Flying dragon in the sky, this big body is strong. If you and he against the absolute will not scream out the second sound. Flowering, drooling, this is what the arcade live all to Auntie picking eyes. Choo-choo North knows, Auntie, although I understand that the flower language of wireball is patience, but I still want to try. Love jealous fish, finished, or there are young people who do not listen to advice to find on this shortcut. Chui took off his gloves and handed them to Yi-chen after. With an appearance of not speaking and pretending to be an expert, he came to the side of the center point anchor. Watching up, the pop-ups complimented him. At this time, Yi-chen was also wearing his gloves and tightened the fists in his hands. Ever since obtaining that set of military body fist, and the marrow cleansing pill, he could clearly feel that his body was getting stronger and stronger. He also wanted to try out where his limit strength was now. Slowly coming in front of the machine, taking a horse stance, he pressed down his center of gravity while quickly throwing a punch. Another dull sound came from the machine, which made Shu He, who was watching the pop-up, also look up curiously at Yi-chen, only to see the scene from the previous scene. Once again, it smoothly broke through the 700 mark, eventually stopping at the number 777. Holy, old Yi, are you practicing basketball or boxing? Made me a little not confident. After staring dumbfounded at the numbers displayed by the machine, Shui opened his mouth and said to Yi-chen. This also made Lin Fan and the others suck in a breath of cool air, which was what basketball forward This was the opposite ancestor. Ah, it's okay, these days eating well rises muscles. Yi Chen immediately found some excuse and excused himself. In his heart, he silently gave himself a nod for this 50% force strike. However, the live broadcast room of the center point anchor was completely blown up. Pink lady, this little brother is also too comprehensive. From the very beginning of the motorcycle I've been in the live broadcast room. During the tour of the other items are at most a third place. This is still a normal human can do. M78 Nebula, looks like we aliens can't hide anymore for good. Show yourselves my people. One flew over the cuckoo's nest, my mouth hasn't closed since this little brother showed up, surprising me time and time again. It's this live broadcast assistant who keeps filming himself. Suggest docking his salary. Sweet and spicy, that's it. We all came to see my brother. Who wants to see you as an assistant? Brother is so great. Oh, braised beef. This young man is a bit of a practiced way in. Look at the way he powers up, is very much like the way he powers up in military boxing in the army. 2nd Battalion Commander, finally know the same way. I see found that this punch goes the way of military boxing, but the general public simply cannot reach this figure. Chapter 42, worrying about his roommate. Looking at the live broadcast, the intensely exchanged viewers. Young man, you're really not an ordinary person. I'm glad I met you guys today. Why don't I take you guys out for a meal? The center point anchor wanted to continue to stay with Yi Chen and the others. Together, rubbing in a wave of traffic. Sorry big brother, we want to play alone by ourselves next. Yi Chen kindly refused the anchor's request. Mainly Yi Chen and the others felt that it was very uncomfortable to stay under the camera all the time. So with Chu He and the others, they left the arcade, leaving behind the mid-scoring anchors who were messed up in the wind, as well as the viewers who had no joy in seeing them. Old Yi, you're a bit perverted lately, right? What kind of stuff did you eat to grow so fast? Chu He hadn't come out from the shock just now, one after another, asking Yi Chen what was going on. You gaga eat, gaga practice. You can also have this growth speed, Yi Chen said calmly as he led Chu He as they roamed the mall. It was at this moment, Lin Fan had another idea and said, why don't we go to the supermarket and purchase ingredients, then hand them over to Yi Chen for processing, and the brothers will eat meat and drink wine. Lin Z, this proposal is good. I've long craved old Ye's craftsmanship. As soon as Chu He heard about the food, his eyes began to glow. That's fine, but I need to ask my guide about that vehicle pass first. I still have to go to the training ground early tomorrow morning and find a coach to train with. Yi Chen, who had briefly combined his thoughts, also agreed with this idea. So the crowd hoofed it, and came to the huge supermarket below the mall. Before we came to this supermarket, we all came for those snacks. This time I'm going to swipe those gourmet foods on my cell phone. All of them, let old Yi make them for me again. Chu He, who was pushing a shopping cart, couldn't wait to run towards the seafood area. Yi Chen was also helpless, looking at the spreading roommates. Taking out his cell phone with an embarrassed face, he called the guide and said, hey, conductor, afternoon, I said that vehicle pass thing. Is there a result? Was about to call you. Had a meeting earlier, delayed a bit. The guide's helpless voice came through. I'll record the license plate for you now. Your car is not allowed to park in a conspicuous location. If I find out about it, I'll black out your license plate. Definitely. The guide is working hard. After learning that the guide had resolved it, Yi Chen was overjoyed. Later, we'll go back to school and go to the school cafeteria to make something to eat by ourselves. The guide must come over and try it. After telling the guide the license plate number, Yi Chen was instantly beaming with joy and said to the guide, old Yi, hurry up and follow. Also, bring another cart over. Chu He, who was already in the seafood area, holding a large net to fish and shrimp. He also didn't forget to tell Yi Chen to push up another cart. Coming. Yi Chen held his cell phone while chatting with Zhang Baiwei for a few sentences. He walked towards the crowd. I'd say just for this one meal. As for buying $20,000 of ingredients, Yi Chen held his head and looked towards the trunk that was stuffed to the brim. It's not rare for you to get a meal. This time strive for us to have a good meal at once. We'll take care of it for you. Chu He patted his chest, an expression of leaving it to him. I'll call my object over again, and ask her roommates if they're coming or not. Fruity, righteous father. Lin Fan and Shen Bin, who were sitting in the back seat, they were instantly energized, grabbed Chu He's arm one after another and asked, this is not for you two boys. Creating opportunities. See the sisters speak smartly. Do not and the last time to introduce you to the same. Chu He who spoke about this matter. Then he was furious. When people ask you what seat you're on, you say you're made of meat. I'm really speechless by you. Even Yi Chen, who was driving on the side, couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fan and Shen Bin were instantly unhappy. What words? What words? This is. Shen Bin and Lin Fan were both sophomoric. Originally the conversation was fine. It was that woman who suddenly asked this. How would I know that she was asking about horoscopes? Ah, big old man who studies this. Ah, Chu He said after rolling his eyes. So this time, You guys be smart. Fong Yu is just a little bit of a friend. It's almost over for you guys. With that, the crowd talked and laughed all the way to the school's gate. Yi Chen, who was slightly nervous, slowly drove towards the gate. Luckily, the guide was sharp, and the system automatically released the vehicle when it showed that it was an internal vehicle. Woohoo! Drove a car into the school. Just ask who else. With an excited face, Shu He immediately took out his cell phone, shot a video on it, and bragged about it and sent it to his object. Shu Zi, don't send this video indiscriminately. The guide 3 orders told me to keep a low profile, and hurry up and beat up the windows for me. Shu He, who was close to taking a loudspeaker and telling the whole school that he drove into the campus, immediately quieted down, but still typed and shared with the object. One person carry some things. I'll park the car and come over. Arriving at the cafeteria that was closest to the dormitory, Yi Chen explained that the people should carry all the ingredients. He himself went to find a hidden parking space. After Yi Chen parked his car, he saw that Shu He and the others were already negotiating with the cafeteria. Since it was now dinner time, there were already students coming over to eat one after another, so they could only lend out the back kitchen that originally made noodles for the group to use. After seeing Yi Chen come over, Shu He immediately told him the situation. After Yi Chen said that having a place was fine, so the crowd swarmed to the back kitchen of the cafeteria and wore masks and hoods. Brothers, move! For the sake of our foodies, Shu He, in the middle of the day, cheered the crowd on. On his own, he began dealing with the sole favorite, the big pork elbow. As Yi Chen and the others began to get busy, Chen Fanyue also brought the remaining 3 roommates to the cafeteria where Yi Chen was. After learning that they were already busy in the back kitchen, they all curiously walked in as well. Yi Chen, who had already started cooking, did not notice the movement behind him for a while. It was only with an inadvertent look up that he saw Lin Fan and Chen Bin, who had come in with their 3 younger sisters by Chen Fanyin. As if they had clicked the quick button, they sold themselves. Brother Yi, it's hard work to fry so many dishes alone now. Then let's go outside and wait for the deliciousness to come out of the pot. Chen Fanyin looked after the originally small back kitchen. Consciously, she led the people to retreat out. You guys just wait for the delicacies to come out of the pot. Yi Chen, who heard the voice coming from behind, also hurriedly turned around and responded, and then urged Shu He and the others to hurry up and deal with the ingredients. Old Yi, the kitchen knife in my hand is almost cutting out sparks. It really can't go fast enough. Lin Fan shook off his stiff arm and said, then think about the sisters outside. They are waiting for this meal of ours. You guys are still sparking. The spatula I'm swinging is really close to smoking. Yi Chen wiped the sweat on his forehead after using a towel. Powerlessly, he spat out. Under the crowd's tight schedule, a sumptuous meal finally came out. During this time, the guide was also finally busy with the work at hand. He appeared in the middle of the cafeteria. Let's let all the beauties wait for a long time. Yi Chen pushed the cart that the cafeteria used to place the rice buckets and slowly came in front of the crowd. As the time had already passed the mealtime, there were only a few scattered people left in the large cafeteria. But we've been listening to Fong Yu brag about how much better Yi Chen's cooking is. Now that we finally have the chance to eat it, how can we feel long? A girl with a big wavy perm responded enthusiastically. Yi Chen also heard the tea flavor in these words and faintly responded. It smells good. Yi Chen looks like you didn't lie. The guide nodded slightly at Yi Chen and also said with a thumbs up, then the guide can later eat a little more. Shu He immediately signaled with his eyes, and the 2 of them, Lin Fan and Chen Bin, distributed bowls and chopsticks and drinks to the crowd. After the crowd had all taken their dishes, Yi Chen raised the beer in his hand to celebrate this wonderful meal. The scene was immediately lively. Chapter 43, Instructor Huan's Successive Provocations. We're going to start. As the crowd successively discharged their chopsticks, their expressions became plumped up one by one. Yi Chen, this is too delicious. Could it be that you're the legendary Chinese kid who cooked us a whole table of golden cuisine? The big wavy girl, once again, approached Yi Chen and said. Yi Chen also turned a deaf ear. The crowd continued to soar in the sea of food, all mesmerized. The guide was also looking with a shocked face at this Yi Chen who she had watched grow step by step. This had already broken her knowledge of cooking techniques, and Lin Fan and Chen Bin enthusiastically pinched dishes for Chen Fanyue as roommates. There was not the slightest bit of trepidation because of the presence of the guide. Old Yi, he. When it comes to drinking, I'm still good at it, right? Shu He, who was burping, looked at Yi Chen, who was lying on the tabletop, as if he was a victor. The guide was called away by a school phone call halfway through dinner. After there was no guide present, Lin Fan and Chen Bin were also bold and sat directly beside the sister. This made Shu He and the others nod their heads in relief. In the end, Chen Fanyin interrupted her big wave roommate's move to try to assist Yi Chen back to the dormitory. Only then did the crowd stagger. each returning to their own dormitory. Lying again in the dormitory nest, dizzy Yi-chen. He also did not forget to send a message to Jiang Baiwei, asking about the children and her situation. The dormitory then resounded with, one after another, the sound of snoring. Assemble! With a command from the coach, the players who were originally scattered around the basketball court came in front of the coach. In the crowd's astonished gazes, Yi-chen put on his jersey and appeared on the morning training ground. Let me welcome the return of student Yi-chen with the warmest applause. Yi-chen greeted the coach as he began to make silent exchanges with his teammates with his eyes. The crowd also saw this and temporarily pressed the curiosity in their hearts. As the warm-up ended, Yi, what's your situation here? You just joined the varsity team and took a vacation. The crowd swarmed, coming to Yi-chen's side to ask what was going on. You guys wait out. I'm going to get something. Only Yi-chen mysteriously smiled. Coming to the backpack he was carrying, he took out a large bag of joyful candies from it and began to distribute them to the crowd one by one. Yi-chen, what's the situation? Wedding candy? Li Chen, who was the captain of the varsity basketball team, immediately asked in surprise. A little bolder, this is my child's wedding candy. I became a father. Yi-chen proudly tilted his head and said, Holy! The crowd, who were still holding the wedding candy in their hands and were in a daze, suddenly wailed. No dude, you're only a sophomore. How can you have a child? How can you let me, a senior or a single dog, live? Yi-chen, your sophomore year has been more exciting than my entire college. The teammates tearfully ate the wedding candies distributed by Yi-chen. Yi-chen also purposely came over to the coaching staff and distributed some as well. And he promised the crowd that he would find an opportunity to bring Jiang Baiwei over and get to know the crowd. Introduce me to get to know them as well. Yi-chen turned his head, only to see a group of inch-haired men walking straight towards him. Instructor Huang's figure, Horan, was on the list. What kind of person? Don't know that this is our school basketball team's training ground? Hurry up and leave. As the captain of the team, Li Chen immediately came in front of Instructor Huang and said seriously, today we are here to find Yi-chen. If others also want to come and join in the fun, then they will be taught a lesson together. Only to see Instructor Huang viciously looking at Li Chen. The words were unkind and said, Stop. The coaches who noticed this situation instantly came over to stop the other party's behavior. It was an inch-headed man who arrogantly took out a cell phone and handed it to the coaches. Director Huang of the logistics department, looking for you guys for a word. One of the coaches, with a confused face, answered the phone. Hello, but good director. Gloomily, he handed the cell phone back to the other party, and said to the other coaches, this is a matter between students. Let's not interfere. As the head coach of the basketball teams, Coach Pete happened to be away today. Now facing Director Huang, who was in control of the basketball team and all the finances, the rest of the coaches could only helplessly compromise. Yi-chen had an expression of anticipation, and to the coaches with complicated expressions, he patted his chest and said, Coach, I understand that you guys have a hard time. However, this little scene can't be difficult for me. He then patted Li Chen, who was standing in front of him, with an expression of leaving it to himself to be able to solve it. But, Li Chen frowned, before he could finish his sentence. Instructor Huang said loudly, idle people, disperse. The teammates who had originally thought that they would fall away, but instead of retreating, they stood together with Yi-chen. Even the coaches, who had previously retreated to the side, had no intention of leaving. You guys, Yi-chen's eyes were complicated, looking towards his teammates. We are teammates who can give our backs to each other at any time. Li Chen was at this moment, in the same way Yi-chen had just done. He patted the other's shoulder and said, interesting, since everyone is so righteous, then let's clean up together. With a disdainful face, Instructor Huang looked at Yi-chen and the others. Although he had only been in the army for 2 years, he relied on his rich family background, and his father who was the logistics director. He quickly mixed up in the army. After he was discharged, he even called on the soldiers who were discharged at the same time, and under the operation of Director Huang, he successfully became a university military training instructor. As long as he gave the order, these instructors can all be able to give his life. This was also the reason why Instructor Huang, why he dared to take action in the school. Brother Chen, brothers, this matter started with me. Let me solve it myself, Yi-chen said as he was moved to look at the crowd. Bah, Huang Wei, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the school just because you have a dad who is the head of the logistics office. With me Li Chen here today, no one can touch Yi-chen. Li Chen, who was completely seething, immediately pointing at Instructor Huang's nose, he said, looking at the furious Li Chen in front of him. Instructor Huang also immediately felt a burst of pressure. This Li Chen's father, in the school board of directors, but very weighty. Really, if the fish is dead, indeed, it is not good to end. For Li Chen's face, let's draw down the road and compare today. The one who loses, has to fulfill one condition of the other party. How about that? Instructor Huang settled down and said with a cold smile. Li Chen turned his head to look at Yi Chen, only to see Yi Chen nodding calmly. It's time to put an end to this matter. 2. Chapter 44, The Unworthy Instructor Huang. Soon 2 groups of people surrounded Yi Chen and Instructor Huang in the center. Only Instructor Huang clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Yi Chen with a disdainful face. Shoot the video for me. When the time comes, it's going to be for you to watch over and over again. Yi Chen, with a cold smile on his face, looked at the arrogant Instructor Huang, and then quickly attacked towards the other party. Instructor Huang saw that the other party came in front of him in the blink of an eye. His eyes instantly panicked. He hurriedly blocked his hands in front of himself. Immediately following, a thick straight punch smashed in and was accompanied by a huge thrust that knocked him backward by half a meter. Hiss! Instructor Huang, as well as the people around him, sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Instructor Huang, who did not dare to be careless in the slightest, quickly adjusted his position. Without looking away, he looked at Yi Chen. Ha! I thought how powerful. Just this, Yi Chen said with disgust, looking at the other party, looking for death, only to see that the other party was also a fast attack. Huge fist straight toward Yi Chen's face, only to see that Yi Chen was not panicked, and took the blow with ease. Just when the opponent wanted to take his fist back, a slight force was applied. Instructor Huang immediately felt like his hand was going to fall apart, and was inwardly shocked at the other party's strength, and why it was so great. Boring. Yi Chen looked at Instructor Huang, after his shocked eyes, shaking his head against his abdomen. He came with a heavy kick. Only to see Instructor Huang covering his abdomen, curled up on the ground and kept rolling. In no time, he fainted. If I see you in that Wang see you again in the future, it won't be as simple as today. Yi Chen calmly patted his clothes and said. The crowd of onlookers gazed at Yi Chen with eyes like looking at a monster. Voodoo, little Yi what kind of striker are you fighting here? Go directly to the UFC, Ultimate Fighting Championship. Li Chen felt all human numb. His own counseling felt redundant. Even if the other party came together, Yi Chen could easily handle it. Brother Huang, call an ambulance. Yi Chen, you're finished. Director Huang won't let you go. Young man's hands are good, but you've messed with someone you shouldn't have. It was only then that the people on Instructor Huang's side remembered to call the emergency number, not forgetting to continue clamoring. What else you guys are capable of? Yi, have taken it all. Also, tell your so-called Instructor Huang to talk to me properly if he doesn't want to be extinct. Yi Chen was also not used to the other party, and responded positively with a serious expression. Subsequently, in the eyes of the crowd, in disdain, Instructor Huang was carried out as if he was a curled-up prawn. Thank you all, for everything you've done for me. The child's full moon wine must not be drunk. Yi Chen turned around in a hurry. He bowed deeply to the crowd. The crowd then continued their unfinished training, but the eyes of the crowd towards Yi Chen had clearly become more respectful. Soon the morning's training came to an end. Originally, the coach and his teammates thought that Yi Chen, who had been away from the basketball court for a week, would have some decline in his condition, but in the training to see, Howlin' before even more fierce Yi Chen also had to say in the hospital basketball court, have insisted on practicing. Only then did the teammates believe it, and looking at the afternoon, was full of class schedule. Yi Chen called and Jiang Baiwei said, today may have to come back to see you at night. Jiang Baiwei muttered as she sat in the courtyard and slowly put down her cell phone and said, Sister Muyu, Yi Chen has classes all afternoon, so he can only come to see me at night. Looking at Jiang Baiwei, the aggrieved little expression, Su Muriu immediately pulled her to her side and said, Baiwei this man has gone too busy himself. We women have to learn to entertain ourselves. We can't surround ourselves with men day in and day out. Sister Muriu, but I still miss Yi Chen. Su Muriu immediately held her forehead and said, Baiwei, how come I only found you now? This love brain attribute. Let's watch variety shows. Tease the kids. How fulfilling life is. After being driven by the cheerful Su Muyu, Jiang Baiwei's state of mind also gradually got better. Yi Chen, who had returned to the classroom, was also quickly noticed by his classmates. Since Yi Chen was very well liked in the class, the students were also curious and asked about what Yi Chen had been doing this week. Class president, just in time for you to come. I've prepared some wedding candies for my classmates, so help me distribute them. The class president, who originally had a face of eating melon expression, all of a sudden, he was caught by Yi Chen, and took out a large bag of wedding candies from his school bag and stuffed it into his hand. Yi Chen, that video of the violent beating of the suited bodyguard that's spreading all over the internet, the main character in it, is it you? After receiving the joyful candy handed over by Yi Chen, the class president, who had a look of you don't tell me or you don't do anything, stared at Yi Chen and asked, although it's not very much like admitting it, I was indeed the main character in that video. The class president who heard this, as well as the surrounding students, all of them had an expression of wanting to eat a big melon. Class president, first distribute the happy candies to the classmates. Why I appeared in the hospital. That has to do with my reason for taking leave this time. Yi Chen shrugged and said, Yi Chen, just don't sell it. We're all itching in our hearts. Yeah. It's not easy to get close enough to eat melon. Just give us a quick one. Looking at the crowd of unusually excited classmates, Yi Chen also had to stand up. This joyful candy is the joyful candy that I became a father. Now you guys understand why I appeared in the hospital. Che. Just then, Chu He and the others who came to the classroom carelessly, they were instantly stared at by their classmates. With unanimous gazes, Chu He, Yi Chen said that he gave birth to you guys, and even gave us wedding candies. The classmates pressured no one to believe Yi Chen's bull *******, so they joked about Chu He and the others. One must know that as fellow classmates, they had witnessed how many girls Yi Chen had rejected. It was only when he was finally soft-pedaled by Wang Xiyu, ends single life. A few days ago, he was green again by Wang Xiyu. It was hard not to let the classmates think that this was a means to get back at Wang Xiyu. He. Then consider yourselves to have given birth to these three good oldest children of ours. Since Yi Chen was going to train in the morning, and Chu He and the others who didn't have to practice, only now had just arrived at the classroom from the dormitory. Seeing the classmates, all of them did not believe in this matter afterward. They didn't explain too much either. However, Yi Chen, you bought this wedding candy. It's really like that bought or Hey Fuji's candy. This candy isn't cheap. The sharp-eyed classmates quickly discovered the unusual nature of the sweets, so they happily took two more. At this time, the class bell also rang, and all of them waited for the teacher's arrival in a well-behaved manner. Learning time always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye it came to evening. Yi Chen, who was eager to return, immediately drove the car parked at the corner, sprinting on the way home. By way baby, I'm on my way back. Did you miss me, duck? Yi Chen, who was driving the car, he also didn't forget to use his cell phone to send a voice to Jiang Baiwei. While Jiang Baiwei stayed with Su Muyu and the others, she was eating all kinds of melons in the entertainment industry, and did not notice the message sent by Yi Chen in the slightest. This made Yi Chen drive towards the villa with the fastest speed possible. Chapter 45, Baiwei's arrogant best friend. Just as Yi Chen was about to approach the gate, however, he saw a young woman in professional attire, dragging a suitcase, just coming down from a cab. She was exchanging something with the property owner. Yi Chen, who drove to the front, vaguely heard the words Villa 1. The property officer on the side also noticed Yi Chen's vehicle. Just when it was time to go forward to confirm their identity, Yi Chen lowered the window. Welcome homeowners. I seem to have heard just now. You want to go to Villa number 1? I can take you there. Yi Chen had a curious look on his face. Looking at the young working woman, he said, This is the owner of Villa 1? You can explain your situation to him. The property officer on the side also confirmed Yi Chen's identity. This made Gu Lingyu, who was originally a bit skeptical about how there could be such a coincidence of things. Lowering her guard, she said, Hello, may I ask if you know Jiang Baiwei? Of course, get in the car. I probably know who you are. After hearing the other party say Jiang Baiwei's name, it was basically certain that she was that lawyer BFF of Jiang Baiwei's. Gu Lingyu didn't make any pretenses and came to the back seat with her suitcase. Yi Chen saw this and kindly said, There's mineral water in the back seat. You can bring it to drink. Gu Lingyu just nodded slightly without making any movements. Instead, she kept watching Yi Chen's every move through the rearview mirror. This caused Yi Chen to have to correct his driving posture, fearing that the other party would find something wrong. Yi Chen, who was sitting upright, finally came to a stop in front of the villa. Without waiting for Yi Chen to open the door for Gu Lingyu in the back seat, the other party grabbed the door and went down first. You go sit in the courtyard for a while first. I'll go call Baiwei. Yi Chen, who looked at the empty courtyard, hurriedly entered the villa to call Jiang Baiwei. It wasn't until Yi Chen stood by the sofa in the living room on the first floor that Jiang Baiwei and the others, who were still eagerly eating melons, only then did they see Yi Chen's figure. Yi Chen, you're back. Quickly come over and eat this melon together. Jiang Baiwei hurriedly greeted Yi Chen and sat down. Continuing with a serious face, she looked at the circle of friends in Su Muyu's cell phone. Baiwei, without any surprises, I should have received your best friend back together. Why don't we go down to meet someone first? Yi Chen said with a helpless face. Finished, too engrossed in eating melon and forgot to look at my cell phone. Jiang Baiwei, who got up in a hurry, put on her cotton slippers and walked towards the courtyard. Yi Chen carefully looked after her all the way. Lingyu, I'm sorry, just now, I was with Sister Muriu, eating melons from the entertainment industry, and didn't pay attention to my cell phone. Jiang Baiwei pulled an unhappy Gu Lingyu and said in a pitiful manner, Thanks to me getting off the airplane, I hurriedly ran to you. Gu Lingyu slowly drew her hand back. As a result, you didn't even return a single message. If it wasn't for your object driving me in, I would have turned around and gone back. Gu Lingyu, pretending to be angry, tilted her head with her arms around her chest and said, I'm sorry, I'll make amends and apologize. I'll let Yi Chen make you your favorite tiramisu, so don't be angry. Jiang Baiwei, who was pulling Gu Lingyu's hand on one side, had eyes that were insanely suggestive of Yi Chen. Yi Chen also hurriedly stood out. He had to properly redeem his image in front of Jiang Baiwei's best friend. Calling you Lingyu shouldn't mind. Baiwei, this is also a moment too happy. What are your requirements? I've agreed for Baiwei. Not waiting for Gu Lingyu to open her mouth, Su Moyu, who was right behind her, also came to the courtyard to say something nice on the side. Sister Lingyu, it's all my fault, having to drag Baiwei to eat some melon. I'll apologize to you for Baiwei. Su Muyu, who only appeared on cell phones and TV, just so coldly, appeared in front of Gu Lingyu. She had put the matter of Jiang Baiwei not replying to her messages behind her. With an agitated face, she looked at Su Muyu, didn't dare to open her mouth. It's also quite cold outside. Let's go inside and talk. Su Moyu, who grabbed Gu Lingyu's hand, also handed Jiang Baiwei a look that said, I'll take care of it. Gu Lingyu, who was being pulled by Su Muyu, had a blank head, not knowing what had happened. She sat down on the living room sofa. You guys chat first, I'll go prepare today's dinner. Yi Chen saw the atmosphere. After being eased down by Su Muyu, immediately ducked into the kitchen, letting them finish chatting first. Looking at Yi Chen's distant figure, Gu Lingyu only then slowed down, looking at Su Moyu, who was close at hand. Even though Jiang Baiwei had informed her of this matter in advance, she still felt that there was something unreal about all of this. Oof, stinking Lingyu, are you here to see me or are you here to see Sister Muyu? Jiang Baiwei, who pretended to be angry, was the first to snatch the initiative to speak. This caused Gu Lingyu, who hadn't been angry in the first place, to weaken in her aura. After seeing Gu Lingyu no longer angry, Su Moyu hurriedly came out and made a white face and said, Baiwei, people's Lingyu is just nervous. She definitely came over to care about you. Why don't we finish reading the rest of the friend circle like this? Soon under Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu's one-on-one cooperation, Gu Lingyu quickly became acquainted with the crowd, and joined together, in the melon-eating army. Not long after, dinner is served. Ladies, please also take your seats. After Yi Chen placed the cooked delicacies on the dining table, immediately took out his cell phone. He asked Yi Dad and Yi Mom, who were supervising the construction progress at the ranch, how long it would be before they arrived home. Let's stop here for today's melon. Let's eat first. Su Muyu, who slowly closed her cell phone, said with a playful face, Sister Muyu, if you open a live broadcast to share these showbiz gossips, popularity for sure, straight to the clouds. Gu Lingyu, who hadn't had enough, was instantly transformed into a little fangirl, totally disregarding hungry rumbling stomach. The crowd talked and laughed as they arrived on the second floor. When they saw a table of delicious food, Jiang Baiwei couldn't wait, sat down on the seat. Yesterday, Yi Chen was not at home, so he had to call Immortal Residence Pavilion to order meals. When really eating previously thought, is the earthly delicious Xianju Pavilion dishes? The crowd, who had been raised by Yi Chen's mouth, only felt that it was barely edible. Lingyu, come on, Yi Chen made your favorite tiramisu, or durian flavored. Jiang Baiwei said as she looked towards the table, the plate of exquisitely dressed desserts, as the crowd took their seats one after another. Jiang Baiwei, who had long been hungry and thirsty, took the lead in picking up a cassoulet prawn and putting it in her mouth, totally ignoring the hot shrimp body. Su Muyu and Chen Hong were also impatient, picking up their own delicious food and putting it into their mouths, without the slightest regard for image issues. The puzzled Gu Lingyu, after putting a piece of beef into her mouth with confidence and skepticism, only then did she realize why the crowd was doing this. Only then did she understand why the crowd was acting like this. Looking at the crowd that hadn't eaten for days, Yi Chen had originally wanted to raise a glass to celebrate. Yi Chen originally wanted to raise his cup to celebrate Gu Lingyu's arrival, but now he had to slowly put down the teacup in his hand. Going forward to check on the sleeping babies, Yi Chen entered the baby room, tiptoeing to check up on the condition of the babies. Hearing the movement of the nursing ants, also whispered and Yi Chen greeted. Yi Chen looked at the sleeping board. The three daughters smiled with relief, and after seeing his youngest son, sleeping and still biting his palm, the anger did not hit one place. It is true that it is still the daughter who was well behaved. This kid was born with a rebel bone. Yi Chen, who had finished determining the children, once again returned to the restaurant, only to see Jiang Baiwei and the others, touching their round bellies, not forgetting a piece of tiramisu in each hand. After seeing Yi Chen return, Jiang Baiwei said with a happy face, Yi Chen, Next time you can't make so many delicious food. If we eat like this we'll really get fat. It's not because you're a little greedy cat. You can't control your mouth. This meal was prepared for 7 people. As a result, the 4 of you ate it all. Not even the dessert was left. Looking at Jiang Baiwei who sat paralyzed on the stool after eating her fill, Yi Chen also cried and laughed and said, Yi Chen, your cooking is really delicious. It's no wonder Baiwei keeps praising you. For now, it seems that you have the prerequisites to be a good husband. Gu Lingyu on the side also didn't mince her words in her compliments, and had already initially recognized Yi Chen. Yi Chen was also coy after being praised by the crowd. Then outside the house came a sound of a vehicle's engine. Yi Dad and Yi Mom rode the contractor's van back to the home. Yi Chen and the developer after a few polite words. Then he returned to the kitchen and simply made a beef fried rice for Yi Dad and Yi Mom. Xiao Chen that construction team's efficiency is really quite fast. The ranch has really changed a lot now. When it's all done I'll ask to go up and take a look together. Sitting on the patio with his bowl, Yi Dad, who was eating his meal with a big mouthful of rice, said with a face of excitement, we also purposely asked about this method of raising cows. I found out that it's just like raising chicks. Just feed regularly. Milking or something. You should be able to learn it later. Yi Ma, who finally had something to do. She also colorfully described what she learned in the pasture today. Where are the good grandson and granddaughter? After settling the meal in hand in 3 tries, Yi Dad then began to ask about the children, and upon learning that they were already asleep, only then did he slowly light up a cigarette in the courtyard. Xiao Chen, come over here for a moment. Chapter 46, Customized Toys for Babies comes to town. The last time Baiwei's parents came to the house, we didn't mention the marriage. I wonder if should we take the initiative to find someone to mention it? Yi Dad, who was smoking a cigarette, pulled Yi Chen aside and said, that's what I think too. When I have things on my hands, pretty much dealt with, find Baiwei's parents and make an appointment. We'll pay a visit at home. You think so too? Then I'm relieved. Gifts and stuff you remember not to leave behind. Yi Dad was relieved. After patting Yi Chen, he then took care of himself and smoked in the courtyard. Since Yi Chen only had 1 training match tomorrow afternoon, he could stay at home for a little longer. Looking at the crowd that chatted from the dining room to the living room, Yi Chen had the sense to go back to his room first and take a shower. After that the little babies who had woken up from their sleep came into Yi Chen's arms. Yi Dad and Yi Mom in the courtyard also finally saw the precious grandchildren that they had seen all day. Unable to wait, they hugged them from Yi Chen's hands. Ding! Detecting that the host's air is unusually active, the system releases a branch mission toys. Task requirement, the children independently choose their favorite toys, and the host combines their own understanding to develop the toys in depth. Reward for completion, learning ability max. The system was caught off guard, releasing a task. Yi Chen, who originally wanted to quietly accompany the child, had to hand the child over to Yi Ma. He went alone to move all the toys at home to the courtyard. Great guys, how many toys did this Chu He and the others buy? I've pulled them 2 times. Looking at the 4 big boxes of toys, Yi Chen still didn't forget to spit out. Chu He and the others who were far away in the dormitory hurriedly called the nursing aunts and took the toys out, putting them on the tarpaulin arranged in the center of the courtyard. Xiao Chen, what is this for? Letting the child draw lots. It's not time yet either. Yi Dad looked at Yi Chen suspiciously and asked, Dad, I'm not looking at the little babies, who have too much energy day after day. I'm thinking of letting them find some favorite toys, and I'll order some high-end goods. That way the kids won't be so tossed about. Yi Chen patiently explained, combined with the fact that before, the children slept when they were full, and when they woke up from their sleep, they would lie in the arms of the adults and wriggle around frantically. Without paying attention, there was the risk of falling down. Yi Dad also nodded as he came to a realization. Indeed we should give our grandchildren order high-end goods. These plastics, made for fear of being unhygienic. When the toys were all arranged, Jiang Baiwei and the others also noticed the movement in the courtyard. They came out one after another. Since the children couldn't crawl yet, Yi Dad Yi Mom carefully held the children, holding one toy in front of their eyes to linger for a moment. After not getting a response from the grandchildren, then the toys were put to stay. Upon learning that Yi Chen was trying to pick toys and then customize high-end goods for the overly energetic children, Jiang Baiwei and the others were also quick to join the ranks, and Gu Lingyu, who was seeing a child for the first time, was also contentedly hugging the child. Su Muyu also held the child out at this time. Little Yi, this godson is also a son. How can we buy toys without his share? Ha ha ha. Isn't it because the godson hasn't woken up yet, so we didn't carry him out together? Now that he's awake, let's pick together. Yi Chen, who scratched the back of his head, explained, and grabbed the block in her hands. Good girl Zero. What a good granddaughter for grandpa. These blocks are the best for exercising the brain. In the future, Ro will definitely be a talented little genius. Yi Dad, who was holding his eldest granddaughter, couldn't stop smiling at this scene. Jiang Baiwei on the side, also kissed her with a doting face. This scene seemed to have flipped some switch, and in the next 3 minutes, the other little babies chose their favorite toys one after another. The oldest, Yi Ro, chose blocks. The second, Yi, chose a doll. The third, Yi Kahan, chose a harmonica. And the fourth, Yi Jicho, chose a baseball. Su Muyu's child, on the other hand, chose a Rubik's Cube. This good eldest child of mine really inherited my sports genes. From a young age toys all have to choose a baseball. Looking at the 3 daughters who chose quiet toys, the youngest son favored the sports style. This also made Yi Chen, with a pleased face, look at him. If the youngest son practiced a muscular body, he would also be able to protect his 3 weak sisters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission toy. Reward has been issued. Please check. At once Yi Chen's brain, as if enlightened once again. Originally being a liberal arts student, he instantly figured out the structure of the respective toys as well as how to play with them. The most terrifying thing was, he was actually brainstorming on his own about the various underdone movements in the training ground yesterday, as well as correcting the dribbling and passing movements that had been criticized by the coach. You little guys, you're really my lucky stars. Yi Chen, who had finished receiving the knowledge in his head, excitedly picked up his youngest son, lifting him up high, causing his youngest son to let out a ha. Next I'm going to DIY some toys myself and create a unique toy for the kids. After hearing Yi Chen's words, the crowd also felt that it was more meaningful, so they all wanted to get involved. I'm going to purchase the crafting materials now. Do you know any similar craftsmen? Sister Muyu. Yi Chen took out his cell phone and after consulting it for a while didn't see any satisfactory ones. Looking towards Su Muryu, he asked, this I'm going to take a good look at. Address book now. Su Muryu said as she took her cell phone to check it out while turning her head to Chen Hong. Sister Chen's cell phone has all sorts of contacts. Let's look for them. The crowd then mobilized the advantages of the people around them and started looking for people selling hand tools as well as raw materials. Just at this moment, Chen Hong held up her cell phone and came to Yi Chen's side. Little Yi, look at this one. It's that handicraft gun who was very hot online. He has a lot of tools in his hands. Should we find him to try? Yi Chen shook his head when he heard that. Sister Chen, I know this person you're talking about. Although there are all sorts of things made, the tools and raw materials are all ordinary goods. What we want is high precision. I found it. A friend of mine in a foreign country. She happens to know a senior wood carving master. The tools and raw materials in his hands might not be a problem. On the side, Gu Lingyu, with an excited face, she gave her cell phone to Jiang Baiwei, and then began to explain the general situation. Having heard that many national artworks came from this wood carving master. He's the one then. Lingyu, help us ask how much a whole set of wood carving tools cost. I'm going to get some incense wood back. Yi Chen came over and took a look afterward. It was instantly slapped down and finalized. In one night's work, the various tools needed and some of the raw materials were found. Only, this high-quality wood was still missing. Little Yi, let's ask your brother Ma to take care of this matter. That fellow of his, he probably knows some collectors in this area. After Su Muyu finished speaking, he immediately called Ma Chengye to inform him of the situation here. After hearing Su Muyu say this, Yi Chen could also only hope on. Ma, this matter can't be rushed. Using ordinary wood for my grandchildren. I'm not too worried. The goldenrod planted at home. I'll ask someone to cut it down and make toys for my precious grandchildren. Yi Dad and Yi Mom, who couldn't help from the side, concentrated on accompanying the child without speaking. After seeing Yi Chen encounter difficulties, he also immediately thought of a solution. Dad, that golden tree was planted by Mrs. Grandpa. It's been raised for almost 150 years. It's a strange pity to cut it down like this. Yi Chen looked at Yi Dad and said, no pity. Using it on my grandchildren, that's its blessing. Our Yi family has served it for 5 or 6 generations. Now it's time for it to contribute. Not the least bit distressed, Father Yi told Yi Chen to let go of it. Chapter 47 Visiting the military region. Dad Jiang. Immediately, Dad Yi took out his cell phone and called his aunt who was far away in the south. Arrangements were made to cut down the goldenrod in the yard of his house, in its entirety, but under the persuasion of Yi Chen. It was changed to collect the individual branches and send them to the capital. Looking at the thunderous Yi Dad, Yi Chen did not insist on anything else. Rather, he felt that parents who were willing to dedicate everything for their grandchildren had a little more respect. Then let's look for wood together on both ends. More materials for us adults. We can also make some gadgets. Yi Chen finished speaking. Then he took the children and continued to skulk around the courtyard. And then he found Jiang Baiwei and asked about Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom's schedule. My parents' time schedule is all confidential. Only when they're busy will they reply to me. Let me send a message to ask them about it first. Jiang Baiwei took out her cell phone and edited the good news before sending it. Surprisingly, Jiang Dad returned the message almost in seconds. Baiwei, it just so happens that I'm resting in the army for the next few days, so you can bring the kids and Yi-chen over to my place to sit down. Dad Jiang. Yi-chen, my dad happens to have time these days. Why don't we go there tomorrow? With a surprised face, after seeing the cell phone message, cocking his head, he inquired to Yi-chen. Jiang Baiwei had previously sent messages to Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom, but they all took a day or two to reply. I didn't expect Jiang Dad's message this time to reply so promptly. No problem, I'll go prepare some gifts to bring to uncle, and by the way, I'll find another coach to take a vacation. Yi-chen heard that Jiang Dad was available for the next few days. He immediately agreed. When the cell phone and the head coach explained that it was to visit the future old man, very boldly approved Yi-chen 3 days leave, and also did not forget to instruct Yi-chen in the piece of human feelings to do. Yi-chen looked at the message in the cell phone and couldn't help but smile. As a foreign coach, the coach has learned the real way of life in China. And then again after the guide explained the situation, it was also a big wave of the hand, and the 3-day leave was approved. Thank you so much, guide. That said, when will the guide come to my house to sit down? After helping me so much, I haven't thanked you properly yet. Don't be poor. I'm doing this because of your special situation, not because I saw that you're Yi-chen before I approved it. When I'm done with what I have on my hands, remember to make me a good table of food. The tough-talking guide said arrogantly, hearing Yi-chen say yes again and again. After everyone returned to their rooms in the evening, Jiang Baiwei pulled Yi-chen into the room and asked with a serious face, Yi-chen, you honestly said that body recovery cream. Did you really look for the old gentleman to beg for it? That's for sure. This old gentleman's ancestry, old Chinese medicine. This body recovery cream is also passed down from his ancestry. I've gone through a lot of effort to beg for it. Yi-chen, who did not blush, replied to Jiang Baiwei with a serious face, but this medicinal effect, it's also a little too good. I've only used it for 2 or 3 days, and the wound on my stomach has already scabbed over and started growing new flesh. Jiang Baiwei said as she slowly lifted a corner of her pajama top. That proves that this old gentleman didn't lie to me, or else I'd have to settle my score with him. It's good to have you. Jiang Baiwei, who slowly leaned into Yi-chen's arms, had eyes full of love. Looking at the churlish Jiang Baiwei in his arms, Yi-chen still forced down the impulse in his heart. The two people simply washed up, entered the dreamland. Little Yi, the things you told me to buy have been sent to the villa. It's hard for you to take care of Muriu in the days I'm not here. Yi-chen, who was woken up by Ma Qingye's phone call early in the morning, came to the second-floor balcony and answered the phone, not daring to disturb, in the slightest, Jiang Baiwei's sleep. Then thank you so much, brother Ma. Sister Muriu is living a nourishing life here. But then again, Sister Muriu still misses you quite a bit, Yi-chen kindly reminded. I also want to accompany Muriu every day beside This is not the recent international situation turmoil. Before the negotiated that offshore business may be yellow. That's why I was urgently called back to preside over the big picture. Ma Chunye was helpless, sitting inside the office, looking at the foreign party B in front of him who preferred to pay the liquidated damages and was not willing to continue to fulfill the contract. The head was all of a sudden big. Then brother Ma, you take care of it first, your business. Don't worry about Sister Muriel's side. There's Bai Wei and Sister Chen to accompany her. The two briefly exchanged a few pleasantries, then they hung up the phone. As soon as Yi Chen turned around, he saw Jiang Baiwei, who was wearing pajamas, appear behind him, calling, woke you up Yi Chen, who touched Jiang Baiwei's head, said with an apologetic face, no the biological clock in my head woke me up. My dad sent me a location. We can rush there when we're ready. The cell phone was then given to Yi Chen. In addition to those gifts I bought, I'm planning to make some more pastries myself to bring to Uncle Jiang. We can, by the way, bring them for breakfast as well. Yi Chen was inspired and immediately thought of ideas to reflect his thoughts. It's possible. Then I'll have a durian-flavored tiramisu. And by the way, let's make one for Sister Muyu and the girls as well. After hearing that there was food again, Jiang Baiwei's eyes also glistened. At this time, the nursing aunt gently knocked on the door of the room, informing that it was time for the children to breastfeed. So Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei split into two. Yi Chen, who was on fire, quickly finished baking the pastries for several people. After taking out the bags left behind by the executive chef, he packed 5 or 6 servings. The rest were served on the crowd's table. At this time, the gifts that Yi Chen had asked Ma Qingye to buy on his behalf were also placed in the living room on the first floor, only to see Jiang Baiwei and the others, fully dressed, gathered on the sofa watching something. On the side, Yi Dad and Yi Mom were teasing the little babies who had drunk their fill. It's breakfast time. What are you guys watching there? I simply made some pastries. as well as some juice come over and eat. After hearing Yi Chen shouting, Jiang Baiwei and the others, only then did they reluctantly come to the dining table. Su Muriu was holding her cell phone with an excited face, shouting nice, what is Sister Muyu playing? So mesmerized. Yi Chen saw that he was able to put Jiang Baiwei and the others, hard control beside Su Muriu curiously inquired, this is not before received a named King Nongyao game endorsement well. Now the endorsement of the game Skin Online. I thought to try to play a game. This play on a hair out of control. Su Muyu who won the game, responded with an excited face. The way this game looks, I want to play it. That Wu Zetian skin endorsed by Sister Muyu. It's also too good looking. I'll go right now and download one. Even Jiang Baiwei, a game white boy, couldn't help but want to enter the pit of King Pesticide. He. Baiwei, I didn't think I'd already downloaded it, right? After dinner, I'll go double row with Sister Muyu. Gu Lingyu picked up her cell phone as if showing off and waved it at Jiang Baiwei. Yeah, Lingyu was preempted by you. I'll fight you in the game when I come back. With a chagrined face, Jiang Baiwei looked at the other party with contemptuous eyes. I've heard of this game. It's very hot right now. Just the right choice to pass the time now. Yi Chen also said with a sudden realization. The crowd then discussed at the table. The King Pesticide various details. What Han Xin double bully service opened directly to the anti-field. Li by no big move as super soldiers and other remarks. So that Yi Chen this game white people listened to is cloudy. Not a moment later, Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei came to the nanny car, doing the final pre-departure inspection. It was also fortunate that baby seats could be installed in the back row of the nanny car. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Jiang Baiwei alone to take 4 children in the car. Along the way, pay attention to safety. If the grandchildren are hungry, just brew a bottle of milk powder to pad them out first. Yi Dad Yi Mom pulled Yi Chen with 1,000 instructions and said, afraid of starving their precious grandchildren. Chapter 48 The Mysterious Military Region and Maverick Father Jiang. It's still the air in the suburbs that's good. Yi Chen, it seems like it's the first time we've taken our kids and come out alone now. Jiang Baiwei, who was sitting in the co-pilot eating grapes, said with a happy face. From time to time, she also looked through the rearview mirror, observing the children. Yeah, belonging to the two of us alone yet. Looking at a grape handed over by Jiang Baiwei, Yi Chen stuck his head over with a happy face. In front of Yi Chen's out-of-this-world car skills, the children fell asleep as if they were in a crib, grasping their little hands. Baiwei, this journey is still some distance away. Do you want to take a nap first? No need, duck. I don't want the two of us alone to waste our time on sleeping. Yi Chen, who heard this, felt warm in his heart. Immediately, the two of them went from birth to college, almost telling their whole lives along the way. After hearing that Jiang Baiwei had been studying and living alone since high school, Yi Chen with a heartbroken face, pulled Jiang Baiwei's hand. It's all in the past, don't we already have you now? Right at this moment, a sentry post suddenly appeared on the originally spacious path, and 2 men in plain clothes slowly walked towards Yi Chen's vehicle. Hello comrade, the area in front has been controlled, please go around. Yi Chen encountered such a situation for the first time, so he hurriedly explained, we're here to visit my old husband in the barracks, and he informed us of the location before coming this way. Jiang Baiwei, who was on the side, also took out the chat log and gave it to the 2 plainclothes men. The plainclothes men looked at the location in their cell phones. After for a transit station, one of the men came to the other side of the road and was determining something through the walkie-talkie. Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei, who were being stared straight at by the serious plainclothes men. There was some fidgeting at once. Jiang Baiwei hadn't been to the place where Jiang Dad worked since she was a child, which caused her to be extraordinarily restrained. Hello, comrade. Already confirmed with the transit station side. Please tell us your name. My name is Yi Chen. This is my wife Jiang Baiwei. Hearing Yi Chen say that she was his wife outside, Jiang Baiwei immediately blushed. Names are no problem. Please Comrade Yi and Comrade Jiang, follow our special vehicle closely to the transit station, and turn in personal communication devices. Just as the plainclothes man learned over the intercom that there was a couple bringing 4 children to the troop to visit their relatives and saw the children in the back seat, it was basically certain that it was Yi Chen and the others who were visiting their relatives. But as a matter of routine, he still inquired about the real names. What surprised him the most was not just the quadruplets, but the fact that the military area actually allowed personal vehicles to enter directly, instead of transferring to a special vehicle, which made the plainclothes man begin to guess which big leader's relative. Yi Chen was careful, following the military area jeep in front of him. Along the way Yi Chen saw 5 or 6 large and small barriers, which kept his expression taut. Jiang Baiwei, who saw this scene, held Yi Chen's hand and kept comforting him. As the vehicles kept moving forward, Yi Chen came to an open space filled with parked vehicles, which was probably the transit station that the plainclothes man was talking about. Under the puzzled eyes of Yi Chen's 2 men, only to see the plainclothesman get out of the car and hand over Yi Chen's 2 cell phones to a man in military uniform. It was only when the man in military uniform approached that Yi Chen remembered. He was the one who drove over in the jeep when Dad Zhang came to the house that time. Comrade Yi and Comrade Zhang meet again. I will lead you on the next journey. The man turned towards Yi Chen and gave a military salute. Yi Chen was in this unfamiliar environment. After seeing a familiar face, he was also smiling happily and relaxed a bit. As the vehicle started, another unknown journey began. After driving around for half an hour, Yi Chen finally saw the outline of the barracks. Yi Chen, who drove through the gate, was directly taken to the very back of the barracks by the military jeep in front of him. The soldiers who passed by along the way looked sideways at this civilian nanny car, curious as to how this vehicle had appeared in their branch, the core camp of the special forces. Ha ha ha, Wei, little Yi, you guys are finally here. Yi Chen, who had just parked his vehicle, saw Jiang Dad enthusiastically come to the car. Uncle Jiang, Dad. Yi Chen, who got out of the car and came to the trunk carrying a large bag. Slightly formal, he greeted Jiang Dad. Where are my 4 good grandsons and granddaughters? Did you sleep comfortably on the way? Jiang Dad, who originally wanted to help Yi Chen carry some things, seeing the little babies in the back seat, he carefully opened the car door at once, picked up the little granddaughters who had already woken up. The sharp-eyed driver of the front car immediately came over to carry over things for Uncle Jiang. Father Jiang and Jiang Baiwei manhandled the 2 children toward a tent. This is my dormitory. You guys just find a place to sit. Now that we're in the field stretching, there's not so much to talk about. Jiang Dad, who was holding his grandson happily, said casually to the 2 Yi Chen. Dad, these are some gifts Yi Chen brought for you. He also purposely made you some pastries before he left. Come over and try them. Jiang Baiwei pointed at the gifts and said, Little Yi, thoughtful. This tastes really good. It's your kid's handiwork. Little Xie, you come over and taste it too. After placing the children on the bed where they were sleeping, Father Jiang picked up a cookie and tasted it, and hurriedly called for the guard standing at the entrance of the tent to come and taste it as well. Yes, the guard picked a piece from it, a small cookie, and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up at once, and he hurriedly praised Yi Chen's craftsmanship. I'm in the army here. I really can't get away. Otherwise I wouldn't have asked you guys to come to my place. Not seeing my grandson and granddaughter in these few days has given me a bad thought. Xiao Yi is visiting me this time because of Baiwei's matter, right? As a military man, Jiang Dad was quick to speak, but as Jiang Baiwei's father, Jiang Dad also thought about what Yi Chen's purpose was for this visit. Yes, Uncle Jiang, I came this time to find you to set a time. Our 2 families will sit down and talk about the matter of Baiwei and I getting married. Yi Chen sat on a small horse zipper and said in a formal manner. Jiang Baiwei, who was on the side, was also holding Yi Chen's hand, looking at Jiang Dad with an expectant face. You and Weiwei's matter, I definitely fully support it. But, it's still important to see what the child's mother's attitude is first. After hearing Jiang Dad's tone of approval, Uncle Jiang, don't worry, I'll take care of Auntie's side. Yi Chen was instantly relieved and smiled with Jiang Baiwei. Not to talk about that, it just so happens that you came here. Last time, I saw that your military-style boxing had a few charms. Are you interested in practicing with the fighters in the military region? Jiang Dad looked at the children who were squirming madly in their own beds and looked at them with a doting face. And then, with a playful smile, he looked at Yi Chen and said, Dad, you're here again. We're here to discuss things with you this time, not to pick a fight. Jiang Baiwei was instantly displeased. How could there be an old father-in-law who was fighting as soon as he saw his son-in-law? Ha ha ha, Weiwei, isn't this matter done being discussed? I don't have much fun here. I just want to see how Yi Chen's hands are. Noticing that he did go a little overboard, Father Jiang, he immediately scratched his head. No problem, Uncle Jiang. I also want to see what else I lack. In order not to wipe out the face of his future old husband, Yi Chen agreed with a clench of his teeth. Ha ha ha, good. As expected, my son-in-law Jiang, what I want is such confidence. Xiao Xie, notify the Dragon Tooth Squad to gather in front of my tent. After hearing Yi Chen's promise, Father Jiang was instantly beaming with joy, and then gave orders to the guards. Chapter 49, Strong 1-3. Yi Chen was still brewing. For the children, the foreign imported milk powder given by Su Muyu, just heard outside, came a sound of neat footsteps. Attention! Dragon Tooth Squad is assembled. Please instruct the chief. Yi Chen and the others who heard the commotion. They had gathered their gazes on Jiang Dad, who was busy teasing his child. The action of flushing milk powder in their hands also stopped. Little Yi, proceed to make milk powder for the children. Let them stand outside for a while. Jiang Dad, who heard the commotion outside the house, did not have the slightest intention of giving orders. Thinking about the Dragon Tooth Squad that had achieved the entire military region confrontation yesterday and won the team competition, after the match, they said boldly that they were the best special forces in the world. Only then did Jiang Dad want to thwart them. Youthfulness is understandable, but high-mindedness is not. The Dragon Teeth squad standing outside the house originally thought that Jiang Dad summoned them is to privately praise them yesterday's heroic performance. But after coming to Jiang Dad's residence, there was a delay in following up the order, so they had some doubts, and entering into this camp, seeing Yi Chen's conspicuous private car parked on the side made these warriors even more puzzled. Uncle Jiang, the milk powder is all ready. Let Bai Wei stay here and feed the children. Let's go out and meet the warriors outside the house. Yi Chen, who had the system to instill the book of parenting, even if it was his first time brewing milk powder, he did it with ease. Afterwards, he put the 4 cute milk bottles, neatly arranged them on the only desktop in the dormitory. Although it wasn't clear what Jiang Dad's reason for doing so was, but Yi Chen still subconsciously rounded up for the warriors outside the room. Then Bai Wei will stay behind to breastfeed the children, and will go out to meet them. Jiang Dad, who slowly put down the child in his arms, immediately reverting to an expression of, well, no anger, causing Yi Chen to have to nervously follow Jiang Dad out of the dormitory. Good day, Chief. Please instruct. The guard who had originally led the Dragon Tooth Squad had already restood at the entrance of the dormitory. The captain of the Dragon Tooth Squad hurriedly went forward to salute Jiang Dad in greeting, and afterward, with a slightly surprised gaze, he looked at Yi Chen, who was dressed in civilian clothes. After Jiang Dad walked out of the dormitory, still with a stern face, he looked at them without a word. This made the warriors below stand even more erect, and Yi Chen, who was standing behind Jiang Dad, he also hurriedly took out all the standing basics from the college military training session, without the slightest hint of the smile he had just had. No, why let you guys stand outside the house? Looking at the Dragon Tooth captain who had been saluting, after turning his head to look at Yi Chen's standing posture was also in good shape. Relieved, he patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said, reporting to the chief, is afraid of our excellent performance yesterday, and the self-confidence is bursting at the seams. That's why we are allowed to reflect here. The Dragon Tooth captain, who had a very bright mind, quickly figured out this among other things. Since you guys know that you can't be empty-eyed, why yesterday in front of so many brother legions, saying that you are the world's strongest special operations team? Report, Chief. Because we won the championship of this confrontation tournament by a precipitous margin. We have the capital and qualification to say such words. Before the Dragon Tooth captain could organize his words, a young face in the squad behind him stood out with a defiant face and said, Li Yunlong, I know you, kid. In the boot camp, it was broken into the Special Forces intensive training camp, and then joined the Dragon Teeth squad with the first place. Doing what others have done in 4 or 5 years at a young age is amazing. Then tell me out loud, do you think that you, yourself, are the strongest one, Soldier King? Jiang Dad was interested, looking at the young soldier who walked out of the queue, and then asked in a loud voice, yes, I am, the strongest Soldier King. Looking at the young soldier whose eyes were firm and full of confidence, Yi Chen was instantly shocked by his aura, while on the side, Jiang Dad, on the other hand, he pulled Yi Chen to his side, all curious about who this person standing beside me is. Right, if that one of you can beat him with your bare hands, I'll add a banner to your Dragon Tooth Squad's prizes for the confrontation. Just right. Worlds No. 1 Special Forces. Jiang Dad, who had ruthlessly taken the psychology of the soldiers below, said with a smile on his face. In fact, during the last competition, Jiang Dad could tell that Yi Chen had definitely let his hair down big time. That kid's combat power was definitely above everyone in the Dragon Tooth Squad. This was also Jiang Dad's scheme to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only could he suppress the arrogance of the soldiers under his hand, but he could also test out Yi Chen's entire bottom line. By the way, remind you guys, he's only a sophomore. You guys don't want to lose to Ugly Owl. After saying that, he stood aside and waited for the show, and Yi Chen, who was stared at by more than a dozen pairs of eyes at once, suddenly sweated. As the future old man's father-in-law, Jiang Dad had already said all the words. This made it difficult for Yi Chen to ride the tiger and had to take the field. Uncle Jiang, if I really want to talk to the fighters, I can't let go of the water. Yi Chen, who was already a little nervous, asked Uncle Jiang if he wanted to go all out. A mouthful of words were spoken crookedly. This made the soldiers below, after hearing Yi Chen's remarks, originally wanting to let off some steam so that Yi Chen would take less of a beating. One by one, they all stopped trying to let off some steam. I'll come first. This student is offended. Li Yunlong, who had yet to stand back in line, took the lead and came in front of Yi Chen. Subsequently, the other teammates of the Dragon Tooth Squad vacated an empty space for the two of them. Yi Chen, who had to send an arrow on the string, had no choice but to open his stance. The other party saw Yi Chen open his stance. With a little bit of force, he launched an attack towards Yi Chen, only to see a straight punch toward Yi Chen arm whack. Then Li Yunlong was surprised to find that Yi Chen, who was a big man of 1 meter 9, was unusually flexible and dodged the blow. The rest of the teammates who had gathered around, their eyes had also gazed up. To know, Li Yunlong and their team, personal confrontation ability can be ranked in the top 3 of the existence. After watching Yi Chen, who had dodged lightly, they all squared up to this bout. Very good, then you have to be careful. After looking at Yi Chen, who was not a flamboyant fighter, Li Yunlong gradually let go and his attacks became more and more violent. This caused Yi Chen, who had been dodging, to also instantly harbor a fire in his heart. Then, I'm offended. Yi Chen, who had switched from defense to offense, used his military body fist in a wide-open manner, in Li Yunlong's body, which was unable to react in time, and in his horrified eyes, he was easily knocked to the ground by Yi Chen with a plain and simple heavy blow. How is it possible? 2 moves and little Li is finished off, and it's the kind that has no power to fight. Chief, are you sure this student is a sophomore? I'm afraid this isn't some veteran special forces soldier who came over to fry fish. This military boxing, how is it a bit different from ours? He martial arts tiger wind. We have some aboard, the surrounding teammates said in surprise, looking at Yi Chen, who easily solved Li Yunlong. Jiang Dad was also suddenly surprised. He knew that Yi Chen would win, but he didn't expect that he would win so easily. Yi Chen reached out and pulled Li Yunlong, who had fallen to the ground, up, hurriedly said sorry. Li Yunlong was not the kind of person who could not afford to lose, and smiled freely and said it was fine. Let me try. Another warrior came out of the squad, his eyes filled with vigilance as he looked at Yi Chen. There wasn't too much communication. That warrior came up and used his best grappling technique. It was bound to take down Yi Chen in one blow. However, the result was not as he wished. Under Yi Chen's huge size, as well as that flexible positioning, hardly was he found any breakthrough point. Also was Yi Chen 2 moves easily fell to the ground. After watching 2 teammates in a row lose one after another, the captain on the side could no longer sit still, came to the venue to grab a step ahead of Yi Chen, pulled up the warrior on the ground and said, "This student, on behalf of Dragon Tooth Squad, I am issuing a final challenge to you. If I lose as well, then it will be counted as our squad losing. To be able to be the captain of the strongest special force in the entire military region, He Changwang's powerful strength was recognized by everyone. None of his teammates raised any objections when he spoke these words. Then I'm offended. Yi Chen, who had learned that this was the last match, he was instantly energized. He had thought that the Dragon Tooth Squad would wheel and deal with him, and he immediately rose in admiration for the Dragon Tooth captain. Drink. He Changwang, who was also good at military physical fist, had already seen how powerful Yi Chen was in the previous 2 matches. Carrying the honor of the entire Dragon Tooth Squad, he would not allow himself to lose. Therefore, he chose to grab the first shot. Looking at He Changwang, who had already gone through 5 consecutive moves with Yi Chen, it was as if his teammates had seen the light of victory. Just when the teammates thought that the captain could win this competition with a bang, Yi Chen threw a fast and heavy straight punch. It hit He Changwang's stomach heavily. He Changwang tumbled to the ground with a backward unload. Chapter 50, Convinced and Vainly Disciplined Soldier Kings. The situation shifted too quickly. Before the teammates could react, they saw that the captain was already lying on the ground, and He Changwang, who was lying on the ground, also had a look of uncertainty, and then relieved, smiled and shook his head, slowly climbed up from the ground. Pa. Now you know what it means that there are people outside the sky. Jiang Dad, who had watched the entire program, couldn't help but applaud Yi Chen. He also didn't forget to take this opportunity to reprimand the soldiers. Xiao Xie, take out those pastries Yi Chen made and give them to the soldiers to share. For the noon meal later, you inform logistics that I'll send someone in to make it. Finished saying all of this, Father Jiang came to Yi Chen's side and patted the few gravel on his body. This instantly made Yi Chen embarrassed. Based on your performance just now, the banners are out of your mind. In the future, don't say that you're some kind of the world's most powerful special forces either, and have respect for the world. Come with me to the cafeteria to eat later. You guys rest where you are. Jiang Dad pulled Yi Chen and returned to the dormitory. Jiang Baiwei, who was listening to the sound of the fight outside, was a little too scared to open the door to stop this farce. In the dormitory, anxious round and round. After seeing Yi Chen return unharmed, she patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Dad, Yi Chen is not your soldier. What kind of day-to-day practice son-in-law? In the future, if you are like this, I will ignore you. Jiang Baiwei, who was somewhat angry, instantly crossed her arms and huffed. Good daughter, I'm not trying to see. How is Yi Chen's hands? I didn't expect that. This is a big surprise for me. Outside, Jiang Dad, who still had a serious face, after seeing the angry Jiang Baiwei, he immediately changed into a smiling face. He then took the milk bottle in Jiang Baiwei's hand and proceeded to feed his grandson and granddaughter. Jiang Baiwei came to Yi Chen's side and carefully inspected the other party for any injuries. She carefully smoothed out some inconspicuous gravel in the folds of her clothes. Heartbroken, she asked Yi Chen if there was anywhere uncomfortable. It's fine, the warriors are collecting force in their hands. The two of them were so square, showing their love in front of their future old husband. At this time outside the house, came the voices of the soldiers. What is this yellowish stuff? It's so tasty and mouth-watering. Vom, don't you use a mouth that has eaten durian products on me. I can't stand the flavor. That thing is called a cookie. Boars can't taste fine chaff. Can't eat it for me. Or this tiramisu is delicious. Sweet but not greasy. One look as the pastry master do. All still have aftertaste. The Dragon Teeth Squad ate the pastries distributed by Jiang Dad. One by one, their mouths never stopped, constantly praising the pastries. Yi Chen and the two of them heard this. Their hearts were instantly happy and filled with a sense of accomplishment. Little Yi, I might also have to trouble you to make today's lunch. This fight is also over, so we have to show something. Yi Chen, who heard this, how could he not understand what Father Jiang meant? This was trying to use food to quickly close the distance with the warriors. Immediately, he and the guards standing at the door, headed to the cafeteria. Not a moment later, Yi Chen looked at the tent built by the tent, after the simple kitchen. In the eyes of the many cooks in disbelief, came to a stove. Good day guards, the ingredients have been prepared, please instruct. A middle-aged veteran wearing an apron, stood solemnly and said, there's nothing more to do next. You guys start preparing lunch for noon. After saying this, he briefly handed over a few words to the cook squad leader and Yi Chen. Then he was quickly released back to Zheng Pa's dormitory. The squad leader, who possessed a certain level of military literacy, suppressed the doubts in his heart and actively cooperated with Yi Chen, who was dressed in civilian clothes. This comrade, may I ask what else needs to be provided? The cooking squad leader was serious, and said to Yi Chen, startling Yi Chen who was thinking, how to make lunch, and then turned back to ask, if there were any extra aprons. After waiting for all the preparations to be done, Yi Chen was seen directly holding a large spatula and a large iron pot, cooking a dozen people's meals at once. This gave Yi Chen a different challenge and experience, and after the rest of the cooking class members looked at Yi Chen who was easily wielding a large spatula, they had their mouths wide open. It was important to know that without having gone through a lot of actual combat in the army or the canteen, it was impossible to get used to this oversized spatula. It was also impossible to do so, adding seasonings in such an organized manner. In the eyes of the crowd's surprise, Yi Chen quickly finished this lunch. The troops didn't have so much care in arranging the dishes and whatnot. Straight away, he took a large basin to hold it, and after arranging the meal in the place that the head of the cooking class had informed him of, looking for the memorized road, returned to the dormitory, only to see the Dragon Tooth Squad in front of the dormitory door. They had studied military boxing, and did not notice Yi Chen's arrival in the slightest. Yi Chen also had the good sense not to disturb them, and walked straight into the dormitory. Looking at Jiang Baiwei's father and daughter, they were teasing the energetic little babies. Yi Chen slowly came to their side and said, Baiwei, Uncle Jiang lunch is already ready. Then we'll go over there. Good grandson. Grandpa will take you to the cafeteria to eat your meal. After Jiang Dad looked at his grandson's fluttering big eyes, he was so delighted that he didn't even want to put him down during the meal. Seeing this, Yi Chen's two men carried all three remaining babies in their arms. Following Uncle John's steps, they walked outside. All of you, line up target cafeteria marching in unison. Holding his grandson in his arms, Papa Jiang commanded the Dragon Tooth Squad and the others outside the house to walk together towards the cafeteria. This caused the faces of the members of the Dragon Tooth Squad, each of them to reveal an expression like eating melon. This also made them in the military camp. It became a beautiful scenery line. Jiang Baiwei, who was somewhat embarrassed to be seen, quietly hid at Yi Chen's side, the children in their arms, on the other hand, looked curiously at the world with only one hue. As the crowd arrived at the cafeteria and took their seats, only then did Jiang Dad place the child on his lap. Today is the day my daughter came to visit me in the army, and it is also the day your Dragon Tooth Squad achieved honor for our military region, Father Jiang said after seeing everyone fall into their seats. So today, I called everyone over to have a meal together. This meal is also made by little Yi, my future son-in-law, personally for all of you, so everyone eat openly. After hearing Jiang Dad reveal Yi Chen's bottom line, he revealed it. The squad members still looked at the two Yi Chen with a face of eating melon, but more still fell on the four children, as the crowd opened up. Is this still the scrambled eggs with tomatoes that I know? The eggs are wrapped in thick tomato juice outside, the sweet and sour flavor and the smoothness of the eggs, exploding in the mouth. This fish-flavored shredded pork is also fried in a way that I've never eaten before, and I've really seen what it means to have a full range of colors and flavors. You guys try this braised pork, fat but not greasy, the taste is unbeatable. And then dig in a spoonful of the sauce inside. I think can eat 5 bowls of rice. Originally, when soldiers ate, there wouldn't be any communication, but this time, it was counted as a celebratory feast, so in the small independent private room, the teammates spoke freely. Comrade Yi, I didn't expect that not only are you a great fighter, but your cooking skills are also so top-notch. We really admire you. Our captain has been drilling military boxing for so many years, but he was defeated by your hands. What a hero, Comrade Yi. I don't know if we can exchange ideas about military boxing after the meal. He Changwon, who was carrying a bowl, looked at Yi Chen with an expectant face. Yi Chen of course readily agreed. As the crowd exchanged at the dinner table, it also brought the crowd closer together. Even Jiang Baiwei, who had some social fears at the beginning, joined in the conversation. Chapter 51 Farewell to the Barracks, and the ranch coming down to earth. As this lunch came to an end, He Changwang enthusiastically invited Yi Chen to their training ground to have a good exchange and learn about military boxing. Jiang Baiwei and Jiang Dad just instructed that they should not delay the children from going to bed and return early. Yi Chen also followed the Dragon Teeth Squad and traveled through half of the military area in a square formation. Along the way, many of the soldiers rushing to the canteen looked curiously at Yi Chen in civilian clothes. Soon the crowd arrived at an open place. A huge sand pit was placed in the center. Comrade Yi, this is where we usually train fighting. And thank you, Comrade Yi, for giving us this opportunity to exchange and learn. He Changwang quickly came to the very back of the queue and looked at Yi Chen with a sincere face. Learning from each other, I will be straightforward and tell you all what I know. Yi Chen and He Changwang then came to the very center of the sand pit. The rest of the teammates gathered around. Unlike during the morning's fight, this time, the teammates had taken out their books, and even the observers among the teammates had set up cameras to film. Yi Chen explained the essentials of each move, as well as his own understanding, while actually fighting. The crowd in the learning state forgot about time for a moment. It wasn't until the barracks lunch break wake-up call rang that they realized that more than 2 hours had passed. Captain He, I might have to go back first. Next time there's a chance for us to exchange and learn a bit more. If you guys are on vacation you can come to Villa 1 of Tianshan Villa to look for me. This is my personal contact information. It was more likely to gain friendships quickly in the military camp, which made Yi Chen feel that it was not a wasted trip. He Changwang also personally brought Yi Chen back to Jiang Dad's residence. Yi Chen, who was back at Jiang Dad's residence, heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, the 2 hours down just now was more tiring than even a basketball game he had played. Yi Chen looked with a puzzled face at the guards who hurriedly came out of the residence. Hurriedly coming to his side, he inquired about Jiang Baiwei and the others. Comrade Yi, Miss Jiang and the children are waiting for you in the car. The chief had to go to an emergency meeting. I came over here to get some information, and the chief to say sorry to you. I wasn't able to send you guys out. I've arranged for someone to meet you at the gate to take you out. With an apologetic face, the guard said to Yi Chen, then thank Uncle Jiang for me first. It's not good for the children to stay here much longer. Thank you, guard. Looking at the faraway guard, Yi Chen carefully came to the vehicle. Seeing Jiang Baiwei who had flattened her seat inside the vehicle and was sleeping peacefully, Yi Chen looked at the other party with heartache. The children in the back seat were also lying on the flattened seat lying on the board. Hearing the main driver's door opening sound, Jiang Baiwei vigilantly opened her eyes, and only slowly sat up after realizing it was Yi Chen. Baiwei, it's really hard for you. Jiang Dad and I are not around. You guys have your own business. Taking care of the child is naturally my business. It's fine. Looking at the understanding Jiang Baiwei, Yi Chen's heart felt even worse. Let's go home. The babies are still drinking breast milk, which is more nutritious. Yi Chen held Jiang Baiwei's hand tightly, started the vehicle and slowly drove towards the gate. A soldier walked down from a military vehicle. After briefly explaining to Yi Chen that he would lead them out, it then followed all the way back to the asphalt road. Saying goodbye to the yellow sand-filled barracks, he returned to the colorful country road. Yi Chen seemed as if he had experienced a secret place. When he was about to arrive at the villa, Yi Chen remembered that Yi Dad and Yi Mom were still supervising the work at the ranch, so he turned the car around and drove in the direction of the ranch. As the road to the ranch was a bit muddy, it caused Jiang Baiwei, who had originally fallen asleep lying in the passenger side, to open her eyes. Yi Chen, where have we arrived? I'll take you to see the construction progress of the ranch, and pick up Mom and Dad on the way. Yi Chen picked up the mineral water in the armrest box and handed it to Jiang Baiwei, who had just woken up, and then petted her head and said, not a moment's effort. Yi Chen arrived at the ranch gate, and looking at the 4 or 5 buses parked in front of the gate, he knew that the amount of construction work was not simple. Young man, this is a heavy construction site. You can't observe. A worker who was dismantling the construction materials saw Yi Chen getting off the bus and reminded him loudly. Without waiting for Yi Chen to export his explanation, he saw a round uncle with a helmet walking towards Yi Chen with a warm face. Blind your eyes. This is the proprietor. Do your job properly. After angrily scolding the worker twice, with an enthusiastic face, he asked Yi Chen if he was here to check the progress of the construction. As he had sent Yi Dad and Yi Mom back to the villa before, he had greeted Yi Chen, naturally remembering Yi Chen's appearance. You have to know that nowadays it is not good to take over the project, especially Yi Chen. This kind of, willing to pay 30% of the construction money in advance of the owners. It is even more rare. He himself naturally had to serve Yi Chen well. I happen to be outside to do something, passing by this side to check the progress. My parents are still inside. Yi Chen, who carefully helped Jiang Baiwei out of the car, asked with a casual face. The construction progress is going well. The other two proprietors are checking the condition of those cows. At this time, the mellow uncle hurriedly took out 2 brand new helmets and masks from his trunk and handed them over. The 10 days of completion agreed in the previous contract signing will not be overdue, right? Yi Chen, who received the helmet and mask, asked Jiang Baiwei after carefully putting them on. Dongjia, we are doing this 24 hours a day, 3 shifts. This ranch is also 1 day at a time. I guarantee that it will be delivered on the contract date. The rounded uncle who patted his chest, cheerfully responded. To know the works he has done in recent years, only Yi Chen this ranch is good to do. There was no vehicle control in the suburbs at night for random construction, and the settlement speed was still fast. He couldn't wait to finish the site tomorrow and find Yi Chen to ask for money. With Yi Chen also wearing a good helmet and mask, the mellow uncle led Yi Chen and the two of them slowly walked into the construction site, and also explained to what extent each part had been carried out. As Yi Chen looked at least 30 workers who were working feverishly, he also had a clearer understanding of the efficiency of the construction team. Immediately afterward, the mellow uncle brought the two of them, Yi Chen, to the center grass. Here Yi Chen saw Yi Dad and Yi Mom, patiently learning how the other workers were milking the cows. Mom and Dad, you guys are watching so intently, Yi Chen and the others said out loud after approaching them without even noticing. Xiao Chen, Baiwei is back. How's the situation at Jiang Dad's place? Turning back to Yi Dad, he looked at Yi Chen with a sudden sense of surprise and asked, there's nothing wrong with Jiang Dad's, it's just Jiang Mom's that didn't go. At this time, a man with glasses and a thin face came out of the ranch breeding team to Yi Chen's side and said, hello Mr. Yi, I am the captain of this farming team, and I am now teaching milking to the two proprietors. Jiang Baiwei, who was on the side, was immediately interested, walking forward to carefully watch the workers operate, and then excitedly wanted to get their hands on it. With the fresh milk intermittently being milked out, Jiang Baiwei immediately felt a strong milk flavor as well as a sense of pride. Baiwei, just smart. One look and you'll know. Yi Daji Mom immediately looked at Jiang Baiwei with a surprised face, and gave her thumbs up. Chapter 52 Addicted to Hacking crowd being brought to fly by little white Yi Chen. Jiang Baiwei, who had been complimented and blushed a little, returned to Yi Chen with a face full of shyness. By the way, the breeding team I would like to sign a separate confidentiality agreement. Of course, I will pay an additional agreement fee. Yi Chen looked at the person in charge after a short period of thinking and said, of course no problem. Our professionalism doesn't allow for anything out of the ordinary either. The person in charge gently pushed up his glasses and agreed cheerfully. Then I hope we have a good cooperation. The contract will be sent to you later. With a smile on his face, Yi Chen shook hands with the person in charge. There was obviously no time to retrain a group of trustworthy people by himself. It would be better to take a ready-made team and manage them. Afterwards, he bid farewell to the crowd, and the family returned to the villa in a happy manner. Baiwei, you feed the children some more breast milk. I'll go first, take a rest. Yi Chen sat exhaustedly paralyzed on the sofa and said softly to Jiang Baiwei, it's really hard for you today, leave the rest to me. Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen with heartache and comforted. After returning to his room Yi Chen couldn't wait to wash up, so he directly laid down on the bed. This day's journey of heartache was even more grueling than his college military training for most of the month. In the blink of an eye, it came to night. The sleepy Yi Chen slowly got up and looked at the brand new pajamas on his body, revealing a pleased smile. The heart was suddenly warm. Hit him, Baiwei, milk me. Yi Chen, who had just walked to the stairs, heard the crowd in the living room, with slightly excited voices coming from them. Yi Chen looked towards the sofa, only to see Jiang Baiwei and the others, side by side, holding their respective cell phones. They were frowning and shouting excitedly, and then, almost simultaneously, helplessly put down the cell phones in their hands. Sister Muyu, lost again. Jiang Baiwei beamed and said in an aggravated manner. Without waiting for Yi Chen to go up and comfort him, a man's voice came from the other side of the cell phone. For beauties, this is my pot. Give me another chance. I can definitely take you guys to win. Sumuyu was also, at this time, chagrined and replied, this is the third time. Didn't you say that you are a 100-star king? Casually take us. How come a handful of them can't win? The crowd had nothing to do in the afternoon, so they decided to form a group to open the black to play the king's pesticide. Due to the 4 lack of one, so pulled one in the game. The so-called 100-star king, at first confidently said, led Jiang Baiwei and others, easy to score. As a result, 3 games have passed, hard not to see a little bit of the dawn of winning. For beautiful women to rest assured. This time I elected my most confident fielding Han Xin. Package win. The man on the other end of the cell phone once again came out with a confident voice. Jiang Baiwei and the others looked towards Su Muyu, only to see her gritting her teeth and saying back, I'll give you one last chance again. If you lose again, old lady will curse. The always good-tempered Su Muyu also lost her temper in a rare manner, which caused the man on the other end of the cell phone to break out into a cold sweat. Seeing this, Yi Chen also came to the side of the crowd to inquire about the situation. After learning that it was because he had been playing the game all afternoon and had not won a single game, Yi Chen instantly stifled a laugh and said, By way, I'll play a game first to familiarize myself with it. I'm also a good hand at playing games. Wait to be taken flying by me. Yi Chen spoiled, touched Jiang Baiwei's head and said, and then Yi Chen began to study this king pesticide. Jiang Baiwei and the others also in that man, once again opened a game. Oh, the way to win this game, isn't it to create a situation where you're playing more against less? It's much simpler than playing basketball. After briefly checking out the gameplay, Yi Chen came to a sudden realization, and with the system rewarded learning ability max, he quickly learned the various national service operations, and then blended them together on his own. Right at this moment, grab the big dragon. Ah, home is almost gone. Why are you still brushing the field? The crowd sitting on the sofa let out a wail in unison. At this time, Su Muyu could no longer hold back. Directly sprayed, is this the so-called 100-star king? Can't even win a diamond game. If you don't have the ability, don't blow this bull. Old lady has endured you for a long time. Without waiting for the man to reply, he was exasperated by Su Muriu and kicked out of the game room. Sister Muriu, without this stumbling block on the way to scoring, we will definitely be able to score generously. Gu Lingyu hurriedly, comforted at the side. Sister Muriu, I'll be the one to lead you to score next. Yi Chen at this time, with a smile on his face, came before the crowd. Confidently, he shook the cell phone in his hand. Su Muyu, who had calmed down, looked at the game room already. Yi Chen's account that had just arrived, qualifying for the qualifying rounds. Yi does not matter. Anyway, lost most of the day. You can play with us is very happy, not wanting to strike. Yi Chen confident she said, you guys just sit tight and hold on. Yi Chen scoring through train is about to drive. Yi Chen turned to Jiang Baiwei, after a mysterious smile, immediately opened a handful of games. After the crowd's positions were assigned, Yi Chen was unsurprisingly assigned to the fielding position. Our tactics this hand, still the same as before, don't have any problems on the line. Wait for Yi Chen, come help us catch people. Su Muyu, as the player with the longest game time present, immediately began to command. The crowd nodded silently. Yi Chen, however, chose a hand of Luban to play wild in the eyes of the crowd's surprise. This, little Yi, take this as familiarizing yourself with the game. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. Su Muyu saw the heroes chosen by the crowd. With a calm face, she said. Yi Chen also pursed his lips and did not reply. He intended to subvert their perceptions with his next operation. As the game began, the crowd gradually realized that Yi Chen's development speed was a little too fast. Before Su Muyu could inquire about the situation, the Luban operated by Yi Chen had already swept the machine gun in his hand towards the opponent's defense tower. Be careful. Jiang Baiwei, who was an auxiliary, the first thing she noticed was that the opponent's fielder, Li Bai, had already raided into Yi Chen's face. Sculptor. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. Unperturbed, he operated Luban to turn his guns around and killed his opponent with a set of silky smooth small moves. The crowd put down their cell phones and looked at Yi Chen, who was playing this game for the first time. Yi Chen also blinked at the crowd. This game was also suppressed by Yi Chen's heavy firepower, and unsurprisingly, he pushed the opponent's base flat in 6 minutes. 5 kills. Victory. Along with that, the game settlement screen. The crowd had their mouths wide open as they looked at Yi Chen. That game just now was completely Yi Chen's solo show. One person had simultaneously contracted to control the resources of the wild area, capture people from all directions, and push the tower. This completely shouldn't be an operation that one, who was touching this game for the first time, had. Why are you all looking at me with such surprise? I've said to sit still and hold on, Yi Chen said with an innocent face. Yi Chen, are you secretly playing this game yourself? And still a big dada. Jiang Baiwei couldn't help it, and asked curiously. It's really the first time I've played it. Just now I rubbed up against you guys playing ranked, and I simply watched the operation video and then I knew it. Yi Chen shrugged back. Whatever, I'm going to win back all the points I lost just now. At this time, Su Muyu looked at Yi Chen with an excited face, and then opened the next hand of the game. The crowd also no longer dwelled on this issue, and soon immersed themselves in the thrill of bringing flying up the score. Chapter 53 Anchor. Your skills still need to be practiced. Woohoo! Little Yi, this is too powerful for you. After Su Muyu and the others witnessed, once again, a personal show by Yi Chen, they couldn't help but praise. This situation, I can still control it. I'll go and make some food for you guys first. Yi Chen, slightly coy, stood up and said. Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu also utilized this time to breastfeed the children. It wasn't a moment's effort. The crowd sat down in the dining room hungrily, waiting for the meal to start. This afternoon's wasted time driving around in the dark had starved them. Everyone eat more, but we can't come to my house and be hungry. Yi Chen set up the dinner afterward, enthusiastically entertained. At this time, Yi Dad and Yi Mom also happened to carry the children, who had eaten and drunk enough to fall asleep, back to their rooms, and later came to the dining room. Little Chen, this weather is getting colder and colder. We are planning to go buy some clothes for our grandchildren tomorrow. Father Yi picked up his chopsticks and said slowly, without waiting for Yi Chen to reply. Yi Mom said, just stay home with Bai Wei. We'll still buy some clothes. Yi Chen saw that Yi Dad and Yi Mom were so insistent, so he didn't say anything else. He just handed over the one given by Ma Chingye, the unspent bank card. Mom and Dad, this money will be for your daily expenses. You can also buy a few more sets of clothes if you have your eye on them. Yi Chen was afraid that Yi Dad and Yi Mom would not be willing to spend the money, and said with a smile, we don't want this money. We still have savings here. We have the money to buy clothes for our grandchildren. Unsurprisingly, Yi Dad waved his hand and did not take the bank card handed by Yi Chen. Uncle, Auntie, this money is also a token of our appreciation, so don't excuse yourselves. Jiang Baiwei, who was on the side, hurriedly played cover. Under Jiang Baiwei's assistance, Yi Dad Yi Mom half excused and half accepted the money. The crowd then happily opened today's portion of dinner. Not surprisingly, the crowd again praised Yi Chen's handiwork with a wave of fierce praise. This time, there was no time to savor it, and the crowd quickly ended the dinner. Hurriedly, they once again returned to the sofa and sat down. Yi Chen, my mom might not have much time in the next 2 days. I'll ask again. Later, Jiang Baiwei looked at the message that came back from her cell phone and said with a helpless face, it's okay, Auntie has her own things to be busy with. Let's play the game first. Yi Chen pulled Jiang Baiwei's hand and comforted. Yi Chen then led the crowd at the top and galloped through the King's Canyon once again. Yi Chen and the others took a handful of games in an average of 6 minutes, watching the crowd's segment level rise like a rocket. It turned out that the segment level after 18 consecutive victories also came to star you. Little Yi, this is too powerful for you. Yeah, it turns out that all the various heroes can be used to play the field. If we had known that you were this good, why would we still go to the game hall to find someone? The crowd complimented Yi Chen's gaming skills and didn't forget to spit on that so-called 100-star king. Just at this moment, Lu Dehua in a certain dental platform was also confidently opening his trumpet with 3 sisters and a good friend. He successfully completed a wave, a feat of 20 consecutive victories. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen it. I'm a great Lubu fielder. Next, I'm going to show off a hand of my Angela playing wild. Lu Dehua looked at the live broadcast room where the amount of pop-ups took off and said with a big smile, Anchor just knows how to fry fish. Have the balls to play like this in the high-end game. A human vegetable addiction can only shine in this kind of bureau. Lu Dehua directly ignored these pop-ups. Immediately, he opened the next ranked hand, and when he entered the loading page, to his surprise, he found that the opposite side's ID actually had 4 girl names. Hiss, which expert is this again? Bringing 4 sisters at a time, not afraid of flipping over. Lu Dehua pointed at the IDs of Jiang Baiwei and the others and mocked. Yes, due to the special matching mechanism of King's Honor, the 2 streaking teams, Yi Chen and LV Dehua, crashed together. However, LV Dehua thought about the fact that this number was a starburst segment. Together with his own skills and his good friend who was a 100-star king, he would definitely be able to take this game easily. So, without thinking, he picked Angela. Also did not forget in the live broadcast, defied the opposite side, said, opposite this playing field is also rash. How dare you pick Xiangyu playing field? This will see how I put him out. The live broadcast room at this time also exploded. How did the opposite side dare to play this? It won't also be some kind of belt anchor. Looking forward to Dehua's first defeat. Funny face, really can't keep letting the anchor win. We came to see him break the defense. At this time, Jiang Baiwei and the others also discovered this strange lineup on the opposite side, but they quickly returned to normal, because the last hand Yi Chen was the one who chose a hand of Angela to play wild, or 6 minutes to kill the opposite side. Easily achieved victory. Yi Chen, the opposite side's people also learned how to play such a strange playing field from you. Jiang Baiwei encountered her opponent for the first time, choosing such a playing field. So he flirted. Baiwei, just watch. Not all fielding players are named Yichen, and not all fielders are as all-round as me, Yichen said confidently, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Baiwei. As the game started, Yichen was the first to realize that the other party's operation was not like the operation that should be available at this segment. At this time, Gu Lingyu, who was staying in the middle of the road and developing normally, was the first to be single-killed by the opposite side. The opposite side's operation is a little bit better, Gu Lingyu said with chagrin. Relax, watch me blow them away. Yichen was slightly serious about the operation of this game, when the upper and lower paths let out miserable screams in unison. The opposite side is so good at playing. I'm under the tower and still coming to kill me. The opposite side of the field doesn't brush the field. They just know how to catch people. Chen Hong and Su Muyu looked helpless, looking at the black and white screen on their cell phones chagrined. Sister Muyu, use the old tactics. Steady, wait for me to take you guys flying. Yichen was already keenly aware at this point that his opponent was likely to be after a winning streak of fleets as well. Hurriedly turning on serious mode. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll just say that the opposite side rowing to us this time is their good luck running out. Lu Dahua, who was looking at the situation within the game, casually ruffled his long hair a few times. Rampantly, he said, villainous, be careful not to roll over in the Staryu Gamao. Who can cure the anchor? Arrogant face. Just then, be careful. The auxiliary girl in Lu Dehua's team, after seeing Yichen appear in the river channel through the minimap, speaking out, she reminded, no need to be so careful, sister, just watch how brother takes you guys flying and it's done. Unimpressed, Edward Lu continued to brush the wild monsters, not noticing Yichen, who was already crouching in the grass, in the slightest. Just as he was releasing his skills, he unhurriedly picked up a water cup to drink. On the side, Yichen rushed straight out, and Lu Dahua, who only realized the situation now, hurriedly put down the water cup in his hand, hastily putting down the water cup in his hand. Not good. There's old six. The words just fell. He watched as his in-game hero was carried by a set, and he watched as Yichen ate up his field. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposite side is an expert, but how will your excellency cope when you meet a high expert like me? Lu Dahua, who had been beaten out of his fire, didn't forget to put on a show in the live broadcast. He then began to discuss with his good friend the way to deal with it. I'll hold you and fight. This Angela of mine really doesn't do things very well. Then this one, watch me perform. The confident voice of his best friend came from the other end of the cell phone, causing Lu Dehua's hanging heart to be put back into his stomach. Chapter 54, sorry, I'm still above you. 666. Finally the anchor has changed his face. Go opposite. It won't really roll over at Staryu. That's really going to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Lu Dehua looked at the live broadcast. After the words filled with stench, immediately, he sat up straight. Before he could reappear in the wild area, Yi Chen's figure had already touched the upper road where his good friend was. Sister Chen, it's now. Silence him. Yi Chen quickly commanded Chen Hong, followed by Arthur's jumping slash, which smoothly sunk the opponent. Just when the opponent subconsciously tried to spar with Arthur, Yi Chen's huge figure rushed out from a side of the grass. Asterisk. There really is an old six. The good friends who were killed by Yi Chen seizing the opportunity to kill them also let out a wail. Chen Hong and the others, however, shouted nice. Woohoo! I knew that little Yi could lead us to victory. Sumuyu and the others once again resumed their previous smiles, not affected in the slightest by what had just happened. Let's just follow this routine and take down the other side step by step. Yi Chen, at this time, also cheered the crowd. As for Edward Lu, who was in the live broadcast room, he immediately felt a burst of pressure. Before starting the broadcast, he had crotcheted his lips and wanted to take the girls to 50 consecutive victories. Everyone hold steady. After brushing this wave of wild, we'll hit the dragon. The advantage is still with us. Don't be affected by this wave or two. Although Lu Dehua said this on his lips, the operation on his hands slowed down and messed up as visible to the naked eye. Just as the blood level of the small dragon gradually bottomed out, the figure of Yi Chen, the old six, reappeared in their screen. Roar! Along with that, little dragon let out a miserable scream. The game broadcasted a banner that Yi Chen Xiangyu had successfully killed Xiaolong. Don't let him go. Looking at the little dragon that he was about to get after fighting hard, it fell into Yi Chen's hands so easily. Lu Dehua was instantly furious and shouted, "Chop!" only to see the Xiangyu operated by Yi Chen, unhurriedly using a strike of Overlord Chop at the crowd. Terrifying sword chi pumped out, instantly securing the two opponents. He then used Fearless Charge and left the field in style. Lu Dahua, who had been killed once again, was completely unable to sit still and was jumping up and down in anger in the live broadcast room. Ha ha ha, is this the legendary horse cluck? The anchor won't break the defense. No way. It can't be. The opposite side is so powerful. It won't be a 100-star King's Bureau. The viewers in the live broadcast room began to yin and yang. This caused Lu Dahua, who was already furious, to angrily slap the desktop. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't let me catch the chance to hit a wave. I'll definitely make you look good. Lu Dahua, who grabbed his hair with force, closed his mouth in a calm operation. But under Yi Chen's terrifying maneuvers and impeccable application, all of this was useless. As Yi Chen and the others took the most crucial big dragon, they suddenly rushed up to the opponent's high ground with a momentum. Hold it for me. Wait for my divine armor. I can fight. Lu Dahua was anxious, shouting at his teammates. He himself was in the wild area, frantically replenishing his development, not waiting for his teammates to give him feedback, only to see the game interface suddenly pull into the home base crystal. With a bang, it shattered open. The Xiangyu operated by Yi Chen held up his greatsword and stood majestically on the crystal ruins. Didn't I tell you guys to? Hold it. LV Dahua put down his cell phone in chagrin, and the 4 people in the team dared to be angry. The anchor's family doesn't even want it anymore, and they're still going to brush the wildlife. I thought it was the 100-star King's game, but it turned out to be Star Yao. This segment is still too high for the anchor. I don't happen to have a diamond trumpet that can pick you up and play. Raises eyebrows. This is the kind of program we want to see. Anchor, one more. After Lu Dahua saw these pop-ups, slowly put down his cell phone and came to the toilet to light one for himself, while Yi Chen and the others in the villa were cheering. Yi Chen, you're fantastic. You've beaten back a situation like this. Yeah, we all thought we were going to lose this game. Hearing the praise from the crowd, Yi Chen immediately became a little embarrassed. It's also because everyone cooperated well. Otherwise, relying on me alone, I wouldn't have been able to make it back. It's getting late. Let's take an early rest after this fight. Yi Chen looked at the crowd who were not dressed too warmly and said kindly, let's start straight away then. I can't wait to win another game. However, when Yi Chen and the others managed to enter and confirm the page, Gu Lingyu covered her mouth and said in surprise, it seems like it's still the same group of people from earlier. I still remember their avatars. Yi Chen, who heard this, silently cancelled Cheng Baijin's choice to play the field, and changed it to Li Bai, who had a more ethereal stance, to take the field. Wow, Yi Chen, you still know how to play this. This hero is handsome. Jiang Baiwei, with a florid face, looked at Yi Chen and said, this hero is quite fun. Let the opposite side be quiet and fall under my sword this time. Yi Chen immediately pulled up Jiang Baiwei's hand, and started to love each other. This made Su Muyu and the others immediately roll their eyes. The scene shifted. Lu Dahua, who had returned to his seat after lighting one, intended to regroup. The one just now was an accident. This time I'm taking out my national single Lubu. You guys just watch and learn. Lu Dahua immediately and his good friend changed positions. At this time brought the girls also very good to come and say, Brother Edward, this time we all go to the upper road. I'm not going to follow the shooter. I'll just follow Brother Edward. Hearing that the girls were so facetious, Lu Dahua resumed his usual smile and said, good talk. Let's see how I'll take you guys flying this hand. You guys just, looking at the cell phone after selecting the hero and entering the loading interface, Lu Dahua, he immediately sat up straight. This was because he saw the ID that was like a nightmare reappear on the opposite side. It made him recall the image of himself being blown up. Dahua, this time I'll play the wild brainless to help on. At this time, the good friend also realized this and said in a somewhat nervous tone, woohoo, my favorite defense-breaking mini-theater. It seems like there's a sequel. The big brother across the street has to be strong. I don't want any smiles to appear on Lu Dahua's face. This is afraid to be a lifelong enemy. Ha ha ha. The audience in the live broadcast room, after seeing LV Dahua's reaction, also reacted. As the game began, Jiang Baiwei and the others had a clear thought process, which was to wait for Yi Chen to take the flyer. After coming out of the troop line, they had been cowering under the defense tower. This caused Lu Dahua to curse out, is the opposite side a turtle? Hitting without fighting back. Dahua, back me up. At this time, the good friend, an urgent voice came. He then watched the two leveled Li Bai, running right into his own wild area. Thief and dare, we come too. Lu Dahua and the others immediately put down the troop lines in front of them and headed over to the wild area for support. Just as they gathered in the wild area, Yi Chen had long been nowhere to be found. As for Jiang Baiwei and the others, they also hurriedly utilized this time gap to make up some development. Looking at the operation of being monkeyed with, Lu Dahua was furious and pounded the desktop. Someone's been tricked. I won't say who. He. Ask if you don't understand. Are you not familiar with the line of soldiers? Meet and walk away. What do you guys know? This is to tell the other side that their IQ is not high. Stop bullying yourself. Looking at the intensifying live broadcast, Lu Dehua simply stopped checking the pop-ups. This one. We must take it. The 5 of them then raged and took Gu Lingyu, who was hiding under the defense tower in the middle of the road. 5 people from the opposite side came to catch me, and I even switched one. The opposite side is in a hurry. He. Instead of getting angry, the corners of Gu Lingyu's mouth were grinning to the back of her head. That's the rhythm. The opposite side is going to be without again. Zhang Baiwei and the others also covered their mouths and laughed out loud. As for Yi Chen, who was the culprit, he even shook his head with a smile. He didn't expect that a simple wave of invasion by himself would make the opposite side so furious. That being said, wasn't it a bit too bullying for him to pick Li Bai to play the field? With Lu Dehua and the others, after being completely led by Yi Chen, the balance of the game's victory had been completely tilted towards Yi Chen and the others. Boom! Victory! Accompanied by the sound of crystals bursting. Sumuyu was also typing on the public screen. If you're a rookie, practice more. If you can't afford to play, don't play. Lu Dehua, who was directly opened up against his face, couldn't stand it anymore. A handful of cell phones, heavily smashed on the ground, subsequently in the live broadcast audience, under the gaze of the accustomed, slowly from one side, took out a brand new cell phone. Wait for me to calm down. You guys play a hand yourselves. Finished speaking. Without looking back, he left the live broadcast room, and began to swallow clouds and fog in the toilet on the side. Chapter 55, Customized Toys for Kids in Progress. Yay! Another easy take. A handful from the opposite side. Zhang Baiwei said as she happily held up her cell phone. Today's scoring trip ended successfully. Looking forward to driver Ye's next trip. Sumuyu was also jumping up and down happily. Then everyone, take an early rest. Yi Chen pulled Zhang Baiwei's hand and waved goodbye to the crowd. Just then, little Chen, the goldenrod cut down from the old family will be here early tomorrow morning. Remember to check it. Yi Dad, who had finished answering the phone in the courtyard, spoke out to remind him. Ah, right. There's also the overseas tools I contacted. They can arrive tomorrow as well. Gu Lingyu patted her head and said, okay. Yi Chen heard this and replied with an expectant face. Right, Lingyu, haven't asked the exact price of the tool. How much will I transfer to you? And then turning to Gu Lingyu, he said with an apologetic face, this money Baiwei has already given. Otherwise on my meager salary, I can't afford to buy it on behalf of Ao. Gu Lingyu turned to Zhang Baiwei and said playfully, your brother Ma also contacted some incense wood for you. Tomorrow I'll personally keep an eye on the progress. At this time, Su Mayu also spoke out the news of finding additional wood. It's really hard work everyone. Then everyone go to bed early and get up early. Let's start creating unique toys for the children. DIY. Tomorrow. With a grateful face, Yi Chen looked at the crowd and said. Then one after another, they returned to their rooms and spent the night without words. The beautiful morning started from the property receiving the delivery. Yi Chen had already had a beautiful sleep due to yesterday afternoon, so he got up early. It was with Yi Dad and Yi Mom, unpacking the tightly wrapped express. Xiao Chen, these tools are placed there. Looking at the many tools that were casually placed in the courtyard, Yi Dad asked in confusion. Dad, there is a matching tool room here. Let's take the stuff there. After carefully checking that the tools were all intact, Yi Chen said with a smile. Then with the help of the many staff members, the tools were finally categorized and placed. Dad, come over and take a look at the goldenrod sent from home. Yi Chen lightly wiped, after finishing beads of sweat on his forehead. With an expectant face, he dragged a package of Alien Express to the courtyard. Hua, how come I didn't realize at home that these branches could be such a big bag? Yi Dad also had an expectant face as he looked at the Alien Express that had fallen to the ground. Yi Chen slowly cut open the express. The density of this goldenrod is just small, and such a thick branch doesn't even weigh much when you hold it in your hand. Carefully taking out one of the thicker branches, he sighed. If I were to make toys for my grandchildren, the goldenrod wouldn't be enough. Tomorrow I will personally go home, uproot it and bring it to the capital. Yi Dad carefully weighed the weight of the golden nanmu after weighing it carefully. Frowning, he said, Dad, this is enough. It's not like we're building a house with it. Looking at Yi Dad, who was worried about his grandchildren, Yi Chen could only smile helplessly. On the side, Yi Ma had already begun to count up the number of gold silk tree branches. She also didn't forget to remove the excess leaves. To remove, is this the legendary goldenrod? How come the appearance looks almost the same as a normal tree? This you don't understand, right? This goldenrod tree has an inner world. Grandparents to the children is really good so precious things say cut. The staff who placed the tools in the tool room on the side of the courtyard were slow to leave. With eyes full of curiosity and envy, they looked at Yi Chen and the others. A total of 28 branches. It should be enough to make toys for our precious grandchildren. After Yi Ma counted the quantity, she nodded her head with a smile on her face and said, I'll go ahead and make some breakfast and finish it. I'll start. and go make toys for the kids. Yi Chen patted the dust on his body and said with a posture of preparing for a big day. Zhang Baiwei and the others also got up one after another. Little Yi, in a while, your brother Ma will come back and get us a batch of incense wood, saying that he wants to send it over. Su Muyu, who was sitting in the dining room, raised her head and said, that's great. It's still brother Ma who is reliable. Yi Chen said with a surprised face. This way, he could have a lot more tricks for making toys later. So the crowd was on the restaurant, discussing the styles of the toys with great interest. Yi Chen, who was on the side, also took out his notebook and recorded in detail. Half an hour later, I know your requirements. If there are any more ideas, welcome to add Al. Yi Chen held up the notebook in his hand and shook it, saying. Yi Chen then went to the tool room, while Zhang Baiwei and Su Muyu headed to the mother and baby room, letting the wailing children, with the help of the nursing aunts, drink the first milk of the day. First then, let's deal with the raw materials. Yi Chen stood in front of the tool table and settled down. In his mind, he recalled the various manual skills that he had badgered last night. Putting on his apron, he meticulously picked up a goldenrod branch with a good verticality, as Yi Chen removed its flat and uninteresting outer skin, revealing the dark color within. When Yi Chen saw this, he unhurriedly brought a piece of moist rag, only to see a flashy golden color came into view. This character is really good. It didn't live up to our several generations of conservation. At this time, Yi Dad slowly came from the doorway of the tool room, picked up the tree branch on the tool table and said, if this variety was in the past, I'm afraid it would have already reached the tribute level. Yi Chen was also surprised. Looking at the tree branch, seeing a wood of such quality made the craftsmanship within him start to stir. It was very difficult to know the internal quality of the goldenrod before it was cut. This quality could already be said to be, once in 100 years, only such wood is worthy of my grandchildren's granddaughter. Xiao Chen, start making it according to your thoughts. Yi Dad nodded with satisfaction before placing the branch back in its original position. Then let's first give Debao Zero, and make an exquisite Reuben lock. Yi Chen, who had made up his mind, immediately took action. Originally, the crowd only wanted Yi Chen to add some simple words and patterns to the surface. On the surface, but they had underestimated Yi Chen's manual skills. Along with Yi Chen, he quickly broke down the golden wood in his hands, placing the parts of wood needed in front of his body. Afterwards, he tightly closed his eyes. Immediately, he quickly went through the non-heritage skills he had learned at night in his mind. Yi Dad was also very sensible and withdrew from the tool room, leaving Yi Chen to play freely, and then slowly opened his eyes, raised the compact tools in his hands, and began to carve this great work. Only saws, chisels, and other tools switching rapidly in Yi Chen's hands. The rough blanks of the various parts of the Luban lock were made, as Yi Chen paid down his body. The originally flat and uninteresting surface of the Luban lock began to have a complex pattern carved for it. It was at this time the children who had eaten and drunk enough came to the tool room under the arms of Zhang Baiwei and the others. This caused Yi Dad and Yi Mom, who were bored in the courtyard, to immediately come forward and take over the children. Xiao Chen is already starting to make toys for the children. By way, you guys keep your voices down and don't disturb him, Yi Dad said as he held the children. Uncle, don't worry, we'll just go and take a look. We won't make a mess, Zhang Baiwei said with an excited face, looking towards the tool room. The crowd then tiptoed into the tool room and looked at Yi Chen's outlined body. The crowd then became curious and walked behind it. Chapter 56, a maneuver worthy of Luban in the world. Shocking the crowd once again. This, after seeing Yi Chen's engraving technique and pattern, Gu Lingyu screamed out in surprise. Fortunately, she immediately covered her mouth. The crowd, too, swallowed their saliva, watching with bated breath Yi Chen's skillful and meticulous maneuvering. Watch me carve. It's breathable. Ow. Yi Chen patiently finished carving. After a section of complex patterns, smiling, he turned his head and said, this can suffocate me. Little Yi, you're looking at me with this operation. Really don't dare to breathe. Sumoyu hurriedly exhaled loudly, and the others also hastily patted their chests. Yi Chen, we're just talking about carving a little bit of text and patterns on it. How did you carve on the five-clawed golden dragon? Not waiting for the others to slow down the breath, Zhang Baiwei slowly picked up a piece that had already been carved and said in shock, hiss, little Yi, you're afraid that you're some kind of non-genetic bearer. This carving technique, I've only seen it in Zijing City. Chen Hong, who sucked in a mouthful of cool air, said in shock, little Yi, don't tell me you are planning to carve all the 5 divine beasts onto this Luban lock. Sumuyu picked up one of the parts from the tool table, where the rough outline of the vermilion bird could already be seen. Unbelievably, she looked at Yi Chen and said. Yi Chen, however, smiled and did not say anything. Everything was in the air. Then we also discussed for half a day how to reduce the difficulty and workload of carving. If I had known that you had this technique, little Yi, I would have directly sent you pictures. Wouldn't it be done? Su Muyu said painfully. I have to rush Ma Chengye. I can't make less toys for your godson because of not enough raw materials. The words were not even finished. Su Muyu hurriedly took out her cell phone and urged Ma Chengye. This caused Yi Chen to burst into tears and laughter. These gold nanny trees should not be said to give the children a toy each. Even if it was a whole one for all the adults, it was more than enough. Then I'll get back to work, Yi Chen said to the crowd after picking up his tools again. The crowd watched from the side for a while before reluctantly leaving the tool room. Yi Chen spent the whole morning, except for eating some mineral water and fruits sent by Jiang Baiwei. The whole time, without stopping, he was making toys for the children, until Ma Chengye's voice came from outside the house. Little Yi, look what goodies I brought you. Yi Chen slowly put down the mini baseball bat that he had carved for the oldest four, Yi Zhiqiu, and said flirtatiously, Brother Ma, things are finally busy and you're free to come over. Hey, don't mention it. It was hard to think of a way to salvage the situation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get away right now. Ma Chengye spread his hands and said helplessly, let's not talk about this. Let's see what goodies I found for you. Ma Chengye patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said with a smug expression. Following Ma Chengye's gaze, he saw an exquisite large wooden box placed in the courtyard outside the house. Brother Ma, this is a surprise for me. Quickly show me. Looking at Ma Chengye who was acting mysteriously, Yi Chen's curiosity was immediately aroused. Right at this moment, Su Muyu walked in with the child in her arms and said, less hanging on to little Yi's appetite here. Inside is some incense wood that we found. The next thing you can do is to trouble little Yi. Small matter. I will first look at the quality of this incense wood. Yi Chen smiled and waved his hand in response. As the large wooden box was opened, a smell unique to incense wood spread out from it. What a smell! It smells so good. Jiang Baiwei, who was teasing her child in the courtyard grass, asked curiously. Aside from this, I also prepared a small gift for all the children now. Ma Chengye slowly handed the children in his hands. After handing them back to Su Muyu, hurriedly, from the trunk of the car, he took out 5 small wooden boxes. I purposely called the non-heritage master, using these incense wood to the children, all created a nameplate belonging to each of them, and then with a proud face, he opened one of the small wooden boxes, inside which quietly lay a gray-black nameplate. Above it Horan wrote, the word Starlight, Twilight. This is my parents personally going to beg a master to finalize the child's name. Ma Xinghui. Su Muriel looked at Ma Chengye with an unexpected face, and then with tears in her eyes, she took out the nameplate. I thought, you forgot about this. Su Muyu said with a slightly choked voice, how could I forget it? This is not wanting to give the child a good name. Ma Chengye softly comforted. Xiao Yi, these are for the 4 godchildren. You take it. After handing the small wooden box in his hand, to Yi Chen, hurriedly took Ma Xinghui and Su Muyu in his arms. Yi Chen awkwardly touched his nose, and Jiang Baiwei, who was holding Debao Yi Si Ro. Together, they opened the small wooden box in their hands, only to see that the outermost part of the 4 nameplates were engraved with a circle of complex patterns. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that from the eldest treasure Yi Si Ro to the 4th treasure Yi Zhiqiu, the peripheral lines were each carved with, respectively, the 4 gentlemen of flowers, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. In this way, the name in the center of the nameplate was written in a rather imposing regular script, and on the periphery of Ma Xinghui's nameplate, Su Muyu's favorite lily was carved. Brother Ma, have a heart. I'm sure the little ones will love it. Jiang Baiwei said happily as she lovingly played with the nameplate in her hand. It's good that you guys like it. Ma Chengye brought the coaxed Su Muyu to one side and sat down, carrying the box of sedum wood in the courtyard. He and Yi Chen combined their efforts to carry it to the tool room. After placing the large wooden box containing the incense wood into the tool room, Ma Chengye subconsciously picked up the toy made by Yi Chen. Hiss, little Yi, you made this? Ma Chengye was incredulous, looking at the baseball bat in his hand, saying that it was a baseball bat. It would be better to say that it was a coiled dragon bat. This lifelike scales, and this angular dragon head, plus the unique color of the goldenrod, it deeply shocked him. This one isn't done yet, and the Rubik's Cube for Xinghui is still a bit short, so it should be almost done this afternoon. Yi Chen, who was categorizing the sedum wood, replied without looking back. Little Yi, you're not from the physical education department. How come you still have this hand? Ma Chengye picked up the tool table. The other toys, unbelievably said. Watching some videos online will do it. This is actually not difficult. Yi Chen, who had sorted the incense wood, clapped his hands and said, your words, if those who are painstakingly specializing in carving heard it, surely they would have scolded you half to death. Ma Chengye slowed down from his shock, and then shook his head with a bitter smile. Since he had just been to the home of a non-heritage master yesterday, spending a large sum of money to make nameplates for the children. During that time, had also learned how difficult it was to try to practice such a craft. Not to mention the others, the non-heritage master who carved the nameplates for the children this time had practiced for 20 years before he was able to graduate. Chapter 57 Yi Chen's shocking do. Little Yi, I really can't see through you more and more. Ma Chanya deeply sighed. It's all just some small means of entertainment. It's not worth mentioning. Yi Chen was still modest, responding, and then Ma Chanya was also relieved and smiled. Perhaps this marvelous chance arranged by the heavens, or else he could not have encountered it in his own lifetime. Like Yi Chen, an amazing genius, then I won't disturb your creation. Remember to make a big Rubik's Cube for your godson. Ma Chanya patted Yi Chen's shoulder and flirted after, and left the tool room. Looking at the tool room that had once again returned to silence, Yi Chen shrugged helplessly, restarting his unfinished work. Finally, Yi Chen stood up and stretched a big waist. Looking at the various toys that were neatly arranged on the tool table, he revealed a satisfied smile. Then by the way, let's make a simple pendant for these big kids, too. Looking at the small half, and used incense wood on the tabletop, Yi Chen had a bright idea. Not a moment's effort. Jiang Baiwei's voice came from the courtyard. Yi Chen, come over for dinner. Let's do it in the afternoon. Coming. Yi Chen simply brushed off the wood shavings on his body and took off his overalls. Placing the completed toy, he placed it on a tray. In order to have some more mystery, Yi Chen also deliberately covered it with a red cloth. Only Yi Chen held up the tray and came to the living room. Wow, Yi Chen, you didn't make all the toys, did you? Jiang Baiwei, who was the first to see Yi Chen's figure, said in surprise. Let's go to the dining room and talk while we eat. Yi Chen, who had done enough mystery, naturally would not reveal the answer so easily. The crowd immediately looked at Yi Chen with grudging eyes. You were tired all morning at noon, so I packed some of Xianju Pavilion's meals over, Ma Chengye said with a smile as he carefully pulled open the stool for Su Muyu. Yi Chen immediately looked at Ma Chengye with grateful eyes. He had been so busy carving that he had forgotten about the whole cooking thing. It's still brother Ma who can take things and think ahead. Yi Chen then looked up and inquired. Right, last time I said that the thing to give the ranch employees, to add the confidentiality agreement. Have you found someone to do it? Ma Chengye nodded and said. It's all taken care of. This kind of thing is very common in the industry. Just then, little Yi, let us see the finished product you've made. It tickles me to see it. Su Muyu looked at Yi Chen with an expectant face. Yi Chen, let us take a look. Jiang Baiwei on the side also pulled Yi Chen's hand and began to pamper him. Good. Since everyone is so impatient, then Baiwei will give everyone the reveal. Yi Chen then placed the tray with the toy in front of Jiang Baiwei. Then I reveal it. Jiang Baiwei uncovered the red cloth with a happy face, revealing the various toys within. Wow, this is too good looking, Su Muyu said as she covered her mouth and stood up excitedly. The crowd also left their seats and came to Jiang Baiwei's side. Then let's finish watching the stuff before we eat. Yi Chen saw the crowd's minds, after they were all focused on the toys he had made. Happily, he said, this Luban lock carving, it's too exquisite. Gu Lingyu picked up the assembled Luban lock and said with a shocked face, this harmonica, sure it's not a work of art. This is also too flashy. Chen Hong carefully picked up the only harmonica with metal in the tray and said, only to see that the crowd had their eyes looking towards this body made of gold nanmal wood, and then paired with the mouthpiece that was full of metal. It instantly stunned everyone. Ma Chengye gently picked up the larger wooden doll in the tray. It's still this doll that amazes me the most. Although the whole is carved out of sedum wood, but after adding these decorations, yet there is not, in the slightest, a sense of incongruity. Feeling the lines on it carefully with his fingers, he stroked it as if it was a precious collectible. This coiled dragon stick and this Rubik's Cube with the respective divine beasts engraved on it are even more remarkable. Su Muyu slowly picked up the coiled dragon stick with both hands, the amazement in her eyes on the verge of overflowing. Jiang Baiwei, who was doubly shocked, found the corner of the tray. Placed there were some inconspicuous small cubes. Ha! These small plaques, what are they? Ducks. Holding one of them, in front of her eyes, she examined it. The landscape painting carved on it. It's too good looking. Seeing that the crowd was immersed in the shock of his work, Yi Chen took the rest of the small squares into his hands and said, these small squares are the small pendants I prepared for you older children. After the crowd heard that Yi Chen, too, had prepared something for them, they put down the toys in their hands and looked at each other. I utilized some of the remaining materials to carve some feng shui paintings and animals. Everyone, pick them yourself, Yi Chen said with a smile after placing the small cubes one by one on the dining table. Little Yi, this is too good for you. Chen Hong, as a collector of ancient texts, was the one who was most excited. In the past, the objects she had looked at were either too expensive to buy, or the craftsmanship was too poor to want to buy. but Yi Chen's craftsmanship was completely in line with her fantasies of ancient royal artifacts. So excitedly, she came to the table to be the first to pick it out. Not long after, the crowd all got, to their satisfaction, pendants. Jiang Baiwei, on the other hand, did not fight with the crowd. Silently, she carefully put the pendant with the landscape painting in her hand into her pocket. Baiwei, I've also prepared a special gift for you. Yi Chen slowly took out a slender hairpin with a lifelike phoenix carved above it from his pocket at this time and handed it over. Yi Chen, woo! Jiang Baiwei saw Yi Chen, after also carefully preparing a separate gift for herself. Tears immediately could not stop flowing down. Don't cry, Al. I'll bring it to you. Yi Chen gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Jiang Baiwei's eyes, came behind him, patiently coiled up her hair, and finally carefully set the hairpin in it. Wow, Baiwei, this is too good looking for you. Gu Lingyu was immediately excited, pulling Jiang Baiwei's hand and said, woo woo, I also want to have my lover's personally made hairpin. Su Muyu, who covered her mouth, said enviously, and after Ma Chengye, who was on the side, heard this, immediately came over to comfort Su Muyu and made plans in his heart. Yi Chen, it's good to have you. Jiang Baiwei once again shed tears of emotion, while Yi Chen just wordlessly soothed her. Alright, let's eat everyone. Yi Chen placed the toys back on the tray after allowing the crowd to take their seats once again, while their gazes still, from time to time, looked to the tray on the side. When I have time later, I will make an object for all of you, the kind that is guaranteed to be unique. Yi Chen saw the crowd, so fond of his handmade objects. Atmospherically, he said, yeah, we were waiting for you. This sentence yet. The crowd that heard this sentence immediately smiled and laughed, since Ye's father and Ye's mother had already left for the city to purchase clothes for the children. So Yi Chen finished his lunch. Thoughtfully, he simply made 2 dishes in the kitchen and placed them in the microwave to keep them warm. Chapter 58, The Right Person for Ranch Management. The children were also growing rapidly under Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu's breastfeeding. Day by day, they were getting more and more energized. The children, who had eaten and drunk enough, kept fluttering in the nursing aunt's arms. Little babies, come and get your own little toys. Yi Chen was in the courtyard. After placing a huge moisture-proof cloth, the crowd held the children and came to the place where the toys were placed, only to see the crowd placing the toys that the children had picked out, one by one as they placed them on their chests. The children's hands, which couldn't fully open yet, hugged them to death. He. Yi Zhiqiu, who was the most active, holding the coiled dragon stick that was the same height as himself, he let out a ha, and Ma Xinghui, who was on the side, also spat out his tongue and tightly hugged the Rubik's Cube in front of him. All together, they let out he laughter, and the 3 sisters just held the toy in their arms, quietly watching. These little ones, not at all quiet like their daughter. Yi Chen held his forehead and laughed helplessly. Little Yi, if there's nothing else in the afternoon, can you teach me? Carving. Ma Chengye, who was holding the child, looked at Yi Chen with a serious face and asked, of course there's no problem, we'll go now. Yi Chen, who understood the reason for this, at once, he handed the 4 treasures in his arms to the nursing aunt and said, Brother Ma, I have some things that I want to discuss with you. Jiang Baiwei handed over the great treasure in her hand to the nursing aunt as well after, slightly restrained, she said. This caused Yi Chen and Ma Chengye's footsteps towards the tool room to pause. It's like this. Lingyu was harassed in the workplace at her last law firm. I wanted to ask Brother Ma, do you guys need trainee lawyers there? Jiang Baiwei spoke while waving her hand in the courtyard. Gu Lingyu, who was sunbathing, came over. I'll take that for what it's worth and just ask Lingyu to report to my group's legal department. Ma Chengye listened, immediately nodded his head and agreed. At this time, Gu Lingyu, too, walked over to the crowd. Baiwei, I'll take care of my own matters. No need to bother Brother Ma. Gu Lingyu, who heard Ma Chengye's words from afar, immediately said with an apologetic face, Lingyu, you're treating me as an outsider here. It's just a job. Your brother Ma can still help. In this case, tomorrow you accompany me to the group and go through the entry procedures directly. Ma Chengye said in tears and laughter after hearing Gu Lingyu's words. Just at this moment, Yi Chen, who was contemplating something on the side and hadn't said anything, opened his mouth. Lingyu, I have a small suggestion. Should I listen to it? The crowd was curious, looked towards Yi Chen. It's like this. I'm not plopping down a ranch. I'm still in school again, and my parents don't know anything about management, so I can only look at the production aspect. Yi Chen said to Gu Lingyu with a smile. Then why don't you just go over and manage the ranch, so that you can also meet with Bai Wei and the kids every day? This, Gu Lingyu was startled by Yi Chen's sudden recruitment. Hastily, she said, I'm a law student. I'm afraid that I won't be able to do a good job in management. It's better not to. Looking at Gu Lingyu, whose speaking voice was getting smaller and smaller, Yi Chen said smilingly. You see me a study of sports can do carving. Is the capital university out of you? Will do not do well. Management well? After hearing this, Gu Lingyu turned her gaze to Jiang Baiwei, only to see the other party nodding to her. Seriously? Then I'll go and refresh my knowledge on management now. Definitely won't fail. Your expectations of me, Gu Lingyu said seriously, nodding her head. Ha ha ha. That's good. Then the salary is 30,000 a month. Welfare benefits and whatnot. Just follow the administrative system. As far as the other party agreed, Yi Chen also said happily, originally still considering the ranch to be handed over to that management himself to rest assured, which despite Lingyu sent to the door. After all, the ranch involved a little too much black technology, a poor use of people, one might have to be arrested and sliced up for research. The salary is too high. Right, I've only just graduated. Gu Lingyu looked at Yi Chen with a shocked face and said, not too high. You're worth this salary in my place, and you'll have to manage for me in the future. Yi Chen waved his hand. Lingyu, you can take this salary at ease. In the future, I still count on you to give us advice. Jiang Baiwei also came forward at this time and said, seeing that Jiang Baiwei had said so, Gu Lingyu could only nod with a nervous face. Since Xiao Yi has spoken, then it's fine if I don't go to this legal affairs department. Ma Chengye looked at the two who had reached an agreement and cheerfully patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said, then we'll go first, to the tool room. Yi Chen and Ma Chengye then reappeared in the tool room and started teaching. The others who had their interest piqued, also followed along. In the end, Yi Chen simply placed some of the tools in the courtyard, and everyone learned together. The time of internship always passed quickly. This force and angle is really hard to grasp. Ma Chengye shook off his palms that were about to do tendinitis. Helplessly, he said, yeah, it's true that not everyone has this talent of Xiao Yi. Chen Hong, who was originally full of confidence, also with a helpless face, she took off her work apron and said helplessly, everyone is willing to try is a good thing. Well, today's small handmade class will end here. Yi Chen smiled and put away the crowd's tools, placing the crowd's unfinished works one by one. He came to the courtyard to enjoy a rare break. Little Chen, come and give us a hand with all of them. Yi Chen, who had been resting side by side with Jiang Baiwei for a while, heard Yi Dad Yi Mom's voice from behind him, only to see that Yi Dad and Yi Mom were sitting on the property's ferry, and were taking things to the courtyard in large bags. Mom and Dad, you guys have been buying things for almost a morning here. Yi Chen went forward and took the things, one by one, down from the ferry. Helplessly, he said, now that the grandchildren's days are small, one day at a time, I'm not afraid that my grandchildren don't have enough clothes to wear. Yi Mom cheerfully, carrying a large bag said, buy a morning clothes and did not eat it. Things we to deal with, you guys go eat first. Yi Chen sighed slightly and called the nursing aunt to sort the clothes. He himself brought his parents to the dining room. Mom and Dad, in the future, the job of buying clothes, just me and Bai Wei will go. You guys just stay home. Looking at the starving Yi Dad and Yi Mom, Yi Chen said with heartache and helplessness, your mom and I still have good legs. Besides we buy clothes for our grandchildren. We are happy. Yi Dad was not in a good mood, glared at Yi Chen and said, then it's up to you guys to think. The conversation then turned. Mom and Dad, the construction of the ranch is about to be completed, so I have to get through to you guys. After Yi Dad and Yi Mom heard about the ranch, he hurriedly put down his chopsticks. Due to the equipment used in this ranch as well as the process, which involves some new technology and new processes, the growth of the pasture grass may be fast. With a serious face, Yi Chen said to Yi Dad and Yi Mom, when the time comes, you guys can't tell outsiders. The milk and milk powder we produce are self-produced and self-marketed, so there will be no situation of being seized. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Dad and Yi Mom instantly nodded seriously, although they didn't understand how Yi Chen, as well as the boss behind him, had developed these things, but as long as it was about Yi Chen and the children, they would never be sloppy. Chapter 59, The Roommate Who Lost His Love Affair. Time with the kids was always short. A new day began again. The 3 days of vacation Yi Chen had requested from the school had already been used up. It was time to start the school villa and run both ways again. The good news was that on the weekend of this week, Jiang Ma finally had time to meet with them. Then I'll rush back right after class on Friday. Be good and wait for me out. Yi Chen pulled Jiang Baiwei's hand and said softly. In the evening, Yi Chen looked at the children lying in the arms of Yi Dad and Yi Mom in the courtyard, and the reluctant Jiang Baiwei waved goodbye. Yi Chen took 3 steps and got into his sedan, sighing helplessly. Under the crowd waving goodbye, started the vehicle and slowly drove towards the school. Gotta ask the guide if there's any way to skip a grade in graduate. Yi Chen, whose weight was completely inclined towards his family, thought silently in his heart. Kids, wait for Dad to come back from school now. Thinking of the children and Jiang Baiwei waiting at home, Yi Chen revealed a heartfelt smile. Arriving safely under the dormitory building, he heard a burst of messy sounds erupt from within the dormitory building. Yi Chen quickly went upstairs, only to see two dormitory people, saber rattling in the aisle. Lin Fan, don't you know that Xie Binger is my person, and you still dare to hook up with her? Bah! The tall Chu he walked up and taunted. My object is Xie Binger's dorm room. Do we still not know if there is a boyfriend? It's not possible that someone who is a dog licker is said to be the object, only to see the opposite side of the more robust physique. A bald man immediately angry back. Xie Binger is my object. If you let me know that you hooked up with her in private again, I want you to look good. Chu Zi, Fan Zi, let's forget about this matter. Yi Chen, who was at the stairway, said loudly. This caused the onlookers gathered in the aisle to make way for Yi Chen to walk past. Old Yi, you're back. How can I give in when I'm pursuing my love? Lin Fan, puzzled, looked at Yi Chen and asked. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. He thought to himself, this Xie Binger is the big wave from the last cafeteria meal. What kind of person is she? He himself had already sensed something, and was afraid that it was the second Wang Xiu. Immediately after, Yi Chen came in front of the two waves, patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, anyway, you listen to me. It's not easy to find a three-legged toad. Isn't it easy to find a two-legged woman? Still, Yi Chen is sensible. Don't let me see you and Xie Binger have anything in the future. The bald man on the side saw Yi Chen speaking towards his side. He immediately said in a condescending manner, without looking back. Yi Chen pulled his roommates back to the dormitory, as if he hadn't heard the bald man's words. Old Yi, are we just going to hold our breath? After Yi Chen closed the dormitory door, Chu He leaned against the wall and asked unwillingly, alright, there are no outsiders here, so I'll be straightforward. Yi Chen looked at the crowd's indignant eyes, smiled, shook his head and said, this Xie Binger is likely to be the second Wang Xiu from what I can tell. For such a woman, it's not worth it. Yi Chen, who took out a stool and sat down, calmly said, impossible. Binger is gentle and considerate. She cares about me and everything. She's not that kind of person. Lin Fan, who was on the side, hastily retorted. This is where the onlookers are clear and the authorities are confused. If this Xie Binger is really as good as you say, would that bald head still be able to do such a thing for her? Yi Chen looked at Lin Fan and said, this. Lin Fan, who was dumbfounded by what was said, was lost and sat on the stool. I'll ask my daughter-in-law what's going on. This Xie Binger is too unkind. Shu He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number over. On the other side of the girls' dormitory, Chen Fanyin came to the stairwell with her cell phone. Xie Binger has always been a maverick in the dormitory, and I know very little about the situation, but something like this, she might have done it. With a serious expression, Chen Fanyin said into her cell phone, the other end of the cell phone. Since it was on speakerphone, this made Lin Fan's expression instantly darken. The last time we gathered in the cafeteria, she clearly took a keen interest in Yi Chen and kept asking me for information. This time it's me who did something unreliable. I'll make it up to Lin Fan next time. Chen Fangyin, on the other end of the cell phone, continued to narrate. Alright, Fang Yue, I don't blame you for this. It's all my fault for being too gullible. Lin Fan, who had come to his senses, smiled with relief. Think about it. In the future, if Bai Wei recognizes any reliable girls, I will definitely be the first to introduce them to you. Yi Chen patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, don't think about these unhappy ones. I'll take you guys out to jerk off. Seeing that the crowd's emotions were not too high, Yi Chen immediately said with a wave of his hand, women are not as important as brothers. Let's jerk off. Shu He, who was the first to respond, said loudly. Subsequently, Yi Chen and the others, driving the sedan whose engine had not yet cooled down, reappeared outside the campus. Love. Lin Fan, who was at the night snack stand, used the strength of alcohol to raise his arms. Since the next day, the crowd had training. Yi Chen, who didn't drink, took his roommates and dumped them until 11 o'clock and returned to school. In the early hours of the next day, Yi Chen, who had restarted his university life, came to the cultivation field with full vigor. Yi Chen, are things done yet? Li Chen, who was the captain, came to the cultivation field around the same time as Yi Chen, and so began pulling together a family affair. Team Li, it's all done. I have to take the next training seriously. Yi Chen scratched his head and said, it didn't take long. All of his teammates appeared at the training ground, and the figure of the coach also arrived as expected. As the coach's whistle sounded, the daily training kicked off. Gudu, Yi Chen, are you sure you went on vacation these days instead of going for genetic modification? Li Chen looked at the basketball that he had just passed and missed, causing it to rebound at the rim to nearly 3 meters. Surprisingly, Yi Chen made a single jump. A solid slam dunk ended the offense. This made everyone present, or pressed the pause button, generally look at Yi Chen. I've been eating well these past few days. and my bouncing power has increased a bit. Yi Chen scratched his head awkwardly. He, who had touched the basketball again, was too excited for a moment and accidentally showed a little strength. This caused the coach on the side to urgently pause the training match. Yi Chen, is it your body that has developed twice? Next, we need to re-record your body data. Pete, who was the head coach, looked at Yi Chen with an excited face. Okay, coach. Seeing that he couldn't round it off, Yi Chen had no choice but to agree stiffly. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen then followed the coach and came to the corner of the training ground, which had all sorts of professional measuring equipment placed inside. How is it possible? Chapter 60. The gold content of the Learning Ability Max is still improving. From the corner of the training ground came the shocked voices of the coaches. It's only been a few days. Yi Chen, you've grown 5 centimeters taller. Looking at the multifunctional physical examination machine, the data displayed, Coach Pete urgently looked up Yi Chen's previous height data. Maybe it's really the fact that I've eaten too well in the past few days, promoting my body's secondary development. Yi Chen licked his lips and said sheepishly. He couldn't tell the coach that it was the system-rewarded marrow cleansing pill that had a crunchy effect. Continue testing the following items. Seeing Yi Chen give the same statement, the coach said with conviction. In the next tests, Yi Chen was charging a large portion of his strength for the test. However, the results that came out of the test still made the coach's eyes widen. Yi Chen, according to the data that came out of the test, your physical quality as a whole has been enhanced by at least 30%. The coach held the final test results in his hands. Slightly trembling, he said, you go on to train. I need to revise your training program and tactics now. The coach looked at Yi Chen's eyes, as if he had found a rare piece of treasure. He impatiently came to the office. Leaving Yi Chen alone, he awkwardly returned to the team. Yi Chen, it's a good thing that your strength has improved. How come you have a bit of a low aura? Li Chen patted Yi Chen's shoulder and asked suspiciously. Team Li, I was thinking about the babies at home. Let's continue training. Yi Chen, how dare he really say the reason? Thinking to himself with chagrin. He clearly pressed 90% of the strength of the test, but the result that came out was still 30% stronger than before. Although I can empathize, but if I finish training earlier, won't I be able to see them earlier? Li Chen, who was on the side, still kept consoling. For the next 2 days, Yi Chen stayed at the school. As soon as he had some free time, he called Jiang Baiwei on the video, keeping an eye on them at all times. Ding bell. With the dismissal bell of the last major on Friday, Yi Chen rushed towards the outside of the classroom in a flash. Just then, Yi Chen stayed for a moment, only to see the stout middle-aged man on the podium, picking up a teacup and slowly taking a sip. Said, this caused Yi Chen's footsteps to lurch. Shu He and the others even looked at each other with a gloating expression. Teacher Nyo, may I ask what's up? Yi Chen scratched his head and came to the podium and asked softly. Earlier, you took a vacation and forgot to do my accompanying quiz. Now make a new one for me. After saying that, he took out a test paper from his school bag and handed it to Yi Chen. Teacher Nyo, can't. Couldn't Yi Chen finished his sentence. The stout man calmly spat out a mouthful of tea and said solemnly. Shu He and the others who hadn't left the classroom yet, covered their mouths and laughed. See if you still dare in the future. Miss Ox Demon King's class. Just some simple topics, but you have to take it seriously as well. I'm going to change the scores on the spot. Then he came to his seat and sat down, signaling Yi Chen to answer the questions by his side. Yi Chen looked at the time on his cell phone screen, so he quickly took out his ballpoint pen, started answering the questions. Just as the elongated man took out his laptop and prepared to deal with something, he heard Yi Chen, who was on the side, was using the ballpoint pen to transmit a burst of brushing sounds. Less than 50 multiple-choice questions were written in less than a minute. The subjective questions afterward were even more excessive. Just seeing Yi Chen lightly glancing at the questions, he directly began to answer them. There was no intention of checking the material at all. Yi Chen, if you mess up, I won't let you go either. The stout man frowned and said sternly. Yi Chen pretended that he didn't hear it in general and continued to write furiously. Teacher, take a look. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Chen handed over a neatly written test paper to the stout man. This made the stout man, who originally wanted to rebuke Yi Chen's words, swallow his words first, and then carefully check the test paper. Who knew? The more he looked at the paper, the more shocked he was. Multiple choice questions, all right, even the subjective questions behind, also analyzed the head. To change a test paper by yourself, it takes 3 minutes. Yi Chen had actually submitted a near-perfect score paper to him in 5 minutes. You can go now. The elongated man swallowed hard, and for a moment, not knowing what to say, he let Yi Chen leave first. The reason why he was affectionately called the Ox Demon King by his classmates was not because his surname was Ox, but because of his, almost perverted exam questions. These topics can be his own original topics. Even if you let your classmates open book exams, it is impossible to achieve full marks of that kind of difficulty, at least at the undergraduate level. It was the kind where a perfect score was impossible. Then teacher, I'll leave first. Yi Chen, who quickly put away the ballpoint pen in his hand, turned his head and walked towards the outside of the classroom. Yi Chen, who was bent on going home quickly and seeing Jiang Baiwei and the children, he did not notice in the slightest that he had given this specialized class teacher. What kind of shock was left behind? Due to the fact that he had previously consulted the instructor and then graduated quickly, the answer he received was, study and pass the various courses. But Yi Chen belonged to the bachelor's and master's degree programs, and the difficulty of his learning content directly skyrocketed. This also made, in his rest time after training, frantically learning knowledge. Of course, all of this was from the system rewarded learning ability max. This reward had already allowed him to turn corruption into magic many times. By way, I'll be right back. Driving the sedan as it sped along the road home, Yi Chen felt that the air around him was sweet. As the sedan entered the mountain villa, Yi Chen saw from afar that Jiang Baiwei and the others were waiting for his return in the courtyard. It's so cold outside. Let's quickly go inside. Yi Chen parked the car. He quickly came to Jiang Baiwei's side, and carefully put the jacket that was about to slip off back in place. Jiang Baiwei immediately lay into Yi Chen's arms, and said pitifully, I don't want to see you quickly. Hearing this, Yi Chen's heart warmed up. He hurriedly took Jiang Baiwei and returned to the living room. I said Baiwei, how come she won't play the game to go for a walk in the courtyard? It turns out to be picking up Yi Chen to go only to see Su Muyu, who was half lying on the sofa, flirting with Jiang Baiwei. This made Jiang Baiwei immediately blush. Breaking away from Yi Chen's embrace, she sat back on the sofa again. Sister Muyu, you also don't want to have no assistants following you when you play as a shooter. Jiang Baiwei arrogantly raised her head and replied, oops, just now lost my memory. Did I say anything? Su Muyu instantly began to act crazy. Yi Chen looked at the two people who were fooling around, and immediately went to the kitchen, preparing dinner for the crowd. Little Yi, there's still 1 or 2 more days of construction over at the ranch, and it will be over. When are we going to go over there and inspect it? After making the dinner ready, the crowd was seated. Ma Chunye looked up at Yi Chen and asked, Brother Ma, I won't have time this weekend. Let's go over there on Sunday for the acceptance inspection. Yi Chen thought about the fact that he still had to leave for Jiang Ma's place tomorrow, so he scheduled the acceptance inspection time to Sunday. At this time, Yi Dad and Yi Mom, who had just returned from supervising the work at the ranch, also appeared in the restaurant and said to Yi Chen, Little Chen, the ranch side is basically finished, and I've already asked people to sow those pasture grasses down in advance. After Yi Chen heard this, he immediately smiled happily. The children's milk powder was finally on the agenda. Afterwards, Yi Chen and the others quickly resolved tonight's dinner and began to make preparations for tomorrow's trip. Chapter 61 The happy homecoming visitor Jiang Baiwei and the nervous Yi Chen. Baiwei, you go to sleep first. I'll be over in a while. At night Yi Chen came to the tool room, and was holding the tools to try to carve some objects for Jiang Ma's family. For her, it was learned during dinner. Jiang Ma lived with Jiang Baiwei's grandparents, as well as her uncle. So Yi Chen thought of making some objects to bring over together in addition to some regular gifts. Don't. I'm going to wait for you on the side. Jiang Baiwei shook her head, wrapping his shawl around her and sitting on the side. Yi Chen smiled helplessly, but the movements on his hands were a few points faster. Time flew by between Yi Chen's busy fingers. Baiwei, I'm so good. Yi Chen took a long breath of relief. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Jiang Baiwei obediently lying on the tool table and falling asleep. Yi Chen had no choice but to carefully place the crafted object in the delicate box that he had prepared beforehand, and then gently, he carried Jiang Baiwei on his back. Jiang Baiwei, who was unaware of it, lazily lay on Yi Chen's back. The corners of her mouth were still slightly upturned, oozing out a trace of liquid. It should be that she had met something delicious again in her dream. Yi Chen lightly back to the bedroom. After gently placing Jiang Baiwei on the bed, he quickly came to the bathroom, painfully took a hot bath. The body's labor was swept away. Looking at the side, as if the bunny hibernation general Jiang Baiwei, Yi Chen was still unable to resist, kissed her lovely cheeks. Immediately after a burst of sleepiness came, Yi Chen whispered to Jiang Baiwei, Good night. Yi Chen, who immediately fell asleep, was unaware. Jiang Baiwei, who was on the side, revealed a sweet smile. A new day. Woken up by the alarm clock in his cell phone, Yi Chen slowly got up in high spirits, and turned his head but did not find Jiang Baiwei's figure. He then went to the bathroom and washed himself. Jiang Baiwei, who had gotten up early, was already breastfeeding her children. Coming back and preparing to change her clothes, she happened to return to the room at this time. Yi Chen, come over here for a moment. Jiang Baiwei's voice came from the room. which caused Yi Chen to immediately put down the toothbrush in his hand. What's wrong? Bai Wei. Yi Chen, slightly puzzled, walked out and asked, only to see Jiang Bai Wei, lifting the clothing covering her stomach, up, with a serious expression. She asked, this body recovery cream, the effect is too outrageous. Looking under the clothes, the skin that was already as good as new, Yi Chen hurriedly touched Jiang Bai Wei's face and said, the effect is good and still not happy. This thing is unattainable. After this bottle is used up, there will be no more. Jiang Bai Wei asked with slight concern, this thing doesn't have any strong side effects, right? Otherwise why does it have such a good effect? Bai Wei, this body recovery cream is a tribute from the past. Most of the ingredients inside are now protected plants and animals. There are no side effects. Yi Chen hurriedly came up with this rhetoric to dispel Jiang Bai Wei's doubts. Well then, this medicine is really good. When Jiang Bai Wei saw Yi Chen say this, her slanting heart finally fell. What she was worried about was that with this ointment having a good recovery effect, the subsequent side effects would be great. If the subsequent wounds of this recovery suddenly backfired and festered, would she not lose more than she gained? Let's go down and have some breakfast. I'll be making some desserts for the ants to bring over by the way. Looking at Jiang Bai Wei who was no longer rambling, Yi Chen gently kissed the other party's forehead and said, it was until 9 o'clock in the morning. It was only when all of Yi Chen's preparations were completed. Once again, he took Jiang Bai Wei and the child with him and headed towards the center of the capital city. Bai Wei, are grandparents and uncle good to get along with? Yi Chen, who was traveling on the road, still had some nervousness and asked, grandparents are quite good to me. They've been retired since, have been dancing around the house, planting flowers and plants and whatnot. Uncle is still working, and meets with me less often, but they're all very good with each other. Jiang Bai Wei pulled Yi Chen's hand and said with a smile. When Yi Chen heard Jiang Bai Wei's words, his heart still didn't have much of a bottom. His face revealed the slightest hint of worry. Don't worry, grandparents will not be able to blame you at all when they see our lovely children. Jiang Bai Wei, who could see that Yi Chen was worried, continued to say in a peaceful manner, Bai Wei, I will definitely make auntie agree to you marrying me. Yi Chen, who was holding Jiang Bai Wei's hand backwards, said seriously, seeing Yi Chen with such a serious expression. Jiang Bai Wei, however, laughed out. I'm not yours, it's yours too, you stinking rascal. Also pretended to be angry, moving to shake off Yi Chen's hand and said with a beeping mouth. As the two of them joked around on the road, the little ones in the back row slept quietly all the way. After a period of time, not really a long road, Yi Chen and the others finally arrived at the center of the capital city. Feeling the center of the city, there was obviously less traffic. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The license plate number of this central city is indeed not easy to get. Immediately after Yi Chen and the others' vehicles, they drove towards the side of an ancient courtyard. Hello, who are you looking for? One could only see a railing and security booth set up next to the only passageway into the compound. From it, a soldier in military uniform stepped out and asked in a serious manner. Only Jiang Bai Wei slowly lowered the window and poked her head out. Hello little brother, I'm a relative of number 15. You can go and confirm it. Jiang Bai Wei, in a habitual manner, said to the other party, and gave Yi Chen a reassuring look. No need to confirm. Welcome back Miss Jiang. Release, only to see an inch-haired man in a black suit walking not far away, said with a smile. Yes, only to see the soldier quickly open the railing. Yi Chen cautiously drove the vehicle forward slowly. As he passed by the man in the suit, Jiang Bai Wei smiled and said, it's Uncle Wang today. You're on duty. Yes, Miss Jiang is back to see elderly and the others, right? The man in the suit, although he said so on his lips, but with a curious gaze, he still couldn't help but look at Yi Chen. It's to come back to see Grandpa and Grandma, then Uncle Wang. You get busy first. Jiang Bai Wei was polite again. Only then did Yi Chen follow Jiang Bai Wei's guidance and slowly drove the vehicle into the compound. We're here. When Yi Chen steadily parked the vehicle in front of a compound full of literary atmosphere, Jiang Bai Wei said happily. The sound of Yi Chen's vehicle was also detected by the people in the compound. Just as Yi Chen and the others placed the children into the baby carriage, a middle-aged man wearing an executive jacket and a pair of rimless glasses on his face walked out from the compound. Uncle, Jiang Bai Wei said in surprise, only to see the middle-aged man smile and raise his hand, shaking it at Jiang Bai Wei. Although Jiang Bai Wei knew that this time when she went home to visit her family, her uncle was likely to be present, but after she really saw her uncle, whom she hadn't seen for half a year, appear, she was still very happy. This made the nervous Yi Chen also hastily shouted out uncle. After the middle-aged man heard Yi Chen's words, he gently nodded, and then his gaze was quickly attracted by the children's figures. This made Yi Chen, who was in the trunk taking the gifts outward, immediately feel the pressure skyrocket. Damn, Could this be the terrifying suppressive power of the executive jacket? Chapter 62. The two old men who were overjoyed to see their great-grandson. Wei Wei, quickly take the people inside. After uncle finished speaking to Jiang Baiwei, he hurriedly went forward and helped Yichen take the gifts from the back of the car. Thank you, uncle. Yichen immediately gulped and said nervously, let's go inside and talk. It's weirdly cold outside. The middle-aged man just smiled faintly and carried his things forward to show Yichen and the others the way. It's Wei Wei who's back. Quickly come over and show Grandpa and Grandma. Yichen and the others had yet to enter the door. They heard an amiable voice coming from the courtyard. Yichen looked inward, only to see two old men with white hair, standing in the center of the compound with a happy face, welcoming Yichen and the others. Grandparents, I missed you guys. Jiang Baiwei put the stroller in place and ran quickly into the arms of the two old men. Our Wei Wei has grown up. The two old men gently stroked Jiang Baiwei's back and said with a kind face, young man, come in and sit down. Only then did Elder Li smile, and said to Yichen. Yichen heard this. Hurriedly, with the help of his uncle, he placed the gifts and the children in the living room. Let me take a good look. These lovely great-granddaughters and great-grandchildren of mine. The gazes of the two old men were also quickly attracted by the baby carriage in Yichen's hands, and holding Jiang Baiwei's hand, they walked over. This caused Yichen, whose palms kept sweating, to hastily start calling out to the people under Jiang Baiwei's eye gesture. Good day, grandparents. Yichen right. Very energetic. Not bad. Elderly looked at Yichen while nodding and said. Immediately after, Yichen opened the stroller and carried out the most well-behaved eldest baby, Yi Si Ro, and the second baby, Yi Zi. It was handed over to the two old men. Good great-granddaughter. Smile when you see Grandma and Grandpa. Elderly looked at the big baby in his hands, the big fluttering eyes, and the sweet smile. Inside, he was instantly melted. The grandmother on the side also carefully held the child in her hands, affectionately putting her face in front of the child. Yichen looked at his uncle who wanted to hold the child in his hands, and hurriedly carried the three treasures, Yi Kahan, out of the stroller. The uncle who saw the scene was overjoyed. With an excited face, he took the child handed over by Yichen and looked at the other party with grateful eyes. Only then did Yichen take a breath of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Ma hadn't come back yet, or else she would have carried this rebellious child out, and didn't know what kind of trouble she would make for him again. Grandparents don't just stand there. Sit down and watch the children. Jiang Baiwei, who was worried about grandparents and couldn't stand for long, spoke out. Wei Wei is right. Let's sit down and watch. Elderly looked at the children in his hands, who cared about this, and hurriedly followed Jiang Baiwei's words. This great-granddaughter looks so cute. She's practically identical to Wei Wei when she was a child. Grandmother's kind voice came from the side. The uncle at this time also hurriedly said, yes, exactly the same as Wei Wei when she was a child, and also equally well behaved. The children and the old man's happiest voices soon filled the entire living room. Right at this moment, Wei Wei, back. Jiang Ma's voice came from outside the compound, and then Jiang Ma's figure was seen appearing in the living room. Good day, auntie. Yichen hurriedly stood up in a formal manner and greeted. Little Yi, there's no need to be nervous. Just think of it as if you're going home for a casual dinner. It's mainly Wei Wei's grandparents who want to meet you and the kids, Jiang Ma said with a smile, and then without waiting for Yichen to react, she directly carried out the only remaining four treasures in the stroller. Yi Zhiqiu, Ronger, let me see my grandson. Li Lao on the side was overjoyed, looking at the child in Jiang Ma's arms and said, Dad, this patriarchal vice can't be had. Jiang Ma didn't have the good sense to exchange the child in her hand with Li Lao's. I'm not yet seen my grandson. You siblings, I favor that one. The unconvinced Li Lao immediately retorted. This caused Jiang Ma and uncle to look at each other and laugh, before helplessly shaking their heads. Good great-grandson, I'm your grandpa. Li Lao happily spoke to Si Bao, only to see Si Bao not crying or fussing, lying in Li Lao's arms. What Yichen was worried about did not happen either, for Treasure's plump cheeks, under Li Lao's teasing, shook with laughter. It was a proper look of Grandma and Grandpa, the love grandchild of their dreams. Grandparents, Yichen and I have also prepared some gifts for you. Seeing that grandparents were completely immersed in the sea of children, they completely ignored her and Yichen's existence, so he spoke out and said, sorry, little Yi, seeing four great-grandchildren and great-granddaughters this time, I kind of couldn't help myself. Elder Li, who was on the side, looked at Yichen with an apologetic face and said, if Grandpa there, these children are also eager to meet you. Yichen, who dared to have any opinions, hastily waved his hand and said. Immediately afterward, Yichen set out some of the high-class goods that could be bought on the market one by one. Afterwards, he took out the pastries that he had baked, as well. Grandparents, uncle and aunt, these are some of the pastries I made in the morning. Everyone try them while they're hot. Yi Chen placed 5 different kinds of pastries on the table with Jiang Baiwei's help. This pastry looks a bit interesting. Let's taste Ke Xiaoye's craftsmanship. Elderly looked at the tabletop with slight surprise, at the exquisite pastries. Taking the lead, he put a piece of osmanthus cake into his mouth before nodding at Yi Chen. Very good. Elderly hugged the 4 treasures with one hand while savoring the melting osmanthus cake in his mouth with one hand. Even though he had eaten so many state banquet pastries, he was still amazed by Yi Chen's craftsmanship. Grandmother and the others on the side also tasted the pastries made by Yi Chen. Grandmother slowly put down the osmanthus cake in her hand and looked at Yi Chen with slightly shocked eyes and said, "Little Yi, your craftsmanship is amazing. I haven't had an osmanthus cake like this for a long time. Yes, on this osmanthus cake, I can taste my mother's flavor." After savoring a bite of the osmanthus cake, the uncle and Jiang Ma, also with eyes full of emotion, they looked at Yi Chen and said, "How can such a good dessert not be accompanied by good tea? Jinger, go and bring out all the tea sets and tea leaves from my tea room," Elderly said to Li Jing. Looking at his uncle, he went forward to get the tea set. It was then that Yi Chen smiled and said, "Grandmother's craftsmanship before, it must have been a masterpiece." Jiang Baiwei said proudly at this time, "That's not true. Before Grandma was a famous pastry chef in the capital. This osmanthus cake is the most famous." And then the tone of voice changed, lost and continued to say, "But also because of the previous morning and night to do pastry. Some years ago the body cannot carry, now every day to rely on pain medication to inhibit." Yi Chen gently pulled Jiang Baiwei's hand, his eyes looking towards his grandmother who had a calm face. "Granny, I'm fine. I also have to thank little Yi for being able to let me taste this flavor again." Grandmother also took Jiang Baiwei's hand and softly comforted. Just at this moment, ding, detected that Jiang Baiwei is plagued by illness. Releasing branch quest, healer. Mission requirement, make grandma wholeheartedly agree to the host for treatment. Mission reward, the 9 Suns acupuncture method. Chapter 63, a sudden mission from the system. What? Yi Chen was surprised to hear. In his mind, the mission released by the system. He exclaimed out in shock. This caused the crowd to be puzzled and turn their gazes towards Yi Chen. "I feel sorry for what happened to grandmother." Yi Chen hurriedly changed his tone and said in a low voice, "Little Yi, it's all in the past. I'm not doing quite well now." Grandmother turned to Yi Chen and said kindly, and at this time, Yi Chen was thinking about how to make the crowd believe that he had medical skills. If he brought it up now, everyone would probably agree superficially, completely failing to meet the system's requirements. Just when Yi Chen was thinking hard, Li Jing took a whole set of tea sets and returned to the living room. Immediately after, under Li Jing's set of flowing, tea-making techniques, soon, a cup of steaming tea was placed in front of everyone. "Little Yi, try my decades-old dragon well tea." Elderly himself finished savoring a sip. Smiling, he said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen also hurriedly lifted the teacup up and drank, with a bewildered face, this cup of dragon well tea. "Little Yi, how's the flavor?" Facing Elderly, the sudden question, Yi Chen was instantly sweating. "I'm a college student, how do I know how to taste tea?" Finished, what am I going to say next? Just at this moment, Jiang Baiwei also took the dragon well in her teacup and drank it all in one go, and then commented with a smile, "Grandpa, this dragon well has a clear and tranquil aroma. The aroma is rich and mellow. It's a rare treasure." "Grandpa," Baiwei said everything I wanted to say. Yi Chen scratched his head. After glancing at Jiang Baiwei, coyly, he said, "Ha ha ha, if you guys like it, take some away when you go back." Elderly, who had seen countless people, immediately saw Yi Chen's embarrassment. He immediately laughed and did not reveal it. "By the way, grandparents, Yi Chen has also used incense wood and carved some objects for you guys." Jiang Baiwei, who slowly put down her teacup, said to the 2 old men with an excited face, "Oh, little Yi, have a heart." Elderly and the others immediately evaluated Yi Chen a few points higher. Yi Chen, then, from the many gifts, taking out the exquisite wooden box, he carefully placed it on the desktop. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen slowly opened the wooden box. A clear and deep fragrance, with a slight coolness, and mixed with a faint sweetness, it drilled into the nostrils of the crowd. This flavor is also superior amongst incense wood. Elderly guessed the quality of it after simply smelling the fragrance. The eyes of the people looking at Yi Chen also became softer. "Grandpa, I heard that you like calligraphy and painting, so I've specially made an ink stone and brush holder for you here." Only Yi Chen took out 2 large objects from the wooden box. The landscape paintings engraved on their surfaces were even more wonderful. This, Elderly, who originally thought that it was just some simple objects, after seeing the full picture of the objects in Yi Chen's hands, but it made his palm, which was as steady as a mountain, start to tremble. This is Mount Lushan? Too unbelievable. Little Yi, you again. I let another look. The crowd of Elderly's family, who had seen the world, also marveled. and the most excited Li Lao. More a hand will be ink stone. Take in the hand, carefully check up. Looking at the hands of some of the wood shavings fell, obviously just made out not long, but engraved on the surface of the landscape painting, but full of the breath of the years. Such a piece of inkstone could actually make these two completely opposite temperaments combined together. This made elderly, who had been immersed in ink, paper and inkstones for many years, frequently wonder, amazing, this inkstone is amazing. The more elderly looked at it, the more he liked it. He had even placed it in his hands and carefully played with it. Grandpa, do you want to take a look at this brush holder as well? Yi Chen smiled at this time, bringing a carved, elegantly styled crane pen holder to Li Lao. This pen holder is also a top-notch good craftsmanship. Little Yi has a heart. Li Lao immediately handed over the 4 treasures in his arms to Li Jing's hands. Frequently marveling at the 2 objects, he took them in his hands and played with them. Grandma, I heard that you like to raise some flowers and plants, so I made a small flower pot for you. Yi Chen then proceeded to take out a potted plant-sized wooden pot from the wooden box, with a lush natural landscape carved above it. Little Yi is really thoughtful. I like it very much. Grandmother was also ecstatic when she saw the wooden basin and kept nodding her head in favor of it. Uncle, Auntie, I've prepared 2 statues of Kuei Xing kicking the bucket for the 2 of you, signifying the meaning of a smooth career path. Immediately after, Yi Chen smiled and took out 2 wooden statues with the same demeanor and placed them on the table. Jiang Ma and Li Jing looked at Yi Chen with a surprised expression. Little Yi, I didn't expect you to know about this. It is indeed thoughtful. Li Jing, who hadn't said much, also praised Yi Chen. Happy today. Jinger, go to the private kitchen side and say, take out my sealed national wine to wake up today. Elderly smiled broadly and said to Li Jing, and then the crowd was immersed in the child, with the gifts Yi Chen had prepared. At this time, Yi Chen, however, was trying to think of how he could get his grandmother to wholeheartedly allow himself to be treated. Jiang Baiwei, who was on the side, saw Yi Chen, who was frowning slightly. She hurriedly came over to inquire, Yi Chen, is there something wrong? After hearing Jiang Baiwei's words, Yi Chen hurriedly pulled the other party aside and asked, Baiwei, how long has grandma's illness lasted? Have you looked for a professional doctor? After hearing this, Jiang Baiwei shook her head helplessly and said, it's lasted for 5 or 6 years. All the doctors at home and abroad have been invited, and none of them have a cure. After Yi Chen heard this, his eyebrows wrinkled even deeper. Could it be that there was no? What other way? There was. Yi Chen, who thought of a possibility, was instantly delighted. Although this method might reveal something, but in order to cure grandma, at all costs. Alright, Baiwei, don't worry. I'll go ask that old gentleman to see if there's any ancestral medicine for treating this. Yi Chen hurriedly gave Jiang Baiwei a precautionary shot. Jiang Baiwei, who heard this, was stunned, and then turned to ecstasy and said, right, if that old gentleman can have such a powerful ointment, then it says that there must be other medicines for treating grandma. Everything has me, Yi Chen said as he gently hugged Jiang Baiwei. Time quickly reached noon, and the children were exhausted from laughing at the hands of the adults. One by one, they all lay back in the stroller. Little Yi, let's go have a casual lunch. Only to see elderly leading the way in front with his hands behind his back, and Li Jing assisting his grandmother, who was a bit leggy. The group of people walked towards the courtyard road, on the other side. Afterwards, Yi Chen looked in amazement at the compound that was plain and ordinary on the outside, but had a hidden secret on the inside. Elderly, you are here. The dishes and wine have already been placed in the box, only to see a middle-aged man dressed as a chef say to elderly with a respectful face, tough on you, little Xia. Elderly nodded to the other party and said, and then he greeted Yi Chen and the others and came to a private room. Along the way Yi Chen looked at the courtyard spread out, with over a dozen rooms of all sizes. It was Jiang Baiwei who whispered in his ear and explained, this compound is actually my grandfather's group of retired cadres canteen. Each person has a fixed private room. Yi Chen, who heard this, suddenly realized, as the crowd entered the private room, after taking their seats one after another, elderly took the lead and stood up. Let's celebrate Wei Wei Xiaoye, as well as the lovely great-grandchildren, daughters, who have returned to visit their families. Chapter 64. Yi Chen, thoroughly recognized by Elderly's family. After Elderly finished his first glass of wine, it was then stopped by grandmother's intention to have another drink, so Yi Chen and Li Jing took advantage of the fact that it was now the weekend to drink. Little Yi, this wine is something my father normally wouldn't be able to take out and drink. It's only because of you and Wei Wei's light that I can drink it. A glass of wine went down, and there were no outsiders at the table. Li Jing quickly got into the mood and said, Grandpa, this wine is really good. It's not spicy in the mouth but still has a good flavor. Yi Chen, who was not much of a wine taster, was able to drink out of this wine's unusualness. From this, it could be seen that this wine was indeed precious. Ha ha ha. This wine, 100 years old from now, but it really is one drink less. Elder Li, who greeted everyone to move their chopsticks, proudly introduced it. Yi Chen heard it. His eyes also widened. Something from 100 years ago could be preserved until now, and it was still a consumable like wine. This was indeed a rare and precious item. Little Yi, don't just focus on drinking with your uncle. Come and try this capital's authentic specialties. With a smile on her face, Grandma gave Yi Chen a piece of yellow stewed shark's fin. Frightened, Yi Chen hurriedly got up and caught it with both hands, handing the bowl. Grandma, how can I let you serve me? I should be the one to serve you too. After Yi Chen said that, he put down the bowls and chopsticks. One by one, he added tea and wine for everyone. Jiang Baiwei and Jiang Ma, who were at the side, looked at Yi Chen with a face full of relief. Little Yi, you first taste this dish, whether it suits your taste or not. Elderly looked at Yi Chen after he had all finished refilling the tea once. With a smile, he said, this shark's fin has a bright flavor. The lips and teeth are really well done. Yi Chen picked up the shark's fin in the bowl and said after savoring it, Dad, you have no idea. Little Ye's cooking skills are not worse than the master chef of this private kitchen. The craftsmanship. Jiang Ma, who hadn't said anything, seemingly smiling, she looked at Yi Chen and said, oh, Little Yi, there is still this handicraft. So the crowd was curious, looking towards Yi Chen, making Yi Chen coy. He scratched his head and said, all I do is some home cooking, so let's take this opportunity. I'll make a few for everyone. From our southern side, down home dishes. After saying this, at Elder Li's signal, the staff brought Yi Chen to the kitchen. The crowd was interested, waiting for Yi Chen's food to be served. Not a moment's effort. Yi Chen was carrying 2 plates of dishes, quite characteristic of the South, back to the box. This is our common southern drinking dish, pickled pepper beef as well as popped waste flour. With an enthusiastic face, Yi Chen introduced the 2 plates of hot dishes in his hands. Everyone, try it while it's hot. Only to see Elderly take the lead in picking up a piece of pickled pepper beef and slowly putting it into his mouth, and then enjoyably closed his eyes. Good, Little Yi, your craftsmanship is too good. This dish makes me, a person who is used to eating light food, can't help but fall in love with the flavor. Elderly did not mince words, praising Yi Chen's cooking skills. The grandmother and uncle beside him were also full of curiosity as they picked up a piece. Yummy, with Little Yi's cooking skills, there's no fear that Wei Wei won't be able to eat, Grandma said with relief, looking towards Yi Chen. And after Uncle tasted a piece of pickled pepper beef, he also picked up a piece of fried cashew flour. Then he drank the wine cup of wine in one go. Ha ha ha, Little Yi, with this downer of yours, I can even drink 2 taels of wine more. Uncle put down the wine cup in his hand, patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said, if everyone likes it, Bai Wei and I will come over often to make it for you. Yi Chen looked at the crowd's reaction afterward. He was instantly relieved. When Yi Chen was in the kitchen, he was still worried that the second old man and uncle would not be able to get used to eating such specialties. After 3 rounds of wine, Yi Chen felt his own slightly reddened cheeks. Taking Jiang Baiwei's hand, he looked seriously at Jiang Ma and Li Lao. Grandpa and Auntie came this time. Actually, I want to find you guys to discuss the matter of Baiwei and I. Elderly looked at Yi Chen, who had a serious expression on his face, and laughed out loud. Little Yi, we know what it is without you saying. After this morning's observation, with you by Baiwei's side, we are very relieved. When Elderly finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Jiang Ma. Jiang Ma smiled at this time, looking at the 2 Yi Chen and said, as long as the 2 of you are doing well, I will support your decision. Yi Chen, after getting Jiang Ma's affirmative reply, he was instantly happy, and grabbed Jiang Baiwei's hand. Fool, told you not to drink so much wine, now you can't even speak well. After hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter. Quickly afterward, the rare lunch ended. Yi Chen and the others, who had eaten and drunk enough, were arranged by Elderly to rest in the guest room of the compound. Yi Chen, who had returned to the guest room, made milk powder for the children while thinking about how to treat his grandmother. At this time, Jiang Baiwei came from outside. The wine hasn't even woken up yet. Just lie down properly. Really? Jiang Baiwei slowly took the milk bottle in Yi Chen's hand and carefully fed the children. Baiwei, you feed the children first. I'll contact that old gentleman. Yi Chen saw that he had his hands free. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and began to check various Chinese medicine knowledge. Leave the children to me. You take a good rest first. Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen, who hadn't stopped for a moment since he came back to his grandfather's house, with a heartbroken face. Yi Chen, however, didn't dare to delay for a moment. His learning ability max was on fire. The cell phone directly split screen to watch the video. The mind quickly established Chinese medicine knowledge system. The babies finally drank their fill. Jiang Baiwei carefully wiped the corners of the mouth of the 4 babies who finally drank enough milk. turning back, but saw Yi-chen holding up his cell phone, lying on the bed deep asleep. Jiang Baiwei carefully take away Yi-chen's cell phone, cover the quilt, then pushed the children who had not yet fallen asleep, and went to Jiang Ma's room, until the sun once again shines on Yi-chen's face. Confused Yi-chen only then slowly sat up. This Chinese medicine is really hard to learn. The first time I saw the learning ability max overload. Yi-chen covered his head and said, can't learn too hard at once, this directly gives me dry out. Brain protection mechanism, sleep, to come. Looking at the empty guest room, Yi-chen quickly came to the toilet to wash his face. As soon as he went out, he saw Jiang Baiwei accompanying her grandmother and Jiang Ma, teasing the children in the living room. Yi-chen, you're awake. Jiang Baiwei smiled, stood up and said, let grandma and auntie laugh. Yi-chen awkwardly scratched his head and said, it's not a problem. You're much better than Jinger. He hasn't woken up until now. Grandmother, who was on the side, immediately said with a smile. After saying that, she wanted to hold her bow and walk around the living room. Suddenly, grandmother stumbled and fell forward with an unsteady center of gravity. The grandmother who sensed the danger, died protecting the child in her arms. Jiang Baiwei and Jiang Ma were instantly startled by this sudden scene. Just in the nick of time, Yi-chen quickly ran towards his grandmother and assisted the other party without any danger. Is the child alright? It's all my fault. Granny, who had only just stabilized herself, hurriedly checked the state of the child in her arms, only to see Bao smilingly looking at grandmother, and also letting out a childish laugh. It was as if it was a small game that the adults, just now, were playing with her. Is grandma, mom, alright? The crowd that reacted hurriedly made grandma sit down. Elder Li, who heard the commotion, also hurriedly walked out from the study. It's all because of my legs and feet. I almost hurt the child. Grandmother chagrinedly slapped her slightly twitching calf and said, Grandmother, I happen to have learned some massage from someone else here, which can alleviate some of the symptoms. I'll give you a try. With a sincere face, Yi-chen looked at his grandmother and said, how could one miss such an excellent opportunity to demonstrate? Yi-chen immediately began his performance under the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Chapter 65, The System's Weird Reward. Only Yi-chen came in front of his grandmother and slowly rolled up the other party's pants leg. Turning his head, he inquired up to Jiang Ma, Auntie, is there any medicinal wine at home? Or medicine to activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis? Yes, I'll go get it for you right now. Jiang Ma looked at her grandmother with a worried face, while walking towards the room. At this time, Elderly rushed forward and held grandmother's hand anxiously asking, Wifey, are you okay? It's fine. The old problem came back. Fortunately I didn't scare the child. Granny looked at the crowd of concerned people in front of her and couldn't help but redden her eyes. It's all because I dragged you down when I was young. Otherwise I wouldn't have fallen into this problem. Li Lao was remorseful and said with a sigh. At this time, Jiang Ma carried a jar of ceramic medicinal wine in her hand and walked out. Xiao Yi, this is the medicinal wine dispensed by the doctor over at Concordia. See if you can use it. Jiang Ma said after placing the ceramic medicinal wine at Yi Chen's feet. And then she took her grandmother's hand and continued to comfort her softly. With a surprised face, Yi Chen looked at the ceramic medicinal wine on the side. Auntie, having this medicinal wine is the best. Turning his head, he looked at his grandmother and said, Grandmother may have some discomfort next, so bear with it. Only to see elderly and grandmother, smiling and nodding. And then Yi Chen poured a little bit of medicinal wine in his hand, and began to start a series of operations at grandma's calves. After seeing Yi Chen start massaging the calf, in the hearts of the two old men, they both thought that this was a piece of filial piety on Yi Chen's part, and they did not expect any specific effect. However, Yi Chen's actions warmed their hearts. As time passed, Yi Chen's technique gradually went from rusty to skillful, and grandma clearly felt that the numb calf, once again, had a reaction. Little Yi, this technique of yours is really not simple. Granny looked towards the busy Yi Chen in front of her and said with a shocked expression. Elderly heard his grandmother's words. Surprised, he asked, Granny, is the calf better? Jiang Baiwei and Jiang Ma were also curious as they turned their gaze from Yi Chen to Granny. Little Ye's technique is very professional. I can already feel that the calf is slightly hot. Grandmother, with a face full of relief, looked at Yi Chen and said, and Yi Chen, who was still diligently massaging, slightly raised his head and said, it's good that there is an effect. It seems that what I learned is still quite on point. After hearing grandmother say that there was an effect, Yi Chen's hanging heart was finally put down. He was really afraid that those fancy massage techniques on the internet were for show. It seems that you can really learn things online. Immediately after, Yi Chen, with a burst of energy, gave both of his grandmother's calves, and finished massaging them. With a slightly sweaty forehead, he quickly went to the bathroom to clean himself up, and then took over Jiang Baiwei, handing over a large cup of cool white water, fiercely drinking it in one gulp. It's still Bai Wei. She's a heartache for Xiao Yi. Jiang Ma, who was on the side, said with a smile. It immediately made Yi Chen and Jiang Bai Wei unnatural in front of the crowd. Bai Wei, your mom is jealous of you. Grandmother was also sitting on a chair and said flirtatiously. Grandma shouldn't walk around too often these days. Wait for the calf to slow down. Yi Chen scratched his head and said coyly. I'm really thankful to little Yi. Otherwise in that situation just now, we could only be anxious. Elderly patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said gratefully. The approving light in his eyes got even better. Doing what I can for grandparents is what I should do. And then Yi Chen pursed his lips. With a change of words, he said, grandparents, there is an old gentleman who is a 5-generation-old Chinese medicine practitioner in my old home, and I learned this technique from him. He once even taught me a special acupuncture method that might be able to cure grandma's injuries. Old Li, who heard these words, immediately pulled Yi Chen's hand in excitement. With a slightly trembling voice, he said, Little Yi, are you telling the truth? Grandmother, who was sitting on a chair, however, looked at Yi Chen with a calm face. Her family's old man, who had already invited all the top doctors in the country and abroad, knew that she had no hope of being treated. She was already completely immune to such words as being able to cure herself. Grandmother, can you let me try? Yi Chen said with decided eyes, looking towards his grandmother. At this time, Jiang Baiwei also stood out and said, Grandmother, the old gentleman Yi Chen said is awesome. This scar left by my cesarean section, after applying medicine for a few days, it recovered like new. In order to corroborate the truthfulness of her words, Jiang Baiwei even lifted up a corner of her clothes, revealing part of her flat belly. The crowd that saw this scene was astonished. Yi Chen, on the other hand, hurriedly organized Jiang Baiwei's clothes, fearing that the other party would catch a cold. This also made Grandma, who was not looking forward to it, see hope again. Little Yi, whatever you need, we'll fully cooperate with you. Without waiting for Granny to speak, Elderly on the side was decisive, looking at Yi Chen and said, and then Granny, also with firm eyes, looked at Yi Chen and slowly nodded. Regardless of whether it will work or not, it's a piece of Xiaoya's filial piety. I'm willing to cooperate. After receiving grandmother's affirmative reply, congratulations on completing the side quest Healer. Completion reward, 9 Suns Acupuncture and Moxibustion Method. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen immediately felt that his head was about to explode. Covering his head, he screamed out in pain. Yi Chen, little Yi, what's wrong? The crowd anxiously asked. Jiang Baiwei carefully assisted Yi Chen, only to gently wave her hand and say, maybe the wine hasn't slowed down yet, and then just now I got up too violently. I'm a bit dizzy. Yi Chen, who was still receiving the knowledge transmitted by the system, forced his head to endure the stinging pain. Smiling, he said, I'll take you back to your room and take a rest. With a heartbroken face, Jiang Baiwei assisted Yi Chen to leave. Yi Chen, who was lying on the bed again, his face was pale, and his forehead was constantly sweating cold sweat. Jiang Baiwei, at a loss for words, covered Yi Chen with a quilt, and then went to the bathroom to wet a towel with hot water, carefully wiped the forehead. After a while, Yi Chen, who was in pain to the point of being somewhat numb, finally gasped for air. The things that the system rewarded this time were also too outrageous, far more massive than any previous knowledge transfer. A copy of the 9 Suns Acupuncture and Moxibustion Method actually contained hundreds of different medical techniques, large and small, and it also contained a bizarre cultivation technique, the 9 Yang technique. This made Yi Chen fall into deep thought. Could it be that this so-called system was really a remnant of the soul of a failed immortal cultivator who had failed to cross the threshold of ascension? Yi Chen vigorously shook his head and sat up dizzily. Jiang Baiwei, who had been watching over Yi Chen, hurriedly touched his forehead with her hand. The temperature has come down. You've worried me to death. Jiang Baiwei pouted and said in an unfavorable manner. Due to the system transmitting this vast knowledge, Yi Chen's brain memory was directly pulled out by the system. His own temperature, naturally, inevitably rose a lot. I'm not fine. Maybe I wore too few clothes these days and caught a cold all of a sudden. Yi Chen tenderly lifted Jiang Baiwei's messy sideburns and said with a smile, I'll first write down what I need to treat Grandma first, so that there won't be any delay. Yi Chen was accompanied by Jiang Baiwei. He came to the coffee table in the guest room and began to handwrite some lists. Chapter 66 Ranch Acceptance Imminent. Yi Chen shows his skills again. Things, that's all. After handing over the list in his hands to Jiang Baiwei, Yi Chen covered his head, which was still a bit groggy, and returned to the bed. Baiwei, remember the 5 sets, 2 kuns, each of golden and silver needles on it. Yi Chen reminded as he lay on the bed. Got it. Only to see Jiang Baiwei cheerfully walking towards the living room. Yi Chen also deeply slept. Yi Chen, who was in a daze, was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. With his eyes closed, He took out his cell phone from under his pillow and answered it. Just heard Yi Ma, a concerned voice. Xiao Chen still at Bai Wei's house. Nothing happened. Yi Chen shook his head. Sitting up from the bed, he said, still here. I drank some wine with Bai Wei's uncle at noon, so I rested here for a bit. When Yi Ma heard this, she was relieved, and then said softly, it's good that it's okay, there hasn't been a message all morning. I was worried that something had happened to you guys. Then you rest a little longer. Yi Dad took his cell phone and ordered, don't let your grandchildren starve. Remember to make milk powder. Yi Chen quickly said that he had already gotten it right, and that he must not starve the children. Only then did Yi Dad and Yi Mom hang up the phone at ease. Yi Chen shook his head and helplessly put down his cell phone, slowly getting up and walking out of the guest room. He saw that Zhang Baiwei and the others were not in the living room, so Yi Chen was left to his own devices, visiting the antique-colored compound. In a corner study, Yi Chen saw Elderly, leisurely writing something with a brush. Seeing this, Yi Chen knocked on the door of the study. Come in. With Elderly's hard voice, Yi Chen carefully pushed the door in. Little Yi is up just in time to come over and visit my study. Elderly slowly put down the brush in his hand and said to Yi Chen with a warm face, Grandpa, this calligraphy of yours is really something. Yi Chen looked at the desktop, the unfinished calligraphy, and said in surprise, I still have to thank you more for this, little Yi. It's you who made me feel the urge to write this character post. Elderly looked at the desktop, the phrase, born to the sun, and silently nodded his head. Grandpa is overstating it. This is all what I should do. Yi Chen walked forward and said modestly, how about you add this last character of life, little Yi? Elderly looked at Yi Chen and said with interest, Grandpa, I'm not very talented. I'm afraid I'll ruin such a good piece of calligraphy. It was okay to write with a ballpoint pen by himself, but this brush writing was not practiced at all. Yi Chen quickly waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. This brush writing is the phase that comes from the heart. Don't worry and write boldly. Elderly also said spontaneously, Grandpa, how about this? You finish writing this calligraphy first, and I'll observe from the sidelines. Then, I'll write another calligraphy post in its entirety. Yi Chen had a bright idea and said with a smile, Learning ability max. It's time for you to contribute again. Don't give me. Drop the chain. That's great. Then I'll continue writing. Li Lao said with a loud laugh. And then he picked up the brush on the side and held it in mid-air, hesitating to put down the brush. To write brush characters, the most important thing was the state of mind, as well as the feeling of that moment. Yi Chen, who was at the side, did not dare to disturb in the slightest. Li Lao, who had been brewing for a while, no longer hesitated. At the very end of the character post, he added a dragon flying raw character. Ha ha ha, little Yi, your appearance has given me a deeper understanding of the words. Elderly was satisfied. Looking at the work in front of him, the three characters in front of him were different from the raw characters of dragon flying. They were one-dimensional, like from an ancient text, running out of regular script, and after the last raw character fell, it made this dead lettering. It was revitalized. Good. The meaning of Grandpa's word post is enough for me to ponder over for a long time. Yi Chen stared blankly at the word post in front of him, driven by his learning ability max. It was as if he had entered into this word post, sensing the emanation from within. Upward radiance. Little Yi, I've already instructed Jinger to fetch those things you've instructed us to buy. I'm counting on you for your grandmother's injuries, Elderly said with a grave expression. Looking towards Yi Chen also understood the light in this word post, and why it was shining so heavily. He nodded. Grandpa, then I'll write a calligraphy post for Grandma as well. Yi Chen was also feeling it, and came to the desktop. Seeing this, Elderly took out a brand new piece of rice paper and placed it on top, only to see Yi Chen pick up the brush and start writing extremely seriously. Immediately afterward a calligraphy that was completed in a single stroke appeared in front of Elderly. Mutual help. Good. Little Yi, you are still too modest. Looking at the word post in front of Yi Chen, as if writing a story, Elderly's heart had long been in waves. Let Grandpa laugh. It's the feelings between you and Grandma that made me write this word post with feeling. Yi Chen took the word post aside and said modestly, it's our good fortune that Wei Wei can be married to you. Elderly fully saw Yi Chen, after that unfathomable strength, he said with a deep sigh. In fact, when he learned that Zhang Baiwei and Yi Chen had given birth to a child, Yi Chen's comments from childhood to adulthood as well as those around him were all laid out on his desktop in every detail. It was hard to imagine how an ordinary Tsinghua student could do so many counterintuitive operations. And you didn't look wrong. In the eyes of an existence like Elderly, the only thing that could make him look at him with proper eyes was the identity of Zhang Baiwei's boyfriend. But all of this was unimportant now. He had already fully recognized Yi Chen, the granddaughter-in-law. Leave this calligraphy post with me. Wei Wei and the others are in the garden at the back, basking in the sun. Elderly took the word post Yi-Chen handed over, placed it with it and his own, and put it away in unison afterward. Leading Yi-Chen, he walked towards the garden. Zero quickly look at grandma. Is this flower nice? Only to see Jiang Ma holding a lily in her hand, smilingly looking towards Dabeo in her arms, and on the side, Jiang Baiwei was holding the wheelchair that grandma was traveling in. Grandmother was holding, in her arms, the already sleeping second treasure. Grandpa, Yi-Chen, you guys are here. Jiang Baiwei carefully pushed her grandmother to Yi-Chen's side. Yi-Chen carefully picked off the petal that had fallen from Jiang Baiwei's head. Just at this moment, Jiang Ma connected a phone call, and her expression gradually became grave as she glanced at Yi-Chen and the others, and then walked over while holding Dabeo. Mom and Dad, just now, brother gave me a call. Those things that little Yi handed over. There is a part that is not in stock, so we may need to wait for a day or two. Jiang Ma's slightly helpless voice sounded from the side. It's fine, this old condition of mine isn't bad for a day or two. Granny took Jiang Ma's hand and comforted. It's alright, it's just as well that I'll revitalize grandma's legs and feet first, it'll be more convenient for the subsequent treatment. Yi-Chen also stood out and comforted, secretly relieved. Getting this 9-yang acupuncture and Mach Sebastian method, he had not yet experimented with it. There was no bottom in his heart, so it was just right to use this 1 or 2 days to experiment. Just in case, grandparents, we may have to go back first and come back tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow happens to be the day when the renovation of the ranch for the children, who make the milk powder, is completed, and we need to go and inspect it. Yi-Chen scratched his head, with an apologetic face. He looked at the two old men and said, go ahead. Anyway, they are all in the capital. There are still long days to get along in the future. It's not as bad as this 1 or 2 days. Li Lao immediately patted Yi-Chen's shoulder and said, subsequently, in the eyes of Jiang Ma and the two old men, who were reluctant to part, Yi-Chen's family set off on their way home. Chapter 67, Shanwei Ranch. Bai Wei, drive slowly, not in a hurry. Ow. Yi-Chen sat in the co-pilot and carefully instructed Jiang Baiwei to drive. After leaving the compound where Elderly was, although Yi-Chen repeatedly emphasized that he had sobered up, but Jiang Baiwei, who was uneasy, still decided to drive the car home herself, only to see Jiang Baiwei, as if it was Yi-Chen's first time driving, holding the steering wheel in her arms. Her eyes were busy, looking around. Yi-Chen, who was sitting in the co-pilot, after seeing this scene, also subconsciously, grabbed the armrest. Finally, after 2 hours of Jiang Baiwei's efforts, finally before dinner, arrived in front of the villa. My technique, it's not bad. Jiang Baiwei, who had undone her own safety belt, looked at Yi-Chen with an excited face and said. Yi-Chen also had a doting face, touched Jiang Baiwei's head and said, my Baiwei, the best. And then Yi-Chen hurriedly put the back row, and put the children who were shaken, put inside the stroller. Immediately after, looking around the nanny car, multiple cut parts, Yi-Chen hurriedly pulled Jiang Baiwei's hand, then brought her and the children into the villa. Jiang Baiwei, who was still immersed in the joy of driving the car back to the villa, she didn't notice this in the slightest. Yi Dad, who had heard the commotion of Yi-Chen and the others coming back, he also hurriedly took the spare key of the vehicle and drove it to the side. Baiwei, you guys are back, going to Auntie's, how was it? Su Muyu and the others who were resting in the living room on the first floor, with a curious face, they asked. The process was quite smooth. Have you guys had dinner? Yi-Chen smiled and replied, we ordered takeout. This is not waiting for you guys to come back to eat together. Ma Chengya hugged the child and said, let's eat then, we're all starving. Jiang Baiwei happily led the crowd towards the second floor restaurant. Yi Dad, who had parked the car, also walked over at this time. Xiao Chen, I'll take this car to be repaired tomorrow. In the future it's better to go out and try not to let Baiwei drive. Yi Dad spoke in a serious tone, saying to Yi-Chen, Dad, this time is a special case. There will definitely not be a next time. Yi-Chen touched his nose and said awkwardly. He then took out his cell phone and looked at the up to 5 illegal driving records on it. Helplessly, he submitted the fines. Yi-Chen, come up for dinner. Jiang Baiwei's slightly excited voice came from the second floor. Coming. While signaling the nursing ants, Yi-Chen brought the children back to their rooms to take care of them carefully. He himself smiled and came upstairs. It was also fortunate that the children were on the younger side and would not suffer from motion sickness. Otherwise, they wouldn't be lying peacefully in the stroller as they are now. Little Yi, we will go to the ranch early tomorrow morning to organize the acceptance. After waiting for Yi-Chen to take his seat, Ma Chingye said with a smile, no problem, brother Ma. However, with so many of us going to the ranch tomorrow, we might have to go in your car. Yi-Chen readily nodded his head in response, and then, in order to give his own car time to repair it, so he proposed that he could just drive a car tomorrow. No problem, then we'll leave at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Along with the hungry crowd, They then quickly started the dry rice journey. Jiang Baiwei, who had returned to her room, was still reminiscing about the driving experience she had just experienced. Yi Chen, I realized that driving is kind of fun. Looks like I'll have to go out and sneak around from time to time. Otherwise it would be a waste. The car you bought me, Jiang Baiwei said as she hugged the quilt, smilingly looking at Yi Chen. This made the smile on Yi Chen's face instantly stiffen. Yeah, we can take turns driving in the future, Yi Chen said half-jokingly. In his heart, he was silently mourning for that brand new BMW for 3 seconds. Everyone in the villa got up early in the morning. Gu Lingyu even changed into a set of professional clothes. After all, she came in today to head to accept her workplace. It was natural to be more formal. So all the people will originally large space Mercedes-Benz business car sat full. So much so, Yi Chen acted as the driver for this time. With the large meat buns that Yi Chen had now steamed in their hands, the crowd headed to the brand new ranch with an excited look on their faces. Since this time it was an inspection of the ranch, the crowd did not carry the children. This also made the crowd, who had a rare moment of leisure, feel doubly relaxed. We've arrived at the place. Only Yi Chen steadily parked the vehicle in front of the brand new gate. Wow, Chenwei Ranch, little Yi, when did you get the signboard done? Su Muyu and the others, with a surprised face, looked at Yi Chen and said, while covering her mouth. Jiang Baiwei, who had a touched face, jumped into Yi Chen's arms at once. This is still little Yi. Thoughtful. Ma Qingya on the side looked at the sweet Yi Chen too and said with envy, alright, Baiwei, the others are still watching. Yi Chen softly said to Jiang Baiwei in his arms. At this time, Jiang Baiwei also reacted, her cheeks slightly red as she pulled Yi Chen's hand and stood aside. Just at this time, the representatives of both the construction team and the ranch team also arrived at the entrance of the ranch. Dongjia, then let's start the acceptance work, only to see the project manager moving a box of brand new helmets as well as masks. It was distributed to the crowd, and then stood behind Yi Chen and said humbly, as the crowd slowly entered into the ranch, looking at the neat grounds, as well as the decorations that revealed, everywhere, a sense of technology. Yi Chen and the others all nodded with satisfaction. Dongjia, we strictly followed the site construction drawings and effect drawings. The construction materials used are also all first-class branded goods. The project manager confidently introduced everything about the ranch. After roughly browsing through the ranch, the crowd came to the center of the ranch. The crowd came to the grass in the very center. At this time, the ranch team representative walked out and said, we have added barns to the pasture growing area according to the proprietor's wishes. The grass is even built according to the highest specifications, and the current batch of 20 cows are in good physical condition. After simply reporting these to Yi Chen, he stopped talking. Very good. This time I came over firstly to inspect the site. Secondly, I'm here to appoint a manager for your team. Yi Chen slowly nodded and said, and then he signaled Gu Lingyu to come over and turned his head to the ranch team and said, from now on, this Gu Lingyu, Manager Gu will have full authority to make decisions on the ranch on my behalf. You guys familiarize yourselves with each other. After giving Gu Lingyu a slight nod, then he handed over the venue to the other party. Taking advantage of Gu Lingyu's efforts to familiarize herself with the team, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the cow's refreshed barn. Wow, these cows look so cute. Chen Hong hurriedly took out her cell phone and recorded it all. And Jiang Baiwei, who was on the side, saw the milk extraction tools placed in the cowhouse. Leaping forward, she asked the staff of the ranch team, excuse me, are these tools all sterilized? After receiving an affirmative answer from the staff, Jiang Baiwei immediately put on her gloves. I'll give everyone some milk to drink. Su Muyu and Chen Hong, who heard this, also immediately joined in. The three of them then began their milking journey with a look of excitement under the staff's demonstration. Chapter 68, Campfire in the Making. I made it. I made it too. Only Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, after intermittently squeezing out some of the milk, they said excitedly. This made Chen Hong, who hadn't milked out the milk, instantly quizzical and inquired about the milking technique. Just at this time, Yi Chen put on his gloves and slowly came to the side of a cow. Using skillful techniques, he quickly milked out a small bucket of milk. This made Jiang Baiwei and the others, who had spent half a day's effort to squeeze out less than 100 milliliters of milk, they immediately felt groundless. It's better to drink first what I've squeezed out. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei and the others' milking progress, and helplessly went up to demonstrate. Yi Chen, did you secretly learn how to milk? Jiang Baiwei, unconvinced, looked at Yi Chen and said, after watching some videos online, plus the staff's demonstration just now, I figured it out. Yi Chen hastily found a reason, and then took out disposable cups and distributed fresh milk to the crowd. Vom. Chen Hong, who was the first to taste the fresh milk, immediately vomited. making the others, all of them, not dare to try it. This milk is too fishy. It's completely different from the milk in the supermarket. Chen Hong hurriedly brought a bottle of mineral water and rinsed her mouth. The unbelieving Su Muyu and Jiang Baiwei still poured the milk in their hands into their mouths. Forcibly enduring the feeling of vomiting, they swallowed it. This fresh milk, it's also too hard to drink, Su Muyu said with a frown as she held the mineral water. I'd rather drink the milk from the supermarket. Jiang Baiwei, who quickly broke her inner fantasy, shook her hand and said, it's true that it's not very good for entrance right now. I'll process this milk later, and then you guys will savor it. Yi Chen was amused by their reaction after. Comfortingly, he said, let's go to the pasture planting area and take a look. After seeing that the crowd had lost interest in fresh milk, they lost interest. Yi Chen led the crowd and headed to the field that was covered by a huge piece of plastic film. The temperature of this field, it's quite high out. As soon as the crowd entered the pasture planting area, they clearly felt the temperature inside, and then the crowd looked at the slightly sprouting, neatly arranged pasture grasses in front of them. I can already smell it, the flavor of the grassland. Jiang Baiwei closed her eyes and breathed heavily, saying, such tender pastures, not to mention for the cows to want to eat, even I want to take a bite. Chen Hong bent down and said after carefully observing, I don't dare to imagine how good it would be to eat the milk milked from this pasture. Gu Lingyu, who had finished handing over her work, slowly walked in from outside and said, in the future, this place will be under your management. Jiang Baiwei pulled Gu Lingyu's hand and said with a playful smile, don't worry, I'll make sure the children drink the highest quality milk powder. Gu Lingyu immediately patted her chest and said, since the acceptance is almost done, let's go back first. Yi Chen thought about the wailing little ones at home and said to the crowd. After the crowd returned to the ranch gate, the project manager rubbed his hands together and walked over to Yi Chen and said, Dong Jia, are you still satisfied with this quality? The rest of the project payment, you see. After Yi Chen heard this, he instantly knew what the other party was going to say, and immediately took out the electronic contract. There is still payment 1,300,000 not settled right, according to the contract requirements, 300,000 of them as a maintenance fund within 1 year. The remaining 1 million, I'll transfer you now. Yi Chen was meticulous, holding the contract and said. The project manager who heard this was overjoyed. In fact, his mental expectation this time was to settle for $500,000. That had thought that Yi Chen had actually fulfilled the contract process exactly as it was. Thank you, proprietor. How about this? I'll arrange a restaurant at noon today, so we can all eat together to celebrate. The project manager immediately took out his cell phone and was ready to order up the box. However, he was promptly interrupted by Yi Chen. We won't eat the meal. You completed the project well. This is all what you deserve. Instead, it was the project manager who reminded Yi Chen. Such a happy event really needed to be celebrated. And then in front of the project manager, he transferred the 1 million project money, after repeatedly politely refusing the project manager's request to treat him to a meal. And then the other party, red-faced, left the ranch. Lingyu, I'll call someone over to arrange some production lines in the next few days. You inform the ranch team and give them 4 days of vacation. Yi Chen saw that the ranch had been completely revamped, so he couldn't wait, wanting to meet the black technology products gifted by the system. It took 3 days for the products to be revamped, and the extra day was reserved for his own inspection. Okay, Gu Lingyu didn't ask too many questions about why, but quickly gave a vacation notice to the team. The workers burst out laughing with excitement. Ever since the ranch began to be renovated, they had been working here continuously for 10 days, and it was indeed time to take a break and rest. Gu Lingyu handed over the ranch keys, all to Yi Chen. After seeing the ranch team all leave, Yi Chen led the crowd back to the villa. Yi Chen, who was in the commercial vehicle, clicked on the item collection in his mind. Ding! Rewards have been issued. Countdown is 3 days. Looking at the screen that entered the countdown, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief, and then through the rearview mirror, he asked up the crowd, should we, at night, find a place to celebrate? After hearing Yi Chen's words, Jiang Baiwei, who was sitting in the co-pilot, responded positively. Then we definitely need to celebrate properly, or else let's just have a bonfire party. In the courtyard, Su Muyu, who heard this suggestion, also brightened up and said, I like bonfire parties the most, and some barbecue beer would be perfect. The other people were also talking in tongues, mentioning their own suggestions, and then Yi Chen finalized it with a wave of his hand. Brother Ma, I'm going to trouble you to buy some things again. With an apologetic face, Yi Chen looked at Ma Chengye and said, small matter, we are still looking forward to your big meal at night. Ma Chengye then took out his cell phone and started arranging for manpower. Not a moment's effort. The crowd returned to the villa. The impatient Yi Dad and Yi Mom quickly took the children in the hands of the nursing aunts and held them in their arms. The crowd also began to do their own things. Yi Chen slowly came to sit down on the recliner in the courtyard, finally having the time to study. The 9-yang acupuncture method comes with the 9-yang secret. Looking at the secret, recorded in AO's very difficult to understand text, Yi Chen was a bit puzzled for a while. Could it be that the translation into Chinese had distorted the content? So Yi Chen no longer dwelled on the text, and turned his head to look at that one practicing meridian map. According to the trajectory recorded on the meridian map, Yi Chen knew it by heart. But what could be done with just a trajectory and nothing that he could follow? Could it be that he really had no chance with the legendary immortal cultivator? Yi Chen shook his head fiercely. The 9 Suns decree could not be cultivated, but the 9 Suns acupuncture method could always be done. Then in the medical bag, he took out a bag of medical acupuncture. To the 9 Yang acupuncture method in his mind, he began to experiment on the lawn. Chapter 69 Mysterious Surprise at the Bonfire Party. Little Yi, come over and give me a hand. Yi Chen, who was practicing the 9 Yang acupuncture and Moxibustion technique on the lawn, fell into the realm of oblivion. Hearing from behind him, Ma Qingye's cheerful voice, coming, Yi Chen put the acupuncture bag, after quickly storing it away. Standing up, he gave a good stretch, only to see Ma Qingye and the helpers, carrying down 3 huge boxes from the commercial vehicle. Little Yi, the help cooks will take care of the ingredients and whatnot. We're mainly going to set up the courtyard. Ma Qingye pointed to the trunk, a large number of decorative items. It's still Brother Ma who knows how to make an atmosphere. So let's get started. With a surprised face, Yi Chen looked at Ma Qingye and said, without waiting for Yi Chen to take out the items in the trunk, he was pulled aside by Ma Qingye and said, Little Yi, I hope you can do me a favor at the party. Ma Qingye came to Yi Chen's ear and confided in a whisper, no problem Brother Ma, it's on me. Yi Chen said with an expression of leave it to me after listening carefully. Jiang Baiwei and the others who were playing King Nongyo in the living room heard the commotion outside. They also came to the courtyard to check the situation. Wow, I haven't had the chance to personally set up the grounds yet. I'll definitely experience it this time. Jiang Baiwei, with an excited face, took the colorful ribbon in Yi Chen's hand. The rest of the people were also excited and received various decorations to start setting up the courtyard. Then you guys set up the grounds first, and I'll make you guys a lunch to pad your stomachs. Seeing that the crowd had finished distributing all the decorations that they had in their hands, Yi Chen smiled and went to the kitchen. In his heart, he was also making preparations for the evening's bonfire party. Not a moment's work. Yi Chen came to the courtyard and took a paper towel to wipe the water stains in his hands. Looking at the courtyard that had already been arranged, he nodded in relief. Everyone come over to eat first. The crowd had only just come out of the excitement of setting up the grounds. Good babies are hungry. I and Godmother will take you to eat out. Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu looked at the children who were waiting to be fed by his father and his mother. Looking at the children, the poor little eyes, only then did they remember that they hadn't breastfed the children. So with an apologetic face, he took over the children and fed them first. After seeing Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, they entered the mother and baby room. Ma Changye hurriedly called everyone over. For the bonfire party at night, I need everyone to do me a favor. Sister Chen, don't tell Muriu yet. Ma Changye looked at the crowd prayerfully, compared to the blank faces of the others. Yi Chen, however, looked at the other party with a smile. It's like this. The crowd who had heard the contents suddenly came to a realization, and one by one, they patted their chests and hugged that nothing would go wrong. And then the crowd came to the second floor restaurant and waited until Jiang Baiwei and the others finished feeding. It was only then that the crowd quickly resolved their lunch as if nothing had happened. Just then, little Yi, the bonfire in the center of the courtyard will be set up by you. We'll assist you. Ma Chengye slowly put down the chopsticks in his hands and said, it's better for everyone to come together. As the saying goes, all hands on deck. Yi Chen hastily waved his hand and said, then let's do what? Little Yi said. The crowd also readily accepted this proposal. So the crowd couldn't wait to return to the courtyard to continue setting up the venue. Looking at the apple wood that was neatly placed and stacked in the courtyard, Yi Chen took the lead in placing the base of the bonfire. The crowd then followed Yi Chen's framework and filled it with no joy. At this time, the crowd surrounding the bonfire were busy with an excited face. Yi Chen saw the opportunity to come to the tool room and started tinkering with something, until a good while. Only then did he return to the courtyard carrying a herringbone ladder. The upper part of this bonfire, let me build it. Yi Chen looked at the bonfire, which was already a large portion completed, and said confidently, I also want to try and build the upper part of the bonfire. Jiang Baiwei, who had an excited face, pulled Yi Chen's hand and said in a petulant manner. Yi Chen slowly removed the wood shavings from the other party's body. After removing them, with a doting face, he returned, then the last piece of this bonfire will be placed by you. Yeah. Jiang Baiwei heard Yi Chen's words, even more excitedly and vigorously. she constructed the lower part of the bonfire. Just at this moment, the helpers lifted out 2 long tables and pieced them together, while all the prepared barbecue drinks were placed in the courtyard. Brother Ma, let's burn the charcoal first. When Yi Chen saw that the preparations for each part were almost complete, he pulled Ma Chengye aside to burn charcoal. I haven't played with burning charcoal either. I want to play. Sumuyu noticed Yi Chen and the others who were burning charcoal downwind, and immediately placed the apple wood in her hands onto the bonfire afterward. Filled with a sense of freshness, she came to Ma Chengye's side and took the alcohol block and spray gun in the other party's hand. This looks fun too. At this time, Jiang Baiwei and the others also seemed to have discovered a new continent. All ran to Yi Chen and the others. After looking at the work in their hands, it was once again coaxed by the crowd. Yi Chen and Ma Chengye looked at each other with a smile and shrugged helplessly. And then the two of them came to the side of the bonfire and worked on the unfinished part. Bai Wei, the last piece will be completed by you. Yi Chen slowly walked down the herringbone ladder. He said to Jiang Baiwei, who was still looking excited and burning charcoal. Oh, I'll do it. Jiang Baiwei handed over the spray gun in her hand to Gu Lingyu, not caring about her forehead that was blackened by the wood. She then hurriedly came to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen handed Jiang Baiwei the wood that was bundled with a red-colored ribbon. Baiwei, I'll hold the stairs at the bottom. Just carefully place this wood at the top. Yi Chen said softly after taking his sleeve and carefully wiping the stain on Jiang Baiwei's forehead. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task, Jiang Baiwei said with a fervor, and then took the wood and climbed up the human ladder with slight nervousness. Finished, after smoothly placing the last piece of wood to the top of the bonfire, Jiang Baiwei was climbing up the human ladder, wiping a handful of non-existent sweat stains on her forehead, and said, immediately afterward, everyone present applauded, and Jiang Baiwei, who was still on the herringbone ladder, instantly blushed and climbed down. My Baiwei, awesome. Yi Chen, who carefully assisted Jiang Baiwei down, fully encouraged the other party. It's also getting dark, so I'll go and cook a few hot dishes for you guys first. This bonfire party, you can't just eat barbecue. Yi Chen looked at the venue where everything was ready and nodded with satisfaction. And then the helper chefs began to work on the barbecue area, laying down charcoal fires. The children who had slept all afternoon were also carried by the nursing ants to the courtyard. Even the other homeowners in the mountain villa were curiously gazing from afar.